Hello fellas. How are you all? Please subscribe because it's the only source of motivation for me. Yes, also your comments. Please do comment as much as you can. Now on to the story. Synopsis: in the Heavenly Sun continent, where martial might and mystic arts dominate, Lin Yu, a reborn into a foreign realm soul from Earth, flounders as a talentless apothecary's heir. With Ganadhar Mahal on the brink and his sister's fate at Heavenly Cloud Academy in jeopardy, he clings to a glitchy arcane machine from his past life. This quirky, mystic advantage, laced with AI secrets, becomes his cheat to defy destiny. From braised pork to unyielding grit, Lin Yu battles noble scorn, aiming to forge a legend from the ashes of a nobody. The bustling long street was filled with people coming and going. Amid the crowd, a young man clad in rough linen clothes stood with a stack of paper flyers, shouting at the top of his lungs. The scorching sun blazed overhead, yet no one paid him any attention. His throat was dry, almost burning, and sweat dripped onto the ground. Ganadhar Mahal was a grand pharmacy offering both medical consultations and herbal prescriptions. The three-story building had an attached courtyard at the back, and its entrance bore a large plaque with 3 golden characters, testifying to its once glorious heritage. Unfortunately, that was all in the past. Now, Ganadhar Mahal was on the verge of collapse. No patients had visited for over half a year, and the medicinal herbs in the shop were nearly growing mold. Sigh. With a long sigh, Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and slumped onto the stone steps outside the shop. Watching the endless stream of pedestrians, a deep sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. If he couldn't scrape together his younger sister's tuition fees soon, she would be expelled from Heavenly Cloud Academy. On the Heavenly Sun continent, combat disciplines reigned supreme, and mystic techniques were held in the highest regard. His sister's admission into Heavenly Cloud Academy to study arcane mystic techniques was a rare blessing for the Lin family. Truthfully, Lin Yu wasn't originally from this so-called Heavenly Cloud continent. He had reborn into a foreign realm from a place known as Earth. In his past life, he had been a lowly internet cafe administrator. A miserable job with meager pay. He had a decent girlfriend, until, on his birthday, she got into a rich man's BMW and never looked back. Heartbroken and furious, he had been working a night shift at the internet cafe when disaster struck. Someone had secretly downloaded some illicit videos, which infected every single arcane machine with a virus. Desperate to avoid his boss's wrath, he went from PC to PC, running cleansing system. Just as he was about to finish, the last machine froze at 99 every time he tried to disinfect it. Rebooting didn't work. The only option left was to unplug it. Then, that darn knockoff power strip had a leakage issue, and then, he reborn into a foreign realm. The body he now occupied also belonged to a Lin Yu, a so-called medicine heir, in Heavenly Cloud City. His father had been a highly respected third-grade spiritual alchemist. Lin Yu also had a younger sister who was blessed with an exceptional talent for cultivation. She had been admitted into Heavenly Cloud Academy to train as a spellcaster, the most prestigious profession on the continent. However, Lin Yu himself was born with an abnormal meridian structure, 7 meridians and 8 vessels completely blocked. Forget becoming an arcane martialist. Even the lowest tier profession, a body-forging warrior, was beyond his reach. Left with no other path, he followed his father's footsteps and studied medicine. Unfortunately, his talent in this field was pitiful, and after more than a decade of training, he was barely considered a novice. A year ago, his father ventured into the untamed savage mountains outside Heavenly Cloud City, searching for a spiritual medicine that could cure his congenital meridian disorder. He never returned. Lacking skill and experience, Lin Yu had struggled to keep the family business afloat. To make matters worse, a medical accident 6 months ago had utterly ruined Ganadhar Mahal's 300-year reputation. The pharmacy was now on the brink of closure. As a transmigrator, Lin Yu had read plenty of web novels back on Earth. Almost every protagonist who reborn into a foreign realm started as a useless loser but then unlocked a golden cheat ability, rising to dominate the world. Yet 6 months had passed. The useless loser part was spot on. Where was his darn mystic advantage? He had already lived a miserable life on Earth. Was he doomed to suffer the same fate here? Oh, Xiao Yu, so you're running a discount sale? Doesn't look like anyone's interested. A woman's voice rang out, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. Li Chaohua, Lin Yu's second aunt. Lin Yu's father, Lin Wen, had only one younger brother, Lin Dong, 10 years ago, after their grandfather passed away. Lin Dong had been expelled from the family for unethical medical practices, while Lin Wen inherited Lingzi Hall. Over the years, Lin Dong and his wife set up a small pharmacy in the western part of the city, but they had always coveted Ganoderma Hall. When Lin Wen was around, they didn't dare make a move. Now that he had been missing for over a year, presumed dead, they had started scheming openly. In fact, the medical accident that destroyed Ganoderma Hall's reputation was largely orchestrated by Lin Dong and his wife. The previous Lin Yu, unable to withstand the pressure, had perished, allowing him, the transmigrator, to take over this body. Recognizing Li Chalwa's voice, Lin Yu didn't even bother looking up. His inherited memories painted a clear picture of her scheming nature. Li Chaohua, undeterred by his silence, sauntered over with a smug grin. She was nearing 40, slightly plump, with a conspicuous mole at the corner of her mouth. Final exams at Heavenly Cloud Academy are coming up soon, aren't they? Linger's tuition for next year must still be short, she said in a falsely sympathetic tone. Heavenly Sun Continent values arcane mystic techniques above all else. Linger's chance to study at the academy is a blessing for the Lin family. If she completes her training, she'll be set for life. Her voice turned dramatic. But if she gets expelled over something as trivial as tuition fees, what a pity. That girl is so headstrong. Becoming an arcane martialist is her dream. If she loses that dream now, I wonder if that's none of your business. Lin Yu cut her off coldly, glaring at her with sharp eyes. Hey, Li Chaohua remained unfazed. Smiling, she continued, Xiao Yu, you need to be realistic. Your father is gone. You're the head of the household now. You have to think about Linger's future. Besides, Ganoderma Hall is doomed in your hands. Your second uncle and I can't bear to see the family legacy crumble. We admit that the price we offered before was a bit low, so we discussed it again. Since we're all family, we're willing to increase our offer a little. A month ago, Li Chaohua had tried to buy Ganoderma Hall at an insultingly low price. Even though its reputation had been tarnished, selling at market value was still possible. But the offer she gave was pure robbery. Naturally, Lin Yu had thrown her out. Not for sale. Lin Yu's tone was firm. Regardless of his personal grudge against this scheming aunt, as a transmigrator, there was no way he'd sell his family's legacy right off the bat. Even without a mystic advantage, he was still a transmigrator. A transmigrator had to have some pride. Ding! A sudden chime echoed in his mind, like a soft piano note, clear and melodious, yet with a lingering undertone. In the pitch-black depths of his consciousness, a flicker of light appeared. It was faint at first, then flashed twice before stabilizing. Lin Yu saw it clearly. An arcane machine. A desktop arcane machine. The screen was frozen at 99 on an antivirus scan, just a sliver away from completion. It was stuck. This, Lin Yu's spirit jolted. Was this his mystic advantage? Was this the very arcane machine that got him reborn into a foreign realm? Darn. As reality set in, Lin Yu felt the urge to curse. Other protagonists got divine systems, ancient inheritance, or peerless cultivation manuals. And he? He got an arcane machine. Not just any arcane machine. This was the worst, most outdated machine in the internet cafe he used to work at. Was he doomed to be a repairman in this world too? Query. Chapter 2. Mystic Advantage Chapter 2. Mystic Advantage Translator. Cruckest Despair. My heart aches. For a moment, I really couldn't figure out what this sudden arcane machine that appeared in my mindscape could do. The key was that it was stuck on a frozen screen. If it were a normal arcane machine, I could perhaps use it as a calculator and become a math whiz in the Tianyang continent. The spiritual energy in the Heavenly Sun continent is far denser than that of my previous Earth village. People here live longer and have higher IQs. But even with high intelligence, it wouldn't surpass the capabilities of an arcane machine from my past life. In every field, there are exceptional talents, and if I could be the best in mathematics across the continent, I shouldn't have to worry about a comfortable life in the future. Or, even if I didn't become a math genius, as long as it could be used normally, I could play games to pass the time when I was bored, which would still be putting it to good use. But the problem was that this arcane machine was frozen, and my attempts to click on it didn't yield any response. Normally, I could just unplug it, but where would I find a power source in my mindscape? Life is unfair. It must be because I didn't help an old lady cross the street in my previous life, which led to insufficient cultivation. I even peeked at the neighbors, bathing, leaving a mark on my destiny. That's why. Help! Just as Lin Yu was pondering, a woman suddenly ran past him like the wind, cradling a swaddled bundle in her arms, entering the hall. Lin Yu felt a fragrant scent wafting up to his nose, and he regained his composure. Li Chaohua was still there. She had just seen Lin Yu dazed and thought he was weighing his options, not knowing that he never intended to sell. Ganadar Mahal. The pride of a time traveler. Pharmacist, please save me. My child is dying, please help it. The woman in the hall was around 20, wearing a colorful silk dress, looking panicked as she hurriedly searched around. She was out of breath, having rushed in, and a thin layer of sweat glistened on her forehead. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. This young woman was quite oblivious. How could she not see a living person standing right at the entrance? Did people in the Heavenly Sun continent also have the same notion as in Earth? Village where a doctor's age was paramount. Was it a must for physicians, especially traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, to be elderly, otherwise they'd be ignored? Miss, I can't help. Lin Yu walked into the hall and said sincerely. Why? The woman's face immediately darkened in despair. This was already the 6th shop she had visited, and all had turned her away. It wasn't that she didn't have money. Wearing colorful silk in Heavenly Cloud City was a symbol of wealth. And it wasn't because the swaddled bundle contained a difficult-to-treat human, but rather, I'm an incompetent doctor. Lin Yu maintained a sincere attitude, without an ounce of shame. Ah! The woman was momentarily stunned, doubting whether she had misheard. She had seen many pharmacists, but it was the first time meeting one who actively admitted to being incompetent and seemed perfectly unashamed about it. What a thick-skinned person. Plop. The next moment, the woman knelt on the ground, looking up with tears in her eyes. Sir, please save my child. It really can't go on like this. If it dies, I can't. As she spoke, she opened the swaddled bundle, and Lin Yu was somewhat dazed, his expression frozen. Inside the swaddled blanket was not a human but a cat. This cat was completely snow white, plump and round, looking auspicious and prosperous. But at the moment, its eyes were closed, appearing listless and obviously unwell. From his experience back on Earth, this cat resembled one of Persian lineage. Lin Yu glanced once more at the woman on the ground, secretly scolding. Whether in his previous life on Earth or the current Heavenly Sun continent, wealthy young women all shared a common folly, treating their pets like children. He wouldn't dare treat a human. The medical incidents in this world were frightening, and medical disputes were even scarier. But treating a cat? That should be plausible, right? Even if he couldn't cure it, he wouldn't make it worse, would he? After all, he was a fairly trained pharmacist. Put it on the examination table beside us. Lin Yu collected himself and instructed. Thank you, pharmacist. The young woman quickly stood up, a look of gratitude on her face as she carried the cat to the examination table. The examination table was simple, just a wooden board, but it had worn smooth over the years, polished by many people who sought medical help. Standing at the door, Li Chaohua, upon seeing Lin Yu actually treating a cat, immediately yelled as if her tail had been stepped on, "No, you can't treat that cat." The Lin family had a long-standing rule that female members, whether daughters or daughters-in-law, were strictly forbidden from entering the front hall of Ganadar Mahal. In other words, it was a patriarchal tradition established by the ancestors, who believed that women would bring misfortune to the shop. Li Chaohua had never set foot in the front hall before, but now she dashed in recklessly without a care. Lin Yu, having crossed over from Earth, had long discarded patriarchal views, but seeing Li Chaohua's excited expression, he had just reached out to examine the cat when he paused, frowning at her. Ganadar Mahal is still part of our family for now. Whether I treat it or not is none of your concern. You're being foolish. Li Chaohua cried, filled with anguish and indignation. Since she planned to take over Ganadar Mahal, she couldn't bear to watch it be ruined by Lin Yu. She didn't bother to explain further, turning to the young woman in the colorful silk dress. speaking in a colder tone. Miss, judging by your attire, you must be from the southwestern Marquise's residence. The beloved pet of Miss Nolan, a precious blue bamboo cat worth a fortune, is probably this very one. Miss Nolan has been away hunting with the royal family recently, and you were responsible for caring for this cat. Due to your negligence, it appears to have come down with some illness. If it dies, you'll certainly be punished by Miss Nolan when she returns. I'm afraid you're going to face grave consequences here in Heavenly Cloud City. Lin Yu had a poor impression of Li Chaohua and thus did not believe anything she said and looked down on her from the bottom of his heart. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the young woman in the colorful dress turned pale, her eyes dropping, no longer daring to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Her hands tightly clutched her dress, clearly realizing the truth in Li Chaohua's words. Li Chaohua wasn't trying to help Lin Yu. She was worried he would end up killing Miss Nolan's pet, which could implicate Ganadhar Mahal. If that happened, Ganadhar Mahal might be shut down by the southwestern Marquise's estate, which would jeopardize her acquisition plans. Please, please, the woman's voice dropped, knowing the truth was laid bare. She remained hesitant and still looking down, pleading, if the treasure dies, I will definitely be punished by my mistress. I truly have been caring for it. I don't know why it suddenly got sick this morning. Woo-woo. As she spoke, her voice choked, tears cascading down her cheeks. Begging won't help. Before Lin Yu could speak up, Li Chaohua coldly interjected, we at Ganadhar Mahal won't take this risk. I advise you, no pharmacy in Heavenly Cloud City would gamble their future over a mere cat. You should seek your own fortune. You should leave now. Lin Yu finally spoke up at this moment. Li Chaohua had spoken nothing but truth. Having heard that, the young woman also recognized that further pleading would be futile, so she prepared to pick up the examination table's blue bamboo cat to leave, feeling despondent and aggrieved, trembling in fear at the thought of seeing it dead when her mistress returned. I didn't mean for you to leave. Lin Yu then spoke again, his gaze steady as he looked at Li Chaohua. What I meant was. Query. Chapter 3. Blue Bamboo Cat. Chapter 3. Blue Bamboo Cat. Translator. Crukist. You unreasonable child. Do you truly wish to bury Ganadhar Mahal with your own hands? If your Lin family ancestors were watching from above, they certainly wouldn't forgive you. Even if you won't think of yourself, at least consider Linger, next semesters. Blackie. As Li Chaohua continued her angry tirade, refusing to leave, Lin Yu called out toward the corner of the pharmacy hall. A large black dog lying in the corner shook its fur and snarled at Li Chaohua with bared teeth, letting out a fierce bark. Li Chaohua trembled in fear. If she didn't leave now, the black dog might pounce at any moment. You inexperienced brat who won't listen to advice. Ganadhar Mahal will eventually be ruined by you. Woof. The black dog barked again, frightening Li Chaohua so badly that her whole body shook. She hurriedly fled toward the door, stumbling on her way out, which drew laughter from the neighbors who had gathered to watch the commotion. Lin Yu didn't care about what was happening outside Ganadhar Mahal, but now he faced an awkward situation. He had called to the black dog hoping to scare away Li Chaohua, but after those two loud barks, the already weak blue bamboo cat suddenly went into cardiac arrest. It let out a pitiful meow before going completely limp. Sha Ran looked at the now dead blue bamboo cat, then raised her head to stare woodenly at Lin Yu. She had come seeking a glimmer of hope, but now all hope was lost. Feeling the girl's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Yu's face twitched. Back in Earth, he had always dreamed of becoming a doctor, but his dismal performance during the 9 years of compulsory education had ultimately relegated him to watching over computers in an internet cafe. Finally getting a chance at transmigration, he had at least become an entry-level physician, however, since a medical accident 6 months ago. Ganadhar Mahal hadn't received a single patient, meaning he hadn't had any opportunity to exercise his medical aspirations since his arrival. Today, someone had finally come to him, and although it was just a blue bamboo cat, it was at least a chance to practice his skills. But before he could even take its pulse, the cat had been frightened to death. This was far too awkward, miss. Never mind. With matters having reached this point, the last glimmer of hope in Sha Ran's heart was extinguished. Young Lady Nolan would return tomorrow, and whether she lived or died would be up to fate. Plop. Tears welled up in her eyes and fell to the ground as Sha Ran prepared to pick up the blue bamboo cat. Wait. Lin Yu was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Besides, when the girl first brought the cat in, it still had a breath of life. Now that it had completely stopped breathing, this could be considered another medical accident. Moreover, this cat was the beloved pet of some young lady Nolan. If he did nothing, he wouldn't feel right about it. At the very least, he should check its pulse, examine its eyelids, and make some sort of inspection to prove he had tried his best. Sha Ran raised her head to look at Lin Yu, her face filled with sadness and disappointment. She sighed softly and said, "Young sir, thank you for your kindness. No other pharmacy would take us in, only you allowed me to enter. You're a good person. Rest assured, Zhao Kai's death has nothing to do with you. The Southwestern Marquis Manor and young lady Nolan won't trouble you over this." Having said this, Sha Ran continued preparing to take the blue bamboo cat away. "HMPH, I've finally found you, you worthless servant. To think the young lady trusted you to care for Zhao Kai, yet you tried to poison it. Wait until the young lady returns to see how she punishes you." Suddenly, a shout came from the doorway as a group of people filed in, 3 women in front followed by 2 men dressed as household servants. The woman leading them was around 40 with a round face and a fierce countenance. The 2 women behind her were in their 20s, also with tough expressions. As for the 2 servants, they too wore arrogant and domineering looks. Within Heavenly Cloud City, there were 4 marquises, east, west, south, and north. Among them, the Southwestern Marquis was most favored by the current emperor. With such powerful backing, their servants naturally behaved somewhat overbearingly. "Madam Lu, it's not like that. I've been taking meticulous care of Zhao Kai, it's just that." Upon seeing the group enter, Sha Ran's face immediately showed panic as she began to explain. This Madam Lu was the middle-aged woman leading the group, the housekeeper for the female servants at the Southwestern Marquis Manor. Although Sha Ran was young lady Nolan's maid, she was still under Madam Lu's authority. "Just what? I've suspected you for a while, and if I hadn't been vigilant, you would have escaped. You took Zhao Kai out, planning to flee, didn't you? Zhao Kai is a rare blue bamboo cat. Even dead, its pelt and flesh could fetch several dozen gold pieces, enough for a worthless girl like you to squander for quite some time." Madam Lu approached, pointing her finger at Sha Ran's nose as she spat her words. "You snake-hearted woman, don't try to make excuses. Now the evidence is clear. The young lady has always treated you well, but just wait until she returns tomorrow to punish you. Not only will you suffer, but your family will also." Madam Lu's scolding was fierce. Her imperious and aggressive manner immediately pressured Sha Ran into lowering her head. The 2 other maids and household servants she had brought along also began to surround and attack Sha Ran. With her naturally weak personality, Sha Ran had no strength to explain or retort, and could only bow her head. "Take her away." At Madam Lu's command, the 2 maids and servants moved to forcibly take Sha Ran away. "Wait." Lin Yu suddenly spoke up. Originally, he hadn't wanted to get involved. He had heard of the Southwestern Marquis Manor and knew its people were not to be trifled with. But watching them bully someone so blatantly was too much. This Madam Lu had clearly come in with accusations, giving Sha Ran no chance to explain. Others might not know, but he could see that when the fat cat died, Sha Ran was more heartbroken and anxious than anyone. To say she deliberately harmed this precious fat cat, Lin Yu couldn't believe it. A young woman with a fair appearance and pure character couldn't be so black-hearted. When Lin Yu called out, Madam Lu and her group all froze and turned to look at him. Under their fierce glares, Lin Yu immediately felt some misgivings, but he maintained an outwardly composed appearance, saying, What do you think Ganadhar Mahal is? A place where you can come and go as you please." Slap. Without a word, Madam Lu stepped forward and swung her hand toward Lin Yu's face. Fortunately, Lin Yu reacted quickly and raised his arm to block the blow, avoiding being slapped. Madam Lu cursed loudly. "You little nobody. Who do you think you are?" When Lin Wen was here, Ganadhar Mahal had some reputation, but now everyone knows you're an incompetent waste. 6 months ago, you nearly killed someone, and you still haven't closed shop. You dare interfere in the Southwestern Marquis Manor's affairs? You've gone too far. You want to meddle, Do you? Oh, I understand now. You must be in cahoots with this worthless Shah Ran, conspiring together to harm our young lady's blue bamboo cat. Well, you despicable couple, today I'll take you back together. Just wait for the young lady to return and pass judgment. With that, Madame Lu waved her hand, and the four servants immediately advanced toward Lin Yu. Query. Chapter 4. Purging the Poison. Chapter 4. Purging the Poison. Translator. Crocus, the blue bamboo cat owned by Lady Nolan of the Western Marquis Manor, was famous throughout Heavenly Cloud City. Many commoners had heard of this cat's name but had never seen the most precious feline in the entire kingdom. As a result, a crowd quickly gathered outside Lingzi Hall to witness the spectacle. Inside the hall, the servants of the Western Marquis Manor were about to seize Lin Yu, prompting discussions among the bystanders. Lin Yu, that boy, not only is his talent lacking, but he also seems to have no sense. Does he really think he can afford to offend the Western Marquis Manor? Ganadhar Mahal is doomed now. If they take him to the Western Marquis Manor, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. If the blue bamboo cat is truly dead, his entire Lin family will have to pay the price. Standing at the best vantage point outside Ganadhar Mahal, Li Chaohua watched the drama unfold with cold amusement. Lin Yu was bringing his own doom, and it had nothing to do with her. She had already warned him, but the fool didn't appreciate her kindness. It seemed that her elder brother's bloodline was about to be completely wiped out. However, when she heard someone say that the entire Lin family might be implicated, her smirk froze. Her expression darkened instantly. If this little brat truly dragged their entire family down with him, that would be utterly unjust. A single pair of fists couldn't fight off four hands, especially for someone like Lin Yu, a so-called waste who had never cultivated before. Fortunately, desperation sparked a cunning idea. He shouted loudly. Wait. He turned to glance at the fat cat lying on the diagnosis table and spoke with a serious expression. This cat might still be saved. If you attack me now, you're effectively killing it yourselves. Hearing this, Lu and the others immediately halted. This cat was their lady's most treasured pet. If it could be saved, that would be ideal. Even if it couldn't, at least they wouldn't be blamed. But with so many people watching, if they harmed this boy and delayed the cat's rescue, they could be accused of negligence. Lady Nolan would definitely hold them accountable. HMPH. You say you can save fortune? Lu sneered. I can, but I'm not sure. Lin Yu had only blurted that out to buy time. Otherwise, he would be beaten up and dragged to the southwestern Marquis Manor. Delaying things gave him a chance to think of a real plan. A glimmer of hope flashed in Sha Qian's originally despairing eyes. She looked at Lin Yu and asked eagerly, Little physician, can you really save fortune? Lin Yu forced a smile. Not sure. Save it? How? His medical skills were so poor he couldn't even cure a cold. The cat was obviously dead. Unless he had some heaven-defying technique capable of bringing the dead back to life. Ding! A crisp, pleasant sound echoed in his mind. Lin Yu quickly focused his consciousness inward, looking into his sea of awareness. On the screen of his ever-present arcane machine, the stuck antivirus program suddenly responded. The progress bar, which had been frozen at 99, finally reached 100. However, no completion dialog appeared. Instead, the 100 mark flickered continuously. Overcome with excitement, Lin Yu instinctively reached out to click it. This arcane machine had followed him all the way from Earth to the Heavenly Sun continent. It was finally finishing its virus purge. But although he was operating within his sea of awareness, his real hand moved as well, naturally landing on the fat cat atop the diagnosis table. Its fur was smooth and silky, plump and well-fed. This cat lived better than most people in Heavenly Cloud City. The moment Lin Yu touched the cat, the flickering progress bar stopped and a new dialog box popped up. Detected host. Blue bamboo cat host attributes. Grade A pet. Host status. Paralyzed due to interrupted intestine grass poison. Remaining survival time. 30 seconds. Perform virus purge. Next to this message, a countdown had begun. 30 seconds remaining. Lin Yu was stunned, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, he selected yes. In an instant, the cleansing system interface flickered and a notification popped up. Virus purge complete. Then, The arcane machine screen went dark. The entire sea of awareness returned to silence. Meow. The fat cat on the diagnosis table suddenly opened its eyes and let out a cry. With a nimble roll, it flipped itself over and stood up, completely lively, without a hint of weakness. Narrowing its eyes, the cat tilted its head up at Lin Yu. As if recognizing its savior, it rubbed its fluffy head against his hand affectionately. Lin Yu stared at the cat in disbelief. Did I just revive it? His sea of awareness still contained the arcane machine, though the screen remained dark. So, this is my mystic advantage? As long as the arcane machine is on, the antivirus program can purge poison and heal injuries. Not bad at all. Lin Yu vividly recalled this arcane machine. It was the one he always used at the internet cafe. Because its system was unstable, veteran customers avoided it. But this machine didn't just have an antivirus program. It had all sorts of other software. If a single antivirus program was this powerful, then what about the others? Hey, for over half a year, Lin Yu had struggled in the Heavenly Sun continent. But now he had finally awakened his mystic advantage, his path to turning the tables and dominating the world had officially begun. Tremble before me, Heavenly Sun continent, Physician Lin, are you all right? Sha Qian's gentle voice broke his dazed laughter. Seeing Lin Yu standing there foolishly, she was slightly concerned. Lin Yu snapped out of his thoughts and scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I was just too happy that I managed to save the cat. Sha Qian sighed in relief. She had been the most anxious one in the room, and now that the cat was alive, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing again. Physician Lin, thank you. Wiping her tears, Sha Qian sincerely expressed her gratitude. She then pulled out a wrapped handkerchief from her sleeve and took out some mystic coins, offering them to Lin Yu. This is your consultation fee. Although it doesn't compare to saving Fortune's life, this is all I have for now. I hope you won't mind. No problem, just a small effort on my part. Lin Yu smiled and took the mystic coins. Reviving the priceless blue bamboo cat and receiving only 10 spirit stones in return was indeed too little. But Lin Yu didn't mind. He had saved the cat purely by luck, by stumbling upon the power of his cleansing system. The amount didn't matter. What mattered was that this was his first ever consultation fee, making it significant. Outside the hall, the onlookers were in utter shock before bursting into heated discussions. Isn't Lin Yu supposed to be a well-known waste among Heavenly Cloud City's physicians? Did he really just cure Lady Nolan's blue bamboo cat? Am I seeing things? Maybe he's been hiding his talents all along? He just checked its pulse, and the cat miraculously sprang back to life. Lin Wen is a grade 3 spirit pharmacist. His son can't possibly be useless. We all must have misunderstood Lin Yu. He's actually a genius. The chatter grew louder. Lin Yu didn't mind them talking. The more they spread the news, the faster Ganadhar Mahal's reputation would rise again. That meant his sister's tuition fees were secured. Even though he had no real medical skills, he could rely on his cleansing system to purge poisons. Who even needed medicine? You just got lucky. Lu Ama, whose face had been thoroughly slapped, finally exploded in anger. Her voice rose sharply. The blue bamboo cat is naturally mischievous. It must have been playing a prank while Lady Nolan was away. You just happened to touch it right as it woke up. You didn't heal it, it woke up on its own. Query. Chapter 5. Researching the Arcane Machine. Chapter 5. Researching the Arcane Machine. Translator. Crocust Lu led her group away, and Sha Ran was also forced to leave while holding the blue bamboo cat. Before leaving, she cast a deeply grateful glance at Lin Yu, her gaze filled with a feeling of affection. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. In his previous life on Earth, he had never been particularly sensitive to love. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been oblivious for so long when his ex-girlfriend was cheating on him. When they first got together, they could barely keep their hands off each other. In that regard, Lin Yu was quite confident in his own abilities. But then, all of a sudden, she refused to let him touch her anymore. Why? Looking back now, it was clear. She had been saving herself for that rich fool. The past was the past. Everything on Earth was gone. Now, in this world of the Heavenly Sun continent, fate had given him a second life. More importantly, it had granted him a high-tech mystic advantage. With such an opportunity, How could he allow himself to fall into despair? The peak of his new life was not far off. No, it was definitely within reach. Although he had successfully saved Lady Nolan's blue bamboo cat, the most precious pet in the entire Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, he had hoped to use this as an opportunity to revive the reputation of Ganadhar Mahal and introduce his cleansing system as a medical tool to heal people. But that Lu dismissed it all by claiming the cat was simply mischievous, pretending to be dead to tease the servants. In other words, the cat's sudden recovery had nothing to do with Lin Yu. His plan to restore Ganadhar Mahal's name was crushed, but this didn't discourage Lin Yu. Instead, it gave him the perfect excuse to take time and properly study the arcane machine within his mindscape. Apart from the cleansing system, what other programs were installed? What effects did they have? HMPH. As the crowd dispersed, Li Chaohua did not leave immediately. Standing at the entrance of Lingzi Hall, she let out a cold snort and said, Ganadharma, Lin Yu, you were lucky today. That blue bamboo cat was just playing dead. But if you keep stirring up trouble in the future, don't think for a second that it has anything to do with our family. Lin Yu ignored her and began closing the shop early for the day. Not that anyone had come for treatment anyway. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Li Chaohua became even angrier. What's wrong with you, you useless fool? Your father is gone now. Do you really want to let the Ganadhar Mahal, which has stood for 300 years, be destroyed in your hands? Do you not feel ashamed before your ancestors? Listen up. If you sign the contract today and transfer Ganadhar Mahal to me and your second uncle, we'll cover Linger's school fees for the next 2 years. But if you don't sign today, you won't get such a good deal. Tomorrow. Lin Yu was carrying the last wooden plank to close the entrance when he suddenly paused. Li Chaohua immediately felt triumphant, pretending to remain indifferent while internally gloating. Ha! You hesitated at the mention of Linger's tuition, didn't you? Still too inexperienced? The contract was drafted by Li Chaohua herself. It clearly stated that Ganadhar Mahal would belong to her and Lin Dong, but it didn't mention any specific payment date or method. In other words, she had no intention of paying at all. In Heavenly Cloud City, legal disputes were settled based on connections. Back when Lin Wen was still around, Ganadhar Mahal had some influence. But now that Lin Wen's fate was unknown, who would stand up for a useless nobody like Lin Yu? Get lost. Lin Yu spat out a single cold word before slamming the last door panel shut. Li Chaohua froze for a moment, then shouted a few curses at the closed door. She wanted to continue ranting, but the large black dog inside Ganadhar Mahal barked twice, sending a chill down her spine. Muttering a few more insults under her breath, she left unwillingly. Lin Yu locked the door and headed to the backyard. The Lingzi Hall's courtyard had several buildings. In the past, when the Lin family was prosperous, it housed a large extended family. His mother had passed away early, leaving him to grow up with his father and younger sister. His father wasn't just a third-grade spirit pharmacist with outstanding medical skills. He also enjoyed tending to the courtyard. The spacious backyard had been carefully maintained, featuring pavilions, rock formations, and flowing streams. In the corners of the yard, small plots of land were cultivated with medicinal herbs and vegetables. Against the western wall, a rose bush had been planted long ago. It was his mother's favorite flower before she passed away. Despite the passing years, the rose bush remained unchanged, neither flourishing nor withering. Right now, it was in full bloom, its pink petals particularly vibrant. Lin Yu made his way back to his room. Just as he was about to close the door, the large black dog, Blackie, followed him inside. Hei Chai was the same age as him. The year Lin Yu was born, his father had found the stray puppy at the entrance of Ganadhar Mahal and decided to take it in. The Heavenly Sun continent was rich in spiritual energy. The average lifespan of ordinary people was 150 years, and even animals lived longer than their Earth counterparts. For example, while dogs on Earth rarely lived beyond 10 years, those in the Heavenly Sun continent typically lived over 20. Hei Chai was already 19. Its time was running out. Over the past month, its appetite had noticeably decreased, and it slept more than ever. Lin Yu saw this and felt a deep sorrow in his heart. According to the original owner's memories, although he was considered a worthless spiritual adept, his family had always given him warmth. His father was strict but kind, and over the years, he had spent a fortune trying to cure Lin Yu's congenital meridian deficiency. Even this last trip to the savage peaks in search of rare medicine was for his sake. His sister possessed extraordinary talent, earning the envy of many, but she never showed arrogance in front of him. She rarely even mentioned cultivation, fearing it would wound his pride. And then there was Blackie, his childhood companion. Whenever he was bullied by other children, Blackie would rush to his side, scaring them away. Other kids had pets too, but no matter how strong their animals were, Blackie never backed down, even if it meant fighting until he was covered in wounds. Lin Yu shut the door, gently stroking Blackie's head. The old dog rubbed against his hand affectionately, its eyes full of loyalty and warmth. From a cupboard, Lin Yu took out a large piece of dried beef and placed it on the stone floor. "Eat some first," he said. "I need to study something." With that, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused on the arcane machine in his mindscape. As if responding to his consciousness, the once dim screen flickered faintly. The glow was weak, as though it could disappear at any moment. Just like a dying laptop on Earth about to shut down due to low battery. Lin Yu ran his hands over the arcane machine's chassis but found no power input. If this thing runs out of energy, how do I recharge it? And why is it only appearing now, after more than half a year in this world? Since this arcane machine was an earthly artifact, it must have arrived with him when he reborn into a foreign realm. Something he did must have triggered its activation. Could this activation process be related to charging it? Query. Chapter 6. The Freakish Failure. Chapter 6. The Freakish Failure. Translator. Crukist. A series of questions flooded Lin Yu's mind as he WT-ched the dimming screen of the arcane machine in his mindscape, its light flickering as if it might vanish at any moment. For now, he pushed aside the questions of cause and effect and focused on exploring the cleansing system. If the software could eliminate viruses, essentially, detoxify, it must have other functions. Back on Earth, cleansing system wasn't limited to just killing viruses. As it evolved, it included toolkits for diagnosing system security and integrity, offering features like repairs and vulnerability fixes. With this in mind, Lin Yu quickly navigated the antivirus interface, relying on his memories from his past life. Sure enough, the software mirrored what he remembered. It had all the functions: system emergency kit, system security patches, system risk prediction, and more. Ding! Just as Lin Yu was busy exploring these features, a light, melodious chime echoed in his mindscape. The cleansing system automatically popped up a dialog box. Detected host. Lin Yu. Host attribute: human of the continent. Host status: congenital blockage of the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Blockage is divided into 3 levels: mild, moderate, and severe. Host's blockage is classified as extremely severe. Lin Yu broke into a cold sweat. After spending over half a year on this continent, he was well aware of the basic requirements for cultivation. The original owner of this body had always pretended not to care, but deep down, he desperately wanted to become a spiritual adept. Even if he couldn't become an arcane martialist, he would have settled for being a true martialist. Failing that, even a body forging expert would have sufficed. But fate had played a cruel joke on him. His physical constitution was so poor that he couldn't even achieve the most basic level of body forging. Even the most ordinary body forging required some innate physical talent. No matter how strong one's willpower was, a naturally weak body couldn't endure the rigors of body forging. Body forging was somewhat similar to fitness training on Earth, but without modern gym equipment. It relied on methods like lifting stone blocks and mountain climbing. For someone like Lin Yu, who grew breathless after a short walk, attempting body forging would be suicidal. In normal humans, the 7 meridians and 8 vessels were unobstructed, serving as the foundation for cultivation. These meridians were also graded, and while some people had blockages, they typically fell into one of 3 levels: mild, moderate, or severe. Lin Yu, however, had broken the scale entirely, landing in a category of his own: extremely severe. In fact, he was probably the only person in the entire Heavenly Cloud Kingdom with such a condition. Forget body forging. Even true martial or arcane martial cultivation was out of the question. The fact that he had survived this long was nothing short of a miracle, thanks to his father constantly feeding him various spiritual medicines. Ding! Just as Lin Yu was wallowing in despair, the chime sounded again, and the text in the dialog box changed. Detected host. Lin Yu. Host attribute. Human of the continent. Host status. Congenital blockage of the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Blockage is now divided into 4 levels: mild, moderate, severe, and extremely severe. Host's blockage is classified as freakishly severe. Lin Yu was stunned. What did this mean? Originally, there were 3 levels, and he had broken the scale to become the 4th, extremely severe. Now, there were 4 levels, and he had somehow surpassed even that to become the 5th, freakishly severe. What was this trying to say? That his talent wasn't just bad, it was catastrophically, unprecedentedly terrible. So bad that it defied the natural order of the heavenly sun continent? His heart ached, and he felt utterly crushed. But just as Lin Yu was sinking into despair and questioning the meaning of his reborn into a foreign realm life, a new button appeared at the bottom of the dialog box. Repair? Below it, a countdown timer appeared, just like when he had detoxified the blue bamboo cat. 30 seconds. Lin Yu didn't need a single second to think. He immediately clicked the repair button. The heavens had given him this mystic advantage to escape his fate as a failure, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Repair in progress. Seeing these words, Lin Yu nearly shouted in excitement. But then, the already dim arcane machine screen suddenly went completely black. Crashed. Lin Yu wanted to curse. The most terrifying thing in the world wasn't despair. It was seeing a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair, only to have it snatched away. Just as he thought his future was bright, the light vanished, leaving him back in the abyss. Lin Yu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Though frustrated, he quickly calmed down. In his past life on Earth, he had been a salty fish. Someone content with mediocrity, neither discouraged nor overly ambitious. If the arcane machine in his mindscape could appear, activate, and even successfully detoxify the blue bamboo cat, it meant there was some energy source in the heavenly sun continent that could power it. All he had to do was find that energy source, and he could use it again. Blackie lay by the window, asleep. The large piece of beef jerky beside him remained untouched. Blackie had always loved beef jerky. Lin Yu did too. As kids, they'd often fought over it. But now, Blackie couldn't even eat it. When death approached, appetite faded, whether for humans or dogs. Lin Yu looked at the dozing Blackie, his heart heavy. For now, he set aside thoughts of finding the energy source to activate the arcane machine. He got out of bed and gently stroked Blackie's head. Blackie immediately opened his eyes and licked Lin Yu's hand. It was already evening. Lin Yu hadn't eaten since noon, and his stomach growled. He headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The ingredients in the heavenly sun continent were similar to those on Earth, but the cooking methods were entirely different. None of Earth's culinary traditions existed here. At least, not in Heavenly Cloud City, as far as Lin Yu knew. With memories from 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu was no stranger to the kitchen. The original owner had been a decent cook, skilled at making homely dishes. Over the past 6 months, Lin Yu had tried to adapt to this world's cuisine, rarely cooking Earth-style meals. But tonight, as he looked at Blackie's aging form, an idea struck him. He caught one of the small meat chickens raised in the yard and prepared a feast. Kung Pao chicken, spicy diced chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms. All made in the Earth style. Soon, the aroma of the dishes filled the kitchen. Blackie, who had been listless, suddenly perked up, his old eyes gleaming with hunger. He even licked his lips, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Huh? What's that amazing smell? A young girl's voice drifted in from outside the courtyard wall. Query. Chapter 7. Eating chicken. Chapter 7. Eating chicken. Translator. Crukist, a young girl in a white dress, her face half hidden behind a veil, suddenly stopped outside the Lin family's courtyard wall. Her large, watery eyes were filled with fascination. Beside her stood a woman in her 30s, dressed in a green robe. Tall and poised, she had her black hair tied up neatly, exuding an air of confidence. On her chest was an emblem of 3 moons and 7 stars, the threads of the design shimmering with a faint purple glow, giving it a lively appearance. Seeing the girl suddenly stop, her eyes filled with longing, The woman felt a mix of surprise and relief. Without waiting for the girl to speak, she stepped forward and knocked on the small gate next to the courtyard wall. Lin Yu, who had just finished preparing a few hot dishes in the kitchen, heard the knock and called out, "Who is it?" Lin Yu didn't have many friends in this world. Aunt Lu, who lived a street away, had been helping him since his father disappeared 6 months ago. Aunt Lu, in her 40s, was a widow raising her daughter Lu Xiaofei alone. Lin Yu's father had often helped her, and the two shared a special bond. While his father had many friends, they all seemed to vanish after his disappearance. Only Aunt Lu continued to visit and lend a hand. At this moment, Lin Yu thought it might be Aunt Lu bringing over some food. His chicken stew with mushrooms was almost ready, and he wanted her to try it. Creak, the door opened, but instead of Aunt Lu, 2 strangers stood outside. "Who are you?" Lin Yu asked, eyeing the 2 women. The girl's face was partially veiled, but the translucent fabric hinted at her beauty. As for the woman in the green robe, when Lin Yu noticed the moon and star emblem on her chest, he was stunned. A 3rd grade 7-star arcane martialist. Becoming an arcane martialist was already a rare feat. Out of the 1,000 students admitted to Heavenly Cloud Academy each year, fewer than 10 would graduate as arcane martialists. In the entire Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, there were fewer than 100 3rd grade arcane martialists, and even fewer who reached the 3rd grade 7-star level by their 30s. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time Lin Yu had encountered a 3rd grade arcane martialist. But that wasn't the main point. What stood out was that this 3rd grade 7-star arcane martialist was strikingly beautiful, with a charm reminiscent of the elegant women from Earth. Her confident demeanor only added to her allure. Qing Luan sniffed the air, confirming that the enticing aroma came from within the courtyard. She asked coldly, "Is someone cooking in this yard?" "I was just in the kitchen." Lin Yu felt a bit nervous. The aura of a 3rd grade 7-star arcane martialist was naturally intimidating. Qing Luan didn't pay much attention to Lin Yu. Instead, she glanced at the girl beside her. Her expression was calm, not holding much hope. In the past, when they had encountered similar situations, the girl would lose interest as soon as the door opened. "What delicious food did you make?" The girl, unlike before, seemed even more excited after entering. Lin Yu wasn't sure why these 2 had come, but it seemed like they were here for a meal. A 3rd grade 7-star arcane martialist was a rare sight in Heavenly Cloud City, and it appeared she was deferring to the veiled girl. "This girl must be from a wealthy family," Lin Yu thought, "and she seems really interested in my chicken." Before Lin Yu could respond, the girl squeezed past him into the courtyard, sniffing the air with delight. "It smells amazing. So fragrant." Lin Yu stood frozen as Qing Luan also brushed past him into the yard. "Hey, you 2. Lin Yu hurried after them. These 2 had barged in without an invitation, which wasn't exactly polite. At the kitchen door, Blackie stood alert. Despite his age, the old dog showed no fear in the face of the 3rd grade arcane martialist. Instead, he bared his teeth and growled lowly, ready to defend his territory. "Young man, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm," the girl said sweetly, batting her large, watery eyes at Lin Yu. "Could you bring out the food you made? I'll pay you in mystic coins, okay?" Well, a single chicken wasn't a lot, but it was enough for Lin Yu and Blackie. He had slaughtered the chicken today to give Blackie a treat. Now, with 2 unexpected guests, even if they were girls, the food wouldn't be enough. But since the girl offered to pay in mystic coins, this was a good opportunity. Lin Yu was in desperate need of mystic coins. Not just for his sister's tuition but also for basic household expenses. Over the past month, he had relied on Aunt Lu's help to get by. Without her, he might have starved. "Please, young man, your food smells so good. Let me try it. I won't eat for free." "If you're worried, we can agree on a price first," the girl said earnestly. "Miss, you really won't eat for free?" Hearing the phrase, "eat for free," spoken so seriously by the girl, Lin Yu felt a bit awkward and added, "That's good to hear." "Of course. Name your price, and hurry up. I can't wait," the girl said eagerly. Well, Lin Yu had been running a healing house, not a restaurant, but he had some idea of the local prices. A regular plate of chicken would cost around 5 mystic coins. Given that his Earth-style cooking was unique, charging 10 mystic coins didn't seem unreasonable. Lin Yu held up one finger, though his expression betrayed a lack of confidence. After all, his price was double the market rate, and while the food smelled good, there was no guarantee the girl would like it. 1 spirit stone. The veiled girl smiled. No problem. Hurry up and bring it out. Lin Yu was speechless. Too low. The girl looked puzzled. Qing Luan leaned in and whispered something to her. The girl immediately smiled apologetically. You meant 10 mystic coins, right? Let's not haggle over 1 or 10. How about 8? That's my final offer. Before the girl could finish, Lin Yu firmly stated, 8 mystic coins, my bottom line. Whether or not the girl liked the taste, his Earth-style cooking was one of a kind, and that justified the higher price. The girl's expression shifted slightly, then she generously said, I'll give you 100 mystic coins. Can you please hurry and bring out the food? 100 mystic coins. This was an exorbitant price. A chicken in Heavenly Cloud City cost about 5 mystic coins. Even if the girl ate all the chicken he had prepared, Lin Yu could easily buy another chicken and still have plenty of mystic coins left. Rich people's money is indeed easy to earn. Lin Yu quickly brought out the dishes. Spicy diced chicken, kung pao chicken, and chicken stewed with mushrooms, each served in small portions along with a bowl of white rice. The veiled girl, not wanting Lin Yu to see her face, sat with her back to him, while Lin Yu and Qing Luan stood behind her. The girl removed her veil, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of the kung pao chicken. Lin Yu, standing behind her, felt his heart race. He was counting on the promised 100 mystic coins. If the girl liked the food, the money was his. If not, he'd be out of luck. As the girl brought the chicken to her lips and took a bite, she suddenly froze. Lin Yu's heart sank. The last time he had cooked an Earth-style dish for Aunt Lu, she had forced a smile and said it was not bad, but her expression had clearly said otherwise. Query. Chapter 8. The Southwestern Marquee Manor. Chapter 8. The Southwestern Marquee Manor. Translator. Cruckest different worlds, different continents, and naturally, different tastes and appetites. When the girl froze after taking a bite, Lin Yu's heart sank. 100 mystic coins, that would cover his food for a month and leave enough for his sister's allowance. But now, it seemed the girl didn't like the food, and his hopes for the mystic coins were dashed. Sigh. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Beside him, Qing Luan remained calm. Suddenly, the veiled girl's shoulders trembled slightly. Qing Luan's expression darkened, and she grabbed Lin Yu by the neck, shouting, What did you put in the food? Did you poison it? Lin Yu, choked and unable to speak, struggled in her grip. As a third-grade arcane martialist, Qing Luan's physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. She lifted Lin Yu off the ground, his toes barely touching the floor. He gasped for air, on the verge of passing out. Qing Luan, stop. The veiled girl spoke, her voice trembling. There's no poison in the food. It's just, sob. Tears streamed down her face, and a single teardrop fell onto the stone floor of the courtyard. Plop. Miss Yu. Qing Luan released Lin Yu and rushed to the girl's side. It's. The girl's voice quivered. It's so delicious. I've never tasted chicken like this before. No one has ever cooked such a dish for me, sob. Delicious. So delicious it moved her to tears. Lin Yu sat on the ground, gasping for air. His neck felt like it had been nearly crushed. He couldn't help but lament the violence of cultivators in this world. I must become a spiritual adept myself someday, he thought. If only for self-defense. Otherwise, I might die without even knowing how. 1 chicken, 3 dishes. The veiled girl's appetite was astonishing. Lin Yu's heart raced as he watched her devour everything. Despite her delicate appearance, she finished all the food, and even had 3 bowls of rice. Even Lin Yu couldn't eat that much. Is her family starving her or something? 500 mystic coins. The girl patted her slightly rounded belly, her expression one of pure satisfaction. She looked at Lin Yu with a newfound softness in her eyes. Huh? Lin Yu was confused. Your cooking is amazing. I'll give you 500 mystic coins, but on one condition, the girl said sweetly. I'll come here often to eat. Sure. You're welcome anytime. Lin Yu's mind raced. 100 mystic coins just became 500. Maybe I should switch from running a healing house to a restaurant. With just this rich young lady as a regular customer, I'd be set for life. However, the girl's tone shifted, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. She didn't finish her sentence, leaving it to Qing Luan to explain. Qing Luan looked at Lin Yu directly for the first time, her voice calm. We didn't bring any mystic coins with us this time. We'll return to our manor and have someone deliver the 500 mystic coins to you later. Lin Yu's excitement faded, replaced by a frown. Are they trying to skip out on the bill? Though unhappy, he didn't dare voice his concerns. A third-grade arcane martialist could easily obliterate him with a single spell. The two women left the courtyard, and Lin Yu slumped onto a stone bench. His last chicken was gone, and the only one left in the coop was reserved for his sister's favorite chicken soup tomorrow. Not only had he lost the 100 mystic coins, but he also had to make do with roasted sweet potatoes for dinner. Blackie, asleep by the wall, seemed oblivious. Lin Yu muttered, "Sorry, Blackie." As he ate the sweet potatoes, his thoughts returned to the arcane machine in his mindscape. The southwestern Marquee Manor. The setting sun bathed the grand southwestern Marquee Manor in a golden glow. Located in the heart of Heavenly Cloud City, the manor was second only to the Imperial Palace in scale and grandeur. The Heavenly Cloud Kingdom had 4 great marquises, each guarding a cardinal direction. Among them, the southwestern Marquis, Nalan Zan, was the kingdom's only 6th-grade arcane martialist besides the emperor himself. A legendary war hero, Nalan Zan had once led 1,000 cavalry to defeat an enemy army of 10,000, earning his fame. Over the years, he had expanded the kingdom's western borders, driving back the barbarian tribes. Now, resting in the capital, Nalan Zan sat at a large dining table laden with sumptuous dishes. Beside him was his wife, Shin Kaeyun, a beautiful woman in her 40s whose flawless skin made her appear much younger. Despite the lavish spread, the maids and servants standing nearby could only watch and silently swallow their envy. The feast had been prepared by the renowned chef Situ Deng, Heavenly Cloud City's newest culinary king. At just 25, Situ Deng's dishes were said to be infused with spiritual essence. Nalan Zan and Shin Kaeyun admired the table with satisfaction, but their faces betrayed worry. Their daughter, Nalan Zian, suffered from anorexia. Over the past 3 months, she had grown alarmingly thin and had become increasingly withdrawn. Hoping to lift her spirits, Nalan Zan had arranged for her to join a royal hunting excursion with young princes and princesses. He hoped the fresh air and wild game might stimulate her appetite, as relying solely on spiritual medicines was unsustainable. Nalan Zan had 3 sons and 1 daughter, but it was his youngest daughter whom he and his wife cherished the most. They had consulted countless physicians and chefs to cure her anorexia, but their hopes dwindled with each failed attempt. Creak, the courtyard gate opened softly, and a graceful figure slipped in, followed by a woman in a green robe. If Lin Yu had been there, he would have immediately recognized her as the veiled girl who had devoured his chicken. Nalan Zian froze upon entering the courtyard. In the center stood a large dining table, her parents seated at it, surrounded by servants. The scene was so quiet she hadn't noticed it earlier. "Father, Mother, you're here." Nalan Zian forced a smile, before her. Parents could question her, she quickly explained. "I felt out of place with the princes and princesses, so I sneaked back." "Why are you eating in my courtyard?" "It's fine, you can use it." She tried to slip away to her room, but her mother, Shin Kaeyun, stood up with a warm smile. "Yanner, wait." Her voice was gentle. "We know you sneaked back. It's fine if you don't enjoy their company. We prepared this feast especially for you." Before her mother could finish, Nalan Zian caught a whiff of the food and immediately vomited. Query. Chapter 9. Charged Up. Chapter 9. Charged Up. Translator. Crocus, the young and dashing Situ Deng, was the direct descendant of the Situ family in Heavenly Cloud City. While the Situ family wasn't as prestigious as the southwestern Marquee Manor, they were still one of the wealthiest families in the city. Situ Deng had been obsessed with cooking since childhood, showing no interest in cultivation. In the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, and even the entire continent, he was considered an oddity. Born into a wealthy family with innate cultivation talent, he had abandoned the bright path of cultivation to immerse himself in the kitchen, spending his days with knives and cutting boards. For Situ Deng, cooking wasn't just a hobby, It was his true passion. At 25, he had recently been crowned the culinary king of Heavenly Cloud City, a remarkable achievement, while combat disciplines in arcane arts dominated the continent. Food remained a fundamental necessity for the people. The ambitious young Situ Deng loved culinary challenges. When he heard about Lady Nolan's anorexia, which had stumped all the chefs in the city, he secluded himself for 3 months to create a new dish. Confident in his abilities, he arrived at the southwestern Marquis Manor, hoping to cure Lady Nolan's condition and cement his reputation. He had prepared a lavish feast, showcasing his finest skills. As he brought out his final dish, a lightly salted vegetarian chicken, he witnessed Lady Nolan retching at the sight of the food. It must be because the dishes on the table are too familiar. Please try my new creation, the lightly salted vegetarian chicken. Its unique feature lies in its simplicity and subtle flavors. While preserving the natural freshness of the chicken, I've added fragrant herbs, 5 colored leaves, and green jade aroma. Situ Deng, undeterred, approached Lady Nolan with his new dish, his steps confident and graceful. Despite her notorious temper, Lady Nolan was also renowned for her beauty. It was said that her anger could shake Heavenly Cloud City, while her smile could captivate the entire Heavenly Sun continent. Curing Lady Nolan's anorexia would not only make him famous but might also win the heart of this stunning beauty. Becoming the son-in-law of the southwestern Marquis Manor would elevate him to unparalleled heights. Take it away. Lady Nolan clutched her chest, her voice strained as she looked at the bland, pale chicken. It not only failed to stimulate her appetite but made her stomach churn even more. She had enjoyed a full meal earlier and thought her anorexia might be cured, but now. Lady Nolan, please trust me. You'll love this dish. Please try it, Lady Nolan. Lady Nolan. Lady Nolan vomited again, this time more violently than before. Situ Deng stood frozen, his face twitching with disbelief. He had spent 3 months in seclusion, pouring his heart into this dish, only to face such a humiliating outcome. Marquis, Madam, Lady Nolan has vomited something, a maid in red suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the mess on the ground. Drag her out and execute her. Nolan Zan's face darkened. His daughter's anorexia was already a source of immense frustration, and now this maid dared to mock the situation? She was asking for death. Marquis, Madam, I'm innocent. The maid was immediately seized by 2 armed guards and dragged away to be executed. Wait, my lord. Shin Kaeyun, the Marquise's wife, called out, her eyes fixed on the vomit. Unlike the usual yellow bile or green medicinal fluids, this time, there were traces of actual food. Though unrecognizable, it was clear that Lady Nolan had eaten something. Everyone's gaze fell on the vomit, including Situ Deng's. His initial despair turned into profound sorrow. He had once boasted that only he could cure Lady Nolan's anorexia, but now, not only had he failed, but she had already eaten elsewhere. The slap to his face was deafening. While the southwestern Marquis Manor celebrated Lady Nolan's newfound appetite, Lin Yu sat meditating in the backyard of Lingzi Hall. How can I recharge the arcane machine? What's the energy source? After much contemplation, as the sun began to set, Lin Yu had a breakthrough. He deduced that the arcane machine in his mindscape had been activated by confidence, righteousness, and helping others. In both his past and present life, he had always been timid and hesitant, never standing up for himself. But today, when no one dared to treat the blue bamboo cat and the manor's servants were threatening him, he had stepped forward with unprecedented confidence. That was when he heard the ding and the arcane machine appeared. This was just a preliminary theory, but it gave him some peace of mind. As night fell, Lin Yu prepared to return to his room. Just then, the side gate of the courtyard creaked open, and a young girl's voice called out. Brother, it was his sister, Lin Linger. Lin Yu immediately turned and walked toward the gate. Brother, did you miss me? Lin Linger wore a floral blouse, her fair face glowing with mischief. Her bright, sparkling eyes were full of life. Weren't you supposed to come back tomorrow? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. The Heavenly Cloud Academy wasn't far, but it still took over an hour to travel home. The academy operated on a closed system, allowing students to return home for 1 day each month. Linger usually came back on the last day of the month, stayed for a day, and then returned to the academy. I missed you, so I came back early, Linger said, holding a small cloth bag. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she called out, "Brother, I'm hungry. Can you make me something to eat?" "Wait here." Lin Yu adored his sister. After merging with the memories of this body, he felt nothing but affection for her. Linger had always been smart and caring, often acting more like an older sister than a younger one. The least he could do was cook her favorite dishes. When their father was around, Lin Yu hadn't needed to worry about anything. Now, with their father gone, Lin Yu had matured overnight. His priority was ensuring Linger had enough mystic coins to pay her tuition and graduate from the academy. He slaughtered the last chicken in the coop and prepared the same 3 dishes as before: Kung Pao chicken, spicy diced chicken, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Lin Yu finally realized why Aunt Lu hadn't liked his Earth-style cooking before. He had used the wrong seasonings. While the ingredients in this world were different from Earth's, their basic properties were similar. As expected, Linger was amazed by the unfamiliar dishes and devoured them enthusiastically, exclaiming how delicious they were. Blackie also enjoyed a hearty meal. "Brother, this is for you." Linger tossed the small cloth bag to Lin Yu. "What's this?" Lin Yu smiled as he opened the bag. Inside was something long and snake-like, but it wasn't a snake. "It's a thunderworm, from the Eastern Sea. Its body can generate instant electricity." "Ah!" Before Linger could finish, Lin Yu let out a cry as his hair stood on end. Like a porcupine's. At the same time, he froze. The arcane machine screen in his mindscape had lit up. Query. Chapter 10. The First Repair. Chapter 10. The First Repair. Translator, Cruckist. "The arcane machine is charging." "No, it's absorbing energy." Lin Yu stared at the glowing charging icon on the arcane machine screen in his mindscape, momentarily stunned. He quickly realized that the thunderworm Linger had brought home was the source of this energy. Without wasting time to study the arcane machine further, Lin Yu grabbed Linger's hands and eagerly asked, "Linger, where did you get this thunderworm? Do you have more?" Linger was momentarily speechless, but seeing Lin Yu's spiky hair, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Brother, this thunderworm was given to me by my mentor. It's considered quite gentle among spirit beasts. I thought it might be useful for you." "Gentle? Look at my hair." Lin Yu pointed at his electrified hairstyle. However, he quickly focused on the key detail. He examined the faint purple worm in the cloth bag. It seemed lethargic, perhaps exhausted from releasing electricity. Lin Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Does the arcane machine need electricity from thunder attribute spirit beasts to charge? Or would any spirit beast work? Seeing Lin Yu lost in thought, Linger didn't mind. The food on the table was too delicious, and she couldn't resist eating more until her stomach felt full. Reluctantly, she put down her chopsticks and said, "Brother, are you really interested in this thing? It's a pity, though. This was a reward for being in the top 3 of this month's exam. I heard it's quite rare outside, so I could only get one." Linger pouted, then clenched her fist with determination. "But next month is the quarterly exam, and I heard the rewards will be even better. Brother, if you really want more thunderworms, I'll ask my mentor to exchange the rewards for them." Linger's tone was full of confidence, as if winning rewards in the exams was a given. Lin Yu finally snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes filled with pride. His sister was a top talent, even among the prodigies of Heavenly Cloud Academy. Since entering the academy, Linger had brought home many rewards from monthly exams. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's resolve hardened. Starting tomorrow, I must figure out how to use this arcane machine properly. Only then can I earn more mystic coins. Linger is destined to become an arcane martialist. I can't let her be expelled from the academy. Later, Linger demonstrated some basic arcane techniques she had learned at the academy. Though she wasn't a full-fledged arcane martialist yet, her talent and hard work had already allowed her to perform simple spells. Lin Yu watched with envy, then sighed. If only I could become an arcane martialist. As if responding to his sigh, Lin Yu's consciousness blurred, and the arcane machine in his mindscape suddenly lit up brightly. The familiar text appeared before his eyes. Detected host. Lin Yu. Host attribute. Human of the continent. Host status. Congenital blockage of the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Blockage is divided into 4 levels: mild, moderate, severe, and extremely severe. Host's blockage is classified as freakishly severe. A new pop-up appeared. Repair. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Didn't the repair fail earlier? Has absorbing the Thunderworm's energy made it possible now? Without hesitation, he clicked yes before the 30-second countdown ended. Previously, the arcane machine had crashed at this point, but this time, the screen remained bright, and a progress bar appeared in Lin Yu's vision. However, it moved painfully slowly and stopped at just 2. As the progress bar reached 2, the screen dimmed again. Lin Yu knew this meant the energy was depleted. He was dumbfounded. What's the point of repairing 2? I still can't cultivate. This is no different from before? But there was a difference. At least it was progress from 0. More importantly, he now knew a crucial piece of information. With enough energy, he could fully repair his meridians in no time. Just then, Linger's exclamation pulled Lin Yu back to reality. Brother, brother. How long has it been since you last bathed? Why is there so much filth on your body? And why does it smell so bad? Wait, this doesn't look like grime. Linger stared at the semi-solid substance oozing from Lin Yu's skin, her expression puzzled. This looks like the impurities expelled by body forging practitioners after a breakthrough. She sniffed delicately, then grimaced. And it smells like it too. I always smell this when I pass by the Body Forging Institute. There's no mistake, brother. Have you started body forging training? Lin Yu was about to say he bathed regularly, but Linger's next words made him pause. A wild thought crossed his mind. Could repairing just 2 of my meridians have made me capable of body forging? Lin Yu wanted to ask Linger more about body forging, but she had already pinched her nose and retreated to a corner, clearly unwilling to let the foul-smelling Lin Yu near her. Sighing, Lin Yu decided to wash up first. After a thorough bath, Lin Yu, now dressed in a simple shirt and shorts, rushed back to the courtyard. He was eager to ask Linger about body forging and, most importantly, whether he now had the potential to cultivate. Unexpected visitors to his surprise, the courtyard was no longer empty. A group of uninvited guests had arrived. On the makeshift dining table, a small wooden box lay open, filled with neatly stacked mystic coins that glowed faintly. How many mystic coins is that? At least a few hundred. Lin Yu's breathing quickened. This was a fortune to him, especially in his current financial state. The mystic coins seemed to beckon to him like little sprites. Lin Yu took a step forward, then noticed the 2 elegantly dressed middle-aged figures sitting at the table, a man and a woman. The man exuded an air of authority, while the woman looked at Lin Yu with gratitude, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. However, her composure remained impeccable as she simply watched Lin Yu. Query. Chapter 11. The Disappointed Marquee Couple. Chapter 11. The Disappointed Marquee Couple. Translator, Cruckist. Who are you? Why have you barged into my home? And where is my sister? Lin Yu's guard was immediately up, his brows furrowing slightly. The middle-aged man, in particular, exuded an oppressive aura that made it hard for Lin Yu to breathe. Your Master Lin? The middle-aged man was none other than Nolan Zan, the southwestern marquis. He had expected to meet an elderly, white-bearded master, not a young man. The absurdity of the situation left him momentarily speechless. Could this young man really have cured Xian's anorexia? Or were we deceived? Maybe Xian just didn't like Situ Deng's cooking? Nolan Zan couldn't help but whisper his doubts to his wife, Shin Kaeyun. Shin Kaeyun also found Lin Yu's youth surprising, but she frowned at her husband's words. He's standing right in front of us. What are you saying? Though, I admit, he doesn't look like a culinary king. Though they spoke in hushed tones, Lin Yu, standing right in front of them, heard every word. However, he was still confused and couldn't make sense of their conversation. If you have something to say, just say it. And have you seen my sister? Lin Yu was more worried about Linger. Ha, Nolan Zan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He pointed at himself and said, You don't recognize me? Is there someone else in your family skilled in cooking? If so, please invite them out. I am Nolan Zan. When he announced his name, Nolan Zan couldn't help but lift his chin proudly. After all, this was his territory, and he couldn't imagine anyone in Heavenly Cloud City not knowing his name. He expected Lin Yu to be shocked and bow in reverence. Nolan Zan, that name sounds familiar, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Seeing that Nalanzan still hadn't answered his question, he grew anxious. My family only has me as the adult here. What have you done with my sister? If you have any business, deal with me directly. Don't involve my sister. She's still young. Lin Yu's mind raced, trying to recall if he had offended anyone or if Lingzi Hall had any old enemies. But this enemy seemed strange. They had piled hundreds of mystic coins on the table as if showing off their wealth. Nalanzan was stunned. He hadn't expected this reaction and felt a bit deflated. Shin Kaeyun, on the other hand, couldn't help but giggle. It was the first time she had seen the Marquis so thoroughly humbled. Brother, something's wrong with the Thunderworm. It seems to have lost all its spiritual energy. Linger suddenly walked out of another room, holding the Thunderworm. I won't leave it with you. I'll take it back to school and show it to my mentor. I'll also ask if I can exchange it for a more lively one. As Linger entered the courtyard, she noticed Nalanzan and Shin Kaeyun sitting at the table. Her delicate face paled, and she exclaimed, Marquis Nalan. And Madam, what are you doing here? Linger recognized Nalanzan because she had seen him during a monthly exam at Heavenly Cloud Academy. Back then, the Marquis had been full of confidence, even angering the Academy's principal. But now, he looked so dejected. She quickly moved to Lin Yu's side and whispered, Brother, did you cause trouble? Lin Yu was also in shock. Though he had guessed from the couple's attire that they were wealthy, he hadn't expected the Marquis himself to show up. No wonder Nalanzan had been so proud earlier. In Heavenly Cloud City, anyone who heard the name, Nalanzan, would immediately think of the Southwestern Marquis. Only Lin Yu, hailing from Earth, hadn't made the connection. Lin Yu quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. My apologies, Marquis. I was rude earlier. I couldn't find my sister and thought something had happened to her. Nalanzan waved his hand dismissively, his expression still gloomy. He glanced at Shin Kaeyun, who was still amused, and his mood worsened. However, he had come for a reason. You're Lin Linger's older brother? The new owner of Lingzi Hall? Lin Yu's father had been a rare third-grade spirit pharmacist in Heavenly Cloud City, and Lingzi Hall had once been prosperous. Nalanzan had even heard of it. But when he learned that the hall was now in decline under the management of a mediocre physician, he had lamented in his manner, thinking Lin Yu was unreliable and had tarnished his family's legacy. Little did he know that he would soon seek out this very person. Seeing her husband lost in thought, Shin Kaeyun knew he had fallen into one of his habitual reveries. She turned to Lin Yu and asked, Young Master Lin, are you really the only adult in your family? Lin Yu glanced at the pile of mystic coins on the table and thought of the girl who had eaten his chicken earlier. Suddenly, everything clicked. He smiled and said, Madam, I'm indeed the only adult here. Linger, standing nearby, protested, Brother, I'm already 16-year-old, doesn't that count as an adult? Lin Yu shot her a glare. Why is she interrupting at a time like this? But he calmly replied, Until you're married and have children, you're a child in my eyes. If you never marry, you'll always be a child. Shin Kaeyun's eyes filled with envy as she watched the siblings. If only she could have given Nalanzan a younger sibling. Ahem, Nalanzan coughed, breaking the moment. It seems young Master Lin and his sister have a wonderful relationship. However, since there's no elder in your family skilled in cooking, we must have come to the wrong place. He stood up, preparing to leave. Shin Kaeyun's expression turned even more disappointed. This time, their disappointment wasn't due to Lin Yu's youth, it was because curing Nalanzan's anorexia would require at least a culinary king's expertise. But Lin Yu was a physician, could he really cure her with medicine? It wasn't impossible. If Lin Yu's father, a third-grade spirit pharmacist, had made such a claim, Nalanzan might have believed it. The problem was that Lin Yu himself was a notorious quack. Query. Chapter 12. Looks expensive. Chapter 12. Looks expensive. Translator. Cruckist. Wait a moment. Just as the Marquis and his wife were about to leave, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up, stopping them in their tracks. Nalanzan turned around, his expression puzzled. Young Master Lin, is there something else? I have other urgent matters to attend to. Lin Yu smiled, his eyes brimming with confidence. He tilted his head slightly and declared proudly, To be honest with you, Marquis, and I dare not hide it, I am actually a mediocre physician. Cough, cough, cough. Linger choked on her own breath, coughing violently. Although she knew her brother wasn't particularly talented in medicine, this was the first time she had heard him admit it so openly, and with such pride, no less. Brother, are you proud of being a mediocre physician? Not only was Linger confused, but Nalan Zan and Shin Kaeyun were also taken aback. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing. This kid might be a bit slow, this is kind of scary. Lin Yu quickly realized his mistake and waved his hands to explain. What I mean is, being a physician is just my cover. My true identity is actually a chef. At this point, Lin Yu flashed a bright, confident smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Now you know why I stopped you, right? I can make anything you want to eat. Lin Yu's thoughts were simple. Since the Marquis and his wife were here looking for a chef, they must be food enthusiasts. And for foodies, the greatest temptation is, of course, food. Although he wasn't a master chef in his previous life, he had watched plenty of cooking shows. In this world, where culinary techniques were monotonous, dominating with his cooking skills would be a breeze. Especially since the southwestern Marquis and his wife seemed so curious about his abilities. Lin Yu's smile widened. Who would have thought his rise to fame would start with a simple chicken stew with mushrooms? But at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder. Is my chicken stew really that good? Good enough to attract the Marquis and his wife? And who was that girl from this afternoon? Could she really be the legendary young master of the Marquis's household? Lin Yu's mind was flooded with questions. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Nalan Zan's eyes narrowed. He said sternly, Lin Yu, you should understand that if you're lying to me, the consequences will be severe. He quickly deduced that since Lin Yu had emphasized his identity as a chef, he must be the mysterious cook Qing Luan had mentioned, the one who had fed the young lady until she was full. But looking at Lin Yu's youthful face and considering his reputation, Nalan Zan still found it hard to believe. Shin Kaeyun, however, was growing impatient. Her eyes reddened as she thought of her beloved daughter's years of suffering, unable to eat even a grain of rice. She tugged at Nalan Zan's sleeve and scolded, You brute, what are you saying? She took a deep breath and forced a gentle smile. If young Master Lin is indeed a chef, then you must be the person we're looking for. However, we're not looking for an ordinary chef. Could you demonstrate your skills? Demonstrate his skills? Lin Yu wanted to, but looking around, he realized there was almost no food left in the house, and he was short on money. He couldn't possibly serve wild vegetables to the Marquis and his wife, could he? Lin Yu's expression turned troubled. Shin Kaeyun seemed to misinterpret his hesitation. She called out, Feng Wang. A graceful woman suddenly appeared outside the courtyard, dressed in an exquisite arcane martialist robe. Lin Yu immediately noticed the 3 moons and 7 stars embroidered on her clothing. Just like Qing Luan, she was a 3rd-grade 7-star arcane martialist. Linger, standing nearby, looked at the woman with admiration. An arcane martialist of this level could easily be her mentor at Heavenly Cloud Academy. Yet, in the southwestern Marquis manner, she seemed to be just a high-ranking servant. Fetch some mystic coins and prepare some ingredients, Shin Kaeyun instructed. She then pointed to the 500 mystic coins on the table and smiled. If young Master Lin can satisfy us, these mystic coins will be yours. Lin Yu had only wanted some ingredients, but now, seeing the mystic coins on the table, his breathing quickened. His mind raced, but he maintained a calm exterior. Madam, this is only the price for the chicken stew with mushrooms from this afternoon. Shin Kaeyun raised an eyebrow, amused. Lin Yu's intention was clear. He wanted to negotiate further. It was interesting to see him trembling with excitement yet trying to maintain a composed demeanor. This young man is more complex than he appears to be. Shin Kaeyun glanced at Nalan Zan, who immediately understood. He smiled and said, If you can create dishes that satisfy us, we certainly won't shortchange you. With his goal achieved, Lin Yu smiled broadly. Since the Marquis and Madam have spoken so generously, I won't hold back. Once the ingredients arrive, I promise you won't be disappointed. Before long, Feng Wang returned with the ingredients. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he took in the array of delicacies, mountain treasures, seafood, and fresh seasonal vegetables, still glistening with water as if freshly picked. Is this how the wealthy live? The red jade chicken alone was worth dozens of mystic coins. An ordinary family of 3 might not spend that much on food in a month. And the red jade chicken wasn't even the most luxurious item. Lin Yu also spotted a shellfish resembling an oyster, but its shell was a gem like purple-red, exuding an air of extravagance. This was the common theme among these ingredients, they all looked incredibly expensive. Lin Yu glanced at the ingredients. Many were unfamiliar to him, but with his culinary knowledge from his past life, he felt confident he could impress the Marquis and his wife. He pointed to the red jade chicken and the purple-red shellfish. These 2 will do. Also, prepare some flour and oil, I'm going to fry this. Lin Yu requested a few more seasonings, and Feng Wang quickly arranged everything. Just as Lin Yu was about to start cooking, a figure suddenly appeared at the courtyard entrance. I'd like to see for myself who this master chef is, capable of making Xian eat. Query. Chapter 13. The Country Bumpkin. Chapter 13. The Country Bumpkin. Translator. Cruckest. A sour voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Yu, who was preparing ingredients, to pause momentarily. His nose twitched slightly as he muttered in confusion, why does the air smell a bit sour? He cast a glance at Lin Linger. Linger, go check the kitchen. Did a rat knock over our vinegar jar? Lin Linger was puzzled. Brother, we don't even have a vinegar jar at home. Only then did Lin Yu remember. This wasn't Earth. Many of his jokes wouldn't make sense to others. He felt a bit melancholic, but his hands remained as steady as flowing water. With the special knife provided by Fire Phoenix, he swiftly cut the red jade chicken into several pieces. Lin Yu also deliberately separated the fattier parts, ensuring the dish would taste fresher and less greasy. This was a fundamental kitchen technique, yet the onlookers, Nalan Zan, Qin Kane, and the newly arrived Situ Deng, were all dumbfounded. In their world, chickens were always cooked whole. No one ever thought of cutting them into portions. Situ Deng was momentarily speechless. If an elderly chef had done this, he might have attributed it to experience. But seeing Lin Yu, who was only in his 20s, perform such a technique ignited a fire of jealousy in his heart. Was it Lin Yu's cooking that made Nalan Xian vomit at the sight of my food? The image of Nalan Xian retching fueled Situ Deng's anger, which eventually erupted in a cold snort. HMPH, can't even cook a chicken properly. Is this really the chef who made Xian eat? I think it was just a fluke. Situ Deng turned to Nalan Zan and said, Marquis, I've studied under many culinary kings and seen many new dishes, but I've never seen anyone cut a whole chicken into pieces like this. In this world, being a chef wasn't a lowly profession, it was highly respected. However, no matter how precious the chicken was, it was still just chicken. Most chefs didn't bother innovating with it, focusing instead on other ingredients. So, cooking a whole chicken was the norm. After all, if it wasn't finished, it could simply be thrown away. Nalan Zan frowned. He knew Situ Deng was resentful of Lin Yu. After all, Situ Deng had worked tirelessly for years to get Nalan Xian to eat, only to have Lin Yu swoop in and succeed where he had failed. But Situ Deng's words weren't entirely wrong. What chef would cut a chicken into so many pieces? However, questioning Lin Yu directly might come off as disrespectful. What if Lin Yu truly was a once-in-a-generation culinary genius? Offending Lin Yu could have consequences. Nalan Zan himself didn't care, but the fact remained that Nalan Xian had only eaten Lin Yu's food in years. Lin Yu couldn't be provoked. Meanwhile, Lin Yu paused briefly. He picked up 2 chicken legs, coated them in flour, then took the oyster-like ingredient and rolled it in flour as well. Next, he dipped them in egg wash and coated them again. Every movement was performed under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. The Lin family's kitchen was too small, and since Lin Yu was cooking for the Marquis and his wife, he couldn't be too secretive. After all, while the Southwestern Marquis was highly respected, he also had many enemies. Lin Yu might even be mistaken for a spy. Though Lin Yu knew he wasn't a spy, explaining himself would be difficult. So, he had the servants set up a makeshift stove outside. The efficiency of the Southwestern Marquis Manor's servants was impeccable. But what made Lin Yu envious was their decision to use spirit stone fragments as fuel, a display of extreme luxury. Spirit stone fragments, when polished, became spirit coins. 10 spirit coins equaled 1 spirit stone. For this single meal, Dozens of spirit stone fragments were burned as fuel. Even in another world, poverty still limits my imagination, Lin Yu sighed inwardly. His gaze then fell on Situ Deng, who was standing nearby. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu said, "Young master, do you have a problem with me?" The oil in the wok was just heating up, giving Lin Yu a moment to address the issue. Situ Deng had been staring at him since he entered, and while Lin Yu was preparing the ingredients, he felt as if someone was scrutinizing him under a magnifying glass. It was uncomfortable. Only later did Lin Yu realize that Situ Deng harbored hostility toward him. The problem was, Lin Yu didn't even know who Situ Deng was. "What's this guy's deal?" Situ Deng turned his head away arrogantly and snorted. "A country bumpkin who doesn't even know how to cook a chicken. I have no opinion of you. You're not worth it." His words dripped with the condescension of an upper-class noble looking down on a commoner. Even Nalan Zan, who had risen from humble beginnings, felt a pang of discomfort. He said coolly, "Situ Deng, watch your tone." Qin Kaiyun, however, smiled and said, "Marquis, Situ is still young. It's normal for him to be a bit hot-headed. We shouldn't blame him, after all, he's only thinking of Xian." Though Situ Deng had failed to get Nalan Xian to eat after years of effort, Qin Kaiyun appreciated his dedication. While Situ Deng was indeed a bit arrogant, she considered it a minor flaw. Nalan Zan frowned. "Just don't anger Master Lin." Even he found Lin Yu's methods a bit unconventional, while Lin Yu's movements were smooth and precise. None of his steps matched what Nalan Zan had seen before. He had witnessed many chefs at work, but Lin Yu was the only one he couldn't figure out. Yet, Lin Yu was their only hope. If Lin Yu truly had the skills, Nalan Zan didn't want to risk offending him. These culinary masters always have the quirkiest personalities. Qin Kaiyun chuckled. "Master Lin is so talented and has such a good temperament. He probably won't mind Situ's words. Besides, a little rivalry between young people is normal." Situ Deng, initially nervous after seeing Nalan Zan's displeasure, felt emboldened by Qin Kaiyun's support. He declared proudly, "Madam is right. I'll prove my skills with my cooking. Xian will only eat my food. What happened earlier was just a fluke. Even if it wasn't, it was just a coincidence. Xian would never eat the food of a country bumpkin." Situ Deng's words were dripping with disdain, directly labeling Lin Yu as a country bumpkin. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Query. Chapter 14. Situ Deng's impending exit from the culinary world. Chapter 14. Situ Deng's impending exit from the culinary world. Translator. Cruckist. Situ Deng, I don't recall this name from my memories. He shouldn't be someone my past self offended, yet he's so hostile toward me. I don't understand why. Also, from what they're saying, it seems no one has ever made fried chicken like this before. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. The deliciousness of fried chicken was unmatched. If this world had never seen such a cooking method, didn't that make him the father of fried chicken in this world? Just the thought of it was exciting. If things didn't work out in the future, he could always fall back on this title and sell fried chicken. At the very least, he'd be on par with McDonald's. As Lin Yu's thoughts wandered, the oil reached the perfect temperature. He picked up the chicken legs and gently lowered them into the wok. Situ Deng, watching this scene, felt his eyes nearly pop out of his head. You're insulting the ingredients. The red jade chicken is already oily, and now you're frying it in even more oil? The result will be nothing but grease. It's fine if we eat it, but Xian hasn't eaten properly in years. If you serve her something so greasy." Situ Deng grew more agitated as he spoke, pointing at Lin Yu's nose and shouting, "I get it now. You're just trying to show off, to grab our attention. If you dare serve Xian these chicken legs, you're not helping her, you're trying to harm her." Whoosh! Before Lin Yu could respond, Nalan Zan abruptly stood up. His eyes glinted with cold fury, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from his body. Lin Yu felt as if a mountain had been placed on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Nalan Zan's voice was low and menacing. "Lin Yu, is this true?" Lin Yu was also angry now. Situ Deng was spouting nonsense without understanding anything. While the red jade chicken was indeed fatty, Lin Yu had already trimmed much of the fat from the legs. Moreover, fried chicken, while greasy, wasn't as unhealthy as Situ Deng made it out to be. More importantly, This dish wasn't even meant for Nolan Zian, it was for the Marquis and his wife. Situ Deng was just making baseless accusations. Lin Yu straightened his back and said coldly, "The dish hasn't even been served yet. Why is Situ Deng so confident that I can't make something delicious? From what I've gathered, the young lady you mentioned, Nolan Zian, must be the IRL who visited my courtyard earlier today. Now I understand. Situ Deng, you're jealous. Jealous that Nolan Zian ate my food but refused yours." From Situ Deng's earlier words, Lin Yu deduced that Nolan Zian suffered from anorexia and hadn't eaten properly in years. It was only by chance that she stumbled into Lin's courtyard and had her first meal in ages. And this Situ Deng, was he a chef? A chef, daring to act so arrogantly in front of me? Lin Yu felt a surge of confidence and declared, "This dish isn't for Nolan Zian. It's to prove to the Marquis and his wife that I have the skills. If you're unhappy, feel free to take it up with me." Qin Kaiyun tugged at Nolan Zan's sleeve, realizing her husband was overreacting. She said gently, "Marquis, since Master Lin was able to make Zian eat, he must have some unique talent. Let's wait and see." Then, with a hint of anger, she turned to Situ Deng. Even she was starting to think that Situ Deng was being too arrogant. If his behavior jeopardized Nolan Zian's health, could he bear the wrath of the Marquise's household? Suppressing her anger, Qin Kaiyun snapped, "Situ Deng, if you have complaints, sit down and wait until the dish is served. Judge it then." Situ Deng, fueled by his anger, retorted, "Him? What good dish could he possibly make? If he actually creates something that satisfies you, Marquis, I'll never touch cooking again." The moment these words left his mouth, the servants gathered outside the courtyard erupted in murmurs. Young Master Situ is too confident. Never touch cooking again. Everyone knows he's been neglecting his cultivation for years, focusing solely on creating dishes to make our young lady eat. True, but Situ Deng's talent is undeniable. In just a few years, he became the youngest culinary king in Heavenly Cloud City, with so many master chefs as his mentors. Forcing Situ Deng to give up cooking would be worse than killing him. "Quiet, no more talking," Qin Kaiyun snapped, then turned to Nolan Zan and whispered soothingly, "Marquis, don't be too angry. Master Lin is just an ordinary man with a sister to care for. He wouldn't risk his life, or his sister's, on a joke." Her words were meant to comfort Nolan Zan but also served as a warning to Lin Yu. If anything went wrong, not only would Lin Yu pay the price, but his sister, Linger, would also face the Marquise's wrath. Nolan Zan thought for a moment and sat back down, his face slightly flushed. He realized he had overreacted, but it was all because of Situ Deng's reckless accusations. He glared at Situ Deng and said, "Situ Deng, if you keep spouting nonsense, you'll regret it." Then, turning to Lin Yu, he said calmly, "Master Lin, please continue." Lin Yu nodded, though he felt a bit helpless, while Nolan Zan's earlier attitude had been harsh. Lin Yu couldn't afford to show any resentment. As Qin Kaiyun had said, he couldn't gamble with his and Linger's lives. Sizzle, sizzle. The chicken legs sizzled in the hot oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Lin Yu had only prepared two, initially planning to fry the purple-red shellfish as well. However, he decided against it, as the shellfish required precise heat control, and he couldn't afford to mess up now. When Nolan Zan had unleashed his aura earlier, Lin Yu had felt his entire body tremble. This wasn't a world governed by the rule of law. If he angered Nolan Zan, he could literally lose his head. Lin Yu carefully lifted the golden brown chicken legs from the oil. Though this world lacked breadcrumbs, Lin Yu's battering technique was decent. Even he, a native of Earth, found his mouth watering at the sight. The rich aroma filled the air, making Linger exclaim, "It smells amazing." Lin Yu sliced the chicken legs into pieces, arranged them on a plate, and then prepared a simple tomato-like dipping sauce using a local fruit. He served the dish and said, "If it's too greasy, you can dip it in this sauce." Then, with a smile, he turned to Situ Deng. "Young Master Situ, care to try?" Query. Chapter 15. The Truth Revealed. Chapter 15. The Truth Revealed. Translator. Cruckist. HMPH. "I won't eat anything you make." Situ Deng's voice lacked conviction. The tantalizing aroma of the fried chicken legs made his throat twitch, but he refused to give in. He turned his head away, feigning pride. Lin Yu ignored him. Whether Situ Deng ate or not didn't matter. His focus was on Nalan Zan and Shin Kaeyun. As long as they were satisfied, Lin Yu didn't care about Situ Deng's earlier threats. Though Lin Yu had been annoyed by Situ Deng's provocations, the man's current behavior struck him as more amusing than anything else. Situ Deng acted like a child throwing a tantrum. If Lin Yu were to get angry over a child's words, he'd feel like his own character was lacking. Instead, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see the expressions on the Marquis and his wife's faces when they tasted the fried chicken legs. Lin Yu was confident in his fried chicken. Even on Earth, where culinary options were abundant, fried chicken was an irreplaceable delight. In the Heavenly Sun continent, where food culture was less developed, it would be even more impactful. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, Nalan Zan picked up a piece of fried chicken. He didn't dip it in the makeshift tomato sauce Lin Yu had prepared. Instead, he popped it directly into his mouth. Despite his high status, his eating habits were far from refined, perhaps due to his humble origins. Situ Deng watched nervously as Nalan Zan ate the chicken. Though he looked down on Lin Yu's method of cutting the chicken into pieces, considering it unorthodox and beneath true culinary art, he couldn't help but worry. He had made a bold declaration in front of everyone. If Lin Yu's dish turned out to be delicious, Situ Deng would be utterly humiliated. It's impossible. Someone who doesn't even know how to cook a whole chicken can't possibly create something amazing, Situ Deng thought. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on Nalan Zan's expression. The moment the fried chicken entered Nalan Zan's mouth, his expression froze. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Lin Yu, chewing the chicken with a muffled sound. Beside him, Shin Kaeyun had a similar reaction. Her delicate frame trembled as she chewed, unable to form words, only emitting soft, appreciative noises. Situ Deng's heart sank. He couldn't deny the obvious. The Marquis and his wife were completely captivated by the fried chicken. Situ Deng was no stranger to seeing people enjoy his food. Though Lin Yu believed the Heavenly Sun continent's culinary culture was lacking, Situ Deng, as a culinary king, had his own skills. Ordinary people rarely had the chance to taste his dishes, but on one occasion, he had experimented with a new recipe and invited commoners to try it. Their reactions had been similar to Nalan Zan and Shin Kaeyun's, utterly conquered by the food. Situ Deng stared at Lin Yu's confident smile and took a step back, muttering, "No, this can't be." Nalan Zan was the southwestern Marquis, and Shin Kaeyun was his wife. Their status was incomparable to that of commoners. They had tasted countless dishes from culinary kings and even higher-level culinary emperors. How could they be so thoroughly impressed by a country bumpkin's food? Nalan Zan shot Situ Deng a fierce glare, an inexplicable anger rising within him. This kid from the Situ family is so ignorant, he almost made me offend Master Lin. Unconsciously, Nalan Zan had already begun to regard Lin Yu as a master. The reason was simple. The fried chicken was the most remarkable dish he had eaten in his entire life. The crispy exterior, the tender and juicy meat, and the unique flavor of the red jade chicken, it was perfection. Anyone who could create such a dish deserved the title of master. While Shin Kaeyun was still savoring his first bite of fried chicken, Nalan Zan eagerly reached for a second piece. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to scold Situ Deng. There were only a few pieces of chicken, after all. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief. Confidence was one thing, but seeing such a positive reaction filled him with joy. He quickly said, "Marquis, why not try dipping it in this tomato sauce?" The sauce wasn't actually made from tomatoes, as Lin Yu hadn't found any in this world. However, after experimenting, he discovered that the local fruit he used had a similar taste, so he simply called it tomato sauce. Nalan Zan gave Lin Yu a deep, inscrutable look before following his suggestion. He dipped a piece of chicken into the sauce and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up with even greater amazement. It's delicious, isn't it? Marquis, don't think you can eat fried chicken all the time. It's a bit greasy, and without the tomato sauce, it might become overwhelming after a while. But with the sauce, it balances the richness and enhances the flavor. Nalan Zan devoured the fried chicken, too engrossed to speak. Talking would waste precious time. He wanted to fully immerse himself in the dish's deliciousness. Shin Kaeyun, having finished her piece, maintained her elegance. After spitting out the bone, she reluctantly looked away. She stood up and gave Lin Yu a slight bow. Master Lin, no, Grandmaster Lin. Earlier, my husband and I had many doubts. We were wrong, and I apologize. Please don't take it to heart. We were just overly concerned. You might not know this, but our daughter, Nalan Xian, has been suffering from a strange illness in recent years. She can't eat anything, not street food, not even dishes prepared by culinary kings. Xian couldn't keep anything down. If she forced herself to eat, she would vomit. She could only rely on medicinal liquids to sustain herself. We've been worried sick about her. But today, for the first time, she ate something. Lin Yu finally understood. The girl from earlier was indeed the Marquise's daughter. Query. Chapter 16. Doing my best. Chapter 16. Doing my best. Translator. Cruckest. Although it wasn't hard to guess from Nalan Xian and Shin Kaeyun's words, Lin Yu was still taken aback when Shin Kaeyun revealed the full truth. So, anorexia exists in this world too, and the one suffering from it is the Marquise's daughter? The Heavenly Sun continent was full of wonders. From the books left by his father, Lin Yu had learned that peak-level spirit pharmacists could even perform miracles like regenerating limbs. Yet, something as seemingly simple as anorexia had plagued the Marquise's household for years? After some thought, Lin Yu understood. On one hand, even as a Marquis, Nalan Xian might not have access to the most powerful spirit pharmacists. On the other hand, anorexia wasn't just a physical issue, it was largely psychological. Ordinary spirit pharmacists and chefs simply couldn't address it. That's why I've come to find you, Master Lin. Since you were able to make Xian eat, you must have the ability to help her recover. Shin Kaeyun's eyes burned with hope as she pleaded, I hope you can agree to this request. Lin Yu hesitated. A thought lingered on the tip of his tongue. He knew a bit about anorexia and understood that while Nalan Xian had eaten his chicken stew earlier, there was no guarantee she would eat anything he prepared now. Seeing Lin Yu's hesitation, Shin Kaeyun quickly added, Master Lin, as long as you can cure Xian's illness, our household will not treat you unfairly. These 500 mystic coins are for the dish from earlier today. As for this fried chicken. Before Shin Kaeyun could make more promises, Lin Yu frowned. He knew that if he made excessive demands now, Shin Kaeyun might not refuse. But the truth was, he wasn't confident he could cure Nalan Xian, which troubled him deeply. Nalan Xian, having finished his chicken, stepped forward. Master Lin, is there something you're dissatisfied with? I understand that for someone of your stature, choosing to work as a humble pharmacist suggests you don't care much for fame or fortune. His implication was clear. He believed Lin Yu's role as a mediocre pharmacist was a disguise. Though Nalan Xian didn't understand why Lin Yu would hide his true abilities, he was certain that anyone capable of creating such exquisite dishes must be a master chef. But as long as you make a request, if our household can fulfill it, we will. Nalan Xian's gaze was intense, like two bright lanterns fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt immense pressure, as if a ferocious tiger were staring him down. Yet, Lin Yu still couldn't bring himself to agree. Refusing might bring trouble, but agreeing and failing could lead to even greater consequences, possibly even endangering Linger. At this point, Lin Yu could only regret his earlier decision. If only I hadn't stopped the Marquis and his wife from leaving, gurgle, gurgle. Lin Yu's ears twitched as he heard a faint sound. He turned to see Linger staring at the plate of fried chicken, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Nalan Xian and Shin Kaeyun noticed this and awkwardly smiled, realizing they had put too much pressure on Lin Yu. Nalan Xian slowly reined in his imposing aura and apologized. I'm sorry, Master Lin. I got too carried away. I'm not forcing you to cure Xian. It's just that you're the only hope we've had in years, and we can't bear to see that hope slip away. Shin Kaeyun's face was filled with sorrow. Over the years, they had experienced countless hopes and disappointments for Nalan Xian. Now, Lin Yu was their greatest hope. Linger suddenly spoke up. Marquis, Madam, I don't know why my brother's cooking has improved so much. He didn't have this skill before. But I think asking him to cure Miss Nalan's illness might be unrealistic. Nalan Xian and Shin Kaeyun exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. We know that too. But your brother is our best hope right now. Nolan Zan couldn't help but glance at Situ Deng. Years ago, Situ Deng had declared that he would leave the Mystic Institute of Heavenly Cloud Academy to study cooking, all for Nolan Zian. Back then, Nolan Zan and Shin Kaeyun had been thrilled, believing it was their long-awaited hope. But year after year, even after Situ Deng became a culinary king, they were met with disappointment after disappointment. Though they knew Situ Deng's intentions were good, the repeated letdowns had left them feeling hopeless. They realized that while Situ Deng might make a good son-in-law, he could never cure Nolan Zian's illness. Linger didn't know what else to say. She had spoken up earlier because she saw her brother struggling with the decision. Her delicate brows furrowed. As she thought, so, my brother is such an amazing chef? But I never knew about this before. He never mentioned it. With skills like this, even the Marquis and his wife are impressed. Why is he still working as a pharmacist? He should just become a chef. Wait, I get it now. He doesn't want to disappoint father. He wants to carry on the legacy of Lingzi Hall. Earlier, I noticed there wasn't much food left at home. Now I understand. The only reason my brother revealed his skills is for me. Our savings probably can't support my living expenses anymore, so he had no choice but to step up. Tears welled up in Linger's eyes as she felt a mix of gratitude and determination. She vowed to become a powerful arcane martialist so that Lin Yu could pursue his dreams. Her complex gaze turned to Lin Yu. Feeling Linger's gaze, Lin Yu noticed the gratitude and admiration in her eyes. His heart trembled. Linger is telling me that after years of effort, these parents have finally found a glimmer of hope. If I refuse now, wouldn't I be crushing that hope? Linger and I grew up under father's protection. We know how intense a parent's love can be, and how devastating it is to lose hope. Lin Yu completely misinterpreted Linger's message. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. I can agree to try, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to cure Miss Nolan. I can't even promise she'll eat the next dish I prepare. But I can promise this. I'll do my best. As for payment, I'll only take what's fair. I won't make unreasonable demands. However, if my efforts don't yield results, I hope you won't hold it against me. Query. Chapter 17. A Culinary Duel. Chapter 17. A Culinary Duel. Translator. Cruckist. This, although Lin Yu had ultimately agreed, his words made it clear that even with his exceptional culinary skills, he couldn't guarantee Nolan Zian's full recovery. Nolan Zan's heart grew heavy, but he remained silent. He turned to Shin Kaeyun, who, understanding her husband's temperament, thought for a moment and said, since Master Lin is willing to try, that's enough. She smiled bitterly. Master Lin's culinary skills are the best we've encountered in all these years. If even he can't save Zian, then perhaps it's her fate to live the rest of her life relying on medicinal liquids. As if imagining Nolan Zian's pained expression while consuming those liquids, Shin Kaeyun and Nolan Zan sighed in unison. Situ Deng stood nearby, his expression gloomy. Though he hadn't tasted the fried chicken, the Marquis and his wife's words made it clear that he had lost, not just the culinary battle, but also Shin Kaeyun's expectations of him. He was furious at Lin Yu's sudden rise but felt utterly powerless. As everyone knew, Situ Deng had given up the chance to become an arcane martialist to focus on curing Nolan Zian's anorexia. Yet, after years of effort, he had achieved nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had succeeded where he had failed. Perhaps this is fate, Situ Deng thought. Despite this, he couldn't help but glance at the plate of fried chicken. Is it really that delicious? Even the Marquis was captivated, and he's tasted dishes from the Imperial Palace's chefs. Lin Yu noticed Situ Deng's gaze. With the Marquis and his wife's understanding, Lin Yu's smile grew more relaxed. He looked at Situ Deng and said, if you're still unconvinced, why not try this fried chicken? Situ Deng hesitated, his lips trembling as if to retort. But he knew that no matter what he said, the outcome wouldn't change. Reluctantly, he picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Though the fried chicken had cooled and lost some of its initial appeal, the moment it touched Situ Deng's tongue, his taste buds exploded with flavor. His shock was even greater than Nolan Zan and Shin Kaeyun's, because he was a culinary king himself. His understanding of flavors far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he could appreciate the ingenuity behind Lin Yu's simple fried chicken. Situ Deng had assumed that fried food would be overwhelmingly greasy, especially since Lin Yu had hinted at it earlier. That's why he had chosen to eat it plain, without the sauce. Yet, it was still delicious. Though the greasiness became noticeable toward the end, it was forgivable. Situ Deng's expression turned complex, and he finally exhaled deeply. I admit defeat. In terms of culinary skills, I'm no match for you. Your fried chicken has overshadowed all my years of effort. Situ Deng suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with anger. But I still refuse to accept it. I challenge you to a proper culinary duel. Nalan Zan, hearing this, turned sharply and scolded, Situ Deng, what are you doing? Master Lin is not someone you can challenge. If you don't want to give up cooking, I can have everyone pretend they never heard your earlier declaration, but don't push your luck. Nalan Zan's words struck Situ Deng like a hammer. He stared blankly at the scene, his lips twitching into a bitter smile. So, my final effort is now seen as mere stubbornness? But the one speaking was Nalan Zan, the most powerful man in Heavenly Cloud City. Situ Deng wanted to argue but found himself speechless. Instead, he directed all his resentment toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu, however, showed no fear. If it were anything else, he might have hesitated. But a culinary duel? He wasn't just confident in his own skills. He had the arcane machine in his mindscape, complete with a search engine function. Finding recipes would be a breeze. With this in mind, Lin Yu turned to Nalan Zan and said, Marquis, there's no need for this. Situ Deng's feelings are understandable. After all, young people can't stand seeing their peers outshine them. Since he wants a proper challenge, I accept. Situ Deng's eyes narrowed, but he quickly regained his composure. Good. But don't think your fried chicken makes you invincible. I'm a culinary king, and I can create spirit feasts. The mention of spirit feasts made Linger's expression change. She wanted to pull Lin Yu's sleeve and urge him to reconsider, but Lin Yu had already stepped forward, his voice calm and confident. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeve. You're no match for me. Lin Yu's confidence was so overwhelming that it forced Situ Deng to take a step back. His face paled, and after a long, hard look at Lin Yu, he turned and left without even bidding farewell to Nalan Zan and Qin Keiyun. Fine. I'll be waiting for you at the Marquise's manor tomorrow morning. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Overestimating yourself. Nalan Zan saw this as an opportunity to smooth things over. He said to Lin Yu, since Master Lin has agreed to cook for my daughter, we must discuss payment. If you charged 500 mystic coins for the dish earlier today, then from now on, every dish you prepare that Xian can eat will be worth 500 mystic coins. This includes today's fried chicken. I'll pay you 500 mystic coins for it as well. Nalan Zan waved his hand, and Feng Wang stepped forward with a wooden box. This contains 1,000 mystic coins, your payment. After speaking, Nalan Zan, as if afraid Lin Yu might change his mind, left with Qin Keiyun, boarding the sedan chair waiting outside the courtyard. Not long after, Feng Wang reappeared before Lin Yu. Her expression was cold as she said, Master Lin, the Marquis requests that you begin cooking for the young lady tomorrow. Are you available? Lin Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. He smiled and replied casually, of course I'm available. After I defeat Situ Deng, I'll start cooking for the young lady right away. At 500 mystic coins per dish, I won't delay. After Feng Wang left, Linger quickly pulled Lin Yu aside, her face filled with worry. Brother, do you know what a spirit feast is? Query. Chapter 18. First Grade Spirit Chef Situ Deng. Chapter 18. First Grade Spirit Chef Situ Deng. Translator. Cruckist. After listening to Linger's explanation, Lin Yu realized how naive he had been. This was a world full of wonders. Those with talent could become arcane martialists, but if they chose not to, they could still become spirit chefs. Lin Yu finally understood that the reason chefs were held in such high regard was because they were spirit chefs. The so-called culinary kings were actually first-grade spirit chefs, and Situ Deng was one of them. Becoming a spirit chef meant being able to create spirit feasts, which were a cut above ordinary dishes. Even if two dishes were identical, the one prepared by a spirit chef would always taste better because spirit chefs could infuse ordinary ingredients with spiritual energy, making spirit feasts truly extraordinary. For a first-grade spirit chef, creating a spirit feast was an exhausting task. However, since Situ Deng had staked his culinary reputation on tomorrow's duel, Linger was certain he would pull out all the stops and prepare a spirit feast. Linger knew Lin Yu's condition well. His 7 meridians and 8 vessels were blocked, making cultivation impossible. He was just an ordinary chef with exceptional cooking skills. How could he possibly compete with Situ Deng, a first-grade spirit chef? Lin Yu had been confident in his abilities, but after hearing Linger's explanation, a shadow of doubt crept into his heart. Spirit feasts. I had no idea such a thing existed. I've never even experienced one. What exactly are they? The unknown was the most terrifying. If Lin Yu had known more about spirit feasts, his confidence might not have wavered so quickly, but because he was in the dark, even with his vast repertoire of recipes, he began to feel uncertain. Suddenly, Lin Yu had an idea. He picked up a piece of fried chicken and handed it to Linger. Linger, you're a top student at Heavenly Cloud Academy. You must have tried spirit feasts before, right? Linger was momentarily surprised but then nodded. Yes, I have. The main purpose of spirit feasts is to aid cultivation, much like medicinal elixirs, so, before every major exam, my mentor treats me to a spirit feast. Heavenly Cloud Academy had places that sold spirit feasts, but they were prohibitively expensive. Linger's mentor knew her financial situation and had made a deal with her. She would treat Linger to spirit feasts, but Linger had to achieve top results in her exams. So far, Linger had always delivered. This little arrangement was something Linger had never mentioned to Lin Yu. After hearing her explanation, Lin Yu quickly asked, so, spirit feasts aid cultivation and also bring mental satisfaction? Linger nodded. Exactly. The fried chicken you made is delicious. It even impressed the Marquis. In fact, it's better than many spirit feasts in terms of taste. But it only satisfies the palate. It doesn't provide the mental and spiritual benefits of a spirit feast. Brother, let me give you an example. If a spirit chef makes soup, it might not taste as good as a regular chef's. But if you put both bowls of soup in front of someone, even if their sense of taste was impaired, they'd still choose the spirit chef's soup. Because spirit feasts offer more than physical pleasure, they provide mental fulfillment. Lin Yu was stunned. So, you're saying I don't stand a chance? He could prepare a variety of dishes and was confident that even today's fried chicken was beyond Situ Deng's abilities. But he had never anticipated the existence of spirit feasts. And he had carelessly accepted the challenge. Lin Yu paced around the courtyard. Losing to Situ Deng is embarrassing, but it's not the end of the world. The real problem is if Nalan Zan becomes dissatisfied. As he spoke, he suddenly walked over to the table with the mystic coins. He placed his hand on the stones, and his consciousness was instantly drawn into his mindscape. There, he saw his arcane machine screen flashing with a pop-up, recharge. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He removed his hand from the mystic coins, and the pop-up disappeared. Realization dawned on him, and he was overjoyed. So, mystic coins can also recharge the arcane machine. This was fantastic news. He had thought only thunder attribute spirit beasts could provide energy. Now that he knew mystic coins worked, everything became much easier. With the arcane machine's assistance, he could simply use its repair function to heal Nalan Zian's psychological trauma and cure her anorexia. With this in mind, Lin Yu immediately used all 1,000 mystic coins to recharge the arcane machine. He didn't dare repair his meridians yet. It was better to save the energy for now. After some thought, Lin Yu shut down the arcane machine and returned to reality. He turned to Linger and said calmly, "Don't worry, Linger. Just watch me perform tomorrow." Situ Deng is nothing to worry about. By the way, do you know much about him? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person, daring to act so boldly. In front of the Marquis, he must be from a prominent family, right? Linger sighed helplessly. She was starting to realize that her brother might be a bit unreliable. He hadn't considered any of this when provoking Situ Deng earlier. The Situ family is one of the most powerful families in Heavenly Cloud City. Only the Marquise's household surpasses them in influence. Situ Deng is the eldest son of the Situ family, a prodigy who almost became a core disciple at Heavenly Cloud Academy. But he gave up the chance to become an arcane martialist to pursue cooking. I've heard at the academy that he did it for Miss Nalan, and today I found out it's true. Linger paused, then added, but Situ Deng is truly devoted. To spend so many years mastering cooking, all for the sake of one woman. That's a level of dedication few possess. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire him, though he added, but he hasn't come away empty-handed. At the very least, he's become a spirit chef. The status of a spirit chef was not much lower than that of an arcane martialist. In fact, it was comparable to that of a spirit pharmacist. And because spirit chefs were rare, even a first-grade arcane martialist couldn't compare to Sidu Deng's current standing. Query. Chapter 19. The editing function. Chapter 19. The editing function. Translator. Crocust Linger nodded in agreement. That's true. Lin Yu, however, suddenly changed the subject. Linger, how much do you know about body forging cultivation? If it weren't for the unexpected visit from Nalan Zan and his wife, Lin Yu would have been asking Linger about body forging earlier. Now that things had settled down, he hadn't forgotten Linger's earlier comment about his meridians being only 2 repaired. Linger wasn't sure what Lin Yu was thinking, but she answered, body forging cultivation was said to be on par with arcane martialists in ancient times. There were even body forging masters whose physical perfection allowed them to challenge gods and demons. But in our modern understanding, body forging is inferior to arcane martialism. Body forging has its limitations. It's said that after a certain level, there's no further path for advancement. Linger paused, then added, I have the basic body forging techniques. Brother, if you need them, I can write them down for you. Lin Yu was puzzled. Aren't you an arcane martialist? Why do you have body forging techniques? Linger smiled. Our mentor said that third-grade arcane martialists and above need to focus not only on their spiritual energy but also on having a body strong enough to withstand it. So, at that level, we also need to practice body forging. She couldn't help but feel a bit proud. My mentor said I'm destined to become a third-grade arcane martialist, so she advised me to start body forging early to build a solid foundation. But for us arcane martialists, body forging isn't as intense as it is for dedicated body forging masters. Lin Yu patted Linger's head. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, he had inherited all of the original Lin Yu's memories and emotions. He truly saw Linger as his sister and always thought of her well-being. Hearing that even Linger's mentor believed she would become a third-grade arcane martialist filled Lin Yu with pride. A third-grade arcane martialist was akin to nobility. Lin Yu said, then write down the basic body forging techniques for me. You know my 7 meridians and 8 vessels are in bad shape, but what if there's hope? Linger hesitated. She knew about Lin Yu's condition and remembered how disappointed he had been when she was accepted into Heavenly Cloud Academy while he had no cultivation talent. Now, she was worried. What if Lin Yu tried body forging and discovered he couldn't even become a body forging master? Would he be crushed by the disappointment? Lin Yu seemed to understand Linger's concerns. He smiled and said, don't worry about me. Over the years, managing Lingzi Hall has taught me resilience. If anything, dealing with Aunt Li has given me plenty of practice handling disappointment. He spoke, a shadow of sadness flickered in his eyes. After their father disappeared, the person who caused Lin Yu the most trouble wasn't an outsider. It was his own aunt. Family ties had become a double-edged sword. Seeing this, Linger realized how much Lin Yu had sacrificed to protect Lingzi Hall. She said, brother, don't be disheartened. I'll write down the body forging techniques for you right away. Lin Yu nodded and glanced at the darkening sky. It's getting late. I have a culinary duel with Sidu Deng tomorrow. Let's get some rest. Linger agreed and went to her room to sleep. Once she was settled, Lin Yu returned to the table and picked up the 2 boxes. The mystic coins inside had already been used to recharge the arcane machine, leaving only empty containers. With Linger asleep, Lin Yu finally had the chance to dispose of the boxes. However, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. I used up all 1,000 mystic coins to recharge the arcane machine. Linger will be returning to the academy soon. Lin Yu muttered to himself, I need to squeeze some mystic coins out of Sidu Deng tomorrow. Linger came home every 2 weeks, and each time, Lin Yu had to prepare her living expenses. Linger was very considerate, knowing their family's financial situation was no longer what it used to be. On average, she only needed 200 mystic coins per month. In the luxurious environment of Heavenly Cloud Academy, this was the bare minimum, covering even her meals. Moreover, The academy's tuition fees were due soon, which had been a constant source of stress for Lin Yu. Even if Linger's mentor was willing to help, Lin Yu didn't want Linger to face ridicule from her peers. What can 1,000 mystic coins unlock? Lin Yu wondered as he focused his consciousness into his mindscape. The arcane machine booted up automatically, and Lin Yu noticed that while most of the original software icons were present, over half were grayed out. Does this mean they're locked due to insufficient energy? Lin Yu quickly understood. In the top right corner of the screen was a small box displaying the number 100. Lin Yu realized this represented the arcane machine's remaining energy. He felt a bit numb. 1,000 mystic coins only equal 100 energy points? In other words, 10 mystic coins equaled 1 energy point. Lin Yu experimented with various functions and discovered that only a few were currently accessible. Among the active icons were document editing, virus scanning, and repair functions. The document editing feature caught his attention. If the repair function can fix my meridians and the virus scanner can detoxify Jiao Kai, what does the document editor do? Without hesitation, Lin Yu opened it. A blank document appeared before him. Although he was only a consciousness at the moment, with a thought, a recipe for a dish materialized on the screen. Lin Yu pondered, if there's an editing function, can I turn an ordinary dish into a spirit feast? He decided to try. In the dish's description, Lin Yu typed, this dish aids cultivation, doubling the spiritual adept's speed. It calms the mind of ordinary people and restores functionality to severely damaged meridians. Just as Lin Yu was about to save the changes, he noticed that the save button had turned gray. Query. Chapter 20. Lin's Braised Pork. Chapter 20. Lin's Braised Pork. Translator. Cruckest. After much trial and error, Lin Yu finally understood that the document editing function had its limitations. With only 100 energy points, he couldn't solve all his problems at once. So, he experimented to see how far he could push the enhancements for his dish, braised pork. Yes, Lin Yu had decided on the dish he would use to compete against Sidu Deng tomorrow. Braised pork. In Lin Yu's memory, if there was one dish that everyone knew and he could make well, it was braised pork. The recipe for braised pork wasn't overly complicated, but it wasn't simple either. In his previous life, Lin Yu had been a meat lover. To perfect his version of braised pork, he had watched hundreds of videos and experimented countless times, eventually creating his signature, Lin's Braised Pork. In fact, Lin Yu's first girlfriend in his past life had been won over by this very dish. While braised pork was undeniably delicious, it served no special purpose beyond satisfying hunger and pleasing the palate. But Lin Yu was determined to transform it into a spirit feast that even he could prepare. After several attempts, he finally saw the save button light up. Enhances cultivation speed for 3rd grade and below arcane martialists. Helps overcome psychological trauma. These were the effects Lin Yu had typed into the editor. After pressing save, the energy bar on the screen dropped by 70 points. Lin Yu couldn't help but wince. That's 700 mystic coins gone. Still, it was worth it. From now on, any braised pork Lin Yu made would function as a spirit feast. Even if Lingzi Hall couldn't survive, Lin Yu could rely on this dish to ensure a comfortable life and even bring honor to his family. Though he couldn't help but wonder what his father, looking down from the afterlife, would think if Lingzi Hall became a restaurant. With the modifications complete, Lin Yu felt more confident about tomorrow's competition. However, knowing the wonders of this world, he didn't let his guard down. He thought, even with braised pork as my trump card, Sidu Deng might still have tricks up his sleeve. After all, he's the young master of the Sidu family, a force I can't afford to provoke as a commoner. If I defeat him in front of everyone, the Sidu family might retaliate. And I might not even win. The Sidu family is sure to give Sidu Deng some hidden advantages. Lin Yu's eyes flickered with unease. Even if I'm being overly cautious, I need to prepare for the worst. Lin Yu spent the first half of the night simulating various scenarios for tomorrow's competition. But by the second half, exhaustion from the day's events finally caught up with him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the northwestern district of Heavenly Cloud City, within a meticulously decorated mansion, Sidu Deng knelt before hundreds of ancestral tablets. Seated on either side of him were 4 elderly men, their faces filled with anger and disappointment. Dunger, I named you Sidu Deng, hoping you would rise to greatness. You are destined for great things. With your talent, even if you chose not to become an arcane martialist for Nolan Xian, you still became a spirit chef in just a few years. Being a spirit chef is a respectable path. With the Situ family's resources and your talent, you could become a third-grade spirit chef before 40, and perhaps even a fifth-grade spirit chef, leading the culinary world of the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom. But you've made a grave mistake. You've staked your future on some nobody, who is Lin Yu, the descendant of a minor spirit pharmacist, known as a quack in the market. How could his cooking possibly compare to yours? Situ Deng raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. His fists were clenched so tightly that if it weren't for the need to handle kitchen tools tomorrow, his nails might have drawn blood. Elders, I understand everything you're saying. Lin Yu has no spiritual energy fluctuations. He's not a spirit chef. But the problem is, Xian ate his food. I'm not betting my future. I'm betting my sincerity. If I lose to him, it means my efforts were in vain. If Xian could eat his food, it was just a coincidence. But if I lose, it means my efforts were futile. Even if I don't lose to Lin Yu tomorrow, I might lose to someone else in the future. If this isn't a path where I can stand alone at the top, why should I walk it? I might as well return to Heavenly Cloud Academy and pursue the path of an arcane martialist. Situ Deng's voice was passionate, as if he could reach out and pluck the stars from the sky. The elders exchanged glances, first in shock at Situ Deng's ambition, then in admiration. What boldness! Such courage! You truly are the future of the Situ family. Dunger, don't worry. Tomorrow, you cannot lose. The culinary world of the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom will have only one king. A sinister voice echoed in the room. Situ Deng lowered his head, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He knew that with the elders' support, he was guaranteed to win tomorrow's competition. He couldn't wait to see Lin Yu's defeat. HMPH, how can a country bumpkin like Lin Yu compete with the Situ family? The next morning before the rooster could crow, Linger was already up. When Lin Yu woke up, he caught a whiff of something delicious and smiled. Having a sister like Linger is such a blessing. On Earth, what girl would wake up early to make porridge? In the courtyard, he found 2 bowls of perfectly cooked millet porridge. Linger giggled. Master Lin, my porridge isn't as good as yours. Don't judge it too harshly. Lin Yu picked up a bowl, took a sip, and then dramatically gasped, his eyes widening. Wow, this is the most perfect millet porridge I've ever tasted. I can die happy after tasting this. Linger burst into laughter. Brother, you're overacting. It's just a bowl of porridge. How can it be that amazing? Then, she handed Lin Yu a small booklet. Here's the basic body forging technique I wrote down for you. It's called the Body Forging Manual. Query. Chapter 21. My brother is so powerful yet overly cautious. Chapter 21. My brother is so powerful yet overly cautious. Translator. Cruckist. After listening to Lin Linger's explanation, Lin Yu finally understood that the foundational body forging techniques on the Heavenly Sun continent were essentially the same, with each faction making slight adjustments. For example, the body forging manual Lin Linger had transcribed was a modified version used by Heavenly Cloud Academy. It was more suitable for young cultivators and had removed some methods that could easily lead to injuries. This version of the manual was also known as the Heavenly Cloud Body Forging Art, signifying its origin from the Academy. Lin Yu hesitated. Linger, if your academy finds out you've secretly transcribed their manual for me, won't you get in trouble? Lin Linger was momentarily stunned. She knew how passionate Lin Yu was about cultivation, but even with the manual right in front of him, his first concern was her well-being. Her nose tingled with emotion, and she couldn't help but recall yesterday's speculation. Did my brother give up his beloved culinary arts to fulfill our father's wishes and pursue medicine? Instead, tears welled up in her eyes. She turned her head away, not wanting Lin Yu to see her sadness, and forced a smile. Don't worry. This manual isn't a secret. Every major family in Heavenly Cloud City has a copy. It's common knowledge at the Academy too. It's just a basic manual, no one cares about it. The Body Forging Institute instructors churn out dozens of modified versions every day. Lin Yu was puzzled. Why had her mood shifted so suddenly? Had he said something wrong? Well, Girls' thoughts were always hard to decipher. Still, he felt reassured. He quickly finished his bowl of millet porridge. Seeing that it was still early, he opened the body forging manual. Suddenly, the arcane machine in his mind activated on its own, and a square box appeared on the screen. Detected object. Heavenly Cloud Body Forging Art Attribute. Basic Body Forging Technique. E-permission. Downloadable. A familiar 30-second countdown followed. Download Heavenly Cloud Body Forging Art? Is this a software downloader? Lin Yu's heart raced. An absurd idea struck him. Could I learn techniques like downloading software? If I spend energy, can I master this technique instantly? It seemed highly likely. Lin Yu felt as if he'd stumbled upon a golden path to cultivation. If the Heavenly Cloud Body Forging Art could be learned this way, what about other techniques? His repaired 7 meridians and 8 vessels currently only supported body forging, but with enough mystic coins or spirit beasts, he could fully restore them. Once that happened, if he downloaded an arcane spell manual, would he instantly become an arcane martialist? The thought seemed ludicrous. Even someone as talented as Lin Linger had to endure years of grueling training to become an arcane martialist. But if his theory was correct, the arcane machine in his mind was the ultimate cheat in this mystical world. Lin Yu quickly calmed himself. No matter how miraculous the arcane machine was, without sufficient energy, it was useless. After some thought, he clicked yes. The screen changed, and a progress bar appeared. Downloading Heavenly Cloud Body Forging Art. 0. A stream of information flooded Lin Yu's mind. He realized he could control the download progress. The arcane machine seemed to have upgraded, granting him control over energy allocation. Although the download had started, he could keep it at 0 if he chose not to spend energy. Currently, Lin Yu had 30 energy points, equivalent to 300 mystic coins. Let's allocate 15 energy points to the download, Lin Yu decided. The progress bar jumped to 5, and his body was immediately racked with soreness. Yet, a cooling sensation emerged from deep within his muscles, soothing the pain. Brother, what's happening? Lin Linger stared in shock. She had just handed Lin Yu the manual, and he hadn't even read it. Well, maybe a glance or two. Yet, his body was already excreting impurities, just like yesterday. Could my brother be the once-in-a-generation genius the instructors always talked about? Lin Linger quickly closed the doors and windows. Despite the foul odor emanating from Lin Yu, she refused to leave. She knew how crucial the first step of body forging was. Not only did she need to prevent interruptions, but she also had to protect Lin Yu during the process. However, one thing puzzled her. How had Lin Yu taken the first step without even finishing the manual? Her imaginative mind quickly conjured an explanation. Brother must have another master. That makes sense. While I was attending Heavenly Cloud Academy, brother must have trained under someone to develop such exceptional culinary skills. And this master must have recognized his talent for body forging, giving him a different manual. But my brother, despite his immense talent, is overly cautious. That's why he asked to see our academy's Heavenly Cloud Body Forging Art, too. Compare it with the one he was given. How meticulous, truly worthy of being my elder brother. Lin Linger's heart swelled with admiration. Her petite frame trembled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Yu with fervent respect. She had completely become his devoted fan. If brother is this capable, he must have anticipated today's culinary duel with Situ Deng. However, given Situ Deng's background, there's bound to be interference. I need to find a way to help brother. After some thought, Lin Linger pulled out a yellowed letter from her sleeve. It seemed ordinary, but it was a gift from her mentor, meant to protect her in times of danger. She infused it with spiritual energy, and the letter emitted a faint glow. Query. Chapter 22. Situ Deng, fully equipped. Chapter 22. Situ Deng, fully equipped. Translator. Cruckest. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, his brow immediately furrowed in a deep frown. What is this smell? It's absolutely revolting. While it wasn't the nauseating stench of excrement, it was still foul enough to churn his stomach. Lin Yu looked up to see Lin Linger's disgusted expression. Lowering his gaze, he finally noticed his own clothes, now soiled by the bodily impurities discharged from within him. Seeing Lin Yu awaken, Lin Linger could no longer endure it. She flung open the door and dashed outside, not forgetting to call back to Lin Yu. "Brother, the competition is about to start, oh you should go wash up quickly." Lin Yu blinked, momentarily stunned. Only then did he realize that after using energy to push the heavenly cloud body forging art's progress to 5, a torrent of information had flooded his mind like a surging tide. He had fallen into a profound and mystical state. It had lasted a good half-hour before he fully regained his senses. Thinking back to it, the information in his mind churned once more. Lin Yu finally understood. So, this means I've already embarked on cultivation, but I'm still some distance from becoming a first-grade body forging realm spiritual adept. Lin Yu sensed the power within his body. It was indeed more than twice as strong as before. Beneath his seemingly slender frame lay explosive strength. If this were his past life, Lin Yu's current power would have been enough to make him a strength-based athlete. However, what made him even happier was that, according to the information from the heavenly cloud body forging art, he only needed to push the progress bar to 20 to become a first-grade, Tier 1 body forging realm spiritual adept. Don't underestimate first-grade, Tier 1 just because it's the lowest rank. In reality, every body forging realm spiritual adept had to lay a foundation for at least 3 to 5 years before they even had a chance of ranking up. Yet, with the aid of the arcane machine in his mindscape, Lin Yu had merely downloaded a software package. It had directly laid a perfect foundation for him. What Lin Yu didn't yet know was that, in the eyes of powerful body forging realm cultivators, his current foundation was flawless. It was a perfect foundation that many would spend their entire fortune and years of relentless effort pursuing, yet still fail to achieve. But Lin Yu had accomplished it so effortlessly. And to be precise, Lin Yu had only spent 150 mystic coins. Perhaps in the eyes of the common folk, like the former Lin Yu, 150 mystic coins was a considerable sum. But for powerful forces like the Situ family and the southwestern Marquis Manor, they would willingly pay tens of thousands of mystic coins to acquire a spiritual adept with such a perfect foundation. Because a perfect foundation signified that as long as Lin Yu didn't court death or perish prematurely, and was willing to put in sufficient effort, he would undoubtedly become a 4th-grade expert before the age of 40. 4th grade. In the entire Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, that was considered a powerhouse. This was the advantage bestowed by the arcane machine in Lin Yu's mindscape. And let's not forget, the current Lin Yu had only repaired 2 of his 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Departure to the Marquis Manor. After a thorough wash, Lin Yu prepared to depart for the Marquis Manor to face the challenge. Lin Linger had been waiting outside for quite some time. Seeing her brother emerge, clean and refreshed, a radiant smile bloomed on her exquisite face. "Brother, I have to say, you look really handsome," Lin Linger grinned, "so you absolutely cannot lose." Lin Yu glanced at her helplessly, then said in a coaxing tone, like one would use with a child, "You're my own sister. If you say I'm good-looking, aren't you just praising yourself? All right, I admit you're good-looking too." Lin Linger was momentarily stunned by Lin Yu's logic. After a brief pause, she giggled. "Then both of his siblings are good-looking." Before they had even left the courtyard, they spotted Lin Yu's second aunt, Li Chaohua, approaching from not far away. Her shifty eyes and mousy features clearly indicated she had been waiting for quite a while. The moment she saw Lin Yu, her eyes gleamed, and she approached with a face plastered with a hypocritical smile. "Lin Yu, I heard you." She raised her hand, wanting to greet Lin Yu. But Lin Yu, who loathed any connection with his second aunt, merely snorted coldly and walked past Li Chaohua as if she were invisible. Li Chaohua's smile instantly vanished. Lin Linger, walking beside Lin Yu, whispered, "Brother, second aunt." Lin Yu said expressionlessly, "What's she thinking? Do you think I wouldn't know? She must have caught wind of something. Probably my culinary duel with Situ Deng. She's trying to mock and ridicule me, hoping to shatter my mentality." Lin Linger frowned. "What's shatter my mentality?" Lin Yu explained casually. "It means making me feel awful so that I'll lose to Situ Deng in the competition. But by ignoring her now, not only will I remain unaffected, but it'll make her feel even more miserable." Lin Linger suddenly understood, then flashed a mischievous smile. "Brother, you're so clever." Lin Yu chuckled. "Don't praise me. Why do I feel like you're just praising yourself again?" Lin Linger giggled. Whether I'm praising you or me, it's not wrong either way. Southwestern Marquee Manor. The Southwestern Marquee Manor was the largest architectural complex in Heavenly Cloud City besides the Imperial Palace. It had a grand hall specifically for duels and competitions, available for use by anyone with good relations with the Southwestern Marquee. That's why Situ Deng had arranged for Lin Yu to come to the Marquee Manor for their contest yesterday. Nolan Zhan had no objections to this. He also wanted to see how Lin Yu, who showed no spiritual energy fluctuations, planned to defeat Situ Deng. If Situ Deng won, he could even gain some benefits. For example, if Nolan Zhan truly only wanted to eat food cooked by Lin Yu, he would force Lin Yu to cook for Nolan Zhan. And if Lin Yu refused, Nolan Zhan revealed a cruel smile. Situ Deng, fully equipped Situ Deng had been preparing here since early morning. As a culinary king, a first-grade spirit chef, he possessed a set of exclusive knives, a bone cleaver, a standard chef's knife, a fish scaler, and shears, all forged from a single piece of mineral ore rich in spiritual energy. Moreover, Situ Deng had been nurturing them with spiritual energy year-round, developing a perfect synergy with them. In addition to this, Situ Deng had also brought a whole set of extraordinary cooking utensils from his home. Nolan Zhan was astonished. It seems the Situ family truly values Situ Deng. Just this set of cooking utensils alone was specially commissioned to be crafted in a neighboring kingdom. Because the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom simply doesn't have such materials or artisans. Situ Deng, hearing this, proudly raised his head. Today, I will definitely defeat Lin Yu. Defeat that ignorant country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Query. Chapter 23. Lin Yu, unprepared. Chapter 23. Lin Yu, unprepared. Translator. Cruckist. Besides Nolan Zhan and Qin Keiyun, another special observer was present at the competition. Nolan Zhan, seated beside Nolan Zhan. A trace of languor lingered on her exquisitely beautiful face, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. The night before, Nolan Zhan and his wife had not mentioned their visit to Lin Yu, returning with an air of secrecy. It was only this morning that they revealed the upcoming culinary duel between Situ Deng and Lin Yu. This revelation thrilled Nolan Zhan. One was the most extraordinary chef she had encountered in years, while the other was Situ Deng, famous from a young age. Although she found herself somewhat averse to Situ Deng, feeling that his dishes were an unpalatable jumble, her elite upbringing still allowed her to recognize the significance of a young first-grade spirit chef. Especially after hearing Fire Phoenix recount the events of the previous day, her anticipation only grew. That money-grubbing chef from yesterday turned out to have such remarkable skills. He had actually won over her father and mother with a mere fried chicken leg. Nolan Zhan knew that her father had tasted countless spirit feasts over the years. Yet even he admitted that while yesterday's fried chicken leg lacked the soul-nourishing essence of a spirit feast, its sheer flavor had utterly captivated him. A taste unlike any before. Her excitement surged further when she recalled Lin Yu's agreement with Nolan Zhan. He would cook a dish for her every day. Thinking of yesterday's chicken stew with mushrooms, she could almost feel her mouth watering. I wonder what delicious dish he'll make today. Behind the Marquise's family stood Azure Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, two of the most formidable personal guards in the Marquee Manor. Even though Nolan Zhan had ordered the Grand Hall closed to spectators, these two remained present. Even the Imperial Palace couldn't guarantee absolute safety from assassins, let alone the Marquee Manor. However, their primary duty was to protect Qin Keiyun and Nolan Zhan. Nolan Zhan himself was immensely powerful. Though he had not fought in years, rumors still placed him among the top 10 warriors of the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom. Thus, his gaze was exceptionally sharp. As Lin Yu and Lin Linger entered the hall, his eyes immediately locked onto Lin Yu, and his brows furrowed slightly. Qin Keiyun, noticing this, asked curiously, "Marquis, is something wrong? Master Lin seems normal to me." Even Nolan Zhan was puzzled. He looked like this yesterday too. Maybe he just washed up since he was coming to the Marquee Manor. At least he knows to be presentable. Despite her noble upbringing, her tone carried a touch of arrogant condescension. Nolan Zhan, who had risen from humble origins, found this displeasing. He snorted, "Zhan, what do you mean by presentable? The boy is simply being polite, but there is something odd about him. He seems to be in the body forging realm. yet there's no spiritual energy fluctuation around him. Even though body-forging realm cultivators did not rely on external spiritual energy like arcane martialists, they should still exhibit some fluctuations. Nolan Zahn could not have imagined that Lin Yu's current 7 meridians and 8 vessels physique rendered him completely incapable of connecting with the natural profound qi, let alone refining it into spiritual essence. Seeing Lin Yu's belated arrival, Situ Deng, who was fully prepared, sneered, "Showing up this late, don't tell me you were too scared to sleep last night?" Lin Yu glanced at him and found it amusing. In his previous life, people were far more hypocritical. Even in school, conflicts either escalated into outright fights or veiled sarcasm. Such direct mockery was a novelty. As this cultural shock, Lin Yu mused with a faint smile. "Yeah, I was trembling all night, afraid of how strong you are." Situ Deng's taunt had been straightforward, but Lin Yu, raised under the red flag, knew that true sarcasm lay in subtlety. His gaze landed on Situ Deng's cooking station, neatly arranged with an exquisite set of custom-made knives and utensils. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "Wow, custom-made? The rich really do live differently. They get to use the best of everything." Lin Yu sighed, then looked at the empty table before him. "Unlike me, I had to rely on the Marquis manner to prepare my cooking tools." He scratched his head, looking slightly sheepish as he turned to Nolan Zahn. "Marquis, all my utensils at home are useless now. Could you prepare a set for me?" The stark contrast between the well-prepared Situ Deng and the empty-handed Lin Yu took everyone by surprise. Even Nolan Zahn hesitated. Was this boy truly a chef? If Lin Yu knew of Nolan Zahn's doubt, he might have simply shrugged and said, "Back home, I was the worst cook around." And he wouldn't be lying. Lin Yu's culinary skills were decent, but compared to the master chefs of his past life, he was far from extraordinary. He had watched countless instructional videos from head chefs, each of whom could outshine him with ease. But that was his past life. Now, in a world with a far more primitive culinary culture, and with his cheat ability, he had full confidence in crushing a so-called first-grade spirit chef. Nolan Zahn rubbed his temples. Though Lin Yu's loss wouldn't affect him personally, the boy's casual attitude made him feel slightly regretful. "I should have scrutinized him more yesterday. This kid is a bit too unreliable." Cherishing one's tools was the foundation of a good chef. Shouldn't a true chef treasure their knives? Letting out a long sigh, he turned to Fire Phoenix. "We have a decent set of cooking utensils in the manor, don't we? Go fetch them for Master Lin. As for knives, gather the best we have from the kitchen." Situ Deng burst into laughter. A chef who doesn't even bring his own tools? With this level of preparation, what makes you think you can win? Query. Chapter 24. A visitor from the Situ clan. Chapter 24. A visitor from the Situ clan. Translator. Cruckist. Does possessing a complete set of cooking utensils and knives automatically make one a great chef? Just as Lin Yu was about to retort, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the grand hall, where a middle-aged man strode in. "This is someone from the Situ clan." Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The newcomer, dressed in refined robes, bore a striking resemblance to Situ Deng. It was evident that he was likely Situ Deng's father, uncle, or another senior member of the clan. Standing behind Lin Yu, his self-proclaimed little assistant, Lin Linger, gasped softly. "It's Elder Situ from the Body Tempering Institute. I didn't expect him to be from the Situ clan." Lin Linger's voice carried a trace of unease. "Brother, be careful. This Elder Situ is quite renowned within Heavenly Cloud Academy. His reputation isn't just due to his strength but because of how fiercely protective he is of his own. Once, after his disciple was injured, he retaliated by crippling another instructor." Lin Yu's hand trembled slightly, and his eyes widened. "If I win this cooking competition against Situ Deng, won't this guy hold a grudge against me? Darn it, I'm just a chef. Would he really go as far as to target a mere chef?" Of course, Lin Yu would never admit that, deep down, he didn't truly want to remain just a chef. Lin Linger patted his arm and whispered, "No matter what, brother, you must win. You can't throw the match. We'll deal with any trouble later. Also, no swearing." After all, she had specifically sought help from her instructor. If Lin Yu deliberately lost, not only would he lose Nolan Zan's trust, but she herself would also face her instructor's wrath. Losing due to a lack of skill was one thing, but throwing the match out of intimidation? That would be utterly shameful. Sensing Lin Yu's momentary hesitation, Lin Linger spoke up immediately to dissuade him. Lin Yu gave her a deep look. How could this little girl possibly see through his thoughts so easily? However, the idea of throwing the match had merely been a fleeting thought. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Throw a match? The people I despise most in this world are those who throw matches. The middle-aged man strode into the grand hall, casting a brief glance at Lin Yu before utterly disregarding him, treating him as nothing more than air. He headed straight toward Situ Deng. Situ Deng's eyes flickered with surprise before they turned resolute. Grand Uncle, I didn't expect you to come personally. Don't worry, I absolutely won't disappoint you. I will definitely win. Situ Chang's gaze carried an unmistakable pride and approval, though he waved a hand in a seemingly magnanimous gesture. Young ones. Competing should not always focus on victory and defeat. Our Situ clan values humility above all else. He continued, speaking in an instructive tone, winning or losing isn't the most important thing. What matters is what you gain through the experience. Then, his gaze shifted toward Lin Yu, and he said meaningfully, besides, with your status, competing against pharmacist Lin is already unfair. If you were competing in medicine, perhaps he'd stand a chance. But insisting on a culinary match? Isn't that simply bullying him? Though his words seemed to rebuke Situ Deng, the implication was clear. He was subtly mocking Lin Yu for overestimating himself. Lin Linger felt a surge of irritation. Situ Deng's blunt arrogance had already been unpleasant, but compared to Situ Chang's veiled mockery, she realized that this kind of person was even more detestable. She couldn't help but curl her lip. Lin Yu, however, merely smiled faintly, his expression unchanging. He even lowered his head slightly, as if agreeing with Situ Chang's words. Yet, inwardly, he sneered. Still playing these little mind games? The harsher your words now, the harder you'll have to swallow them later. When Situ Deng lost, Lin Yu wondered if Situ Chang would still address him as Pharmacist Lin, with such conviction. Clearly, this was a culinary competition, yet Situ Chang kept emphasizing the title Pharmacist Lin, a thinly veiled mockery. But once Lin Yu secured victory, he was eager to see what kind of expression Situ Chang would wear. While Lin Yu remained indifferent, Nolan Zian couldn't help but mutter to her mother, "Mother, this Uncle Situ is so fake." Qin Kaiyun maintained a polite smile but shot a warning glance at Nolan Zian, reminding her to be more reserved. She then sighed softly. This is how the adult world operates. Competition and conflict aren't always straightforward. Nolan Zan, too, curled his lip but maintained a false smile. Haha, Situ Chang, you finally made it. Any later, and the competition might have already concluded. Situ Chang returned the same insincere smile. Ah, better late than never. I was delayed by a small incident at the academy this morning. Some fool dared to bully my disciple, so I broke both his arms and legs. I was held up for a bit. Marquis, I hope you'll forgive me. Tisk tisk. Elder Situ is as fiercely protective as ever, Nolan Zan remarked dryly. This so-called bullying, was it really bullying? Or did your disciple merely lose in a spar? They are both disciples of the Body Tempering Institute, yet you crippled the opponent? Isn't that a bit excessive? Clearly, even he found Situ Chang's actions unreasonable. Situ Chang, however, seated himself calmly in a guest seat and casually scanned the arena. That's just my way of handling things. Marquis, it's getting late. Everything is ready, isn't it? Let's begin. I'm quite eager to see this pharmacist Lin. His tone suddenly sharpened. To see what divine skills he possesses that could anger Dunger so much. At that moment, Situ Chang's domineering presence was fully unleashed. Even before the esteemed southwestern Marquis of the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, he showed no restraint, radiating an overwhelming pressure. A flicker of displeasure crossed Nolan Zan's face, but he suppressed it, merely letting out a cold harumph. Had Situ Chang been only a patriarch of the Situ clan, the southwestern Marquis would not have tolerated his arrogance. But Situ Chang held another title, one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Heavenly Cloud Academy's Body Tempering Institute. And that identity was his true leverage. Query. Chapter 25. What to do without pork. Chapter 25. What to do without pork. Translator, Crukist. The Heavenly Cloud Academy had stood for over a century since its founding. Many even believed it had existed since the establishment of the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom itself. Throughout history, countless powerful cultivators and scholars had ties to the academy, and even the imperial family had deep-rooted connections with it. The Situ clan alone was not particularly terrifying. In Heavenly Cloud City, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers lurked, forces capable of restraining the Situ clan were too numerous to count. However, Situ Chong was different. Even if the Situ clan were to fall, he might not necessarily disappear. Because he was an elder of the Heavenly Cloud Academy. Thus, even Nalan Zan had to treat him as an equal, suppressing the anger in his heart. Nalan Zan turned his gaze toward Lin Yu and asked, "Master Lin, the cooking utensils and knives have been prepared. Please check if the ingredients meet your requirements." At this moment, Situ Chong sneered, saying, "Hey, Southwestern Marquis, don't you think you're being a little too extravagant? The title, Master, is not something just anyone can bear. He's just a junior, yet you're being so overly polite." Nalan Zan turned his head, and the air in the hall seemed to freeze. Earlier, he had tolerated Situ Chang's remarks, but this time, the elder was directly questioning his authority. Nalan Zan's voice turned cold. "I choose to call him Master. Do you have an issue with that? Then I also have an issue with your nephew Situ Deng calling him a country bumpkin." Situ Chong remained unfazed, replying blandly, "My nephew calling that fellow a country bumpkin is merely stating the obvious. But the title, Master, what virtue or ability does he possess to deserve it? Yet I have chosen to address him as such today. Situ Chong, if you have any objections, you are welcome to leave my Southwestern Marquis Manor." Nalan Zan had always been known for his explosive temper. His words were sharp and direct. "This is not the Heavenly Cloud Academy, nor is it your Situ clan estate. Don't act so high and mighty." You, Situ Chong pointed at Nalan Zan, speechless for a moment. If this weren't the venue for the duel between Situ Deng and Lin Yu, he might have truly left in anger. However, last night, in front of the four clan elders, Situ Deng had admitted that Lin Yu was unfathomable, and his culinary techniques were bizarre. Without someone to suppress him, even if Situ Deng used a spirit feast as his trump card, victory was not guaranteed. Moreover, if he truly left now, what would happen if Situ Deng lost? With him present, even in defeat, there might still be a chance to turn the situation around. Even though the news had not yet spread, Nalan Zan had already sent people to relay Situ Deng's exact words to the Situ clan. Situ Deng had declared that if he lost to Lin Yu, he would withdraw from the culinary world forever. Even if Situ Deng ultimately didn't withdraw, a loss against Lin Yu could shake his heart of the Tao. Situ Chang's favorite junior was Situ Deng, not only for personal reasons but also because Situ Deng was the most outstanding descendant of the Situ clan's younger generation. As an instructor at Heavenly Cloud Academy, Situ Chong naturally favored the most talented individuals. Thinking this through, although furious, he had no choice but to hold his tongue. At this moment, Lin Yu secretly cheered. Situ Chong had been picking faults with him since he arrived, and while Lin Yu understood that his bias came from being part of the Situ clan, he still found it irritating. Nalan Zan's sharp retort helped relieve some of his frustration. Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at Nalan Zan, thinking, "I didn't expect this Marquis to have such a backbone." Unconsciously, his opinion of Nalan Zan improved slightly. Then, Lin Yu turned his attention back to the ingredients on his table. To ensure fairness, all the ingredients had been prepared by the Marquis Manor, and both Lin Yu and Situ Deng had received the exact same selection. Yet, as Lin Yu examined the ingredients, his brows furrowed slightly. After a brief moment, realization dawned upon him. It seems that in this world, pork is considered a commoner's food. Indeed, both his and Situ Deng's tables were filled with various exquisite ingredients, including multiple types of chicken and other delicacies. But pork was nowhere to be found. Yet, what Lin Yu planned to prepare this time was braised pork belly. Without pork, how was he supposed to make braised pork belly? Furthermore, it was already too late to modify his plan. His energy was insufficient to support another change. Even if you were to request pork now, Nolan Zan might be able to provide it, but nobles like them would likely not even eat it. As Lin Yu hesitated, Situ Deng nodded his expression and immediately mocked him. What's wrong? Did you just realize that you can't defeat me, and now you're trying to find a way to save face? Hey. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply let out a short chuckle while focusing on how to resolve this predicament perfectly. However, Situ Deng grew impatient. He found that no matter how much he mocked Lin Yu, the latter remained completely unaffected. It felt like throwing a full-force punch into cotton. This made him uneasy. Looking at his own knives, he couldn't help but remark. Honestly, Lin Yu, I don't even know if you qualify as a chef. You actually had to ask the Marquis to prepare your utensils and knives for you? A true chef's tools are like an extension of their own hands. Only utensils and knives that have been with you for years can allow you to create the most extraordinary dishes effortlessly. This is the most fundamental principle of our craft, yet you seem to completely lack this basic knowledge, and yet, you think you can defeat my spirit feast? That would be utterly impossible. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally lost his patience. You're so annoying. Can you just shut up? Bang. Situ Deng slammed his cleaver onto the chopping board, his eyes turning bloodshot. Lin Yu, I know that Xian's first meal in years was your cooking. On that, I concede defeat. But that does not give you the right to disrespect me. Lin Yu blinked in confusion, wondering why this guy had suddenly become so agitated. Then, a spark of inspiration struck him. His expression briefly twisted before curling into a sneer. It's not that I don't respect you, I just think your culinary skills are lacking. Clang. Lin Linger, who had been holding a metal tray, accidentally dropped it on the floor. She stared at Lin Yu in shock, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. Brother, you actually dared to insult a spirit chef's skills? But that wasn't even the most shocking part. It was Lin Yu's next sentence. Therefore, I plan to use pork to cook, because that alone is enough to defeat you. Query. Chapter 26. The Arrogance of Lin Yu. Chapter 26. The Arrogance of Lin Yu. Translator. Cruckest Lin Yu's words detonated like a thunderclap, sending the crowd into an uproar. Even Nolan Xian, who cared little for the duel's intricacies and only craved Lin Yu's cooking, gaped in shock. Her luminous eyes sparkled with disbelief as she murmured, "This guy's too brazen, isn't he?" Elder Situ Chong had already been audacious, daring to swagger before Nolan Zan. Yet who could have foreseen an even greater storm of arrogance brewing elsewhere? Nolan Xian stared at Lin Yu, stunned. His frame was tall and balanced, his face bearing a touch of refined clarity, hardly handsome, but exuding a gentle, scholarly air. And yet, this unassuming figure had just proclaimed he'd use pork, a peasant's meat, to defeat a spirit chef? Her eyes widened. Beside her, Qin Keiyun gasped, "Master Lin, this is, pork's only eaten by the poorest of the poor, isn't it?" In this world, pork wasn't scorned for its texture. Its quality was decent enough, but without refined breeding, its gamey stench clung stubbornly. A common jest circulated. Only the mad or destitute would touch it. Thus, pork was dirt cheap, shunned by all. Not even ordinary cooks bothered with it, let alone a spirit chef. Yet here Lin Yu stood, boldly wielding such words. Elder Situ Chong shot to his feet, his tiger-like eyes boring into Lin Yu. A terrifying, indescribable pressure flooded the arena as he snarled, "What insolence! Cooking with pork! Are you trying to disgust us all?" He swept his gaze across the crowd. Who here, besides you and your sister, could stomach that filth? Nolan Zan's brow furrowed. Though he despised Situ Chang's temperament, the elder wasn't wrong. They were nobles of the heavenly cloud kingdom. Pork was beneath them. Lin Yu's choice wasn't just a slap to Situ Deng. It was a stench wafting in their faces. Situ Deng's face drained of color, his body trembling, words failing him. "With pork alone, I'll crush you." Those words were the gravest insult he'd endured in his years as a chef. A sledgehammer to his spirit. For a moment, he stood frozen, lost for a retort. Then, lifting his head, his eyes blazed like twin infernos. "You dare humiliate me so? You're unfit to call yourself a chef. A true chef would never touch pork." Before he could finish, Lin Yu cut him off, his voice calm as a breeze. "Yesterday, You said no one cooks a chicken split apart. And yet I did. Ask the Marquis, how did those fried chicken legs taste? Elder Situ Chang's brows twitched as he glanced at Nalan Zan. The Marquis's face betrayed him, his throat bobbed, swallowing hard, clearly recalling yesterday's dish. Even with his iron will, the memory of those fried chicken legs stirred him. Situ Chang loathed this Marquis, but he knew Nalan Zan's integrity. Only a dish of true power could crack that stoic mask. A realization struck him, his brows rising. Nalan Zan's tasted countless delicacies over the years. Even when a third-grade spirit chef from a neighboring kingdom cooked for the royal banquet a few years back, he was there. Mountains of treasures, seas of flavors, and yet a youth, not even a spirit chef, conquered him? In that moment, Situ Chang understood. Lin Yu wasn't all bluster, he had real skill. How else could he corner Situ Deng so fiercely, forcing the clan elders to send him as backup? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. No matter what twist of fate comes, I won't let you best my dunger. Lin Yu, smiling faintly, turned to the four onlookers with serene confidence. Marquis, please procure me some prime pork. Once my dish is done, then decide if you'll eat it or not. Such boldness! Nalan Zian exclaimed, her radiant eyes shimmering as she studied Lin Yu. The lowliest of ingredients. Even the manor servants rarely touch it, yet he's certain he can sway us? Situ Chang snorted. I say it's all a bluff. We'll know soon enough, Nalan Zan replied coolly. Turning to Lin Yu, he said, if you choose pork, so be it. I'll grant your request. Huafeng, fetch it for him. But understand this, no matter how well you cook, it's still pork. We might not even touch it. Even if your flavor triumphs, we could still deem you the loser. At that, Nalan Zan and Situ Chang subtly glanced at Nalan Zian. This culinary clash's final arbiter wasn't them, it was her. The three men were mere preliminary judges. Nalan Zian held the ultimate verdict. It was Situ Deng's own condition. He declared his culinary path existed solely to make Nalan Zian eat again. Lin Yu, however, cared little for the judging method. In the southwestern Marquis's domain, with his reputation for fairness, not even the Situ clans might could skew the outcome. How victory was decided? Irrelevant. He trusted one truth. Braised pork was invincible. Huafeng soon returned, hefting a slab of prime pork belly. Her delicate face creased, brows knitting in distaste. Even her gaze at Lin Yu shifted. Wary, as if he were some oddity. To them, who'd ever use pork in a culinary duel? Especially against a first-grade spirit chef? With ingredients, tools, and blades now prepared, Nalan Zan announced, the contest begins. 1 hour, by then, it'll be time for lunch. We three are the initial judges. Zian holds the final say. Any objections to this ruling? Situ Chang, despite his rivalry with Nalan Zan, knew the Marquis wouldn't rig the game. If Situ Deng's skill was enough, they wouldn't unjustly deny him. Confident in his nephew, he nodded. No objections. Lin Yu echoed. None here either. Chapter 27. This time, victory is mine. Chapter 27. This time, victory is mine. Translator, Cruckist. And so, the contest roared to life. Situ Deng launched into action with grand flair, flanked by no fewer than 6 assistats. Each a master of his habits, anticipating his every move. A mere stretch of his hand, and they'd place the exact tool or ingredient into his palm. What set Lin Yu's blood ablaze, though, was their beauty. By the standards of his past lives, Tiger Prowl Street rankings, each was a 7 out of 10 or higher. His heart raced as he mused, so this is the perk of being a spirit chef? To onlookers, Lin Yu appeared to be studying Situ Deng's ingredients and techniques, not ogling the assistants. Nalan Zan nodded approvingly. This Lin Yu brat's arrogance runs deep, but his composure's no jest. With only an hour to work, he doesn't rush in blind. He's observing Situ Deng's raw materials first. Knowing your foe is the path to crushing them. Situ Chang, ever the contrarian, bristled. HMPH, no matter how steady he plays it, he can't escape defeat. Cooking with pork, Marquis, tell me, could you even stomach it? Nalan Zan relished Situ Chang's frustration, replying with breezy calm, oh, I could manage. Back on the battlefield, I devoured far worse than pork. Wild beast flesh, bones and all. Nothing fazed me. You, Situ Chong fumed, speechless. Born of humble roots and forged in the crucible of a decades-past war between kingdoms, Nolan Zan had tasted suffering few could fathom. Among the 4 judges, he alone bore no aversion to pork. Still, Situ Chong clung to his confidence. Pork's stench lingers no matter how it's cooked. Even if this kid's got some tricks, that reek won't fade. You might choke it down, but I'd wager you won't score it high. Nolan Zan's gaze hardened. My name's been built on fairness my whole life. If it's truly foul, I won't twist the truth. Lin Yu had little to prep. Braised pork needed few embellishments beyond seasonings. He began treating the pork. Ginger was absent in this world, but a local deodorizing spice stood in its place. With time to spare, he turned his eyes back to Situ Deng. Though the man scorned him, Lin Yu couldn't deny his skill. A first-grade spirit chef title wasn't won with hot air alone. Situ Deng's sleeves billowed as he worked, his knife flashing with precision, leaving Lin Yu quietly awed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This spirit chef trade, it's no simple craft. Unlike mystic martialist wielding spiritual essence for spells or body-forging realm cultivators tempering their flesh, Situ Deng channeled that essence into his ingredients, a feat both subtle and profound. For the first time, Lin Yu felt a spark of curiosity toward the spirit chef path. Beside him, Lin Linger's brow creased with worry. Seeing him so lax, as if time were a trifle, she tugged at him. Brother, stop staring. His dish will be done soon. Lin Yu smiled, unruffled. No need to fret. He stretched out a hand, as if clutching victory itself. Everything's under my control. His cooking was a whirlwind of ease. Seasonings tweaked on the left, pork cubed on the right. He even called for a red jade chicken. Lin Linger blinked. Brother, what, fried chicken legs again? She'd savored them yesterday, and the memory made her swallow hard. But Lin Yu shook his head. Fried chicken legs are getting old. Today, it's fried chicken cutlets. Old? Lin Linger nearly protested. How could such a delicacy tire? But, fried chicken cutlets. Sounded tempting, so she nodded quietly. Need any seasonings? Her voice faltered as a thought struck. Brother, you're so calm. Do you really think you can win this hands down? These cutlets aren't your dual dish, are they? Lin Yu chuckled softly. Of course not. Fried chicken's tasty, sure, but it's just a flavor bomb. He's crafting a spirit feast. Yesterday's win over the Marquis and his wife leaned hard on novelty. Serve it again today, and without that fresh edge, I'd lose. His tone shifted, a sly grin emerging. But I didn't eat those legs yesterday, so I'm treating myself now. With that, he sliced the chicken breast, marinating it in a medley of spices. Yesterday's dish had been rushed, decent but unremarkable in his eyes. This time, he'd perfect it. Frying the cutlets at the last moment for peak flavor. Across the way, Situ Deng stole a glance amid his flurry. Seeing Lin Yu dismantle another chicken, he paused, baffled. He's at it again with the chicken? What about his pork? A smirk tugged at his lips as he sneered inwardly. He's panicking, rattled by my spirit feast prep. I was right. Fried chicken was his trump card, enough to sway the Marquis and his wife. I didn't taste it, but I sensed no spiritual essence. It's mere mortal fare, not a spirit feast. How can common food rival my craft? This time, victory's mine. With that thought, Situ Deng lifted his vegetarian chicken from the pot. Nolan Zian hadn't eaten in years. Her first meal couldn't be greasy. He'd secured a recipe from the Spirit Chef Guild. A vegetarian chicken, sublime. Yet light, perfect for her delicate palate. His eyes softened. Zian, this time, you'll surely savor my dish. Query. Chapter 28. You've already lost Chapter 28. You've already lost. Translator. Cruckus. The contest surged forward. Though Situ Deng had prepared vegetarian chicken yesterday, only for Nolan Zian to retch at the sight, he dismissed it as a hangover from Lin Yu's greasy fare. His dish was flawless, refined with his own innovations. How could her anorexia-driven rejection lead to vomiting? A smirk curled his lips. Yesterday was a fluke. If I don't crush you today, I'm no better than trash. My years honing this craft aren't a jest. He basked in visions of his spirit feast dazzling the crowd, golden light bursting forth, until a tremor in his nostrils snapped him back. He looked up, stunned. What's that scent? A wave of exquisite meaty aroma wafted from Lin Yu's station, laced with a hint of sweetness, utterly devoid of pork's usual rancid stink. Lin Yu caught his gaze and grinned. Well? Smells good, doesn't it? Situ Deng opened his mouth to scoff, but his stomach betrayed him with a rumble. Hunger clawed at him. A jolt of shock ran through his core. Just the scent alone holds such power? Lin Yu's braised pork was taking shape, more than half the hour gone, yet he remained unshaken. His brow twitched subtly, though. The stench was gone, true, but he knew it wasn't perfect. His deodorizing fell short of mastery. At this stage, options dwindled. Or did they? A spark flared. He leaned to Lin Linger's ear and whispered. Her eyes widened, her delicate frame quivering. Brother, you're serious? Lin Yu blinked, then nodded firmly as realization dawned. Cooking with wine, like using pork or splitting a chicken, was alien to this era's sensibilities. Dead serious. Fetch me a bottle of wine. I won't let you down. Lin Linger nearly blurted that her mentor was arriving to back him up. Brother, get it together. But his resolute gaze silenced her. Wordlessly, she went to find the wine. Lin Linger stepped out. Nolan Zan observed, puzzled. Is she asking Huafeng for something? Huafeng nodded to her. Are they missing a seasoning? Qin Keiyun giggled behind her hand. It's pork, after all. Might need some odd spices. The manor might not have them, but Huafeng's agreement means it's fine. Huafeng conferred with Qingluan briefly. Moments later, Qingluan's expression twisted with complexity. Huafeng then strode from the hall. Lin Yu had requested strong liquor, rare in the manor save for blending spirits. In this world, there existed spirit brewers, masters of liquor akin to spirit chefs. The southwestern Marquis Manor boasted such talents, their brews mirroring spirit feasts in mystique. Typically reserved for special days, the Marquis would commission them, using fierce liquors as base. Huafeng sought that liquor now. Qingluan whispered to Nolan Zan, who shared it with Qin Keiyun. Their faces grew intricate with expressions. Nolan Zian, blinking her wide eyes, burst into a chuckle. Thesis getting fun. I'm starting to like this guy. Nolan Zan's face darkened. He'd brought Lin Yu here, yet the kid seemed a loose cannon. Sighing, he pointed at Situ Chong. Qingluan, inform him, lest he cry foul play. Situ Chong, hearing of Lin Yu's liquor plan, froze, then erupted in raucous laughter. A first in my lifetime. Cooking with strong liquor? Unheard of? Dunger, relax. This fool's grasping at straws. If you lose to this, I'll suspect collusion. His words halted as he caught Nolan Zan's steely glare, opting for silence. Nolan Zan snorted. I'll say it again, fairness reigns here. I trust the Marquise's honor, Situ Chong replied, grinning wide. Let's watch this unfold. Oh, and Miss Huafeng. Hurry, time's ticking. Victory seemed assured in his eyes. Situ Deng frowned. Liquor for cooking? He's using it to mask the pork's stench. He's studied it, I'll give him that, but I've studied it too. He sneered inwardly. Day one at the Spirit Chef Guild, a senior told me, pork's reek is in its blood and bones. Ineradicable. Liquor helps a tad, but even drowning it won't erase it. Victory felt certain now. 2 dishes against his spirit feast. Rules allowed it, but neither could topple his craft. Spirit feasts crushed ordinary food from soul to palate. Yet a pang lingered. He'd become a spirit chef, but Nolan Zian's first bite belonged to Lin Yu, an unshakable truth dimming his triumph. It was like entering the bridal chamber to find the goods secondhand. Still, he was sure she'd accept his dish now. Nolan Zan's voice rang out. Less than half a quarter hour remains. Chefs, ready yourselves. Situ Deng glanced at Lin Yu, who'd paused, and smirked. Weren't you all ease before? Realizing your flaws now? To his shock, Lin Yu nodded openly. Yeah, I was missing something. Liquor's coming soon. Don't worry. He paused, flashing a radiant grin. You've already lost. Situ Deng's spirit quaked. He'd thought Lin Yu was on his last legs, but now the commoner's confidence was unnerving. A bead of sweat traced Situ Deng's temple as he returned to his spirit feast, hands moving with practiced precision but mind clouded with doubt. Behind them, the door swung open as Huafeng returned, a clay vessel cradled in her hands. The strong, pungent aroma of spirit wafted through the hall even before she reached Lin Yu's station. Several onlookers gasped. The liquor was potent enough that even its scent made their eyes water. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he received the vessel, bowing slightly in thanks. Perfect timing. Query. Chapter 29. Wanna raise the stakes? Chapter 29. Wanna raise the stakes? Translator. Cruckest to think Lin Yu still brimmed with such confidence, no trace of pretense on his face. It was the same unabashed smirk he'd worn when mocking Situ Deng earlier, as if he genuinely believed Situ Deng's defeat was certain. Situ Deng's eyes flared red. Doubt gnawed at him. Did Lin Yu have a hidden ace? Was all this a ruse? Could he not even gauge Lin Yu's true strength? Was he inferior? A stifled groan escaped him, his body trembling faintly. He lifted his head, icy resolve replacing the fire in his gaze. At his waist, his 6 assistants moved in unison, their slender hands pressing against his back. Steadying his frame, and his wavering confidence, Situ Deng regained his footing. A smile crept back. Who wins or loses isn't up to you, Lin Yu. You're just a backwater bumpkin. What do you know of a spirit feast? Before his words settled, he barked, "Rise." The lid of his inky black stone pot shot upward, releasing a wave of delicate fragrance that swept the hall. Everyone who caught the scent, assistants included, slipped into a daze of delight. A spirit feast. A true spirit feast. As the lid soared, the ambient spiritual energy seemed gripped by an invisible hand, funneling into a faint beam that pierced the pot. A soft glow flickered, and with Situ Deng's deft touch, a dish emerged. The spectacle drew even Lin Yu's eyes. Situ Deng's creation resembled a block of golden tofu, firm, inviting, radiating an aura that screamed deliciousness. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder, so this is a spirit feast? It was grand, fragrant, but he wasn't convinced it'd taste as good as it looked. Brother, the wine's here. Huafeng arrived with a bottle of strong liquor, passing it to Lin Linger, who handed it to Lin Yu. He noticed a scruffy middle-aged man trailing behind Huafeng. Catching Lin Yu's glance, the man flashed a grin. Lin Yu figured he was some manor bigwig here to spectate, so he nodded back politely before refocusing on his braised pork. It had taken on a rich hue now. Though its bold meaty aroma was overshadowed by Situ Deng's spirit feast, Lin Yu's faith in it held firm. No one in this world ate pork, let alone crafted braised pork. Yet its allure, he believed, was irresistible to any sane palate. And this wasn't just any version, it was enhanced by the glitchy arcane machine in his mind, a cheat that elevated it beyond taste. Like Lin Linger had said of spirit feasts, it soothed the spirit and boosted cultivation too. This braised pork hit the peak of flavor and function. Situ Deng's spirit feast might boast mystic effects, but its taste? Lacking. On the road to the manor, Lin Yu had quizzed Lin Linger. A first-grade spirit feast only slightly sped up cultivation for mystic martialists below second grade. His special braised pork? It worked up to third grade. Lin Yu wasn't dumb. He knew he stood unbeatable. Even without liquor to mask the stench, even if it lingered, he'd win. They just had to taste it. But he refused to settle for flaws. This was his first braised pork in this world, and it'd be perfect. With a flick, he poured the unadorned bottle of liquor over the pot. The lid stayed shut, puzzling onlookers. What trick was this? Then, under the heat, the liquor vaporized into flames. A fiery bird seemed to dance above the pot. Lin Yu flung the lid open, splashing in more wine. Jaws dropped. Even Nalanzan squinted. Was this some mystic martialist trick? No spiritual fluctuations stirred the air, ruling out Lin Linger's involvement. Lin Yu had conjured this flair with liquor alone. Win or lose, this guy's mind is something else, Nalanzan mused, a glint of admiration in his eyes. The manor needed talent like this. He decided then. Even if Lin Yu lost this duel, he'd shield him, recruit him for the manor. Cooking aside, that sharp wit could shine elsewhere. Spiritual energy had been harnessed for millennia, spirit chefs, spirit brewers, but untapped paths remained. Besides, Nolan Xian's first meal in years came from Lin Yu's hands. Coincidence or fate? Either way, Nolan Xian vowed to back him. Nice touch, using wine for fire. A jarring cheer broke the silence. All eyes, including Situ Chang's, snapped to the hall's entrance, faces shifting. Why's he here? Situ Chang's expression soured. He tried to rise in respect, but an invisible force pinned him down. Meeting the newcomer's gaze, he understood. The man despised formalities. Nolan Xian, familiar with him, just smiled faintly from afar, saying nothing. The hour was up. Lin Yu and Situ Deng carried their dishes to the hall's center. Situ Deng spoke first. Using liquor was clever, I'll give you that. But you can't win. Lin Yu grinned. Actions spoke louder than words. Then a thought hit. Lin Linger's living expenses were still unsecured. He chuckled. You're so sure of yourself. How about a side bet? What's the wager? Situ Deng's interest peaked. A secret slipping out. You know, if you lose today, your cooking days are done. Except in this manner. What have you got left to bet? Chapter 30. A mental block. Chapter 30. A mental block. Translator. Crocust Lin Yu's mind stirred, a bitter smile tugging at his lips as realization hit. If he lost, he hadn't promised Situ Deng anything specific, but life in Heavenly Cloud City would turn grim. The Situ clan's influence alone might be manageable, but Situ Deng's words hinted at more. Even Nolan Xian backed this deal. Lose, and the whole city would grind him down. So this is an ordinary man's fate? Kind of funny. His mouth twitched, face calm, but a scoff echoed in his chest. Nobles toy with commoners' lives like it's nothing, ironic and pathetic. He knew complaining changed little. Powerless and resourceless, he was at their mercy. In a way, Situ Deng and his ilk weren't pure evil. If they were, they could have quietly snuffed him out. With the Situ clan's sway, erasing one Lin Yu, or 100, was a mere whisper. Still, Nolan Xian's role loomed large. As the only one to get her eating again, Lin Yu held value. If she relied solely on his food, the manor would owe him a debt, a favor from the southwestern marquis himself. That might explain Situ Deng's open challenge, fair play over foul. Lin Yu's eyes glinted as he grinned. Let's bet mystic coins. Mystic coins. Situ Deng laughed. How many you got? A bumpkin like you might scrape together hundreds, maybe thousands. I toss around tens of thousands without blinking. Poverty caps your imagination. Lin Yu didn't flinch, nodding instead. True. I've got just 1,000. Yesterday's gift from the marquis. It's my everything. To you? Pocket change. In truth, he had only a handful from the manor maid Sha Ran. The 1,000 was long spent recharging his system. This was a bluff, a white wolf with empty hands. But he knew Situ Deng would bite. Sure enough, Situ Deng's eyes flickered, sizing him up. Lose, and you're broke? Lin Yu feigned a shrug. Yeah. I'd have nothing, not even tomorrow's cash for my sister. His expression shifted, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts mockery. But I'm betting you'll lose. I'm confident. You in? Hey, Situ Deng wavered, then clarity struck. So that's Lin Yu's game. Absolute certainty? He glanced at the braised pork on Lin Yu's tray. It smells clean, I'll give him that. He's got tricks, looks tasty, but it's still pork. The stench is in the meat itself. Situ Deng's gaze steadied, cool and detached. He doesn't get it. No matter how good it tastes, their mental blocks will never let them face this dish head on. I've won, bankrupting him? Tempting. If he's broke, he can't even flee Heavenly Cloud City, stuck cooking for Xian in the manor forever. A smirk grew. Yesterday's meal she ate. Probably a fluke with some luck. Get his recipes, and I'll break her barrier myself. The more he thought, the brighter his mood. With a nod and a grand sweep of his sleeve, he said, a measly 1,000 mystic coins. Fine, we'll bet. Lin Yu nodded back. Situ Deng wouldn't cheat. Pride mattered too much to these rich kids. Stepping to Nolan Xian's spot, he used special wooden chopsticks to place chunks of braised pork on a plate. Qin Keiyun blinked. This is pork? The meat gleamed like polished gems, slick with enticing sheen, fatty bits translucent, lean parts promising tenderness. Its aroma hit hard, a primal meaty rush. Her throat bobbed, but her chopsticks stayed still. It was pork. Lin Yu smiled, not pushing her, and moved to Situ Chong. He dropped a piece onto his white porcelain plate. Situ Chong burst out laughing. Lin Yu, right? Not bad for a villager, pork suits you. A jab at his low birth via pork's stigma. Everyone here was noble, except Lin Yu and Lin Linger, common born. Before he finished, Situ Chang's face twisted. He slammed the table. But we're kingdom nobles. You think we'd stoop to your level and eat this? Lin Yu met his glare, unfazed by the mountain-like pressure rolling off him. How do you know pork's taste without trying? Does eating it strip your noble status? Situ Chang's fury spiked. HMPH. You're baiting me to taste it, to ditch my dignity for pork. I ought to end you. Nolan Zan frowned at the outburst. He'd backed Lin Yu earlier, but now, facing the tempting braised pork, his own mental block held firm. Chapter 31. Rank and Status. Laughable, Shen Shuishan. Chapter 31. Status ain't worth much, Shen Shuishan. Translator. Cruckist. Eating pork means tossing noble status aside. Lin Yu's anger flared. These people's obsession with class was absurd. If nobility's that fragile, how's it even noble? Truth was, Heavenly Cloud Kingdom had no formal aristocracy, just titled folks called nobles. Families like the Situ clan, with a legacy of prominence past and present, were dubbed great houses. To most, that made them nobles too. But Lin Yu wasn't buying it. Did this guy really think he was above everyone? Power-wise, sure, they had clout. Lin Yu couldn't deny that. Yet, coming from Earth, he clung to equality. He'd stomached their arrogance long enough. Now, he snapped. Bang! The table before Situ Chong shattered as Lin Yu spoke. Situ Chang's face darkened, eyes flashing like red lasers. You ant, do you know who you're talking to? Who I am? Instantly, Lin Yu's vision warped. Two towering figures loomed closer, their killing intent thick as fog. Battle cries rang in his ears, blades slicing flesh. A piercing, unbearable screech. His pupils shrank, mind blank, rooted speechless. Nolan Zan growled, Situ Chong, watch yourself. His words were sharp, but Lin Yu's useful to me. And I'll remind you, this is Southwestern Marquis Manor. Don't push it. Shin Kaiyun's face hardened. Situ Chong, keep this up, and I'll end this contest. No winner, no loser. Oh, and tell your nephew to stay away from my home. I don't want blood in my halls. Situ Deng, sensing his uncle's rage, stepped in. Uncle, calm down. Only Nolan Zian stayed silent, her face unreadable, watching Lin Yu's features twist. She seemed lost in thought, almost detached. As the manor's young lady, this duel, sparked by her, meant little. Lin Linger's heart sank when Lin Yu spoke. Trouble. She didn't rush to him, instead pulling a yellowed paper from her sleeve, ready to trigger a special technique. Then a voice boomed through the hall. Seriously, it's just a cooking match. Why's it so messy? What's wrong with pork? Tastes fine to me. The scruffy middle-aged man from the doorway strolled in. Everyone, except the Lin siblings, tensed. Nolan Zian froze, then beamed. Master. Master, why are you here? She skipped to his side, her delicate face alight with joy, nose wrinkling. Weren't you holed up working on a liquor recipe? I didn't dare bug you even after coming home. Tisk, master, you just woke up, huh? You reek of booze. The man, Shen Shuishan, chuckled, not denying it. He eyed Situ Chong. Let the kid go. Cooking with liquor. Clever. I'll taste it, if it's good. He grinned. You'll have pissed me off, Situ Chong. Situ Chong jolted, as if struck by lightning, and reeled in his aura. He dipped his head. Shen Puya, my mistake. But pork's for the poorest of the poor, eating it dents our status. Lin Yu's mind cleared, fear lingering in his eyes. Situ Chong, a mere fourth-grade body-forging realm spiritual adept, had conjured that illusion. For the first time, he grasped a true powerhouse's terror. Chen Shuishan shrugged. Status. Worthless junk. Strip me of spirit brewer, mystic martialist, formation master. Without those, I'm just a guy. The crowd could only smirk wryly. Any one of Chen Shuishan's titles let him strut through Heavenly Cloud Kingdom unchallenged. Humility or flex? Who knew? Situ Chong didn't get it, just bowed lower. Beyond those titles, Chen Shuishan's role at Heavenly Cloud Academy wasn't trivial. Even as an elder of the Body Forging Institute, Situ Chong weighed little to him. Piss off Chen Shuishan, and getting sacked from the academy wasn't off the table. He'd done it in his youth. Sure, age had mellowed him, but no one bet against a sudden flare-up. Chen Shuishan's words hung. Then Nalan Zan Ighed. Chen Pai's right. Strip away status, we're all ordinary. Starving, you'd eat pork, heck, even rotten roots. He grabbed his chopsticks, lifted the pork, and popped it in with a decisive glint. Before chewing, his body jolted. Like lightning hit him, then froze. Shin Kaeyun opened her mouth to ask, but his reaction outdid last night's fried chicken legs. Curiosity won. She took a piece, ate, and turned to stone, chewing endlessly, savoring every molecule. Query. Chapter 32. You might as well surrender. Chapter 32. You might as well surrender. Translator. Crukist the hall fell silent, stunned by the Marquis and his wife's reactions. Nalan Zan and Shin Kaeyun seemed lost in bliss, but Lin Yu wasn't surprised. He'd expected this the moment he served the braised pork. If they dared taste it, that rich aroma would hook them. Chen Shuishan, though, squinted at Lin Yu, a whiff of liquor trailing him. Lin Yu clocked it. Following Huafeng earlier, this guy was likely a spirit brewer. Did he spike it with something? Nah, Nalan Zan's too strong for cheap tricks. Did this kid really tame him with one dish? Chen Shuishan couldn't wrap his head around it. Situ Chong stared, bewildered, at the pork he'd once scorned. Now it seemed to beckon him, whispering, so tasty. Come eat me. I'm the pork you hate, but I'm delicious. He knew Nalan Zan wouldn't fake it. Despite their mutual dislike, the Marquis wouldn't rig this for nobody. Situ Chong shot a worried glance at Situ Deng. Situ Deng recovered from his shock, smirking. This guy's got skill. Conquered their taste buds, huh? Too bad it's just like last night. My dish hits taste and spirit. It's a spirit feast. Confidence oozed. He'd win, no matter how dazed the couple looked. Lin Yu, drenched in sweat, felt his oil-proof robe cling like it had been soaked. That was from surviving Situ Chang's aura. He glanced at the elder, then turned away, etching the man into his memory. Tray in hand, he approached Chen Shuishan, gratitude in his eyes. He knew if Chen hadn't spoken up, Nalan Zan couldn't have stopped Situ Chong. Dead here, who'd care? Sure, he had value while Nalan Zian ate his food, but his outlook soured. He'd thought the Situ clan's grudge wouldn't mean death. Today proved otherwise. To them, a commoner's life was an ant's. Chen Shuishan grinned. Heard you cooked with liquor. This it? Smells like wine, but faint. Lin Yu smiled, a bit shy. Chen, sir, I used it to kill the pork's stench. The wine scent's just a lucky bonus. Lucky bonus. That's a stretch, Chen Shuishan said, grabbing chopsticks. He popped a piece in his mouth. Shock flashed in his eyes as he studied Lin Yu's quiet confidence. Meanwhile, Situ Deng finished his flourish. While Lin Yu served, he fussed with presentation, colorful veggies circling his vegetarian chicken like stars around the moon, boosting its flavor visually. Everyone, after Lin Yu's pork, my vegetarian chicken will cleanse your palate. Keep the mundane from tainting you. His voice boomed, still jabbing at Lin Yu. Nalan Zan and Shin Kaeyun looked up as Situ Deng approached, sharing a satisfied glance and a slight smile. Shin Kaeyun weighed her words, then spoke plain. Situ Deng, why not surrender now? Do it, and we'll keep it quiet. No leak from the manor about you losing to Lin Yu. Before she finished, Situ Chong cut in. That's too much, madam. You haven't even tried my nephew's dish and you're telling him to quit? Marquis, we've both seen war. Surrender's no small thing. You're risking his spirit, and you haven't tasted his vegetarian chicken. Situ Deng's face had crumpled, but he forced a smile. Marquis, madam, I know you've had my Spirit Feast vegetarian chicken before, but this one's different. I pulled an all-nighter with top chefs to innovate. It's peak first-grade Spirit Feast, taste perfection and cultivation boost. Nolan Zahn sighed, his gaze heavy on Situ Deng. If you think we're just coaxing you to quit, try your dish yourself. Chen Shuishan chimed in. Don't. Situ Deng, I've heard of your pride. Taste Lin Yu's dish, and it won't just bruise your spirit, it'll shatter it. Situ Deng trembled. Even Chen Shuishan said this. Could pork really beat him? Situ Chong couldn't stand it, but with Chen Shuishan present, he held back. Instead, he stabbed his chopsticks into the braised pork. I don't buy it. Pork even our servants won't touch, how good can it be? His words hadn't faded when the pork hit his tongue. Then, from the hall's entrance, a voice rang out. Everyone's here? Guess I'm late. Lin Linger's eyes lit up. Query. Chapter 33. He made a spirit feast too? Chapter 33. He made a spirit feast too. Translator. Cruckist. Master Han, you're finally here. Lin Linger rushed forward, grabbing the newcomer's arm and pouting. If you'd been any later, my brother would have been bullied to death. If he dies, I'm not being your first disciple anymore. Lin Yu smiled wryly, a flicker of affection in his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Linger to have a backup plan against the Situ clan's wrath. Compared to her, his own strategy felt lacking. Sure, he had confidence, but without these surprises, he might still be trapped under Situ Chang's pressure. If Nolan Zahn and his wife couldn't stomach the braised pork, they wouldn't have saved him, might have even declared him the loser, forcing him to cook for Nolan Zian endlessly. If she ate his chicken mushroom stew yesterday but rejected it today, along with everything else, he'd be worthless. Then, with the Situ clan's power, he'd be a dead man walking. Fear crept in, but Chen Shuishan's arrival and now Lin Linger's mentor shifted the odds. This mentor was no pushover. Why else show up at the manor now? Lin Yu pieced it together. A mere instructor from Heavenly Cloud Academy's Mystic Institute wouldn't barge in like this, catching even Nolan Zahn off guard. Nolan Zahn blinked, stunned. Another arrival, and Lin Linger's mentor, no less? He'd thought a random teacher crashing the manor was grounds for punishment, but seeing her face, he swallowed his words and forced a grin. You're here too? Her name was Han Ya, her features as striking as Lin Linger's or Nolan Zian's, but she radiated a bold, unyielding spirit. Her custom robe, white with blue hints, screamed prestige. Han Ya nodded slightly, smirking. Didn't expect such a lively scene. Heh heh. Chen Shuishan's laugh boomed, his eyes glinting with approval at Han Ya. Then Lin Linger. So you're the genius from humble roots everyone talks about? Lin Linger faltered. She knew she had talent, but this nickname was news. She waved it off. Genius? Not in front of you all. Her gaze slid to Han Ya with admiration. My mentor's the real genius. Chen Shuishan gave Han Ya a teasing look. Oh? Is that so? Han Ya's cheeks flushed as she bowed slightly. Chen Shuishan, one of Heavenly Cloud Academy's 3 Puya, was her superior, deserving respect, especially with his other titles. I didn't expect you here, Chen Shuishan. My disciple's brother must be something special. Curiosity tinged her voice. She'd vetted Lin Yu when taking Lin Linger as a disciple, digging into the Lin family. Lin Linger was clean, but her brother? A quack doctor. How'd he end up in a cooking duel with Situ Deng? Situ Deng's representative wasn't small. Before pivoting to cooking, his spiritual aptitude ranked top 10 at the academy, a bona fide prodigy. His shift to culinary arts for love had folks sighing, but he'd since risen fast, becoming the kingdom's youngest cooking king, a first-grade spirit chef, with rumors of recipe breakthroughs. A quack versus a culinary genius. Laughable. Han Ya had come to save Lin Yu, knowing how cheap a commoner's life was to the Situ clan and southwestern Marquis. Yet here was Chen Shuishan, and Qin Ayan's words, telling Situ Deng to surrender, hit her ears. My hearing's off? She told Situ Deng to quit? No way. Qin Kayan's fair, if a bit soft. Southwestern Marquis wouldn't have picked her otherwise. Han Ya knew secrets from her status, but this threw her. Was Qin Kayan different now, or was Lin Yu that good? Doubt clouded her eyes. Chen Shuishan's warning, Taste it, and Situ Deng's spirit could shatter. Sounded insane. Really? Seeing her confusion, Chen Shuishan pointed at Lin Yu's braised pork. Questions? Eat a piece. Han Ya didn't hesitate, popping one in. She froze, then snapped back, grabbing Lin Yu. Lin Yu, right? You made this spirit feast? Why didn't you give it to Linger before? If she'd had it last month, she might have broken through in her exam, becoming a ranked mystic martialist. She stared at his wry smile, pausing. I get it, maybe the ingredients are pricey. But she's your sister. You've got to think of her future. Spirit feast. Situ Deng yelped, disbelief etched on his face. He noticed Situ Chong, silent after a bite, looking unnervingly quiet. He made a spirit feast too? Query. Chapter 34. In the end, nothing left. Chapter 34. In the end, nothing left. Translator. Cruckist. Impossible. Impossible. There's not a shred of spiritual energy on him, no ripples when he cooks. A bumpkin like that, not even started on body forging. How could he make a spirit feast? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Han Ya's face darkened. So you're doubting me? A tidal wave of pressure crashed over Situ Deng, leaving him dazed, muttering, impossible, absolutely impossible. He's just a mortal, how could he make a spirit feast? Stumbling back, shouting, he felt an abyss yawning before him under Han Ya's aura, terror snapping at his heels. Then a clear, melodic voice cut through. Is it really that good? I want to try it too. Lin Yu felt Nalan Zan and Qin Keiyun's stares pierce him like swords. Nalan Zian had spoken. She wanted to eat. Even Han Ya looked shocked. Only Qingluan smiled faintly. As expected, misfavors this Lin Yu cook. Why else skip the vegetarian chicken for this pork? Situ Deng, heedless of what Nalan Zian eyed, seized his vegetarian chicken and pushed it toward her, eyes wild. Right, I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. This duel's final judge is Zian. Pleading, he met her clear gaze. Zian, all these years, please, just one bite. I swear it'll satisfy you. I made this for you. Lin Yu almost saw a lapdog panting at a little girl. Licking gets you nothing in the end. How could he not see it? Situ Deng was the ultimate simp, ditching a mystic martialist path just to feed Nalan Zian, chasing her heart at the cost of his future. Her eyes softened with sadness. She could be spoiled, but she'd seen Situ Deng's years of effort. Yet, staring at his pale yellow vegetarian chicken, her stomach churned. Hiss, suppressing a gag in front of everyone, her gaze flicked to the braised pork, then dropped with a low sigh. Situ Deng, why bother? I can't eat your vegetarian chicken. Realizing more hope would only ruin him, she spoke plain. I see Lin Yu's dish, I want it. Yours? It just makes me sick. These years, you've worked hard for me. I'll ask father to reward you, but I really can't eat your vegetarian chicken. Her lashes trembled, regret pooling in her eyes. If she'd known his efforts were futile, she'd never have let him roam the manor freely, feeding his delusions of a chance, driving him to perfect a spirit feast. Situ Deng's face twisted beyond control. A 7-foot man quaked, tears brimming, voice shaking. You can't eat mine, but you can eat his. Am I not good enough, or is he too good? Madness seized him. He bolted to Lin Yu, who flinched, expecting a punch. Instead, Situ Deng grabbed chopsticks, snatched a piece of braised pork, and shoved it in his mouth. Chen Shuishan sighed softly. Why do this? Situ Chong reached out to stop him but froze. Once Situ Deng tasted it, he'd understand everything. Anger flared in Situ Chang's eyes as he glared at Lin Yu. Few in Heavenly Cloud Kingdom walked the spirit chef path. Fewer still among great house heirs. Situ Deng's talent had shown unrivaled. Too long the top dog, facing a peer who outstripped him could, as Chen Shuishan warned, shatter his spirit. Situ Chong couldn't stop it. This was Situ Deng's test. Collapse here, and no path, spirit chef or otherwise, would bear fruit. His mindset had always been frail, a flaw the Situ clan ignored, banking on his rise to the kingdom's culinary peak to fix it. They never foresaw Lin Yu, wielding braised pork. Situ Chong burned with rage but conceded. This dish wasn't just a spirit feast. It topped first grade. Boosting cultivation for mystic martialists and body forgers below 3rd grade, it rivaled spirit pills. With such common ingredients, mass-produced, it could tank the pill market. Chen Shuishan turned to Lin Yu. You know how potent this pork is? Han Ya gasped. What? Pork? Impossible. How could non-spirit beast meat make a spirit feast like this? With the arcane machine in your mind, you could too. Lin Yu blinked but held his tongue, nodding instead. I know exactly what this braised pork does. Interested in joining Heavenly Cloud Academy as vice head of the dining pavilion, Chen Shuishan's words dropped like thunder. Query. Chapter 35. Lin Yu among the big shots. Chapter 35. Lin Yu among the big shots. Translator. Cruckest even Nolan Zan shot to his feet. He'd been fixated on Nolan Zian's eating habits. Situ Chang's arrogance, Lin Yu's shocking spirit feast, even Zian's request for braised pork, none had jolted him like this. Zian's diet was a personal matter, at most a manner issue. But Heavenly Cloud Academy? That was a different beast. Especially the dining pavilion, tangled in profit webs. Chen Shuishan's personal invite shook him to the core. Nolan Zian, holding the braised pork, felt a flicker of resistance but no nausea, just hunger. Hearing Chen Shuishan, her eyes gleamed. Master's inviting someone to be vice head of the dining pavilion? All eyes locked on Chen Shuishan. Silence hung. Then Situ Chong spoke first, fury already simmering over Lin Yu, now spiked by Situ clan stakes. The dining pavilion held their interests. How could one braised pork hand over the vice head spot? Steadying himself, he said, I'll admit this braised pork is remarkable. Its cheap ingredients could make it a spirit pill substitute. This guy's no bumpkin like my nephew claimed. He's a hidden gem. Situ Chang's sudden praise stunned Situ Deng. He glanced up, incredulous, then bowed his head again. The Situ clan had always been his shield, Situ Chong his doting uncle. Now, was even he belittling him, in front of everyone, in front of Nolan Zian? Despair sank in. Head down, unseen, a tear rolled down his cheek, splashing the floor. Only Lin Yu caught it, a sly smile playing on his lips as Situ Chong rambled on. A proud guy like Situ Deng crying, however discreetly, showed how crushed he was. He might never recover that old swagger. Lin Yu's mind drifted. He stayed quiet, knowing amidst these titans, a commoner like him had little say. His thoughts turned to the arcane machine in his mind. Strength. I need real power. In Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, 4th grade mystic martialists or body forgers can control their fate. I've got a body forging technique, but I haven't stepped onto that path. The arcane machine can download skills fast, but pushing too hard risks my body breaking down. And to grow stronger, I need mystic coins. Lots of them. Wonder if Situ Deng will keep his word and cough up the 1,000 mystic coins. He wouldn't welch, right? He's the Situ clan's golden boy. 1,000's just chump change to him. Lin Yu held his tongue, soaking in the chatter. Chen Shuishan noted it, nodding subtly. This kid's got a stead head. Shame about his meridians. Han Ya caught his drift, smiling. When I took Linger as my disciple, I considered him for the academy too. But his meridians are a mess. Body forging's out. You probably knew his dad. Lin Linger's eyes widened. Her brother's meridians were that bad? She clenched a fist. She knew the issue, but barring body forging entirely, she'd seen him start that path this morning. Maybe Master Han slipped up, she mused, staying quiet, flicking a curious glance at Situ Chong. Didn't Han Ya need to mind him? Even if Lin Yu's skilled, he could start as a spirit chef in the dining pavilion. Situ Chong pressed. He's young, untested. We don't know how many spirit feasts he can make. Sure, braised pork boosts 3rd grade cultivators, but it's still a spirit feast. Draining to craft. How many can he churn out daily? Pushing him this high now is sabotage. Chen Puya, you know how many eyes are on that vice head spot. Chen Shuishan looked up, grinning. I know. Situ Chong faltered, then pushed on. If Lin Yu takes it, he'll be a target. Those coveting it will want him gone. A complex glint crossed Chen Shuishan's eyes. Han Ya chuckled, covering her mouth. Situ Chong, no wonder you're just a body forging institute elder despite being He Pai's disciple. I thought it was your temper. Pausing, a smirk flashed. Now I see your thinking's off too. Situ Chong bowed despite her tone. I'm slow-witted, missing the point. Please, senior sister, enlighten me. Older than Han Ya, his pride should have bristled, yet he bent low. Query. Chapter 36. You've got some nerve. Chapter 36. You've got some nerve. Translator. Cruckist. Lin Yu's cooking is impressive, and this braised pork, I've never heard of it. If I'm right, he invented it himself, Han Ya said, her tone loaded. Otherwise, a first-grade spirit feast with this impact would have made waves. Situ Chang's gut twisted. Wasn't Lin Yu just a quack? Now he's a spirit chef. And a creator? Still, he knew Han Ya was likely spot on. A spirit feast from pork, the poorest folks' meat, would have spread far, even if less potent. Crafting a spirit feast demanded a skilled spirit chef and choice ingredients. Situ Deng's vegetarian chicken looked like it used manor supplies, but Situ Chong knew better. Its real materials, sourced by Situ Deng, cost over 100 mystic coins. Sell it, and it could fetch 5 or 6 times that. But Lin Yu's braised pork. No fancy extras. The priciest bit might be half a bottle of liquor. Under 10 mystic coins. Yet its effect was monstrous. Situ Chong pulled in a cold breath, piecing it together. Chen Shuishan and Han Ya were after Lin Yu's recipe. He glared at Lin Yu, rage simmering, but with Chen Shuishan and Han Ya present, he held back. That seat's not so easy to keep, he growled. Hope you last, Lin Yu. Or it'll be a disgrace. With that, he stormed off. Situ Deng glanced around. His biggest backer was gone, the match decided. Staying meant more shame. As he moved to leave, he stole a look at Nolan Zian, aching for her to notice him. But she was chewing braised pork, eyes sparkling, letting out a delighted, "Oh, Lin Yu, this pork's unreal. Is it really pork, or did you swap something in?" Lin Yu shook his head, calm. Just pork. Even the good stuff at the market. A whole pig costs less than 1 red jade chicken. A regular chicken ran 60 spirit coins. A red jade chicken 5 mystic coins. Enough for a pig. Lin Yu found it odd. Pork here was dirt cheap. Did people even raise pigs? Then it clicked. It's low value, easy to feed, but the stench was way worse than Earth's. Probably a breed thing. Heavenly Sun continent pigs must be a cinch to rear. Back on Earth, pork prices soared before I crossed over. Here, it's the lowliest food, he mused, chuckling at the irony. Nolan Zian thought he was laughing at her. What happened to her picky, anorexic persona? Twice now, she'd gorged on Lin Yu's food. Cheeks flushed, she downed 2 big pieces. Her parents' eager stares begged her to eat more, but she set her chopsticks down, too many eyes. She stuck her tongue out at Lin Yu, playful. Blame him, his food was too good. Unlike Situ Deng's dishes, which killed her appetite and churned her gut. Situ Deng couldn't hear her thoughts but saw her vibe. His heart cracked louder. Silent, he turned to leave, done with her world. When I'm gone, Nolan Zian, you'll see who mattered. He vowed to make her regret this, like he did now. As he stepped away, Lin Yu, ever watchful, called out, Situ Deng, hold up. Situ Deng spun, bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Teetering on an emotional cliff, he saw Lin Yu's swagger and glimpsed his own past self. After a beat, bracing for a taunt, he rasped, I lost. I'm quitting the spirit chef path. Anything else? Lin Yu blinked, then grinned awkwardly. Not that. We agreed on 1,000 mystic coins. You're not backing out, right? Situ Deng froze, thunderstruck, throat tight like it'd bleed. That's why he stopped me. The 1,000 mystic coins. True humiliation. Clever, Lin Yu. That's the real sting. I'll never forget this 1,000. Or this scar. Or you, Lin Yu. His eyes blazed. Nolan Zian didn't matter now, not in this reckless moment. But Lin Yu was seared in his soul. You've got some nerve, he growled. With a flick of his sleeve, a pale red crystal card landed in Lin Yu's hand. 2,000 mystic coins. The extra thousands for next time. I'll beat you elsewhere. Heard you're a healer? Before Lin Yu could blink, Situ Deng vanished, leaving him baffled. What's this guy on about? Was he gonna stiff me, then got caught? And that last line, Going into medicine now? Medicine won't save heavenly cloud folks. Query. Chapter 37. Vice Head, Part 1. Chapter 37. Vice Head, Part 1. Translator. Cruckest Lin Yu couldn't help but grumble inwardly, though his face stayed blank. He eyed the crystal card in his hand, marveling at it, like a bank card from his past life, etched with mystic arrays for cashing out mystic coins at trade houses. Pretty wild, he muttered. His father had left him one, but it was empty by the time he reborn into a foreign realm. This one hid different. Nolan Zian giggled at his awe, strolling over with a crisp, "You're that broke? Father said he gave you 1,000 mystic coins yesterday." Lin Yu froze, pocketing the card. He almost shook his head, but her haughty air, born of years atop the heap, sparked an idea. His tone turned mournful. "Miss, you wouldn't get it. Kids like me from dirt-poor homes. We ate big when we could. Next meal might not come. At my lowest, I had no clothes, just ran around in oversized hand-me-downs." Pure nonsense. Before his father vanished, he and Lin Linger lived decently, not noble rich, but solid. Lin Linger never touched pork growing up, proof enough. Still, he admired her. Despite the fall from grace, she stayed upbeat, vowing to tough it out with him. When the original Lin Yu hit rock bottom, she'd been his rock. A sister like that. He'd kill to keep her safe. Back to the sob story, Nolan Zian's eyes welled up. Gazing at Lin Yu's sharp yet gentle face, pity stirred. So that's a commoner's life, brutal. Yet it didn't break him. It made him this good. No wonder his food doesn't turn my stomach. She resolved. Father wants him as my private chef. If he agrees, he's getting top treatment. To eat, I'd beg by bridges, hoping for scraps. Life's better now, but I'll never forget those days. Lin Yu rambled on, oblivious to her full buy-in. Lin Linger's mouth twitched. Her brother, a liar now? So convincing. If she weren't his sister, she'd fall for it too. Besides Nolan Zian, Han Ya. Overheard, pity softening her gaze. She knew Lin Yu scraped by, sometimes starving to fund Lin Linger's expenses. Turning to Chen Shuishan, she said gravely, "Stu Chong thinks we're after his recipe?" "Probably," Chen Shuishan replied, hesitating. "But when I ate the braised pork, I probed it with a spell. No trace of spirit chef techniques." No techniques, yet it's a spirit feast. Only a 4th-grade spirit chef could pull that off, and Lin Yu's not one. Their talk flowed through thoughts, unseen by others, who only caught their smiles. Exactly why I'm tapping him for vice head, Chen Shuishan thought back. Hundreds of great houses, Heavenly Cloud Academy. Me, old he, and your master worked hard to keep it free from their chains, letting its spirit breathe, he sighed, glancing at Lin Linger. Without their efforts, a gifted commoner like her would have been snatched up decades ago, married off to some noble the moment she enrolled. But freedom's a double-edged sword. They think we're hiding treasures, fueling their greed. The dining pavilions are bait, tangled in power plays. My eldest disciple holds it down, but he's nearing a breakthrough, off wandering the kingdom now. Han Ya's jaw dropped, a gasp slipping out. Brother Yun's breaking through? She caught herself, but too late. Nolan Zan's eyes lit up with awe at Chen Shuishan, then softened on Nolan Zian, Chen's last disciple. He'd settle for half the feats of Chen's elusive eldest. Lin Yu, scanning the room, figured this was above his pay grade. Time to bounce. Vice head of the dining pavilion. He'd dodge it if he could. Lin Linger needed living cash. Plus, joining the academy, even as staff, would eat his freedom. He wanted mystic coins to juice up his mind's arcane machine. This mess taught him. No strength, no control, fate's a cage. Back on Earth, he didn't get why novel protagonists raged against the world. Now, clashing values in this realm made it clear. To own his destiny, he needed power. Before he could speak, Chen Shuishan cut in. He's been stuck at that bottleneck for years. Finally seeing light, I sent him roaming. The dining pavilion's a mess now, leaderless, chaotic. Query. Chapter 38. Vice Head, Part 2, Chapter 38. Vice Head, Part 2. Translator. Cruckest Chen Shuishan flashed Lin Yu a smile, his tone light yet firm. Lin Yu, I'm not joking. I'm seriously inviting you to be vice head of the dining pavilion at Heavenly Cloud Academy. Seeing Chen Shuishan treat Lin Yu with such respect, Nalanzan's jaw dropped, but no words came. To him, Lin Yu was a mere commoner, valuable, sure, but ripe for strong arming. Yet Chen Shuishan's earlier words echoed. Status meant nothing. Nalanzan wisely kept quiet. Spouting off would earn Chen Shuishan's scorn, right? He'd played it safe his whole life, too cautious to cross someone even Situ Chong feared. Instead of cautioning Chen Shuishan like Situ Chong had, Nalanzan grinned at Lin Yu. Master Lin, I agree. The dining pavilion's no big name, but Heavenly Cloud Academy's the kingdom's mightiest, full of hidden talents. Spirit chefs are rare there, but I hear the pavilion's got ancient recipes. As vice head, you'd gain plenty. Chin Kayan chuckled behind her hand. If Master Lin takes the job, we'll struggle to hire him for our kitchen. This. Lin Yu wanted to refuse, but the eager stares pinned him. Even Lin Linger, clueless as she was, looked hopeful. To her, it meant seeing her brother at the academy often. Sigh. Chen Shuishan's no small fry, bigger than the Situ clan. Rejecting him publicly, bruising his pride, might spark payback, Lin Yu thought, forcing a smile. Chen Shuishan seemed to read him. If you don't want the leash, Lin Yu, saying no's fine. Yeah, right. Like your tone doesn't scream trouble if I do. Lin Yu's forehead twitched. What's the vice head do? Chen Shuishan explained, the pavilion's head is away, it's a mess. Factions clawing at each other. You'd calm them, but not cross them. Cross them, and even I might not save you, he thought, adding aloud, if someone bucks your rules, fair ones, you come to me. I'll back you. Sounds like a hassle. Not at all. It's mostly a title. Your braised pork outshines spirit pills. Make 30 pieces daily, and I'll handle the rest. Chen Shuishan grinned. Lin Yu frowned, puzzled. If it's that simple, why vice head? Why not just a grunt churning out pork? Yet Chen Shuishan was shoving this hot potato his way. Unease grew, fueled by Situ Chang's warning. He called it a trap. If even Situ Chang says that, it's not as easy as Chen Shuishan claims. One slip, and I'm sunk. His eyes glinted. Lin Linger, oblivious to the stakes, tugged his sleeve. Brother, working at the academy's cool. I could grab your food. Anytime. Lin Yu flicked her nose with a laugh, saying nothing. Chen Shuishan pondered, then smiled. I know you're worried you've got no backing. But that's why I picked you. Truth is, this gig's a wolf den. Tons want it. You won't get why yet, but you will soon. Lin Yu stayed calm. No backing, like a blank slate, so you think I'm easy to steer, Chen Shuishan? The bluntness cut the air. Nalanzan barked, Lin Yu, what are you saying? With Chen Shuishan's stature, you think he's scheming? Without him, you'd be dead under Situ Chong. Father. Nalanzian's soft cry stopped him. Nalanzan caught himself, bowing to Chen Shuishan and Han Ya before stepping back, huffing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's face stayed blank, but inside, he scoffed. Classic good cop, bad cop, soft and hard to nudge me along. Chen Shuishan spoke up. Steer you? If you were useless, maybe. Their eyes locked, a shimmer swirling in Chen Shuishan's gaze. Lin Yu froze. Through it, he glimpsed a cloud bridge, two tall figures atop. One was Chen Shuishan. The other, a hazy blur. His heart jolted. If Chen Shuishan wanted, he could wipe Lin Yu's mind. No second transmigration, just oblivion. A man like that needing tricks to control him? Laughable? Chen Shuishan's eyes cleared, a faint smile returning. I believe everyone should hold their own fate. Lin Yu, if you prove your worth, beyond just braised pork, I think you can do it. Lin Yu bowed slightly. Then I'll take the role. He turned to Lin Linger, grinning. Well? Call me vice head already. Query. Chapter 39. Secrets Chapter 39. Secrets Translator, Cruckist. Half an hour later, in the waterside pavilion of Southwestern Marquis Manor's rear garden, Lin Yu chatted with Chen Shuishan. Though he'd grasped that Chen Shuishan wasn't treating him as a puppet, questions lingered. Chen Puya, why me for vice head? Lin Yu had only recently learned from Lin Linger that Puya means headmaster, or dean. Heavenly Cloud Academy's unique trio of Puya marked Chen Shuishan as a towering figure, one of the kingdom's elite beneath the royals. His scruffy look be damned. He'd guessed right. Han Ya's equal footing stemmed from her royal blood. Her mother, sister to the current Heavenly Cloud Emperor, hailing from the mighty Han clan. Raised in the palace, her lineage was ironclad, bolstered by her mentor, another Puya. No faction means no target, keeping the dining pavilion from more chaos, Chen Shuishan said, lifting a fist-sized jug from the stone table. His gaze, slightly clouded, fixed on the man-made pond teeming with dozens of koi. A faction-backed vice head would let great houses sink their claws into the academy. He recounted years of effort. Lin Yu's pulse quickened. Chen Shuishan's push for academic freedom sounded straight out of earth. If not for knowing he was a native of the Heavenly Sun continent, Lin Yu might have pegged him as a transmigrator. The academy stood as a fortress, forged by Chen Shuishan and his fellow Puya. The dining pavilion was its lone breach, rife with agents from Heavenly Cloud City's 7 great houses, all mere staff. With the vice head spot open, their eyes locked on it. A house appointee would crack the academy's armor, undoing decades of work. Chen Shuishan needed someone untainted by the 7 houses, ideally a spirit chef with no backing, a rare find. Enter Lin Yu, crashing into his view. Lin Yu gave a wry smile. By agreeing, I'm stepping into danger, aren't I? The houses, salivating over the role, would shred a commoner like him for snagging it. But Chen Shuishan shook his head, a smirk tugging his lips. Know your lack of ties. Being mine means they'll watch you, not touch you. You're just a tool to balance them. Tool? Lin Yu's mouth twitched at the modern term from this otherworldly man. It clicked. 1 vice head slot, 7 houses, none united. His appointment would drag their fight underground. Still, sitting there meant trouble. Chen Shuishan didn't deny it, chuckling. Your father, Lin Chaodong, I knew him. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he stepped to the pavilion's edge, staring at the koi. Back in the medical institute, he was my senior. I pestered him with questions. You're a spirit apothecary too? Lin Yu gaped. Sidu Chong had pegged Chen Shuishan as a spirit brewer, formation master, and powerhouse. Now this. Too freakish. At 40-something, matching his father's age, such feats screamed prodigy. In novels, a younger Chen Shuishan would have been the destined lead. Chen Shuishan nodded, tinged with regret. Yeah, I've walked many paths, none led far. Lin Yu recalled Situ Chang's parting shot about medicine. Was Chen Shuishan his endgame? Shaking it off, he waited for more. Truth is, Nolan Zhan and the others weren't wrong, Chen Shuishan said softly. I could have stuck you in the pavilion as a regular spirit chef. Cooking spirit feasts drains you. Only so many a day. But because your father, my senior Lin Chaodong, trusted you, I think you can fix this mess. He locked eyes with Lin Yu. Lin Chaodong braved the savage peaks outside Heavenly Cloud City for your meridians. If he saw that much in you, you're no ordinary man. His voice deepened. You won't let me down. With that, Chen Shuishan turned and left. Lin Yu sat alone in the pavilion, mulling those words. Trust was the root of it all. His lips twitched. Not disbelief, but a sudden weight. Wait. He snapped back. What darn duty? This is Chen Shuishan dumping it on me. I could skip the pavilion, ditch vice head, and live free. Yet sorrow crept in. Is father really gone? Fused with the original's memories and bonds, Lin Chaodong's mention pierced him deep. Query. Chapter 40. Second Uncle's Visit. Chapter 40. Second Uncle's Visit. Translator. Crocus. The matter wrapped up, and Lin Yu and Lin Linger returned to the Lin household. Nolan Zhan had half a mind to ask Lin Yu to whip up more dishes for Nolan Xian's stash, but with Chen Shuishan looming nearby, he held his tongue and let Lin Yu go. Now, at home, Lin Linger and Lin Yu packed their things. She hesitated several times, words on her lips, but stayed silent. Lin Yu, lost in his own thoughts, missed her unease. After a while, with their bags nearly ready, Lin Linger finally spoke. Brother, are you really coming with me to Heavenly Cloud Academy? Lin Yu gave a helpless smile, ruffling her hair, strands slipping through his fingers. No choice. I promised Chen Puya I'd take the vice head gig at the dining pavilion. Brother, isn't that super risky? He paused, meeting her worried gaze with a grin. There's some danger, sure, but not life-threatening. You know Chen Pai's strength better than I do. He was father's junior brother. He'll have my back. Lin Linger nodded. True. Chen Pai's one of the Academy's 3 Puya. Some even whisper he's the strongest. Unfathomable power. Even Master Han calls him Master. With him behind us, what's to fear? She trailed off, but Lin Yu caught her drift. She worried he'd lean too hard on Chen Shuishan's vague promise, acting reckless and stirring trouble. He chuckled, knowing the original Lin Yu's prickly nature. Before he could explain, a sharp knock echoed from outside. He glanced out. Dusk was settling. Who'd visit now? Li Chaohua, maybe, sniffing out his new dining pavilion post. Here to butter him up? To commoners, the Academy was a sacred peak. She might push for Ganadhar Mahal, cooing. Your vice head now, Lin Yu. Focus on cooking, leave the hall to me. He smirked. Chen Shuishan had said the pavilion's duties were light, a figurehead role. After some handovers, he'd be free to return. Ganadhar Mahal was Lin Chaodong's legacy. No way he'd let Li Chaohua, or even her husband, snatch it. Opening the door, there she was. Li Chaohua, smug as ever, beside a gaunt middle-aged man with a goatee and sour eyes. Lin Mudong, his second uncle. Lin Chaodong's younger brother. Once a medical student, he peaked as a mundane healer while Lin Chaodong rose to a revered third grade spirit apothecary. Lin Mudong had a knack for trade, though, after Lin Chaodong vanished into the savage peaks, his drug-dealing gig outgrew Ganadhar Mahal. Naturally, his sights locked on it, a tarnished but golden signboard from Lin Chaodong's heyday. Grabbing it could skyrocket his business. Lin Yu smiled faintly. That was fast. Word travels quick, faster than a dog's nose, huh? Li Chaohua beamed, eyeing him like a fool. Lin Yu, quit yapping nonsense. I'm here for one thing. Ganadhar Mahal. Sell it or not, it's mine. Don't think Southwestern marquee ties make you hot stuff. As long as you're Lin Yu, you'll bend, or else. She nudged Lin Mudong, who sneered. Behind him loomed burly figures, muscle-bound, shirtless despite the night chill, glaring at Lin Yu with menace. Lin Yu blinked, stunned. This wasn't about his vice head post. They were here to strong-arm Ganadhar Mahal outright. Father's been gone a year, and they're already mask off. This is the brotherhood he cherished? Rage boiled, spilling into a scoff. In the capital, you'd defy the law? Robbery? Lands you in jail. Lin Mudong leisurely pulled a note from his robe, handing it over with a cold smirk. I came prepared. Before, I held back for blood's sake. But you kept pushing, so don't blame me for dropping the act. Lin Yu scanned it. Wang Hu's private seal, captain of Heavenly Cloud City's gate guard. Details unread, the seal alone screamed intent. Lin Mudong was here to burn bridges. Calming himself, Lin Yu filed Wang Hu's name away. He turned, plopping onto a courtyard stone bench, grinning at them. Guess I underestimated you. Teaming up with outsiders to bully your nephew. What touching family love. Hey, don't pin this on me, Lin Mudong sneered, stepping in and sitting across from him with a transfer deed. I gave you plenty of face, offered a fat price. You overreached. Sign it. We're still kin. If you're ever in a bind, I'll help where I can. Query. Chapter 41. First Strike. Chapter 41. First Strike. Translator. Cruckus. The price was high. It lagged far behind even casual bids. Outsiders chasing Ganadhar Mahal's name could slap down 30% more than Lin Mudong's offer. Lin Yu marveled. What was this guy's face made of to spew such shamelessness? Still, he held his temper. His gaze drifted to Li Chaohua outside the gate, flanked by 6 brutes. Not ranked body forgers, but they'd trained some basics. A glance told him anyone could take 3 or 4 regular folks. The old Lin Yu might have flinched, but now, he itched to test his limits. Lin Mudong seethed at Lin Yu's silence and blank stare, as if his threats were air. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, if you don't sign now, you'll regret it. Linger's safe. I'd even fund her at the academy. But you. A useless quack. How much would it cost me to bury you? His voice dripped menace. Nothing. I've met all kinds over the years, any thug could end you. Lin Yu raised a hand, pointing at the 6 outside. You mean those? Lin Mudong smirked, smug. Yep. Anyone could leave you dead or begging. Market toughs, hands stained with blood. Lin Yu grabbed the deed off the table, chuckling. Lin Mudong, you've prepped well, corner me, till I cave. Too bad, this ain't my breaking point. Rip. Paper tore as he shredded it. Lin Mudong's eyes bulged, realization dawning. Lin Yu had zero intent to yield. He'd braced for this showdown. Lin Yu, you're really not afraid to die, Lin Mudong snarled. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson. Teach me? Bring it, Lin Yu said, cool as a breeze. His eyes lingered on the 6, then he stood. No need for them, you start. Bang. Lin Mudong's horror froze as Lin Yu's fist loomed, swelling like a cauldron in his vision. Knuckles cracked against his face, a sledgehammer blow. Pain exploded, his body reeling back, crashing to the ground with a thud, dust billowing. It happened too fast. Lin Mudong couldn't react, nor could the 6 brutes, still gawking in confusion. Li Chaohua snapped to first, shrieking, ah! Lin Yu winced, covering his ears. Lady, that screech could pierce my skull. Can't you chill with all these eyes on us? No, second aunt, no name. Just foes now. The moment Lin Mudong spoke, kinship died. He wanted Ganadar Mahal. Lin Yu would grind them underfoot. Fair trade. Snap. One leg kicked back, and Lin Yu shot forward like a streak of light, halting before Li Chaohua. She flinched, but years of bullying Lin Yu fueled her reflex. You little bastard, you dare. Slap. A crisp smack cut her off, a red handprint blooming on her cheek. You hit me? She gaped, stunned. Never had she pictured Lin Yu this bold. Smacking her in public. Get him, she roared at the 6. They traded glances, bloodlust sparking. Boss and wife hit. Time to go hard. Bottom feeders from the streets, they relished a free-for-all. Lin Yu watched, unhurried, a smirk curling his lips. 6 nobodies, his match? Slim as ever, he knew his edge. The heavenly cloud body forging art, deduced to 5, sat a hair from 1st grade, 1st-tier status. These 6, powerless against him. No spiritual energy yet, but he outclassed mortals by miles. Hey, you don't know death, one growled, mistaking Lin Yu's calm for arrogance. He charged, fist aiming for Lin Yu's face. Whoosh. The air split. A blur. Lin Yu was behind him. The thug's face twitched, twisting to strike, but Lin Yu's foot lashed out, unsparing. It slammed the man into the wall root. Boom. The crash shook the wall, the thug crumpling unconscious. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed. 10 times a normal man's strength, and not even a full-body forger yet. What power awaited at that rank? He laughed, pointing at the remaining 5. All at once. You want to teach me? Fine, I'll vent some steam. Today, pinned between big shots at the manor, frustration had simmered. Now, these meat targets showed up, perfect. Query. Chapter 42. Advancing the Forging Art. Chapter 42. Advancing the Forging Art. Translator. Cruckist. Brother's strength has gotten insane. He's just a step from being a real body forger, Lin Linger muttered, peering out from the room. Her big eyes practically sparkled with awe. Then, pouting, she grumbled, he told me it was his first time training. If that's true, he's a freak. He's gotta be sneaking practice behind my back. No way. Once we're at Heavenly Cloud Academy, I've got to grind harder. I've been there ages and still haven't hit Master Han's bar, breaking into 1st grade, 1st-tier mystic martialist. If brother passes me, he'll mock me for sure. She'd planned to rush out and help, despite not being a full mystic martialist. Her raw talent let her wield basic spells. Handling 6 thugs would have been easy. But seeing Lin Yu's ferocity, she relaxed, finishing their packing. In the courtyard, Lin Yu didn't waste time. He floored all 6 in a blink, panting but victorious. None stood to challenge him now. Wheezing, he eyed Li Chaohua and Lin Mudong. No posturing, just raw exhaustion. Li Chaohua gaped. This was the sickly Lin Yu she knew? He seemed a different beast. Shocking. She'd seen enough to know muscle, and her family had ties to body forgers. To her, Lin Yu screamed legit forger now. Screeching, Lin Yu, your meridians, are they fixed? His 7 twisted meridians were a flaw Lin Chaodong hid, claiming weak health to shield him from pity's scars. He'd confided the truth to Lin Mudong and Li Chaohua. If he saw them now, turning on Lin Yu post-disappearance, what would he feel? Rage, despair, disappointment most of all? Lin Yu burned with that same fury but kept his voice steady, staring at Li Chaohua. None of your business. I just want answers. I'm your nephew, why this? Linger's young, but she'll grow into a mystic martialist. Aren't you scared she'll come for you later? Lin Mudong and Li Chaohua swapped glances. Lin Mudong spoke, Lin Yu, we're trash, greedy, blind. We messed up, coveting Ganadhar Mahal. We're sorry, truly. Lin Yu laughed. Lin Mudong's naivety was a joke. He knew this guy. Early transmigration fears of being outed as an outsider drove him to dig up dirt. Lin Mudong was sharp. No way he'd risk pissing off a future mystic martialist for chump change. Something bigger lurked. You won't spill now, fine, I won't force it, Lin Yu said coolly. I'm vice head of the dining pavilion now, leaving soon. Even if I learn the truth. I've got no time to deal with it. What? Lin Mudong's eyes bulged. Lin Yu tied to the academy. Vice head? How? Something's off. Li Chaohua quaked, knowing the academy's weight. She dropped to her knees with a thud. Lin Yu, we screwed up. We were blinded by greed. Never again. Spare us, please. She feared his new rank meant revenge. One academy link, let alone vice head, was beyond her reach. Without some massive payoff, even Lin Linger's enrollment would have kept her off Lin Yu's back. He saw deeper strings at play. I can skip the truth for now, but next time I'm back, if I don't know what's hunting me, I'll find you. Standing, he waved them off. Get out. They exchanged looks, heads bowed. As Lin Yu suspected, their whole obsession wasn't just about the nameplate. A mystery figure promised Lin Mudong a spirit apothecary shot in their kid's mystic martialist or body forger paths. Greed fueled their push. No spilling now. We'll pass Lin Yu's update to him, Lin Mudong muttered darkly. They slunk off, the 6 brutes scrambling away in a frantic crawl. Lin Yu returned to his room. Lin Linger had packed everything, bags ready. He lifted the pale red crystal card. On the way home, he'd cashed 1,000 mystic coins at a roadside trader. Situ Deng's dramatic flair gave him 2,000. Lin Yu didn't flinch. Next challenge, he'd still win. Cocky, sure, but earned. He'd only charged 300 into his system, though. Sitting, he mused. Han Ya would fetch them for the academy tonight. Its waters ran deep. He wanted body forger status now. 5 of the heavenly cloud body forging art got me this far. What'll 20 do? Query. Chapter 43. Spirit Devouring Physique. Chapter 43. Spirit Devouring Physique. Translator. Cruckist. Master Han. My brother's got something holding him up. Can we wait a bit? Lin Linger said sheepishly, hefting a few bags. Han Ya lifted the carriage curtain, nodding with a faint smile gracing her stunning face. No rush. It's rare I get out, fresh air's a nice change. She figured Lin Yu wouldn't take long. Perched at the driver's seat, an old crone with weathered skin eyed Lin Linger approvingly. Humble yet gifted, the girl warmed her heart. An old servant to Han Ya, she couldn't ask for more. Wonder what her brother's like, the crone mused. Picked by Chen Puya for vice head of the dining pavilion, maybe not top tier, but among the young, he's elite. 2nd grade strength, perhaps. She tsked, nodding. He's barely 5 years older than Linger, 2 or 3 shy of the young miss. If he's sharp, I'd play matchmaker. A perfect assist, if he proved worthy. Inside the spacious carriage, big enough for 8, retooled with a table, Han Ya and Lin Linger sat across from each other. Han Ya listened to Lin Linger's chatter, her brow creasing. You're saying your brother touched a thunder eel, and it lost its spark in moments? And you felt his spiritual ripples drop by half? Lin Linger blinked, unguarded. Beyond Lin Yu and their father, Han Ya ranked highest in her world. Yeah. The thunder eel barely feels like a spirit beast now. She opened a sack, passing it over. Han Ya peeked inside, exactly as described, the eel's vitality gutted. But she spotted it instantly. Its spiritual essence had been siphoned off, not naturally faded. Shock hit her. Absorbing mystic coins' energy was standard. Mystic martialists and body forgers thrived on it. But draining a living beast? Unheard of. A term flashed in her mind. Spirit devouring. Physique? Only the fabled spirit devourer could sap a spirit beast's essence. Her hand trembled. Lin Yu's rumors swirled. Hesitating, she almost probed Lin Linger, but held back. Lin Linger's bond with him was deep. Asking about his physique might spark mistrust. Yet Han Ya buzzed with excitement. She knew what that rare gift meant. A quarter hour passed. Lin Yu emerged, scrubbed clean. Pushing the heavenly cloud body forging art to 20 had oozed impurities across his skin. When Han Ya arrived, he'd cut his training short, rushing to wash off the grime. Now fresh, he climbed aboard. Boarding, he caught the crone's odd stare, disapproval. Unease prickled. Situ clan? He wondered. Or one of the 7 great houses? Tension spiked. No way. Chen Shuishan said I'd be safe with him backing me, not them. Inside, even Han Ya's look unnerved him. Gone was the morning's admiration. Now it was a fevered gleam, like a shopper eyeing a gem. He'd seen that look in Earth's discount-crazed aunties. Does she covet me too? Chen Shuishan trusts her. She's on his side. Lin Yu scratched his chin, a wild thought bubbling up. Wait, is she into me? My looks? He stole a glance. Han Ya was gorgeous, not much older, surely not that interested. Still, if she was. Oblivious to his spiraling thoughts, Han Ya wavered before handing him the eel sack, her gaze piercing. Lin Yu, did you handle this thunder eel? His heart jolted. The eel had exposed him. Did she suspect his arcane machine? Silence fell, the air growing heavy. Lin Linger froze, then panicked, tears welling as she grabbed Han Ya's arm. Master Han, what's wrong with it? It's my fault, not brother's. Lin Yu shot her a look, forcing a smile at Han Ya. Yeah, I touched it. You figured it out? Han Ya nodded, her beauty dazzling. Never thought it, Lin Yu, you're that kind of person. He braced, secrets out, torture next. His mental arcane machine baffled even him. How could he explain it? These heavenly sun folks wouldn't grasp it. With a bitter smirk, he sighed, I didn't ask for this. Who'd choose a life adrift over peace? He ruffled Lin Linger's hair. Master Han, she's still a kid. You'll spare her, right? Han Ya blinked, startled. Then it clicked. Lin Yu misunderstood. Did he think she'd harm him? Realization dawned. He knew his own physique. Query. Chapter 44. Storm Brewing. Chapter 44. Storm Brewing. Translator. Cruckest if he knew, that made things simpler. Lin Yu's reaction seemed natural to Han Ya. Records painted the spirit-devouring physique as a harbinger of calamity. Ancient texts dubbed it the calamity body, a lone star of misfortune. She smiled, soothing him. No need to tense up. At the academy, you'll get the treatment you deserve. Hide it well, and few will spot your physique. Before, she doubted Chen Shuishan's choice. Could Lin Yu handle the dining pavilion's weight? Now, she saw the genius in it. No wonder Chen Shuishan stood tallest among the 3 Puya. Sighing inwardly, she figured he meant to forge Lin Yu in pressures. Crucible. A spirit devourer's potential was boundless. Recalling her probe into Lin Yu's past, he'd never shown signs of it. Can he mask it? She glanced at him. No trace of that nature. Wait. Her eyes widened. You've stepped into ranked body forging? Lin Yu, still dazed, thought she was digging deeper. With a wry grin, with a stroke of luck like this, becoming a body forger's no surprise. Pity, such a pity. Han Ya's gaze softened with regret. This morning, your physique stood out. Stronger than most, but unranked. You forced a ton of spiritual essence just now, didn't you? His heart jolted. She's that sharp? Saw through my essence grab? With Han Ya's unfathomable power and Lin Linger beside him, he could only nod. Yeah, that happened. You could have waited. With a spirit-devouring physique, the mystic martialist path would take you farther. Spirit-devouring physique. Lin Yu blinked, piecing it together. Han Ya had misread him. The original's memories held no such term. Lin Chaodong's library brimmed with medical tomes, not physique lore. Still. The name clicked. Akin to his system's energy siphoning? Relief eased his gloom. If I could, I'd aim for Body Forger too, but conditions didn't allow. Lin Linger chimed in. Master Han, you don't know, when I took the entry test, brother was there. He tried tons of times, but failed every check. He had to take over Ganoderma Mahal. Her eyes dimmed, murmuring. He always wanted to be a mystic martialist, his dream for years. But his physique blocked him, couldn't draw in spiritual energy. Only these past few days gave him a shot. If father hadn't left, he'd be thrilled. Lin Linger knew Lin Chaodong's long absence from the Savage Peaks likely meant doom. A tear slipped down her cheek. Han Ya, her mentor and near kin, couldn't bear it, pulling her into a hug. I've heard of Master Lin's tale. Good men get good ends. He's out there, alive. Lin Yu's gaze hardened, resolute. One day, I'll storm the Savage Peaks and bring father back whole. He went there for me. Han Ya nodded. Records say spirit-devouring physiques vary. Some awaken early, some late. You're a late bloomer, so folks thought you had no talent. She sighed. Such a shame. Had I known back when Linger joined me, I'd have taken you too. She assumed Lin Yu's mystic martialist flops stemmed from crushing test failures, settling him for Body Forger. No matter. Body Forgers have promise. Sure, folks think they're lesser than mystic martialists, but exceptions exist. Some dual train, called martial mystics. She smiled faintly. Bit early for that talk. As vice head, you're not a student, but your rank at the academy's high. You'll see, any training snag, ask the branch elders. Lin Yu cut in. Master Han, I crossed Situ Chong from the Situ clan. He's a Body Forging Institute elder. Our academy's core is free learning. Ask, and no one'll turn you down. Han Ya waved off. I get your worries, Situ Chang's a brute outside. Inside, it's different, but I heard he maimed a student's limbs. Lin Yu's mouth twitched, swallowing the retort. The carriage rolled on. Meanwhile, at Heavenly Cloud Academy, a clash brewed in the dining pavilion's grand hall. 7 figures, each from one of the city's 7 great houses, sat in 2 rows, trading barbs. One snapped. Chen Shuishan's move stinks. He's mocking us. A first-grade spirit chef as vice head. He's spitting on us. If word spreads that 7 third-grade spirit chefs take orders from a first grader, I'm done. I say we act. When this Lin Yu kid shows, end him quick. Send Chen Shuishan a message. Query. Chapter 45. What statue? Chapter 45. What status? Translator. Cruckist. Warn Chen Shuishan. Are you mad, or am I? Someone leapt up, snapping. I don't meddle in your Chen clan mess, but don't drag it into the dining pavilion. If not for your Chen clan's petty nonsense, would the rest of us 6 houses be in this hole? Everyone knows Heavenly Cloud Academy's the kingdom's genius cradle. Everyone wants a piece. Things were fine before your antics pushed us here, splitting even a measly dining pavilion 7 ways. The speaker, a Chen clan rep, glowered. If we sit quiet, what, let Chen Shuishan's lackey lord over us? Crash. The hall door swung open, sunlight spilling in. Situ Chong strode forward, nodding to the Situ clan rep, who returned a smile. Sweeping his gaze, Situ Chong saw 7 grim faces, worry etched deep. I've looked into this new vice head, he said slowly, outlining Lin Yu's roots. Jaws dropped. The Chen representative blurted, you're saying this Lin Yu isn't Chen Shuishan's man? Situ Chong nodded, then shook his head. Lin Yu and Chen Shuishan had no prior ties, but digging deeper, his father, Lin Chaodong, connects them. Pausing, he pressed, Chen Shuishan wants the pavilion in his grip. That's intolerable. But he's at his peak now. Hard resistance puts us on the back foot, so, a youth stepped from behind him, proud, arrogant, eyeing the room with impatience. My second disciple, He Wu, Situ Chong said. He'll join the pavilion. Let him handle Lin Yu. Just lend a hand when needed. The C2 representative nodded. No qualms there. The other 6 hesitated but agreed. An 18-year-old like Lin Yu. They'd lose face clashing directly. Best let He Wu, same age, cut him down. He Wu scoffed. A spirit chef with no training. One punch, he's dead. Muscular and towering, he loomed like a giant in the light. The room relaxed. This time, it's in the bag. Lin Yu, oblivious, rode on, unaware a plot simmered back at the academy. He bantered with Han Ya. Her mix-up handed him an out. He'd rolled with it, owning the spirit-devouring physique label. Truth was, his 7 twisted meridians had doomed him without the arcane machine crossing over too. It craved spiritual essence, easy to misread. Better to play along than explain. Smiling, he asked, at the academy, I'm neither student nor mentor. Think I can peek into that famous library? Lin Linger had raved about it. Tons of techniques and skills. A goldmine for him. With enough mystic coins or essence sources, I'd be unstoppable, he mused. His arcane machine mimicked the spirit devourer's hunger. Anything with essence fed it. Han Ya faltered. The library's wealth was vast, but open sections held basics. 2nd or 3rd grade staff sniffed at them. Lin Yu, though, her keen eye pegged him. A 1st grade newbie now, not the unranked kid from morning. Those tomes could still boost him. She got his thirst but couldn't commit. The library was for mentors and students. Lin Linger's eyes gleamed. She'd seen Lin Yu. Master. The heavenly cloud body forging art in under 15 minutes. Freakish talent. Master. He can, right? He's vice head of the dining pavilion. One of the 4 branches. That's like, a leader, no? The academy's 4 branches. Medical pavilion, armory pavilion, punishment pavilion, and soon Lin Yu's dining pavilion. In her mind, medical and armory heads strutted at monthly exams, elders bowing low. Vice head wasn't far off. Surely he could match them and waltz into the library. Han Ya's head throbbed. True, there were 4 branches, but medical, armory, and punishment were academy-run. The dining pavilion. A cage trapping 7 house reps. 7 deacons, not counting the head, Chen Shuishan's top disciple. It couldn't rival the others, yet this vice head was Chen Shuishan's pick. She puzzled. What's Lin Yu's real standing? Query. Chapter 46. Shattered glass everywhere. Chapter 46. Shattered glass everywhere. Translator. Cruckist. Seeing Han Ya's hesitation, Lin Yu chuckled, brushing it off with a wave. No big deal if it's a no-go. He added pointedly, I'm vice head of the dining pavilion now. Can't I just snag some basic techniques and skills whenever? Han Ya laughed. You don't get it. Our academy's basic techniques might be basic, but they're the strongest of their kind. At least in Heavenly Cloud Kingdom. Basic techniques have tiers too. Lin Yu blinked. He knew advanced techniques had clear grades, but basics having ranks was news to him. Han Ya nodded, serious. Of course. Our basics edge close to ranked levels. Some even hit that mark in combat power. They're just tagged basic for certain reasons. Basics were for 1st and 2nd grade cultivators. Techniques fueled body forgers' fights, while mystic martialists leaned on spells. Hybrid. Skills existed, but Lin Yu's grasp was shaky. Most of his intel came from Lin Linger's tales. She was just a student, gifted and Han Ya's disciple, but still limited in scope. Rubbing his chin, Lin Yu mused. Learning techniques or arts posed no challenge. Higher ones might need more energy to download, but if he was picking, he'd aim for the best. Han Ya claimed the academy's basics topped the kingdom. The heavenly cloud body forging art could carry him to 3rd grade, so skills were his priority now. His mind zeroed in on the academy library. If Han Ya couldn't grant access, surely Chen Shuishan could? He's one of the 3 Puya, Lin Yu thought. If old Chen won't toss me that perk, I'm staging a walkout. The academy sprawled outside Heavenly Cloud City. Peering through the curtain, Lin Yu gaped at a massive gate, rivaling Earth's Arc de Triomphe in photos. Worthy of the kingdom's top academy, he marveled. His gaze climbed, then froze. The academy's buildings capped at 3 stories, so beyond them loomed the savage peaks, where Lin Chaodong vanished over a year ago. Lin Linger caught his mood, gripping his arm. Brother, don't worry. Father's so strong, he'll come back. Her words somehow swept away his quiet fury, leaving calm in their wake. Father was gone, but this sweet sister remained, reason enough to push on. He nodded, ruffling her silky hair with a grin. Back on Earth, he'd loved patting his girlfriend's head. Now it was his sister's turn. Stop it, brother. Everyone's watching. Lin Linger squirmed, blushing. Sure, he was her brother, but with so many eyes on them. She, the icy prodigy, couldn't let him muss her hair in public. Male students nearby reeled, a thunderbolt to their hearts. Goddess Linger brought a guy back. He's so close to her. Her lover? Goddess Linger's taken. My youth's over. Darn it. I'll steal her back. Down the Grand Gate's walkway, a richly clad youth watched, his handsome face darkening. He clutched a small red box, its simple yet mystic array poised to bloom with vibrant flowers if infused with spiritual energy. A rare woodcraft, his gift for Lin Linger. She'd nabbed third in the latest exam, matching his rank. Her adorable joy at the prize had won his heart. He'd scoured tirelessly for this romantic token, only to see Lin Yu pet her head. It mirrored Situ Deng's gut punch watching Nolan Zian savor braised pork over his vegetarian chicken. Wu Clan's second young master heard his heart crack. Others shattered too, glass strewn across the ground. Lin Linger stood close, yet he faltered, lips trembling, before turning away, his back a portrait of despair. But in that pivot, he memorized Lin Yu's face. He'd make him pay. Lin Linger, he wouldn't let go. Han Ya stepped off, chatting briefly with the crone driver. The old woman had eyed Lin Yu's back with regret. Pity. He's just first grade, second tier now. Stronger would have been perfect. Decent looks, polite too. His, please, boarding and, thanks, dismounting had won her over. In her world of BRSH second gens, Lin Yu's manners shone rare. Still a shame. Han Ya frowned, puzzled. Pity what, Mama Lu? Did you hear me? Go tell Master Chen. Lin Yu's here, he needs proper setup. Pausing, she added, those dining pavilion deacons won't let him off easy. Best be cautious. Query. Chapter 47. I'm here to challenge you. Chapter 47. I'm here to challenge you, translator. Cruckist. The old crone snapped to attention. Though a servant, her status wasn't low. Lowering her voice, she asked, Miss, you think the 7 great houses will move on Lin Yu? Lin Yu glanced over, his eyes weighing her words. Lin Linger's face creased with worry. Han Ya hesitated, wary of spooking Lin Yu into quitting. Chen Shuishan's kept the houses in check for years, but they won't just watch Lin Yu take vice head. At Chen Shuishan's level, it's all verbal sparring. No one dares touch him. That's suicide. Lin Yu, though, if the houses want him gone, they could pull it off clean. Everyone'd know it was them, but proof? None. Lin Linger paled, clutching Lin Yu's arm. That dangerous? Brother, maybe go back. Skip vice head, and you're safe, right? Lin Yu patted her head, grinning. Han Ya's got a point, but that's the worst case. Han Ya nodded. Worst case, yeah. Chen Shuishan's eyes are everywhere in the academy. The houses would need to bleed big to act, otherwise, no chance. Lin Yu's tone grew firm. Chen Shuishan told me being vice head brings more perks than risks. He stretched the truth. Chen Shuishan had only promised safety, not perks. But Lin Yu sensed Han Ya wasn't just any mentor. If she flexed her clout, she could shield him hard. Before she replied, the crone spoke. Lin Yu, I hate to say it, but that's naive. Not just the dining pavilion. All 4 branches carry danger. Her eyes glinted. With Chen Puya behind you, though, you won't die. Rest easy there. Chen Shuishan appeared, dust-clad, not from the academy's paths but the road behind their carriage. Lin Yu clocked it. He'd rushed from southwestern Marquis Manor, where he'd lingered these years, mentoring Nolan Zian. Her frail health kept her there, and Chen Shuishan, bored of campus life, had settled in, hosting wine feasts to flaunt his spirit brewer flair at Nolan Zan's behest. Spotting Lin Yu, he glanced at the sky. Night's falling, none of you ate yet, huh? Come to my place for a bite. We'll hash out this vice head gig too. It's just a title for now. I said you'd gain big. This is your shot at something good. But you've got 3 tasks to nail. He smiled at Han Ya. The crone bowed. This old servant greets Chen Puya. Chen Shuishan waved her off. No need, Elder Lu. I owe you thanks for that old favor. Her gaze sharpened, brushing it aside. Nonsense. Lin Linger whispered to Lin Yu. Brother, why's Chen Puya acting with Master Han's servant? Lin Yu peeked at their beaming faces. Zero tension. Grinning wide, he muttered back, grown-ups love their fake games. At Chen Shuishan's academy residence, Lin Yu grasped his clout. Like Earth's sprawling campuses, Heavenly Cloud Academy was a mini-city. Mentors' quarters clustered like apartments. Low-rise, usually 1 room per teacher. Han Ya, rich and noble, claimed a whole 3-story block. Lin Yu learned Lin Linger bunked there too. Han Ya shrugged. When Linger became my disciple, your father vanished. I worried for her mood, and it's easier to teach her living together. Her casual tone hit a deep bond. Lin Yu noted it. Lin Linger's foothold among the academy's elite, unscathed as a commoner, owed much to Han Ya. Chen Shuishan's setup dwarfed it. 3 buildings, 1 for his crafts materials, 1 for training and occasional lectures, and the last his home. Lin Yu gawked. Chen Shuishan, this is over-the-top luxury, huh? Chen Shuishan replied evenly, you'll stay here. I'm mostly at the manor with Xian, rarely back. Plus, you living here signals my support. I'm not around, but the message sticks. No one'll dare move. Sit. Lin Yu settled in. Chen Shuishan lifted a jade pendant, its glow flaring. Soon, nearly 10 figures gathered below. No time like now, meet your future crew, he said with a grin. 9 entered at his nod, their faces shifting as they eyed Lin Yu. 1 youth stepped up, disdain in his glare. Vice head, I'm He Wu. I'm here to challenge you. Query. Chapter 48. Lose and Step Down. Chapter 48. Lose and Step Down. Translator, Cruckist. The words stunned even Chen Shuishan, who glanced up at the 7 deacons of the dining pavilion. These 7, reps of the 7 great houses, hadn't expected He Wu's outburst. Even the Chen clan delegate, sourest on Chen Shuishan, faltered. Chen Puya, this He Wu's a body forging institute disciple. Chen Shuishan waved it off. No need to explain. He's no spirit chef, how's he challenging Lin Yu? He Wu shot back, I see spiritual ripples on the vice head. Not a mystic martialist. Must be a body forger like me, right? Chen Shuishan had clocked that already, flicking a look at Han Ya nearby. Her ties were messy, royal blood, aligned with him, but too overt a stance risked trouble. She rose, whispering in his ear. Lin Yu didn't need to guess. She was spilling the spirit-devouring physique bit. Sure enough, Chen Shuishan's eyes widened with shock, then gleamed at Lin Yu. He grabbed Lin Yu's wrist, sleeve-brushing the table, and pushed in a wisp of spiritual energy. No probing, just a test. Lin Yu's brow twitched. Can they detect a spirit-devouring physique? I'm toast, he blinked, startled. His mind's arcane machine flared, screen brightening. The energy bar stayed at 0. He'd burned it all, downloading the heavenly cloud body forging art. But the glow intensified, soaking up Chen Shuishan's trickle. Confirmed. A spirit devourer. It swallowed my energy whole. Did I snag a gem? Chen Shuishan's face stayed calm, but his heart raced. Pity. Though, pity Lin Yu took the body forger path. With a spirit devourer's might, mystic martialist would have stretched further. Pity too for Lin Chaodong, who'd vanished into the savage peaks chasing a fix for Lin Yu's unawakened meridians, fate unknown. Brother, Chen Shuishan sighed inwardly, then brushed it off, eyeing Lin Yu. You're 1st grade, 2nd tier now? Lin Yu nodded. Yep. Learned Linger's heavenly cloud body forging art. It's the basics of body forging, academy tweaked, but not forbidden to share. Lin Linger's fine, Chen Shuishan said, catching Lin Yu's drift. Your academy now, no issue. But He Wu's 1st grade, 8th tier, 3 years in. He's challenging you, accept? 2nd tier versus 8th tier. No chance. Lin Yu opened his mouth to refuse, Then Chen Shuishan's voice rang in his head. Don't back off. One Yiwu refused spawns more. He's gifted, Situ Chang's disciple. But 3 years in, 8th tier's nothing special. If the other 6 peg you as my puppet, challengers will pile up, stronger each time. You're vice head, not a student. Any disciple can test you. Dodge one day, face more the next. Take this now. I'll ensure no one bothers you after. But 8th tier. Lin Yu nearly protested, mouth sealed by some force. Chen Shuishan's voice pressed on. Your physique is unique, no. Bottlenecks below 3rd grade. I'll stall him a few months, you'll handle him then. Stall time? Lin Yu perked up. Months? With enough mystic coins, half a month would do, 8th tier wouldn't faze him. Seeing Lin Yu catch on, Chen Shuishan smiled, turning to Yiwu. You see Lin Yu's young, your age. And near my strength. Both 1st grade body forgers, Yiwu cut in, rubbing his nose with a grin. Bullying the weak. He didn't care. 1st grade was 1st grade, 2nd or 8th, no difference. Nailing Situ Chang's task meant hitting Saccade grade by year's end, bigger rewards awaited. Chen Shuishan smirked. Shameless kid. He'd promised Lin Yu a delay, no instant fight. 2nd tier to 8th tier's a wide gap. How about 3 months? I'll witness you two then. Yiwu grinned, as if he'd foreseen it. Small jumps in 1st grade came fast. He'd only hit 1st grade last year after basics, rocketing to 8th tier in months. Since Chen Puya says so, I'll be blunt. I'm here to win. And I want a condition. If I do, vice head steps down. Lin Yu met his gaze, unflinching. You want that, but you're not 7 houses. Elder Situ's protective but cautious. He wouldn't push this. You know one sentence just spilled too much? Yiwu shrugged, carefree. Chen Pai's here, Master Han Ya's watching. What can I hide? My goal's clear, your seat. Will vice head grant my terms? Query. Chapter 49. You're worth only 5,000. Chapter 49. You're worth only 5,000. Translator, Cruckist. Chen Shuishan's gaze deepened with thought. What Lin Yu saw, he'd already pieced together. The 7 grade houses were too cautious to openly defy him like this. Yet Yiwu's challenge bore Situ Chang's fingerprints. Looks like you're a bold student, using Situ Chang as your springboard, Chen Shuishan said, pinning Yiwu in an awkward spot. The 7 house reps darted glances at Yiwu. Even the Situ delegate edged back, distancing himself. Suddenly, Yiwu stood alone, isolated. Yiwu shrugged it off, bowing slightly to Chen Shuishan. Thanks for the praise, Puya, but I still need the vice head's answer. He stepped forward, looming over the seated Lin Yu. I'm challenging you now. Your dining pavilion vice head seats the stake. Do you dare? Lin Linger nudged Han Ya's arm, worry flaring as her brother seemed cornered. Han Ya, though, watched intently, gauging Lin Yu's move. This was a test. If he faltered, Chen Shuishan might swap him out. The vice head gig wasn't a cushy throne. Under scrutiny, Lin Yu stayed unruffled, his calm masking any rage. Yiwu's smug face grated, though. Raising a hand, he spread 5 fingers. Yiwu blinked. A slap to kill me. Or, just 5. Lin Yu's voice cut through. 5,000 mystic coins. I lose, you get the seat. You lose, I get 5,000. Even Chen Shuishan's eyes flickered with exasperation. The 7 deacons burst out laughing. Vice head, you're drowning in coin lust. 5,000 mystic coins against the vice head post. Chen Puya, your eyes off this time. Though wary of Chen Shuishan, their taunts flew free. His face darkened, a twinge of regret creeping in. Did I pick a miser? Morning's haul from Situ Deng was 2,000. Yet here he was, haggling. Wait. It clicked. Morning's ordinary Lin Yu, now a body forger. Those 2,000 mystic coins fueled it. For cultivation, 5,000 wasn't bad. But too cheap? The vice head seat dwarfed that. Chen Shuishan sighed. Lin Yu could have demanded more with this confidence. Lin Yu rose, grinning. You're Yiwu, right? Think 5,000's peanuts? Haha. Yiwu's laugh rang wild. 5,000's no trifle. 3 years' worth of resources for me. But the vice head seat? Countless 5,000s can't touch it. Chen Shuishan nodded. He Wu nailed it. Beyond the pavilion's deeper stakes, the post's yearly take alone topped 5,000. Lin Yu low-balled, but his pluck, facing He Wu head-on, won Chen Shuishan over. Vision could grow, guts couldn't. Lin Yu pressed on. You want this seat? That's if you win in 3 months. Won't happen. Me wanting 5,000? That's what I'll get when I beat you. You're just handing me cash, why not ask for more? A thunderclap in clear skies. Silence crashed down. All eyes locked on the lean youth. His tone was flat, but the arrogance soared. First grade, second tier, taunting 8th tier He Wu. Even with Chen Shuishan's aid, matching He Wu in 3 months didn't justify this swagger. Didn't he know an enraged foe would train harder? A lion hunts rabbits full force. An angry one tears them apart. Chen Shuishan laughed aloud for the first time, grasping Lin Yu's lens. Opponents were Spirit Stone metrics. Situ Deng, pride of the Situ clan. Pegged at a mere 1,000, after decades clashing with the houses, Chen Shuishan couldn't hold it. His hearty laugh echoed, unrestrained. He Wu pulled in a cold breath, floored. He'd pictured Lin Yu fuming under his challenge. Not this. Vice heads got chops. Mouth alone earns my nod, he said, steadying himself. 3 months then, I'll see what guts you've got. Lin Yu's voice stayed level. You think I need 3 months for 8th tier? You underestimate me? He pushed up one finger, eyes blazing, a plan hatching. 1 month, I'll hit at least 8th tier. Then I'll challenge you myself, door to door. He Wu, Body Forging Institute, Elder Situ Cheng's disciple, right? Lin Yu's wildest jab landed, his grin wide and fierce. Congrats. You're the first male academy student I've marked. Query. Chapter 50. Scheming. Part 1. Chapter 50. Scheming. Part 1. Translator. Crocus the Seven Houses reps ushered He Wu out, leaving only one unremarkable middle-aged man from the earlier dining pavilion crowd. His gaze held no flicker of emotion, not when Lin Yu's words riled He Wu, nor when the houses scoffed at a first-grade, second-tier punk's bravado. Blank as stone, he seemed detached from it all. Chen Shuishan ignored him, his expression tangled as he studied Lin Yu. After a long pause, he said, You're awfully cocksure. Half a day into Lin Yu's vice head stint, regret gnawed at Chen Shuishan for the first time. I figured, as Lin Chaodong's son, you'd have at least a third of his restraint. Turns out, you're nothing like him. Lin Yu replied evenly, Chen Shuishan, you don't know, since father left Heavenly Cloud City, Linger and I've been in deep water. Restraint just invites bullying. No need to strut like that, though, Chen Shuishan countered. I bought you 3 months. With your talent and physique, crushing He Wu then would have been easy. But 1 month? Lin Yu's face darkened, silent. Then, a sudden grin. You've guessed my game, haven't you? Hey. Chen Shuishan's dry laugh betrayed his exasperation. Ignoring Lin Yu, he turned to Lin Linger, seated nearby with Han Ya, her focus glued to the exchange. Sighing, he said, Your sister's got a third of your father's vibe. You? Way beyond my expectations. Scheming right up to my head, and I'm eating it up. Lin Yu's swagger wasn't blind. Chen Shuishan saw it clear. He aimed to squeeze benefits from him. Mystic coins, essence sources, anything to fuel his growth. This bet with He Wu staked the vice head seat, sealed under Chen Shuishan's watch. If He Wu won, Lin Yu stepped down. Could Chen Shuishan just slot in another pawn? Sure, as a puya, he had the clout. But the houses could balk. You lost 1 lackey. Why keep reaching too far, pushing us to snap? To hold the pavilion, that seat couldn't slip. Openly riling the houses wasn't an option either. In this bind, Lin Yu's duel with He Wu had to hold, yet his words boxed it into a death trap. 1 month. 1 month to leap 6 tiers. Not enough. Who knew if He Wu might climb higher? Lin Yu had nothing. No gear. No edge. He Wu, 3 years in, wielded 3 or 5 mastered basic techniques from the Body Forging Institute, rich with combat chops. Catching up there? Harder than climbing ranks. Techniques and experience demanded time, years of grind. By comparison, boosting tiers looked simple. But jumping from first grade, second tier to match your top Hiwu in a month, even as a spirit devourer, needed a mountain of resources. Resources Lin Yu couldn't cough up himself. Chen Shuishan became the sucker. Lin Yu's ploy was blatant. He'd calculated it quick. 600 mystic coins took him from 0 to second tier. 3% of the heavenly cloud body forging art. 8th tier. At least 1800 mystic coins. Not much, but Lin Yu knew arcane machine boosted gains strained his flesh. He trusted Chen Shuishan had a fix. 1 month to pull it off. Uncertain. But 3 months meant Chen Shuishan rigging the win. Lin Yu saw it. Chen Shuishan's kindness masked a razor mind. A 40-something Puya wasn't built on softness. His heart might be coal-black beneath. Wariness sharpened Lin Yu's edge. He wouldn't be a puppet. Ruffling his messy hair, he grinned. I'm young, greedy for quick wins. Normal, right? Chen Shuishan's eyes brimmed with exasperation. Normal to chase gains, sure. But you grasp the gulf between you and Hiwu. Beyond tiers, techniques, combat savvy. Bridging all that in 30 days? I know. Lin Yu nodded, cutting in. But I know you'll help me, Chen Shuishan. Chen Shuishan's head throbbed. He'd tapped Lin Yu for vice head on a whim. Lin Chaodong's son, unlikely to be a pain. Now, regret nibbled. His gaze flicked outside, spotting Han Ya's carriage. Mama Lu dozing in the driver's seat. A plan sparked. Pointing at her, then Han Ya, he said, Tears? That's on you, all front resources. If you're truly a spirit devourer, first grade, 9th tier in a month's doable. Techniques and combat. Han Ya, that's your lane. Query. Chapter 51. Scheming. Part 2. Chapter 51. Scheming. Part 2. Translator. Cruckest hearing Chen Shuishan's words, Han Ya blinked, her instinct to refuse bubbling up. But after a moment's thought, she nodded. Regret nibbled at her. She should have whisked Lin Linger straight back. Skipping this detour might have dodged the mess. Yet, she couldn't deny the trip's worth. How else would she have caught Lin Yu's wild streak? Lin Linger, though naive, wasn't dim. She gaped, stunned by Lin Yu's brash words. So unlike the humble brother she knew. Whispering, brothers, so cool, she marveled. His bold taunts, delivered with unshakable poise, lit stars in her eyes. Han Ya agreed, for techniques, I'll spend a week finding the best basic ones for Lin Yu. Maybe even teach him a matching human-grade skill later. Techniques and arts split into heaven, earth, and human tiers, each with high, middle, and low ranks. Even the weakest human grade, low-tier skills suited late second-grade cultivators. Ranked techniques drained too much otherwise. Chen Shuishan bowed slightly. Though outranking Han Ya, her aid earned his gratitude. Lin Yu's roped me into his scheme, but I'm willing. Thanks, Han Ya, I owe you one. Her eyes gleamed. Seems Chen Puya wants my all. Your favor's worth more than 10,000 gold. He smiled. If I hold the dining pavilion, the academy becomes my academy. One favor's nothing. Lin Yu's chest thumped. Chen Shuishan's strength eluded him, but his clout alone pegged that favor far above Han Ya's. 10,000. He'd aimed for resources. Now he bowed, voice grave. Thank you, Chen Shuishan, for your heart. Chen Shuishan waved it off. I dragged you into this mess. Get strong, and you'll respect me later. This is mostly for me anyway. Han Ya slid over, sitting beside them. Since Chen Pai's got a plan, I won't dawdle. Her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. We brought you to grasp the dining pavilion's deal, but clearly the houses, and others, can't wait. Skip it this month. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll send someone for you. She glanced at Chen Shuishan. I'm a mystic martialist. No clue on body forger training. I'll pick the best from my crew to teach you techniques and combat. Chen Shuishan nodded. Han Ya's ties limited her overt help, but her commitment to Lin Yu's skills eased his mind. Perfect. You've got 7 days, he told Lin Yu. The last 23, I'll set up other training. You dug this hole. 3 months shrunk to 1. Lin Yu grinned, unbothered. 3 months drags. I seize the day. If I had real confidence, I'd crush Yi Wu in 7. No confidence? Just a month? Chen Shuishan's tongue clicked, stumped on sizing up this kid. Turning to Lin Linger, he smiled. Han Ya, she's Lin Yu's sister. Mind her this month. She's your prep for the future too. Han Ya frowned, waving him off. Chen Puya, butt out. Linger's my only disciple, I treat her top-notch regardless. Lin Yu caught Chen Shuishan poking Han Ya's soft spot. Clapping, he beamed, with a plan, I'm set. A mere title stint, as Chen Shuishan first pitched, would have left him edgy, blind to the undercurrents, a pawn when they broke. Now, with He Wu barging in, Lin Yu could counter loud and clear. Sure, he'd draw heat, but it untangled the web. He Wu's bold challenge at Chen Shuishan's doorstep wasn't just the house's play. Lin Yu saw deeper. Chen Shuishan wasn't the academy's soul. Righteous pillar. Dissent brewed, and logic pointed to one of the other two Puya, covert or overt, clashing with him. Lost in thought, Lin Yu stood, annoyed, almost forgot. I promised Southwestern Marquis I'd cook for Miss Nolan. 500 mystic coins a meal. Now I'm here. Chen Shuishan, mid-plotting Lin Yu's training, nearly yanked his beard off. Now he's fretting over 500 mystic coins? Vice head of the dining pavilion, a first-grade spirit chef, and that's your rate? Query. Chapter 52. Spirit Crystals and Doubt. Chapter 52. Spirit Crystals and Doubt. Translator. Cruckest sure. A basic first-grade spirit feast fetched a few hundred mystic coins, but Lin Yu's dish boosted third-grade cultivators. Beyond some second-grade feasts. Plus, his status had shifted. Chen Shuishan considered a nudge, but recalling Lin Yu's scheming, he skipped it. I know Xian only eats your food, but this month's critical. She's lived off potions for years, and I'll be with her. So stow your money grubbing and focus on powering up. He snorted. You're so sure you'll crush He Wu in a month, but if you lose, my wrath'll bury you. Lin Yu grinned cheekily. With your resources and Han Ya's help on techniques and combat, a puny He Wu, piece of cake. He waved dismissively, swagger dripping. No sweat, no sweat. Yet beneath the bravado, his eyes glinted with caution. Confidence in beating He Wu? Real. Cockiness? A mask? Lin Linger knew him best. His recent quirks aside, she caught the unease in his gaze, stepping close to whisper, brother. Before she finished, Lin Yu cut in, laughing, no worries, I'll win. I'm way better than you. Her tension didn't ease, tears welled instead. Forcing a smile, she said, I believe you. Han Ya watched it unfold. Later, in the carriage, Han Ya asked gently, Linger, your brother's got guts. Why so sad? Lin Linger's dam broke. Tears streamed as Han Ya soothed her. Sniffling, she said, if he were truly confident, he wouldn't say that. He's not fooling us, he's fooling himself. Han Ya froze, then gaped. Deceive himself into believing, and that's confidence? Lin Linger wiped her nose, voice thick. His body shook. He hid it, but I saw. Master, today's been too much. If I were him, I'd crack. Han Ya nodded. From morning's culinary clash with Situ Chong, to sparring wits with titans, to taunting He Wu while plotting gains. Lin Yu held steady. He kept his head through all that. She marveled aloud. The crone, Mama Lu, chimed in, eyes sharp. I saw it all. Lin Yu's got rare poise. If he's truly a spirit devourer, his talent's top tier, bound to claim a spot in the kingdom's future. Pausing, she mused, he reminds me of young Chen Shuishan. Pity Chen didn't choose right back then. Wonder about this kid. Han Ya smiled faintly. With Chen Puya paving his way, he'll walk smoother. Who knows what's ahead? She hugged Lin Linger close. Don't fret, I'll keep your brother safe. At the manor, she called Chen Shuishan. Master Chen. Here, Chen. Puya. A nod to the academy's other Puya lurking in the shadows. Mama Lu sighed at the thickening night. Peace for a few years, and now it stirs again. In Chen Shuishan's quarters, Lin Yu rose, heading for his assigned room. The day, too much. A body forger now, his flesh held, but his mind sagged. Chen Shuishan tossed him a small pouch. Your 7 days stash with Han Ya's crew. This month, I'll give you 4 drops. To curb reckless use and root damage, This batch is 3 vials of physique-boosting elixir and 5 first-grade spirit beast crystals. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Spirit crystals, rare beast drops, brimming with wild, volatile energy, were for refining elixirs, not raw use. Even mighty mystic martialists risked ruin absorbing them directly. But for him, they'd juice his mental arcane machine. Certain they'd work, he hesitated, asking, "Can I absorb the essence in these crystals?" Chen Shuishan fixed him with a steady look. "That's on you." Lin Yu blinked, thrown. Chen Shuishan still doubted he was a spirit devourer. Why trust a random pick for vice head with such genius? Too rational. He wasn't sold. Lin Yu stared, dazed. He'd have to test it today. Taking a deep breath, he wondered, could a real spirit devourer handle crystals? What did the text say? Should he charge them up, head up or down? It's still a blade. Query. Chapter 53. Awakening to his own heart. Chapter 53. Awakening to his own heart. Translator. Cruckest in the end, Lin Yu gritted his teeth, took out a spirit crystal, and converted its energy into the arcane machine within his mindscape. Without further hesitation, he clicked on the Continue Download option for the heavenly cloud body refining art. His aura surged wildly. At first, he could still maintain stability, but after half a quarter hour, his entire body turned red hot, racked with pain from head to toe. A strange sensation arose within him. He felt like he was about to shatter. Lin Yu was neither made of glass nor porcelain, yet this overwhelming feeling stemmed entirely from the fact that the download progress of the heavenly cloud body refining art had exceeded the limits his body could withstand. But Lin Yu did not choose to stop. He persisted because he knew that since Chen Shuishan was here, the man would not sit idly by and watch his cultivation go awry. Chen Shuishan, however, remained indifferent, as if he were an obsessed researcher watching a test subject with great interest. His gaze reflected neither worry nor urgency, only a fascinated curiosity. A single spirit crystal contained spiritual energy equivalent to 1,000 mystic coins. Converted into the heavenly cloud body refining art's download progress, Lin Yu's mindscape immediately displayed 55, while his cultivation soared to first tier, 6th stage. If word got out, it would surely shake the world. No matter how simple first-tier cultivation was, the fastest recorded breakthrough from 2nd to 6th stage at Heavenly Cloud Academy had been made by the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom's sovereign 300 years ago. That man, born with the kingdom's fortune, had taken a full half-month to advance from first tier, 1st stage to 9th stage. Yet Lin Yu, in less than half an hour, he had leapt from 2nd to 6th stage. The implications were immense. It was not just a matter of Lin Yu surpassing that legendary sovereign in talent. Even so, Chen Shuishan's expression remained unchanged. Only when Lin Yu's spirit crystal fully drained and crumbled to dust in his trembling grip did he finally seem to react. Fixing his broad, square-eyed gaze on Lin Yu, he neither praised nor pitied him, as if he had expected this outcome all along. "Not bad," he said flatly. "Take some spirit medicine, or your body will collapse." With that, Chen Shuishan rose to his feet and left the hall, entering his private quarters. It was as if the man who had just forced Lin Yu to absorb the spirit crystal had never been him in the first place. Lin Yu, now seated cross-legged in the hall, was in excruciating pain, both inside and out. Yet his eyes burned with fervor. A small window had appeared in the arcane machine within his mindscape. Detected host's body damage. Initiate repair. Lin Yu did not immediately choose to repair himself. It was not because his energy was depleted, nor because Chen Shuishan was still in the building. It was because, in that moment, a strange realization struck him. The arcane machine could increase his cultivation. It could even repair his body. If it was this powerful, then as long as he acquired enough mystic coins and spirit crystals, wouldn't he become invincible? This revelation nearly drove him to absorb all 5 remaining spirit crystals at once. But in the end, he calmed himself down. The arcane machine could absorb energy and grant him insights into the heavenly cloud body refining art. He could comprehend it effortlessly without even reading a single word. Through this so-called download function, he could grow stronger at an astonishing rate. Even if his body could no longer withstand the strain, the repair function would fix him. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet precisely because of this, Lin Yu forced himself to reflect. If the arcane machine had already predetermined his growth, if he could download techniques and martial skills at will, then, was he still himself? When Situ Deng had sparred with him before, Situ Chong had worried that Situ Deng might lose his Dao heart. If Lin Yu became entirely reliant on the arcane machine, he would not even possess a Dao heart to begin with. No matter how powerful he became, he would be nothing more than a puppet controlled by the machine in his mindscape. The arcane machine is a tool, nothing more. True power comes from myself. I must conquer the arcane machine, not let it control me. Determined, Lin Yu swallowed a spirit pill and activated the heavenly cloud body refining arts circulation technique to heal his body. Inside his room, Chen Shuishan seemed to sense this moment of clarity. His lips curled into a rare, genuine smile. At least he has some value, he murmured. Understanding one's heart is no simple feat. The next morning, Han Ya's carriage arrived outside the residence. However, Lin Yu did not emerge. Instead, Chen Shuishan stepped out and addressed the elderly woman surnamed Lu apologetically. I'm afraid he won't be leaving today. Come back in 3 days. Madame Lu did not appear displeased. She simply nodded before guiding the carriage away. Chen Shuishan lingered for a moment, his gaze settling on the reddish-brown horse pulling the carriage. His deep eyes rippled like a stone cast into clear water. Then, he chuckled softly and returned to his quarters. He penned a letter using a spirit-infused brush, and in the next instant, the message had already reached the Marquis of the Southwest's estate. At that moment, Nolan Zhan was enjoying the scenery in the back courtyard with his wife and daughter. The past 2 days had been joyful for him. Nolan Zian had finally been able to eat solid food again. Yesterday, after Lin Yu's visit, she had even managed to eat half a bowl of rice alongside the braised meat he left behind. This was the first time since her illness began that she had eaten without relying on medicine. For once, Nolan Zhan could rest easy, free from his usual worries. Then, suddenly, a streak of light flashed through the sky, and a paper crane landed gently in his hands. Unfolding it, he read the contents and furrowed his brows. Letting out a slow breath, he turned to his daughter with a reluctant smile. Zian, go pack your things. Qin Keiyun frowned. A message from Minister Chen? Nolan Zhan nodded. Lin Yu is staying at Heavenly Cloud Academy for now. Even Minister Chen won't be able to visit the Marquis estate for a while. He suggested that Zian stay at the academy for a few days as well. He looked at Nolan Iyan. You are a student of Heavenly Cloud Academy. Spending a few days there won't be a bad thing. Though reluctant to part with his cherished daughter, he understood the necessity of this arrangement. But to his surprise, Nolan Zian was overjoyed. Teacher is finally allowing me to visit Heavenly Cloud Academy. I've wanted to go for so long, I can't wait to see what it's like. Her mind was already filled with excitement. What kind of residence would she have at the academy? She had heard that her teacher owned a building there. Would she get to stay in it too? Query. Chapter 54. New roommate. Chapter 54. New roommate. Translator. Crocust Lin Yu had no idea that he was about to have a beautiful roommate. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have cared. After all, there were plenty of rooms in Chen Shuishan's place. Even if they lived under the same roof, they likely wouldn't cross paths much. Or maybe not. Lin Yu had promised Nolan Zhan that he would cook for Nolan Zian. At this moment, Lin Yu was using the 3 bottles of spirit medicine to repair his body. Though the process was excruciating, he still refused to take an easier path. For now, he had abandoned the assistance of the arcane machine in his mindscape. He even went to ask Chen Shuishan whether his cultivation speed was too fast. Chen Shuishan, as if already expecting this question, answered seriously. Because of your physique, your cultivation speed is indeed extremely fast. So fast that your body is struggling to keep up. However, progressing quickly in the first grade is normal. Even the second grade isn't much of a challenge. But once you reach the third grade, even if you can devour spiritual essence, you won't be able to advance as quickly as you do now. Seeing Lin Yu's concern, Chen Shuishan patiently explained many things, including how, during cultivation, the body's apertures absorb spiritual essence. He even mentioned that experiencing difficulty controlling one's body in battle was a natural occurrence. Because the spirit-devouring physique is inherently strange. It can absorb spiritual essence, but all it does is draw the energy into the body. Just like how raw meat absorbs heat. If it absorbs too much, it ceases to be raw meat. Lin Yu finally understood. His sudden enlightenment the other night was indeed logical. If he always relied on the arcane machine for cultivation, then one day, he would become a piece of cooked meat that he couldn't control. No matter how powerful he became, if he couldn't control himself, all that strength would be meaningless. The next evening, Nolan Zian arrived at the residence. Lin Yu was still cultivating in his room when she walked in and immediately asked, "Teacher, where is that chef named Lin Yu? I finally found food that I can enjoy, and you took him away from me. Hurry and call him out to cook me something. How about that mushroom braised chicken dish?" Nolan Zian playfully stuck out her tongue. Over the past 2 days, she had returned to relying on medicinal fluids to sustain her body, which she found incredibly miserable. She had long known that Lin Yu was now the vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion at Heavenly Cloud Academy. She had been craving his cooking for a while, and now she finally spoke up about it. Unexpectedly, Chen Shuishan looked slightly surprised. "You already know?" Nolan Zian assumed he was referring to Lin Yu's promotion to vice pavilion master. She casually replied, "Of course. I was there when it happened." "You were?" Chen Shuishan gave her a scrutinizing look but didn't question it further. Instead, he calculated something on his fingers and nodded. "It's about time. You can call Lin Yu out now. He's mostly recovered. Staying in seclusion any longer would just waste the spirit medicine." Thinking of those 3 bottles of medicine, Chen Shuishan couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. He had spent his entire salary on them. To provide Lin Yu with cultivation resources for a month, he had sacrificed several months' worth of his own salary. But he had no regrets, because, in the end, Lin Yu was the one he had chosen. Just then, the door creaked open, and Lin Yu stepped out. Upon seeing Nolan Zian, he was slightly surprised. But then he remembered that she was Chen Shuishan's final personal disciple and quickly regained his composure. Lin Yu bowed slightly. "Miss Nolan." Truthfully, he didn't want to bow, but he had heard that, while Nolan Zian had a good temperament, she could also be a bit spoiled. To avoid trouble, he chose to show respect. Nolan Zian didn't even notice his gesture. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Lin Yu, you're cultivating with teacher? Well, that makes sense. Since teacher made you vice pavilion master, it's only natural that he'd guide your cultivation." She scanned him up and down and immediately identified his cultivation level. "Tisk tisk. I didn't realize you were a body-forging spiritual adept, 1st grade, 6th step. Though you started a bit late, go on, call me, senior sister." She was surprised to find Lin Yu living here, but she simply assumed that Chen Shuishan was mentoring him. As for making Lin Yu call her, senior sister, that was purely for her amusement. Over the years, she had heard far too many people calling her, little junior sister. Naturally, she wanted to hear someone call her, senior sister, for a change. She did realize that, as Chen Shuishan's last direct disciple, Lin Yu couldn't actually be her junior brother. But since Chen Shuishan had many ordinary disciples under him, she just assumed Lin Yu was one of them. His cultivation level didn't surprise her at all. After all, he was almost 19 years old and still in the 1st grade. That was far from impressive. She had no idea that Lin Yu had only recently begun cultivating. Chen Shuishan coughed twice and corrected her. "Zian, Lin Yu is not my disciple. You should call him, Vice Pavilion Master." Nolan Zian was briefly stunned, but then she grinned. Fine. If he's not my junior brother, then he's not. Whatever." She turned back to Lin Yu and asked eagerly, "So, how's your time at the dining pavilion been? Have you created any new dishes?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He frowned slightly and glanced at Chen Shuishan. "You never told me I had to come up with new dishes." Chen Shuishan hadn't expected his youngest disciple to care so much about Lin Yu's cooking. He coughed again before explaining, "Although Lin Yu is the vice pavilion master, I didn't bring him here just to cook." Nolan Zian waved a hand dismissively. I know. Teacher, you have other plans for him. But he's still a spirit chef, right? If he's not cooking, what has he been doing these past few days, cultivating?" Lin Yu replied seriously, To be honest, Miss Nolan, I have indeed been cultivating all this time. I have a match against Yiwu in 27 days. The Vice Pavilion Master position is at stake. Nolan Xian froze. She had heard of Yiwu before. He was the direct disciple of Situ Chong. When Situ Deng visited the southwestern Marquis Manor, he had also mentioned Yiwu. Yiwu was already a first-grade, 8th step spiritual adept, while Lin Yu was only at the 6th step. Yet at this moment, Nolan Xian was focused on something else entirely. Wait, you mean to say, you've been living here this whole time? Chen Shuishan nodded and smiled mischievously. Not only that, you'll be staying here too. Your room is right next to his. Query. Chapter 55. The Wonder of Food. Chapter 55. The Wonder of Food. Translator. Crocust Nolan Xian's face darkened as she glanced seriously at Chen Shuishan. However, he remained calm and indifferent, as if he wasn't joking in the slightest. Without a word, she stood up, picked up her small travel bag, and walked out. Outside the building, Qingluan had been waiting. Seeing Nolan Xian's demeanor, she couldn't help but ask, "Mrs., what's going on?" Nolan Xian replied sullenly, "I'm returning to the Marquis residence. Teacher has changed his heart. He actually wants me to live under the same roof as a stranger." Hearing this, Qingluan's expression changed slightly. However, recalling Chen Shuishan's character, she felt that he wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing Qingluan's surprised face, Nolan Xian immediately understood that she had likely misunderstood. Her cheeks flushed red in embarrassment. Then, with a long sigh, she muttered, "It's not the same room. There are many rooms in Teacher's building, but even so, I still can't accept living together with a stranger." At that moment, Chen Shuishan's voice came from outside. "Stop being childish. There's a reason I arranged for you to stay here. You also have some secrets of your own, and I believe Lin Yu can help you solve your troubles." Hearing this, even Lin Yu was left confused. He pointed at himself and thought, "Are you talking about me?" Chen Shuishan ignored his reaction and instead said softly, "Your physical condition has improved considerably. Tomorrow, someone will come to train you in combat disciplines. But before that, you need to familiarize yourself with your current strength." Nolan Xian walked back inside listlessly. She knew Chen Shuishan meant her no harm. Although she didn't want to live under the same roof as someone else, it was mostly because of Lin Yu's gender and the fact that they were unfamiliar with each other, not because she disliked him personally. Lin Yu hadn't expected this situation either. He cupped his hands and said, "Miss Nolan, I." Nolan Xian waved her hand and sighed helplessly. "Since teacher insists, I have no choice but to agree. But let me warn you, if you have any bad habits, I'll beat you up." As she spoke, she bared her teeth playfully in a mock-threatening manner, revealing her tiny tiger-like fangs, adding a touch of liveliness to her demeanor. Lin Yu was momentarily dazzled by her appearance, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to Chen Shuishan, waiting for further instructions. Chen Shuishan finally spoke. "Xian is already a rank 2, 7th stage expert. However, she is an arcane martialist. But given our current limitations, and since I couldn't find anyone else, I'll have her help you get accustomed to your strength." Nolan Xian tilted her head in curiosity. "So you really came to Heavenly Cloud Academy to train, Lin Yu? Then why did you only start now? And aren't you the Vice Pavilion Master of the Dining Pavilion? Is it really okay for you to not focus on creating new dishes?" She bombarded him with questions. Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Being the Vice Pavilion Master isn't an easy job. I must train diligently to secure my position, so, Mr. Chen, how exactly do I familiarize myself with my strength?" Chen Shuishan smirked, an almost mischievous glint in his eyes. He looked out at the scenery beyond the building, where Qingluan stood tall and upright. Then, in a calm voice, he said, "There's only one way, to get beaten up. Even if Xian loses control of her power, she won't kill you. That makes her the perfect sparring partner for you." Lin Yu's face instantly fell. "Getting beaten up? What kind of training method is this? Isn't this just you messing with me?" Nolan Xian explained. "Teacher means that I'll cast different arcane spells, and you have to use everything at your disposal to counterattack and dodge. This way, you'll become familiar with your body and naturally learn how to control your power." Although she wasn't entirely sure about the details, she more or less understood what Chen Shuishan meant. She assumed Lin Yu was simply learning to control his strength. Since it wasn't far from the truth, no one bothered to correct her. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, "But we only have one day. Can this method really help me master my strength?" Chen Shuishan nodded. "It's the best method. If this doesn't work, then for the next 7 days, you'll have to balance training and combat disciplines while getting used to your power. But that will be far less effective." Since things had already come to this, Lin Yu could only nod. He looked at Nolan Xian and said hesitantly, "Miss Nolan, considering I made that braised chicken with mushrooms for you, could you go easy on me?" "If I go easy on you, the training won't be effective." Chen Shuishan's voice came from behind. Lin Yu turned around, only to see his teacher's amused expression. "This is your own choice, to reach He Wu's level within a month." Lin Yu felt aggrieved but had no way to argue. He had to admit defeat. With a deep breath, he corrected himself. "In that case, let's go all out, Miss Nolan." The atmosphere grew serious. Nolan Xian's delicate face was filled with concentration. However, after a long pause, she suddenly touched her stomach and grinned mischievously. Lin Yu, I kind of miss your cooking." Chen Shuishan was briefly stunned. Then, looking at her dotingly, he reached out and tapped her nose. "You little glutton. I was wondering why you suddenly agreed so quickly this time. Turns out you were just craving Lin Yu's food." Lin Yu chuckled lightly but had already stood up and entered the kitchen. Although Chen Shuishan didn't cook, his kitchen was well equipped. However, there weren't many fresh vegetables or meats. Lin Yu poked his head out, intending to ask Chen Shuishan to send someone to fetch ingredients, but before he could say anything, Nolan Xian softly said, "I haven't felt hungry in a long time. Teacher, it was Lin Yu who made me remember how wonderful food can be. But for some reason, I can't eat food made by others. Whenever I try, I feel nauseous just looking at it. Only Lin Yu's dishes don't make me sick." Chen Shuishan patted her head fondly. He had no children of his own and had always treated Nolan Xian like a daughter. Over the years, watching her struggle to consume nothing but nutritional supplements had been heartbreaking. But ever since Lin Yu arrived, she had started smiling more. However, deep in Chen Shuishan's eyes, there was a trace of contemplation. "A spirit chef. That wasn't mentioned anywhere in your background records, Lin Yu." He had thoroughly investigated Lin Yu's entire life up until now. Nowhere in those 18 years had he ever been exposed to spiritual cuisine. Query. Chapter 56. Spirit Chef Hong Yaozu. Chapter 56. Spirit Chef Hong Yaozu. Translator. Crocus Chen Shuishan chose not to mention the matter and pretended as if he was completely unaware. After Lin Yu left the kitchen, he informed Chen Shuishan that there were no usable ingredients left. Chen Shuishan nodded and wrote a few lines in the air. Before long, a middle-aged man, whose face Lin Yu found somewhat familiar, arrived at the building. As soon as Lin Yu saw him, he immediately remembered, on the day He Wu arrived, 9 people had come to the dining pavilion. However, this middle-aged man had remained behind, coldly observing everything that transpired. After Han Ya left, the man had also disappeared without a sound. A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine. Only now did he realize that, on that day, this middle-aged man had left almost no impression on him. If he had to recall anything, it would be that expressionless face, neither sad nor joyful. It seemed as if this man lacked the ability to express emotions, always wearing a cold and indifferent look. Lin Yu instinctively wondered, could this person be a pawn planted by the 7 great clans by Chen Shuishan's side? After all, when Chen Shuishan made his plans, while they weren't exactly top secret, if He Wu and his group got wind of them, they could easily find ways to hinder Lin Yu's cultivation. At that moment, Chen Shuishan seemed to notice Lin Yu's doubt and chuckled, saying, "You're not worried that old Hong is someone else's spy, are you?" After hearing Chen Shuishan's explanation, Lin Yu suddenly understood. This old Hong's full name was Hong Yaozu, rather unassuming name. However, he held a high position within the dining pavilion. Though his presence had always been subtle, he was actually one of Chen Shuishan's trusted aides within the pavilion. Chen Shuishan spoke in a low voice. "Originally, after that unworthy senior disciple of mine left without permission, I intended to appoint old Hong as the vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion. But he refused, which is why I chose you instead." So he was one of Chen Shuishan's people all along. Hong Yaozu nodded slightly at Lin Yu, placed down the ingredients he had brought, but did not leave. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. After a long moment, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I heard from Chen Push that your spirit feast has extraordinary effects. Chen Shuishan praised. Lin Yu's spirit feast, if judged solely by appearance, might not even seem like a spirit feast. Yet, it can significantly enhance the cultivation of anyone at the 3rd grade level or below. It's truly remarkable. Hong Yaozu's eyes seemed to gleam as he spoke in a firm voice. Vice Pavilion Master, may I have the honor of tasting it? He bowed slightly. Lin Yu could feel his deep passion for culinary arts. He was momentarily taken aback. Hong Yaozu, being a key figure in the dining pavilion, certainly had a high cultivation level. For someone of his status to lower his head was no small matter. Especially bowing to a young man like himself. Yet, he did so willingly, all for the sake of tasting Lin Yu's dish. This was purely out of love for the culinary arts. Something Lin Yu had not expected. His expression turned solemn, and he nodded. Chen Shuishan explained from the side. Old Hong's passion for cooking is immense. He originally belonged to the weapon pavilion but was transferred to the dining pavilion because of his dedication to the path of the spirit chef. Otherwise, upon receiving Lin Yu's approval, Hong Yaozu smiled. It was the first time Lin Yu had seen him smile, though the expression seemed somewhat stiff and unnatural. He turned to Chen Shuishan and said in a low voice, the path of the spirit chef is truly fascinating. Yet, his voice carried a deep sense of regret. Unfortunately, I have only reached the 3rd grade spirit chef level and cannot advance further. I've heard that spirit feasts of the 4th grade and above possess extraordinary effects, even akin to spiritual medicine, capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bone. Nolan Zian muttered, Mr. Hong, that would be immortal medicine, not spiritual medicine, and certainly not a spirit feast. A 4th grade spirit feast can, at best, provide a permanent boost to one's strength. A permanent boost? Hong Yaozu's breath hitched slightly. He did not deny it. Such was indeed the effect of a 4th grade spirit feast. I wonder what kind of surprise this Lin Yu, who is said to master both taste and effectiveness, can bring me. Hong Yaozu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked toward the kitchen. Lin Yu entered the kitchen without hesitation. First, he deep-fried a chicken leg, followed by tempura-style fried vegetables and fresh shrimp. Then, he prepared a dish of braised chicken with mushrooms. Finally, considering that everyone outside was a spiritual adept, and the fact that Chen Shuishan had specifically arranged for pork to be delivered, wasn't that a clear hint? Thus, Lin Yu made braised pork belly as well. As he cooked, Lin Yu couldn't help but think, pork seems to have a very low status in this world. But that's likely because of its strong, gamey smell. If I could find a way to breed pigs without that unpleasant odor, ones similar to those on Earth, then pork could become popular among commoners. That would be quite an achievement. Lin Yu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As the dishes were about to be served, a realization suddenly struck him. Perhaps the arcane machine within his mindscape existed precisely for this purpose. His expression turned somewhat complex. I think I finally understand the true purpose of the arcane machine. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the dining pavilion, 8 figures, including He Wu, sat in deep discussion. It seems that Chen Shuishan is arranging some kind of special training for Lin Yu. A representative from the Chen family frowned and said, you all know Chen Shuishan's ability as a mentor. And Lin Yu, that arrogant brat, might have something up his sleeve. We can't be too sure. He Wu's eyes gleamed with disdain. In his opinion, no matter how talented Lin Yu was, there was no way he could surpass him. However, there were forces lurking behind He Wu. The 7 great clans were already displeased with him. If he continued to act too arrogantly, they might abandon him altogether. If that happened, and he had to face Chen Shuishan's wrath alone, He Wu didn't dare to imagine such a scenario. At that moment, a representative from the Zhou family, who had remained silent, spoke in a deep voice, 1 month. There are only 27 days left. We must take action. Query. Chapter 57. The Conquered Hong Yaozu. Chapter 57. The Conquered Hong Yaozu. Translator. Cruckist. Take action? Who wouldn't want to? But Chen Shuishan holds absolute power in Heavenly Cloud Academy. What do we have to stop his schemes? Someone scoffed on the spot, thinking the Zhou family's representative was being far too naive. If Chen Shuishan were that easy to deal with, the 7 great families wouldn't have been forced into their current predicament within the academy. It was embarrassing to admit, but decades ago, the 7 great families nearly controlled Heavenly Cloud Academy. However, they remained divided, each vying for their own interests. Then, Chen Shuishan suddenly emerged, uprooting their influence one by one. Only then did they realize the need to unite, but by then, it was already too late. The Zhou family's representative wasn't offended by the retort. Instead, he simply smiled and turned his gaze toward He Wu. Under his piercing stare, He Wu felt a chill down his spine. It was as if the Zhou family's representative was a starving beast stalking its prey on a treacherous mountain path, ready to pounce at the slightest misstep. A bitter smile formed on He Wu's lips. Before Chen Shuishan, he had strutted around confidently, even daring to challenge Lin Yu of his own accord, completely disregarding the 7 great families' interests. Yet now, he was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. Taking a deep breath, He Wu spoke solemnly. We can't stop Han Ya. However, I have been informed that her faction will only assist Lin Yu for 7 days. After that, everything will be handed over to Chen Shuishan. So we should act after 7 days? The Chen family's representative scoffed. If we move, we must be prepared to face Chen Shuishan head-on. His capabilities speak for themselves. You all understand that. No, I have a plan, the Zhou family representative smirked. Lin Yu has a younger sister, Lin Linger. I've heard that the Wu family's second young master has quite the interest in her. Why not use this opportunity to push things along? The Wu family's representative frowned. You mean Wu Chong? If his actions can help our plan succeed, then even if it costs him his life, it's a price worth paying. However, the others exchanged knowing glances and nodded. We understand. If anything goes wrong, the other 6 families will compensate you accordingly. At those words, the Wu family representative finally smiled. Wu Chong? That fool? Even the Wu family's patriarch considered him a disgrace to their name. If he could contribute something useful, even at the cost of his own life, wouldn't that be worth it? Heavenly Cloud Academy. Student dormitory in the dead of night. Wu Chong tossed and turned in bed, his mind consumed by a single scene. Lin Yu gently patting Lin Linger's head. The moonlight seeped into his room as he sat up, his emotions churning. Pushing open the door, he began practicing his combat disciplines, his movements swift and powerful. A voice echoed in his mind. Why am I not good enough? Lin Linger, why must you be with someone else? His fist struck the wooden training post with increasing ferocity. With a final, furious blow, the post snapped in half. Just as he was about to vent his frustration further, a strange chirping sound caught his attention. A tiny wooden bird, no larger than half a fist, landed in his palm. Though lifeless, it chirped as if alive. A letter fluttered down. Wu Chong picked it up and read its contents. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Moments later, he let out a furious roar. Lin Yu? The vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion? In 7 days, I will take your life. The letter was filled with suggestive language, insinuating that Lin Yu and Lin Linger shared a relationship beyond that of mere siblings. Phrases like, a bond deeper than kinship, and a brother and sister seemingly like lovers, ignited Wu Chong's rage. Lin Yu, you traitorous bastard! How dare you have such thoughts about your own sister? Culinary pavilion. A feast unlike any other, dishes are ready. Lin Yu set several plates on the table. Before Chen Shuishan could even move his chopsticks, Hong Yaozu couldn't resist grabbing a piece of fried chicken. He took a bite, only to reveal a trace of disappointment. This isn't spirit cuisine. Lin Yu chuckled. Only one of these dishes is a spirit dish, Sir Hong. I suggest you start with the regular food first and save my braised pork for last. Fried chicken, tempura, stewed chicken with mushrooms. Lin Yu surveyed his own creations with satisfaction and dug in. Even Chen Shuishan, who had tasted the finest delicacies, couldn't help but eat with delight. Despite his status, Chen Shuishan had sampled countless gourmet dishes. yet Lin Yu's cooking exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, Hong Yaozu was perplexed. If it were just Lin Yu enjoying his own cooking, he could understand. But even someone as high-ranking as Chen Shuishan seemed utterly captivated by these ordinary dishes. Hong Yaozu had come here for one reason: to try Lin Yu's braised pork, a dish made with pork, an ingredient long considered beneath true spirit chefs. Chen Shuishan suddenly laughed. "So, you found my private stash of strong liquor? I brewed that myself. Better than anything even the Marquis has gifted me." He was, of course, referring to the braised pork, which had been cooked with his homemade liquor. Lin Yu picked up a glistening piece of braised pork, his throat trembling in anticipation. Originally, he had gone beyond the recipe and added strong liquor, which he worried might ruin the dish. But the result had far exceeded expectations. Taking a bite, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredible." Chen Shuishan smirked. "I've seen plenty of people who praise their own cooking, but I've never seen someone do it as naturally as you." Meanwhile, Hong Yaozu sat in stunned silence, chewing on his fried chicken. Unlike before, Lin Yu had deboned the chicken before frying it, allowing for a seamless eating experience. His eyes widened. His entire body trembled. Even Nolan Zian, who had a severe eating disorder, was now devouring the food like a starved beast. Delicious, utterly delicious. Hong Yaozu finally put down his chopsticks, then bowed slightly toward Lin Yu. "Vice Pavilion Master, thank you, you've shown me what true cuisine is. This is a true masterpiece." Query. Chapter 58. Words from the Heart. Chapter 58. Words from the Heart. Translator. Crocust Hong Yaozu felt as if he was about to cry. This wasn't the first time he had eaten something so delicious, but as someone deeply invested in the culinary arts, he understood just how many challenges had been overcome to create this simple fried chicken. Clearly, it was a deep-fried dish, yet the batter had perfectly sealed in the moisture of the red jade chicken, ensuring a crispy exterior and succulent meat within. And though it was undeniably oily, the dipping sauce Lin Yu had prepared, casually named tomato sauce, completely neutralized that greasy sensation. With just one bite, Hong Yaozu realized that the technique itself wasn't difficult. However, simply thinking of such a method in the first place was enough to prove Lin Yu's extraordinary talent. If he had to put it into words, Hong Yaozu felt utterly conquered by Lin Yu's culinary philosophy. Unlike Sidu Deng, who had scoffed at Lin Yu's butchering skills and dismissed him as clueless, Hong Yaozu saw something unfathomable in him. One dish after another, Hong Yaozu ate his fill, even those that weren't spirit feasts. Each one made him feel as if he were swallowing his own tongue in delight. The perfect pairing of young chicken and mushrooms, the masterful use of seasonings, the heavenly tempura, its crispy shell encasing the freshest of ingredients. Finally, he took a bite of the braised pork belly. At that moment, an illusion seemed to appear before his eyes. He saw himself as a young boy, tasting a spirit feast for the very first time. Born into a prestigious family yet cast aside as an illegitimate son, it wasn't until he was 16 that he first experienced the taste of a spirit feast. And that very same day, he lost both of his parents. Safe travels. Nolan Zian grinned mischievously as she watched Lin Yu, battered and bruised, board the carriage. For some reason, she felt incredibly satisfied. The elderly woman surnamed Lu glanced at her and chuckled. The young lady of the southwestern Marquis Manor came all the way to the academy. "I suppose it makes sense. I heard Lin Yu's culinary skills are truly outstanding. And since Miss Nolan can only stomach his cooking, you must feel quite fortunate to have him around." Nolan Zian giggled. "Senior Lu, it's just my luck. I've had this illness for years, and yet I happen to meet a chef like him." Recalling Hong Yaozu's stunned expression from the night before, she added, "Lin Yu's cooking skills are simply incredible. If not for the fact that he has to fight He Wu in a little over half a month, I wouldn't even want to let him leave. But don't worry, Senior Lu. I made him prepare plenty of dishes, and I froze them with frost arts. Now I can reheat them whenever I want." Senior Lu was a bit surprised. So frost arts can be used that way? Nolan Zian herself was amazed. It was Lin Yu's idea. If he hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it at all. I really don't know how his mind works. Even my father has praised how practical and brilliant all his ideas are. The elderly woman smiled. Perhaps that's why Chen Push took a liking to him. The hour is getting late. I must be off now. As the carriage left Heavenly Cloud Academy, Lin Yu couldn't help but stick his head out. Though he knew Han Ya wouldn't harm him, he still felt uneasy. Glancing around warily, he asked, Senior Lu, where exactly are we headed? The elderly woman smiled. 2 days ago, Miss Nolan entered the Imperial Palace and borrowed a training ground. It's at the foot of the Savage Peaks. That's where we're going. She paused briefly, then sighed. I must say, Chen Shuishan truly has an unparalleled talent for instructing students. In just 3 days, you've advanced from 1st grade, 2nd stage to 6th stage. Even knowing you possess the spirit-devouring physique, I suspect Chen Shuishan arranged special medicinal baths for you. Or perhaps, he crafted a custom spiritual brew for you. Otherwise, there's no way your body could have grown this resilient. But judging from your injuries, it seems like someone gave you quite a beating. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He recalled how, every night for the past few days, Chen Shuishan had given him a small cup of a sweet and sour drink. He hadn't expected that it was part of stabilizing his cultivation. But when he heard the latter half of her words, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Who could have predicted that Nolan Xian, who appeared so delicate, would actually be so violent? She was about the same age as Lin Linger, but she had started cultivating earlier. Now, she was already a 2nd-grade expert, not only mastering foundational arcane spells but even some entry-level spells. Last night, Lin Yu had dueled her in Chen Shuishan's laboratory for an entire night. At first, Nolan Xian wasn't going all out, so Lin Yu had felt at ease. He could even counterattack. Feeling overconfident, he had foolishly asked her to increase the difficulty. Only then did he realize, the moment Nolan Xian unleashed her full power, her arcane energy surged like a vast ocean, and her spellcasting speed became utterly terrifying. Like a spell-firing turret. At first, Lin Yu tried to dodge, but dodging one spell only meant that another was already forming. Eventually, he had no choice but to tank the attacks with his tougher body parts. In the end, he still suffered quite a bit. Fortunately, Chen Shuishan had long since prepared spiritual medicine in advance. While it healed his internal injuries, his external wounds still remained. Hearing Senior Lu's question, Lin Yu awkwardly recounted the events of the previous night. The elderly woman blinked in surprise before chuckling. So it was a combat training session? With Chen Shuishan's methods, that does sound like something he would do. Well, since he already started the process, I suppose I should tell you, your next 7 days of training will be intense. Today, for example, you'll spend 6 hours learning the most basic martial technique. She paused for a moment, then asked, Lin Yu, do you have a preferred weapon? Or would you rather focus on barehanded combat? Lin Yu glanced at the passing scenery outside the carriage, then grinned. Going barehanded is too much of a disadvantage. I'd rather become a blade wielder, free to roam the world as I please. Senior Lu couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, you seem so mature, and other times, you're still just a child. Lin Yu smirked. Senior Lu, this is only the 2nd time you've met me. Why do you already feel that way? The elderly woman didn't answer. Instead, she let out a soft sigh. Lin Yu, the challenges you'll face in the future will only grow. The schemes and conspiracies you see now are merely a drop in the ocean. No matter what happens, you must learn to rely on yourself. Even if Chen Shuishan has the power to shake the heavens, he cannot protect you forever. These were words from the heart. Lin Yu listened intently, then nodded solemnly. I understand, Senior Lu. As long as you understand. Query. Chapter 59. Learning the Blade in 7 days. Chapter 59. Learning the Blade in 7 days. Translator, Cruckist. Upon arrival, Lin Yu finally realized that the so-called royal training ground was actually a valley. As he stepped down from the carriage, the elderly woman with the surname Lu looked ahead steadily and smiled. Lin Yu, keep your eyes wide open. This is a sub-array of a 5th-grade spirit array. 5th-grade spirit array. Just hearing the name exuded power beyond imagination. Lin Yu widened his eyes and looked ahead. At that moment, the air distorted, and then, a burly man slowly materialized. Lin Yu was startled. So the valley before his eyes was merely an illusion? The old woman, seemingly understanding his thoughts, gently shook her head with a smile. It's not fake. It's real. Her voice was calm, without a hint of sharpness. What you see is real, but within this real space, there exists another space. The burly man was momentarily stunned by her words and turned to Lin Yu in surprise. So this is the kid? Could he really be the one who made Elder Lu act so kindly? Could the rumors be true? That he was the one chosen by Han Ya? Shaking his head, the burly man dismissed the thought. He had no interest in Han Ya, nor did he believe the rumors. His gaze swept over Lin Yu, void of any emotion, like he was evaluating a mere commodity. After a long moment, he finally spoke in a detached tone. Your body has some damage, but your foundation is stable. It looks like your cultivation was forcefully boosted with spirit essence in a short period. Your energy circulation isn't fully developed yet. You have 7 days. I will teach you a fundamental martial art. You may choose. I have mastered 32 foundational techniques. Every type of weapon you can imagine, I can teach. There are also 3 fist techniques, 3 kicking techniques, and 2 palm techniques. Lin Yu shook his head. I only need to practice the blade. The burly man nodded, then turned to Elder Lu. Senior, his path is decided. From now on, I will send spirit letters daily to Miss Han, reporting his progress at this training ground. Elder Lu nodded in approval, seemingly reassured by the burly man's capability. She cast Lin Yu a final glance but said nothing more. Turning, she stepped into the carriage and left. Lin Yu cheerfully waved after her. Goodbye, Elder Lu. Elder Lu lifted her hand and waved in response. The burly man, Cao Tong, was slightly stunned. It was as if that small gesture from Elder Lu had shaken his very soul. After a long moment, he came back to his senses, only to find blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Muttering to himself, he said, as expected of someone from the imperial palace, even a simple gesture is ruthless. He turned back to Lin Yu and spoke slowly. My name is Cao Tong. For the next 7 days, I will teach you a fundamental blade technique. I will suppress my cultivation to fight you, simulate real combat scenarios, and provide various healing medicines. Since someone personally asked my master for this favor, I will give it my all. But how much you can learn has nothing to do with me. If you ignore my instructions and act recklessly, then if you get injured, I won't help you in the slightest. While Cao Tong spoke, Lin Yu's consciousness slipped into his sea of awareness, where he looked at the energy panel on his arcane machine screen, displaying 500 characters of energy. He had converted all his mystic coins and spirit crystals into energy because he believed it would be useful. First, he wouldn't directly max out his blade technique, but since entry-level mastery was difficult, cheating with the arcane machine was the most time-efficient option. Also, if he suffered minor injuries, he could use the arcane machine to heal, though since energy was precious, he decided to save it for critical moments. There were still other functions on the arcane machine waiting to be explored. This 7-day training was equivalent to a favor from Chen Shuishan. Lin Yu was well aware that Chen Shuishan's strength was unfathomable. At the very least, within the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, he was among the top experts. A favor from someone like Chen Shuishan was priceless. On one hand, Lin Yu was amazed by Chen Shuishan's trust in him. On the other hand, he found it strange. Even if he were Chen Shuishan's nephew, there was no reason to help him so much. And he wasn't his nephew at all. Lin Yu shoved these chaotic thoughts to the back of his mind and focused on his arcane machine screen, where he discovered an intriguing function. Auto-training. 50 energy per day. Allows the system to control the body. Consciousness may choose to sleep or remain awake. Lin Yu pondered. So if I choose auto-training for 7 days, I can just sit back and watch while my body trains itself. This is tempting. These 7 days won't be easy. Back in reality, Lin Yu smiled at Cao Tong. Coach, please don't go easy on me. You should know, I have a duel with He Wu in a month. Cao Tong coldly responded, I don't know who He Wu is. But I do know that in 1 month, you need the ability to defeat a first-grade peak martialist. And you only have 7 days of actual combat and technique training. Lin Yu grinned. Precisely. So I'll be counting on you, coach. Cao Tong gave him a long, unreadable look before smirking. Then you better not regret it. I only worry you'll run away. Lin Yu stepped into the spirit array. His vision suddenly widened, revealing a vast training ground. Cao Tong stood beside a weapon rack, where two plain sabers rested. He grabbed one for himself and tossed the other to Lin Yu. Lin Yu barely managed to catch it, nearly dropping it to the ground. The first lesson is blade technique. Cao Tong spoke. This technique isn't elegant. It's the most basic saber technique, called fundamental blade art, or some call it woodcutter's blade art. As the name suggests, it's as simple as chopping wood. Before Lin Yu could respond, Cao Tong's figure blurred into motion. His saber slashed and swept in clean arcs, simple movements, yet executed with the aura of a martial god. As he moved, a circle seemed to form beneath his feet, and phantom images of tigers and dragons flickered behind him. But if I use it with 3rd grade 8th tier body forging realm power, it's still formidable. Techniques have strengths and weaknesses, but personal strength is even more important. I will demonstrate this blade technique once every hour over the next 2 days. The first time, I will use the 1st grade 1st tier level. The second time, 1st grade 3rd tier. And I will keep increasing it, until I use my full 3rd grade 8th tier power. Cao Tong's tone was indifferent. Whether you can learn it, and how much you can learn, is entirely up to you. In his mind, if Lin Yu could grasp even 30% of his blade intent, it would already be an achievement. Query. Chapter 60 Mastering at First Sight. Chapter 60 Mastering at First Sight. Translator. Crocust Heavenly Cloud Academy. The academy was a grand place, teeming with various establishments, taverns, restaurants, musical halls, and even a lavish rest hall jointly built by the young masters of the 7 great clans. At this moment, within the hall, hundreds of students had gathered, all wearing faint smiles tinged with arrogance. Their demeanor was unruly. Undoubtedly, they were disciples of the 7 great clans. Although Chen Shuishan had managed to uproot the influence of the 7 great clans from the academy's administration, their disciples still made up the majority of the student body. After all, while he could intervene in administrative matters, he couldn't prevent others from enrolling as students. Seated at the highest position in the hall was a young man with a square face and a polite smile. I heard from my family elders that our academy's vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion is a complete nobody, someone who has never made a name for himself before. His name is Lin Yu. Apparently, he was discovered by Chen Puya, who claimed he was some kind of prodigy. His gaze swept across the hall before finally landing in a corner. He spoke casually. Isn't that Sima Deng, the new student from the Sima clan? After losing to Lin Yu, Sima Deng had sworn to abandon the path of spirit chefs and instead enrolled in Heavenly Cloud Academy to pursue arcane martialism. However, in just a few days, he found himself entangled with Lin Yu once again. Sima Deng's face was slightly pale, but he met the gaze without fear. He was no stranger to the young man in the seat of honor, for this was none other than Chen Henshin, the youngest brother of Chen Shuishan. He was said to be the most gifted spiritual adept of the Chen family's generation. Despite being under 25 years old, he had already reached the level of a 3rd grade arcane martialist. And his true strength remained unknown, rumored to be terrifyingly formidable. Even within Heavenly Cloud Academy, there were instructors who couldn't match him. In the past, Sima Deng was often compared to him. After all, though Chen Henshin was older by a few years, Sima Deng, as a 1st grade spirit chef, held a status that commanded respect. Sima Deng spoke slowly. Lin Yu is full of unconventional ideas. In the culinary arts realm, his thinking is unique, and his skills surpass many spirit chefs. However, in my opinion, even though he is outstanding, he still falls short of being fit for the position of vice pavilion master. Chen Henshin smiled warmly. That's exactly what my elders said, but that is an administrative matter, and as students, we have no say in it. Someone below protested indignantly. Senior Chen, I have to disagree. As students, we deserve proper leadership. Having an unqualified man as a vice pavilion master of one of the 4 pavilions is absolutely inappropriate. We should pressure him. Chen Henshin nodded slightly and gestured downward with his hands, signaling silence. A peculiar aura radiated from him. Not suffocating, but it instinctively made everyone quiet. The hall fell into absolute silence. He then looked toward another corner, where Wu stood lazily. Sensing Chen Henshin's gaze, He Wu's eyes flickered briefly before he spoke. Rest assured. 1 month from now, I will personally drive Lin Yu out of Heavenly Cloud Academy. He will no longer threaten your 7 great clans. Chen Henshin nodded. You are not from the 7 great clans, so I understand if you hold some resentment. But misunderstandings can always be resolved. Since you've made this declaration, our 7 great clans will naturally support your cultivation with the resources you deserve. With a grand gesture, he waved his hand, and several small chests appeared on the ground. A gasp rang out from the crowd. Spatial treasures. Chen Henshin ignored the commotion and turned back to He Wu, his gaze deep. Since Lin Yu has already entered Heavenly Cloud Academy, driving him out would be a disgrace to our academy's scholarly traditions. He Wu, I need you to ensure that Lin Yu remains in the academy forever. Remain forever. That could only mean one thing. He Wu's face paled slightly, while Chen Henshin shifted his gaze once more. This time, he looked at Wu Chong, who nodded solemnly. But in his heart, Wu Chong was amused. It's just Lin Yu, a rookie who has barely started cultivating. I alone can deal with him. Did we really need such an elaborate plan? You have far greater aptitude than I expected. A voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind as his consciousness returned from his sea of awareness. The woodcutter's blade art was currently downloading into his mind. Unlike the heavenly cloud body forging art, which only required 3 energy points per 1 progress, this technique demanded a much higher energy cost. After all, it was a martial skill, and downloading it instantly wouldn't damage his body. At most, it would cause a temporary sense of disorientation, a bizarre disconnect between body and mind. That meant he might feel as though he had already mastered the technique, but once he actually used it, his movements would still be raw. Thus, Lin Yu had developed a strategy. Each time he watched Cao Tong demonstrate the woodcutter's blade art, he would silently increase his mastery by 10 before practicing on his own. Cao Tong was now demonstrating the technique for the 3rd time, his voice trembling slightly. After just 2 demonstrations, you've already memorized all the movements? And, you're even displaying intent? Intent referred to the personal understanding and feel of a technique. Just as 1,000 readers could interpret 1,000 versions of Hamlet, every practitioner developed their own style of executing a martial skill. Despite only being at 30 proficiency, Lin Yu had already developed his own combat rhythm, an achievement that left Cao Tong utterly shaken. He had met many geniuses before. Even the imperial prodigy, hailed as the next Heaven's Fate son, hadn't displayed such talent when practicing basic martial techniques. Lin Yu replied, perhaps I simply have a knack for blade techniques. After a brief pause, he realized that his current training speed might seem too shocking. However, with only 7 days left, while he could cheat his way through martial skills, actual combat experience couldn't be faked. Besides, he knew exactly where he stood. The last time he encountered He Wu, the latter was a first-grade spirit chef, 8th level. By now, Lin Yu wasn't far behind him. But the 7 great clans and the forces backing He Wu weren't to be underestimated. They wouldn't just stand by while Chen Shuishan personally trained Lin Yu. Nor would He Wu allow himself to fall behind. This duel had become too high profile, and because of that, He Wu had already begun reaping immense benefits from it. Query. Chapter 61 Stamina Recovery. Chapter 61 Stamina Recovery. Translator. Crocus. Leaving He Wu's affairs aside for the moment, Lin Yu had been training until his muscles ached. At this moment, he was soaking in a large wooden tub filled with medicinal liquid. He only had 7 days, and this medicinal bath could not only strengthen his physique but also relieve his fatigue. Beside him, Cao Tong seemed utterly shocked by Lin Yu's talent. Holding a simple broadsword, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. You're really telling me this is your first day practicing the woodcutter's blade art? Lin Yu's entire body was submerged in the gray-green medicinal liquid, feeling waves of cool energy seeping into his body, soothing his aching muscles. However, at this moment, another thought occupied his mind. I only have 7 days to master this blade art and gain practical combat experience. With the arcane machine assisting me, I estimate that I'll need just 2 days to perfect this technique. If I can complete my combat training within 5 days, then with the time left, I might even be able to learn an entry-level blade technique. Moreover, I can restore my body. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed. In his mindscape, The arcane machine screen flickered, displaying a line of text. Detected excessive lactic acid buildup and muscle fatigue. Do you wish to expend energy to restore your body? Lin Yu hesitated briefly before pressing confirm just before the 30-second countdown ended. Immediately, his body felt nothing, no soreness, no exhaustion. In less than a breath's time, he was completely revitalized. Glancing at Cao Tong, he responded seriously, "Instructor Cao, I really am learning blade techniques for the first time. To be honest, I only started cultivating a few days ago." Ha! Cao Tong's expression stiffened, letting out an ambiguous grunt as his body trembled slightly. After a moment, he calmed himself and muttered in his heart, "That Miss Han really did bring in a monster." A sharp gleam flashed in Cao Tong's eyes, and a thought echoed within him. No matter how much of a genius you are, if you fail to grow, you're still just a mere mortal. He decided to record Lin Yu's name as a backup but refrained from submitting it to the higher-ups for now. After all, Lin Yu was still just a mere first-rank spiritual adept, hardly worth mentioning. That man's status was far too complicated. No matter how terrifying Lin Yu's talent was, if he wanted to become a figure of renown, it would take years, perhaps even decades. If he met an untimely demise along the way, it wouldn't be surprising, especially considering that Lin Yu was currently under Chen Shuishan's command. Cao Tong mused. Chen Shuishan isn't a good person, though he's been the most dominant figure in Heavenly Cloud Academy in recent years. But he's too arrogant, too high profile. He's managed to offend both the royal family and the noble clans. If not for his overwhelming personal strength, he would have been eliminated long ago, and even now, he's forced into silence. This Lin Yu, no matter how talented, he could never reach Chen Shuishan's level. Even if he had such potential, it would take years to manifest. I just need to keep an eye on him and report my findings at the right time. The credit will still be mine. With that thought, Cao Tong's enthusiasm cooled. However, Lin Yu's talent was too shocking to ignore. Having practiced this basic blade art for over a decade, Cao Tong had developed his own insights into it. Moreover, as a powerful body tempering expert, he knew quite a few entry-level martial techniques, including 1 or 2 blade arts. If I refine the essence of those techniques and incorporate them into the woodcutter's blade art while teaching Lin Yu, wouldn't that earn me a favor? If he rises to prominence in the future, this could be a valuable connection. It was a win-win situation. If Lin Yu perished, at worst, he would have wasted a little time and effort, but even that wasn't entirely true. These 7 days had already been allocated for Lin Yu's training. Having made his decision, Cao Tong suddenly stood up and said, "That's enough for today. Rest for now. I'll continue teaching you the woodcutter's blade art in the afternoon. If you can reach the entering the hall level by today, then tomorrow, I'll have a surprise for you." Hearing this, Lin Yu paused slightly. He understood that in this world, cultivation techniques had proficiency levels. Initial insight, entering the hall, mastery, based on his estimates, reaching, entering the hall, required about 40 proficiency. Splash. Lin Yu rose from the medicinal bath. Under the sunlight, his well-defined muscles glistened with a faint sheen. He grinned at Cao Tong and said casually, "Let's continue. I don't need rest." Cao Tong forced a smile. Overtraining could harm your body, if you push yourself too hard and develop a chronic injury. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu, wearing only a pair of shorts, had already stepped out. He grabbed the broadsword in the corner and executed a flawless set of basic blade techniques. His movements were sharp, his momentum powerful. There was not a single sign of muscle fatigue. Cao Tong was momentarily stunned. This kid is only at first rank, 6th stage, but his stamina recovers so quickly. He's almost comparable to me. Is this due to his physique? Or something else? Cao Tong didn't notice that while Lin Yu wore a calm expression, a trace of heartache flickered in his eyes. "I actually spent 15 points of energy just to restore my stamina. That's 150 mystic coins." Lin Yu was overwhelmed with regret. His entire fortune amounted to just over 1,000 mystic coins, and though he had 3 spirit crystals, those weren't liquid currency like mystic coins. They were far too valuable to spend lightly. Of course, the energy he used for stamina recovery wasn't converted from mystic coins, but after exchanging all 3 of his spirit crystals for energy, he couldn't help but calculate their worth in mystic coins. Meanwhile, Cao Tong, who had initially planned to take a short break and consider how to make a good impression on Lin Yu, suddenly found himself unable to sit still. Reaching into his jade pendant, he activated a formation in the training ground. In the distance, the air rippled as several servants, said to be from the imperial palace, emerged. They picked up the wooden tub and carried it away. Cao Tong instructed, "Bring another tub at dusk." Once the two of them were alone again, Cao Tong slowly stood up and began demonstrating the woodcutter's blade art for the fourth time. Query. Chapter 62. The Mountain-Splitting Blade and Its Variations. Chapter 62. The Mountain-Splitting Blade and Its Variations. Translator. Crocust. The afternoon of the following day, Cao Tong panted slightly, staring at Lin Yu as if looking at a monster. He shouted, "You really don't have any doubts left? Don't try to fool me. If you've truly mastered it, I'll teach you the martial technique I developed from this woodcutting blade technique." Though it had only been a single day, the icy expression on Cao Tong's face had long vanished. Instead, his gaze toward Lin Yu was filled with astonishment, as if he were witnessing something inhuman. Lin Yu's martial talent was already frightening enough, but even his stamina seemed limitless. Who could he even complain to? Over the past 2 days, except for when he was sleeping, Lin Yu had dedicated all his time to practicing this blade technique. And to make matters worse, from Cao Tong's perspective, Lin Yu's talent was ridiculously high. At this moment, Lin Yu had already reached the stage of complete mastery. Just a step away from perfection. Meanwhile, within his mind, Lin Yu looked helplessly at the arcane machine screen in his mindscape. He had spent 2 spirit crystals to push the download progress of the basic blade technique to 95, yet now the progress bar seemed to have frozen in place. Even after recharging all his mystic coins, there was still no response. Otherwise, he would have already reached perfection in his foundation blade techniques. Lin Yu speculated that achieving perfection in a technique might not be something his arcane machine could simply download. It seemed he had to rely on personal comprehension. Only when he truly understood it would the progress reach 100. Thinking about that moment, he couldn't help but feel anticipation. Cao Tong had said before, even though this was just a basic martial technique, once perfected and paired with his so-called supreme martial skill, its power would not be inferior to any human-tier martial technique. These words stirred Lin Yu's emotions. Now, hearing that Cao Tong was finally willing to teach him his so-called supreme skill, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Cough, cough. Cao Tong cleared his throat and said slowly, "Though this is a technique I created, it still originates from the woodcutting blade technique. So, at best, its power only reaches the level of a low-grade human-tier martial technique. Don't get your hopes up too high." Lin Yu was slightly disappointed upon hearing this, but he quickly pulled himself together. Right now, as a first-rank body-forging spiritual adept, he was already capable of using an entry-tier martial technique, something many would envy. Even if it was a low-grade human-tier martial technique, it was more than enough for now. However, this also made him think, He Wu's backing isn't any weaker than mine. In fact, he might even be stronger. He probably has someone like Cao Tong training him too. I can't get complacent. That guy was already far stronger than me to begin with. And now that he's staking his claim on the Deputy Pavilion Master position, the 7 great families won't just sit back and let him lose. They must have arranged a rigorous training plan for him. Thinking about this, Lin Yu couldn't help but worry. If things went poorly, He Wu might even reach the 2nd-rank body forging realm before their battle. If that happened, he would be in real trouble. Ever since stepping onto the path of cultivation, Lin Yu had realized just how naive he had been before, thinking he could close the gap between himself and He Wu in just a month. It wasn't just about reaching a certain realm. Unless he could directly use spirit sense and spirit crystals to push himself to the 3rd-rank body forging realm, it was impossible to guarantee victory. But if he really did that, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the strain, and he would die on the spot. When a person dies, everything fades to nothing. If he lost his life just for the sake of victory, wouldn't all his efforts be meaningless? Lin Yu pushed these thoughts aside, nodded, and said in a steady tone, "I understand. Coach Cao, let's not waste time. We only have 7 days." Cao Tong let out a short laugh, half annoyed, half impressed. But thinking back over the past 2 days, Lin Yu's monstrous talent was undeniable. It was as if his stamina had no limit. Even training regimens that a second-rank body-forging spiritual adept would struggle with seemed almost effortless for Lin Yu. Cao Tong nodded. Then watch closely. As soon as he spoke, he began demonstrating the woodcutting blade technique once more, flawlessly executing all 32 variations. But Lin Yu was already far too familiar with these moves. He could even predict Cao Tong's next action with his eyes closed. Still, he remained focused. He knew that Cao Tong was about to teach him something new, based on what had been hinted at over the past 2 days. This so-called supreme technique was likely derived from this basic martial art. Clang. Just as Cao Tong reached the final sequence of the woodcutting blade technique, a strange chiming sound echoed in Lin Yu's ears. His vision shifted abruptly. He saw an enormous mountain, and beneath a brilliant light, it suddenly collapsed. This strike is called the mountain-splitting blade. Cao Tong's voice rang out calmly. The woodcutting blade technique consists of 32 variations. The mountain-splitting blade refines them further, removing 16 of them, merging the remaining 16 into 4, and finally combining them into a single ultimate strike. Woodcutting is for lumberjacks. Mountain splitting is for warriors. This technique has 4 different variations. I'll demonstrate each one 3 times, since your mastery of the woodcutting blade technique is nearly perfect. You should be able to grasp the essence after seeing them just once. Cao Tong's voice carried a rare hint of encouragement, but I know you have a difficult battle ahead in a little over half a month. So, out of these 4 variations, choose the one that suits you best, practice it diligently, and use it as your finishing move. Haha, of course, I know you're a prodigy. You can always study the other 3 later. If you're still unsatisfied, come find me after you win your match. Just have Miss Han Ya bring you to me. Over the past 2 days, Lin Yu's astonishing progress had won even Cao Tong's respect. He looked at Lin Yu seriously and said, "By then, I wouldn't mind teaching you for free a few more times." Hearing this, Lin Yu was slightly surprised. He knew that for someone like Cao Tong to say this, it meant he had truly acknowledged his potential. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance, Senior Cao." Though they had only known each other for 2 days, Cao Tong was undeniably a skilled martial instructor, and it was clear he had knowledge of far more than just basic combat disciplines. He even knew multiple entry-tier martial techniques. If given the chance in the future, Lin Yu would definitely want to learn more from him. Lin Yu nodded, indicating that he understood, then silently pressed the Sync Download button on the arcane machine interface in his mind. The 4 variations of the mountain-splitting blade began downloading simultaneously. Just as the progress bar for each reached 5, a sudden notification popped up. Duplicate files detected. Enable automatic code editor integration. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Query. Chapter 63 Practical Combat Training. Chapter 63 Practical Combat Training. Translator. Cruckist. Code editor. Lin Yu suddenly recalled a night before his transmigration. Around 3 a.m., a bald, overweight man from the company across the street, seemingly just off work, muttered something about forced overtime without pay, and a boss who won't even let you work. He sat down at his arcane machine. Lin Yu recognized him, a 24-year-old workaholic. That night, Lin Yu thought the man would relax after work, but instead, he plugged in a USB drive and uploaded a code editor he had written himself. Lin Yu, intrigued by programming, asked why he needed his own editor when there were plenty online. The man scoffed, "Those online editors like Eclipse or Markla's trash. Nothing beats what I've written. Mine not only checks for errors but can even link multiple codes together." To Lin Yu's surprise, this custom code editor had somehow traveled with him to this world and now activated. Excited, he wondered, what can it do here? Remembering the man's words, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. Could it help me combine these 4 moves of the mountain-spitting blade into one? As soon as the thought formed, the energy counter in the top left corner plummeted to 43 points. Over 100 points consumed in an instant. A download progress bar appeared. Human tier low-grade mountain-splitting blade 5. A flood of information poured into Lin Yu's mind. Slightly dazed, Lin Yu gripped the broadsword and let out a soft cry. His figure flashed, and in the distance stood a special target, neither soft nor hard, yet even Cao Tong's strikes could only leave a shallow mark. Lin Yu's blade descended. A faint white mark appeared on the target. Cao Tong stared, dumbfounded. 4 moves combined into one? Impossible. I spent months trying to achieve that, and he does it so effortlessly? For the first time, Cao Tong truly understood how unfair the world could be. By the 3rd day, Cao Tong glared at Lin Yu with inexplicable irritation. The mountain-splitting blade he had spent months mastering, Lin Yu had learned in moments. The 4-move combination he had struggled to grasp, Lin Yu had effortlessly understood. What kind of disciple has Miss Han sent me? Cao Tong thought bitterly. If only we had more than 7 days, I'd teach him everything I know. Cao Tong was proficient in all 18 weapons, but whether by coincidence or Han Ya's design, the blade was his specialty. Seeing Lin Yu's natural talent with it, Cao Tong's desire to nurture him nearly overwhelmed his caution. No, he reminded himself. No matter how talented, my techniques aren't to be handed out lightly. He scrutinized Lin Yu. 1st rank, 6th stage. One basic martial art nearing perfection, another approaching human tier low grade. I'll fight you at 1st rank, 6th stage. If you win, I'll use the woodcutter's blade art. Win again, and I'll switch to another basic technique. If you defeat me 17 times, I'll increase my cultivation by 1 stage. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. So this is practical combat training. Cao Tong truly lives up to being the body-forging instructor Han Ya specially hired. With Cao Tong's vast repertoire of basic techniques, defeating him 17 times would be akin to battling 17 opponents with different weapons. Beyond that, Cao Tong's decades of battlefield experience meant his reflexes and tactics were top tier. Even in their first bout, without using the woodcutter's blade art, Cao Tong might still outmatch Lin Yu. The thought ignited Lin Yu's competitive spirit. Then I'll make the first move. Cao Tong stood calmly. Go ahead. The world seemed to fall silent as Lin Yu lunged like a tiger. He didn't start with the woodcutter's blade art but instead led with a wild punch aimed at Cao Tong's face, the blade strike hidden behind it. For someone who only recently began cultivating and has no combat experience, combining feints and real attacks is commendable, Cao Tong's voice echoed calmly. His body trembled slightly as he channeled his qi and blood energy, clearly restricting himself to 1st rank, 6th stage. Yet, an invisible pressure bore down on Lin Yu. Before Lin Yu could react, Cao Tong vanished, reappearing behind him. A precise punch halted just behind Lin Yu's neck. But it's not enough. Your mobility is lacking, and your reflexes are slow. More importantly, you don't know how to utilize your qi and blood energy. Cao Tong's fist shifted downward, striking Lin Yu's shoulder and sending him stumbling back. Lin Yu felt a sense of absurdity. How can the gap be so vast within the same realm? His eyes gleamed with realization. This is the power of true combat experience. Without Cao Tong's decades of battle, how could he overwhelm me so completely? Enable recording function. The arcane machine screen flickered. Lin Yu hesitated, then clicked, yes. He vividly remembered the simulator software. If his guess was correct, it could help him accumulate combat experience. However, activating the recording drained his remaining energy to 40 points. Lin Yu winced at the loss but sat cross-legged, reviewing the recorded footage. The entire exchange lasted less than a minute. This Cao Tong, he's terrifying. Lin Yu's eyes widened in awe. In that minute, Cao Tong had shifted positions 4 times, calculating the most effective way to crush Lin Yu and teach him a lesson. In the end, he chose to appear behind Lin Yu, a brilliant move, as Lin Yu hadn't even noticed. Query. Chapter 64 Lin Yu's Training Manual. Chapter 64 Lin Yu's Training Manual. Translator. Cruckist. How did you do it? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask, in such a short time, how did you prepare so much? And why did you choose to close in from behind to subdue me? Cao Tong froze, his expression turning strange as if he'd seen a ghost. You could see my movements? Lin Yu realized he might have come off as too extraordinary. He had only wanted to analyze the recording from his arcane machine to understand where he'd gone wrong, but his eagerness had made Cao Tong suspicious. According to Lin Yu's own words, This was his first real fight with a spiritual adept, and his previous experience with ordinary people was limited to a single encounter. So, how could he possibly have noticed Cao Tong's multiple shifts in strategy? Cao Tong stared at Lin Yu like he was a monster, his gaze intense and probing. He stepped closer, demanding, "You're not joking? You really saw my movements?" At this point, Lin Yu had no choice but to nod. "For a moment, I noticed you shifting directions several times." Cao Tong threw his head back and laughed. "So, there really are geniuses like you in this world." His laughter carried a hint of melancholy, but then he grew serious. "With this ability of yours, I believe you can learn everything I have to offer in the remaining 5 days." What he meant wasn't martial techniques or skills, but combat experience and tactics. Lin Yu smiled. "I trust Coach Cao will give it his all." Cao Tong laughed heartily. "Being able to train someone like you isn't just my duty, it's my fortune. Even if our master-disciple relationship lasts only 7 days, it's enough to make my life shine." He was now certain that if Lin Yu could survive the early trials and navigate the storms ahead, his future achievements would be extraordinary. Gripping Lin Yu's shoulders, Cao Tong shook him slightly. "Your talent is unlike anything I've ever seen." He paused, considering whether to compare Lin Yu to a certain royal figure, but ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, this was the royal training ground. Lin Yu said firmly, "But no matter what, I still need Coach Cao's guidance to win the battles ahead." Cao Tong nodded. Naturally. They continued training. Each time, Lin Yu would attack first, only to be swiftly countered by Cao Tong. Lin Yu's energy reserves were running low. At first, he could use the recording function to replay the battles in his mind, but soon even that became impossible. Surprisingly, even without the recording, Lin Yu could still discern the subtle shifts in Cao Tong's movements. It was as if, by focusing intently, he could see everything clearly. Knowing Lin Yu's potential, Cao Tong became even more meticulous in his teaching. After each exchange, he would point out Lin Yu's flaws in detail. On the first day, they fought 31 times, and Lin Yu didn't win a single match. But by the end of the day, Lin Yu had gone from barely tracking Cao Tong's movements to exchanging 13 blows in their final bout. Cao Tong's admiration grew. "You'll probably defeat me tomorrow," he said with a smile. He had one condition. Lin Yu couldn't use the mountain-splitting blade. That technique was reserved for the 22 days of training after this session. Cao Tong explained, "Your woodcutter's blade art isn't yet perfected because your spirit, energy, and focus aren't fully aligned. For the next 5 days, focus solely on the variations within the woodcutter's blade art. This will give you a deeper understanding of the technique. Once you've mastered it, your mountain-splitting blade will become even stronger." Lin Yu agreed. That night, Lin Yu didn't sleep. Instead, he replayed the early battles in his mind, realizing how Cao Tong's experience allowed him to predict every move. After a sleepless night, Lin Yu consumed a spirit-boosting elixir prepared by the old woman surnamed Lu, likely arranged by Han Ya, who had anticipated his restlessness. The next day, Lin Yu still didn't win, but he managed to exchange over 100 blows with Cao Tong. His movements had become more fluid, no longer those of an inexperienced youth. Notably, Lin Yu remained silent throughout the day, while Cao Tong provided detailed feedback after each match. That evening, Chen Shuishan sent over Lin Yu's weekly cultivation resources: 3 bottles of medicinal elixirs and 4 radiant spirit crystals. Lin Yu converted them all into energy and activated the recording function. On the 3rd day, they fought 62 times. Both their speed and the complexity of their exchanges increased. Without using any martial techniques, Cao Tong fought Lin Yu to a draw. That night, Lin Yu replayed the drawn match 126 times. Cao Tong, too, stayed awake, staring at his hands in disbelief. Has this kid already surpassed me? He knew that without decades of life and death experience, he would have lost the final match. What shocked him even more was Lin Yu's focus. Not only was Lin Yu talented, but his concentration was something ordinary people could never achieve. Even Cao Tong, without his years of battlefield experience, couldn't match that level of focus. It was as if Lin Yu was born for combat, his very bones imbued with the essence of battle. On the 4th day, Cao Tong began using the woodcutter's blade art. In 26 matches, Lin Yu lost every time and sustained injuries, as their training blades were real and sharp. Only realism yields the best results, Cao Tong explained. Notably, the progress bar for Lin Yu's woodcutter's blade art began advancing on its own, even without energy expenditure. On the 5th day, Cao Tong, using the woodcutter's blade art, was defeated. Lin Yu overcame 17 different basic martial techniques in a single day. That night, Lin Yu returned to Heavenly Cloud Academy under the stars. "I've found a monster." Chen Shuishan, reviewing the records, felt an indescribable excitement. A plan that should have taken over a decade to form began to take shape. Query. Chapter 65 A Bold Idea Chapter 65 A Bold Idea Translator. Cruckest crackle, crackle. The special parchment burned in the copper basin. Chen Shuishan observed Lin Yu, noting the stark contrast between the young man before him and the one from 7 days ago. The change was so pronounced that even Chen Shuishan was taken aback. Lin Yu now exuded a sharp, almost piercing aura. Perhaps I never truly saw him as a child before, which is why I mistook his calm demeanor for maturity. After all, he's not even 20 yet. Chen Shuishan murmured to himself before looking up at Lin Yu with a smile. Congratulations. The hardest part of your training is over. I received a letter from Cao Tong. He didn't have to write to me. After all, he's not my subordinate but serves another master. Yet, not only did he write, but he also praised you extensively. Unless you've somehow bribed him, I can only conclude one thing. You must have learned a great deal from him. Lin Yu smiled. Senior Cao gave it his all. Though it was only 7 days, he completely won me over. I even considered asking him to take me as his disciple. Chen Shuishan laughed heartily. He mentioned that in his letter, but his response was the opposite. He doesn't want to take you as his disciple. Lin Yu's expression faltered, and he lowered his head slightly. Did I not perform well enough? Or does Coach Cao have some issue with me? He mentally reviewed the past 7 days but couldn't pinpoint any mistakes or actions that might have offended Cao Tong. Could it be that Cao Tong's master has some grievance against me? Or, is it because I'm too talented? While Lin Yu's thoughts raced, Chen Shuishan picked up a brush from his desk and began writing on a thick sheet of green glowing paper. Without looking up, he said, "He claims he's not worthy to be your teacher. I find that rather curious. What exactly did you do to earn such respect from Cao Tong?" Cao Tong isn't just any body forging instructor, he's a proud man. In all my years, I've never seen him bow to anyone outside the royal family. Yet, this time, he bowed to you. Chen Shuishan's tone carried a hint of amusement. Just that alone is something you can be proud of. Relieved, Lin Yu smiled and turned his attention to Chen Shuishan, who was still writing. Sir Chen, the first phase of training is over. What's next? Instead of answering, Chen Shuishan pointed to the wall behind Lin Yu. Turning, Lin Yu saw a large scroll hanging there, filled with names. Among them, he spotted Lin Linger's name, ranked around 70th or 80th. Beside her name was a note. Primary Academy. Not yet first rank, but possesses first rank combat ability. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Is this the ranking of Heavenly Cloud Academy's students? Chen Shuishan replied calmly, to be precise, it's the ranking of the Outer Academy. He handed Lin Yu the paper he had been writing on. This is the ranking of the Inner Academy. For the first time, Lin Yu learned that Heavenly Cloud Academy was divided into Inner and Outer Academies. As he took the paper, his eyes immediately landed on Han Ya's name. Confused, Lin Yu looked up. Isn't Han Ya a mentor? Why is she listed as a student? Chen Shuishan seemed to anticipate his question. The Inner Academy has only 3 mentors and fewer than 30 disciples. The reason I'm showing you these rankings is to make one thing clear. Your goal next month is to defeat He Wu, but your ultimate goal at Heavenly Cloud Academy isn't just to defeat him. These 2 lists contain a total of 123 names. You must crush every one of them under your feet. Only then will you obtain what you truly desire. Lin Yu fell silent, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. It wasn't hard to guess that the 3 mentors of the Inner Academy were likely the 3 nominal vice directors of Heavenly Cloud Academy, while the disciples were the kingdom's true prodigies. Why is Heavenly Cloud Academy the most prestigious institution in the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom? Because the most talented individuals are concentrated here. Because the strongest cultivators throughout history have all emerged from this academy. That's why it's called the strongest academy. Yet Lin Yu couldn't understand why Chen Shuishan was telling him all this. He looked up, trying to keep his expression calm. Sir Chen, 10 days ago, I was just an ordinary person. Because of a single spirit feast, I became the vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion under your command. But that's all. I'm not even a student of Heavenly Cloud Academy. That's exactly the effect I want, Chen Shuishan said, his eyes gleaming. Heavenly Cloud Academy has been dominant for too long. Whenever people talk about cultivation, they immediately think of Heavenly Cloud Academy. It's as if the academy represents the entire cultivation world in the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom. This isn't a good thing. Lin Yu understood Chen Shuishan's reasoning. The situation was similar to how, in his previous life, people would immediately think of Harvard and Oxford University when discussing higher education. But there was a key difference. While Harvard and Oxford were revered, people still acknowledged that better universities existed elsewhere in the world. In the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, however, people believed Heavenly Cloud Academy was the only cultivation academy that mattered. If this continued, other academies would gradually decline, leaving Heavenly Cloud Academy as a monopoly. Such a monopoly would inevitably become a tool of the royal family, something Chen Shuishan clearly wanted to avoid. Lin Yu said, "You want me to crush Heavenly Cloud Academy's pride under an outsider's identity. But Sir Chen, have you considered one thing? I know this is unfair to you, but I also know you'll agree," Chen Shuishan interrupted, gesturing toward the scroll on the wall. It floated into his hand. "This list has 100 names. Start with them. For every person you defeat, I'll provide you with the cultivation resources you need. Your physique requires an immense amount of spiritual energy, and I can supply you with suitable cultivation techniques for your spirit-devouring physique, as well as powerful martial skills." Lin Yu still hesitated. "The things you're offering, I might be able to obtain them through my own means." "Lin Linger will also receive corresponding resources," Chen Shuishan added with a smile. "I know you have your ways, but Lin Linger doesn't." Query. Chapter 66 Junior Brother Chapter 66 Junior Brother. Translator. Crocust Lin Yu's expression darkened. He had already drawn the attention of the 7 great families. If he didn't agree to Chen Shuishan's proposal, not only would he be targeted, but Lin Linger would also face danger. Even if Han Ya possessed extraordinary abilities, she couldn't single-handedly oppose the 7 great families. Moreover, while Han Ya treated Lin Linger well, their relationship was ultimately that of mentor and disciple. Lin Yu couldn't fully trust her. During these days of training, Lin Yu had come to realize that Han Ya's identity was far more complicated than it appeared. The forces behind her were intricate, and involving Lin Linger in such a web could put her at risk. With her current abilities, Lin Linger might not even be able to protect herself. As for cultivation resources, if Lin Yu were alone, his pursuit of strength wouldn't be so urgent. With the arcane machine in his mindscape, his cultivation speed was guaranteed. However, he couldn't ensure a safe environment for Lin Linger. "If you agree to this," Chen Shuishan said with a sly smile, "I've stopped taking disciples, but my master still does. You might not believe it, but with a nod, you'll become my junior brother. Even Nolan Zian will have to call you uncle. Didn't she bully you the other day? Just think. Once you agree, you'll be her elder. Exciting, isn't it?" Chen Shuishan, who had once seemed so composed, now acted like a rogue to persuade Lin Yu. As for his claim of taking Lin Yu as a disciple on behalf of his master, Lin Yu felt it was merely a formality. Lin Yu took a deep breath. "If I agree to your request, can you promise me one thing?" "Name it," Chen Shuishan said, though he already guessed Lin Yu's demand concerned Lin Linger. "Only by agreeing could this deal succeed. As long as it's within my power, I'll do it." Lin Yu raised 3 fingers. "Before Linger reaches 3rd rank, I don't want her to face any danger. I know Heavenly Cloud Academy has several trials that could be perilous. I want your assurance that my sister's life will be protected." Chen Shuishan raised an eyebrow. "You're making this difficult. That's undermining fairness." "It's just protecting her life." "That's not undermining fairness," Lin Yu said with a bitter smile. "On the other hand, if I agree to your request, I'll not only be opposing the 7 great families but also standing against the entire Heavenly Cloud Academy." "Well said, fine, I'll agree." Chen Shuishan grinned. From now on, you can call me Senior Brother Chen. This matter is not to be taken lightly. Lin Yu nodded, though it felt awkward. His father, Lin Chaodong, was Chen Shuishan's senior brother, and now he was Chen Shuishan's junior brother. The family hierarchy was a mess. Still, he took a deep breath and bowed. Senior Brother Chen. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Chen Shuishan was ecstatic, as if all his efforts had been for this moment. He looked at Lin Yu with a smile. You won't regret this. The significance of this title is extraordinary. Lin Yu's lips twitched into a wry smile. After agreeing to your request, escaping Heavenly Cloud Academy will take years. Mentor Han isn't even in the top 10 of the Inner Academy rankings. Han Ya is only 3rd rank, 9th stage. How could she be in the top 10? Chen Shuishan said casually. But I have faith in you. In 3 years, you'll be able to fight her. In 10 years, you might even reach the pinnacle of Heavenly Cloud Academy. 10 years? By then, the Inner Academy rankings will have changed, Lin Yu said, frowning. He noticed Chen Shuishan shaking his head but saying nothing. Sighing, Lin Yu asked, what about the next 20 days of training? How to train? I've already told you. Chen Shuishan pointed to the Outer Academy rankings. Fight your way up. He Wu is ranked 20th. Defeat the 19th ranked Chai Wuyang, and you'll essentially defeat He Wu. You have 20 days. Lin Yu's face darkened as he read Chai Wuyang's profile. He was a 2nd rank arcane martialist. It was well known that arcane martialists generally had an edge over body forging cultivators in combat, which was why they held higher status among the common folk. And an arcane martialist from Heavenly Cloud Academy, especially one on this prestigious list, was undoubtedly exceptional. Though Chai Wuyang was only 2nd rank, 1st stage, his actual combat strength likely rivaled a 2nd rank, 3rd stage body forging spiritual adept. Lin Yu, at 1st rank, 6th stage, had a daunting challenge ahead. Instead of complaining or giving up, Lin Yu calmly said, Senior Brother Chen, I need your help. I need you to assess my physical strength. If it's suitable, I want to break through. Lin Yu spoke of breaking through as casually as discussing whether he could drink water. He had been waiting to push the Heavenly Cloud body forging art to 95. If his guess was correct, reaching 95 would elevate him to 1st rank, 9th stage. Wait a bit longer, Chen Shuishan said, glancing at Lin Yu. You only broke through to 1st rank, 6th stage 9 days ago. Even with Cao Tong's medicinal baths and my elixirs, you're not ready to jump to 1st rank, 9th stage. Don't get ahead of yourself. Breakthroughs in the 1st rank can be rapid, but your foundation isn't solid enough. I suggest taking it step by step. Don't rush like you did last time, jumping straight to 1st rank, 6th stage, Chen Shuishan said with a half smile. That will only harm your body. Lin Yu nodded, understanding, but he had another idea. His 7 meridians and 8 vessels hadn't fully recovered. He had discovered that restoring them required an immense amount of energy. Though a small thunderworm had initiated the recovery process, unlike downloading martial techniques, restoring his meridians demanded increasingly more energy. Over the past 7 days, Lin Yu had prepared for the restoration. Based on reliable tests, 2 spirit crystals would restore them by 5. Query. Chapter 67. Unusual Movements. Chapter 67. Unusual Movements. Translator. Cruckest thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited. For a while, he had forgotten about the possibility of restoring his 7 meridians and 8 vessels. It was truly an astonishing matter. Even with just a 2 recovery, he was already able to cultivate normally. Lin Yu had encountered a lot of information recently, and he began to reassess his own body, his extraordinary combat talent, the mysterious 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Every aspect of it seemed shrouded in mystery. However, he still had many pressing issues to deal with, so he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he returned to his room, preparing to use 2 spirit crystals, 200 energy units, to restore his 7 meridians and 8 vessels to 5. Interestingly, Lin Yu noticed something worth mentioning. Perhaps due to his frequent top-ups. Lately, his arcane machine had actually upgraded itself. Now, when using energy, everything had clear price tags. For example, restoring his 7 meridians and 8 vessels to 5 required exactly 200 energy units. Just as he sat down cross-legged, preparing to cultivate, a sudden knock sounded at his door. Lin Yu coughed lightly and said, "Come in." Nolan Xian, with a hint of shyness, pushed the door open and stepped into his room. But when she saw the completely transformed aura around Lin Yu, her face flashed with astonishment. "Lin Yu, did you just return from the military?" she asked, then quickly shook her head. "No, that can't be right. There hasn't been any war at the border, and in just 7 days, it's impossible for you to change this much. What exactly did you do? The teacher said you were undergoing training, but I don't believe any training could cause such a drastic transformation." If she had to describe it, previously, Lin Yu had seemed like a gentle and refined chef, but now, he was like a freshly sharpened sword, exuding an undeniable edge. He was completely different from the person she had known before. Lin Yu smiled faintly. "I just learned a few things from an instructor, that's all." Seeing his smile, Nolan Xian finally felt a sense of familiarity again. The sharpness in his gaze receded slightly, making her feel at ease. With a bit of hesitation, she asked, "Are you going into seclusion again?" Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, I've gained too much in these 7 days. I need time to properly sort through everything. It'll take about a day or two. Plus, senior brother Chen also gave me another task." "Wait a minute. Senior brother Chen?" Nolan Xian instantly caught on to the key point. She widened her eyes in disbelief, her voice trembling. "You're not talking about the teacher, are you?" Lin Yu answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Yeah, Shen Puya said his teacher needed a disciple, so he made me his junior apprentice brother." Nolan Xian felt like her entire worldview was shattering. Chen Shuishan's master. Chen Shuishan's junior apprentice brother. Chen Shuishan's final disciple. These titles echoed in her mind, like a massive bell tolling. Then, realization struck her like lightning. "Wait, does that mean I have to call you Martial Uncle?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Yu finally burst out laughing in delight. "Didn't expect that, did you? Just 9 days ago, you were trying to make me call you senior sister, but now, I'm your legitimate martial uncle. I told you not to go so hard on me that day, tisk." Lin Yu hadn't forgotten. When Chen Shuishan had asked Nolan Xian to help him get used to his cultivation realm, she had unleashed her techniques without holding back, bombarding him as if spirit energy cost nothing. Even now, Lin Yu could still feel the pain. That last spell had gathered spirit energy into a giant palm and slapped him right across the face, nearly sending him flying. Lin Yu wasn't the petty type, but that memory was too humiliating. He had actually been beaten to a pulp by someone who looked so soft and delicate. And compared to his battle with Cao Tong, it was a completely different experience. Back then, Lin Yu couldn't even control his own body, let alone fight back. Seeing Lin Yu's smug expression, Nolan Xian felt a surge of frustration. She stuck out her tongue, then huffed angrily, "You're weaker than me, yet you still want to be my martial uncle?" Bang! Before Lin Yu could respond, she stepped out and slammed the door shut. Watching this scene, Lin Yu grinned even wider. "Frustrated, aren't you?" Shaking his head, he thought, "Looks like Nolan Xian won't be bothering me for a while." He then closed his eyes and activated the energy transfer, restoring his 7 meridians and 8 vessels to 5. A soft glow radiated from his body, as if he were enveloped in a cocoon of spirit energy. Meanwhile, in Chen Shuishan's room, Chen Shuishan suddenly looked up, surprised. He reached out his hand and sensed the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly flowing toward Lin Yu's room. This left him shocked. A mere first-grade spiritual adept affecting the spiritual energy of the entire area? If he told anyone, they'd never believe it, but when he thought about Lin Yu's unique physique, he wasn't surprised anymore. A spirit-devouring body, huh? This was the first time he had ever seen a real one. Before this, it had only appeared in ancient texts. Considering Lin Yu had already been able to absorb spirit crystals, it wasn't surprising that such a phenomenon had now occurred. With a flick of his sleeve, Chen Shuishan sent several mystic coins into the air. Then, he retrieved a scroll from his cabinet and, using a large brush dipped in golden ink, drew a series of runes. Immediately, the entire building was shrouded, blocking all outside detection. At another corner of Heavenly Cloud Academy, Wu Chong listened to his subordinate's report, then abruptly stood up, his bones cracking as he stretched. A powerful first-grade 6th stage aura erupted from his body. "So, you've finally returned?" He sneered coldly. "HMPH, even if you're Linger's biological brother, if you dare to have such thoughts, I'll kill you." His subordinate, still somewhat rational, hesitated before advising, "Young Master Wu, Lin Yu is currently in Chen Pushi's building. It might be better to wait until he comes out before making a move, if we anger Chen." "Puya." But Wu Chong simply waved his sleeve dismissively. "And so what if it's Chen Puya?" He said arrogantly. "My father already told me, all 3 Puya elders have agreed not to interfere with us. If they do, it means the Academy's entire system is flawed." Query. Chapter 68 Wu Chong comes knocking. Chapter 68 Wu Chong comes knocking. Translator. Cruckist. Didn't Vice Director Chen preach about free academic spirit? Why would he stop me? Wu Chong's eyes darted around. No, that guy is too close to Vice Director Chen. What if Chen decides to make trouble for me? His lackeys thought to themselves, if Vice Director Chen wanted to cause trouble for you, he wouldn't be Vice Director Chen. But seeing Wu Chong's hesitation, they flattered him. "That's why, young Master Wu, it's better not to stir up trouble. After all, in 20 days, he Wu will take care of Lin Yu." Wu Chong, however, wasn't convinced. 20 days? That was too long. Besides, he Wu was he Wu, and Wu Chong was Wu Chong. "No, I'm definitely going. I have to teach Lin Yu a lesson. If he apologizes, he might barely qualify to be my brother-in-law. If he doesn't apologize or help me win over Linger, I'll beat him until he cries." Wu Chong thought for a moment, then waved his hand. "All of you, go find people. Get as many Heavenly Cloud Academy students as you can. Gather in front of Vice Director Chen's building later." He clapped his hands. "With so many people watching, Vice Director Chen won't dare target me. And if I defeat Lin Yu in front of everyone, it'll show my brilliance. Linger will be impressed." Wu Chong chuckled, but when he saw his lackeys still standing there, he grew impatient. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up. If you don't go, don't blame me for being harsh." The lackeys exchanged uneasy glances. Their families relied on the Wu family, so they didn't dare disobey. With a sigh, they left. Meanwhile, Wu Chong was brimming with excitement, as if he had already seen himself defeating Lin Yu. Repair complete. A pop-up appeared in the arcane machine within Lin Yu's mindscape. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. A flash of lightning seemed to flicker in his eyes as he stood up and pulled open the curtains. A surge of qi and blood energy emanated from him. Lin Yu's expression was one of surprise. "I actually broke through automatically." This time, he hadn't used energy to download the Heavenly Cloud Body forging art, yet his cultivation had advanced to first rank, 7th stage. This puzzled him. Moreover, he felt different, lighter, more agile, and more attuned to the spiritual energy of the world. Closing his eyes, Lin Yu felt as though he could see the spiritual energy around him, vibrant and pulsating in the darkness. "This is only 5 restoration, I'm already different from others, if it's fully restored. The results will be unimaginable." Thinking of Chen Shuishan's words, that it would take 3 years to possibly defeat Han Ya, Lin Yu now felt 3 years was too long. He clenched his right fist, recalling Cao Tong's advice. "The mountain-splitting blade. I can use it now, right? Since Chen Shuishan wants me to crush Heavenly Cloud Academy under my feet, I can't let him down. He wants me to be his junior brother, but now, I even want to defeat you." A fire burned in Lin Yu's heart. Since his first meeting with Chen Shuishan, despite all the benefits he'd received, Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling of being manipulated. The old Lin Yu might have silently endured, waiting to grow stronger. But the restoration of his 7 meridians and 8 vessels had changed his mindset. Before, he only wanted to stay low-key. Only by staying low-key could he avoid trouble and protect himself. Now, however, Lin Yu felt that since he had agreed to Chen Shuishan's plan to one day crush Heavenly Cloud Academy, what was the point of staying low-key? With his blade in hand, he would fight his way to the top. Sigh. "I never wanted to be so high-profile, I just came here to cook. How did I end up in the spotlight?" Lin Yu sighed but picked up the broadsword he had brought from the training ground and left. Outside, the sky was a deep crimson as the sun set. As Lin Yu stepped out, Chen Shuishan, sitting in the living room, watched him leave with a nod. His gaze lingered on the broadsword in Lin Yu's hand. Chen Shuishan smiled. Remember to come back and cook. Have you come up with any new recipes lately? Prepare some spirit crystals for me, and warm a pot of wine. Never mind, I'm not capable of warming wine while slaying heroes yet. Lin Yu, annoyed, replied, You're sending me out to fight, and you still want me to cook? That's too much. But deep down, he began to wonder, if he hadn't proactively shortened the timeline from 3 months to 1, would Chen Shuishan still have these plans? The reason Chen Shuishan wanted Lin Yu to crush Heavenly Cloud Academy was likely because Lin Yu's recent performance had been too outstanding. So outstanding that Chen Shuishan had to adjust his plans. As Lin Yu left, Nolan Xian emerged from her room, biting her lip. Teacher, did you really accept him as Grandmaster's disciple on his behalf? Yes, I did, Chen Shuishan said casually. Your Grandmaster has been traveling the continent. I haven't seen him in years. The last time we met was when I took you as my disciple. Back then, he said if I found someone suitable, I should take them in for him. You've probably heard, your Grandmaster always thought that me and my 2 senior brothers weren't worthy of inheriting his full legacy. Nolan Xian, who idolized Chen Shuishan, couldn't stand anyone belittling him, even if it was self-deprecation. She exclaimed, if even you aren't worthy, how could Lin Yu be? He's just a cook. Chen Shuishan's gaze was unfathomable. He's more than just a cook. In truth, Chen Shuishan also found it absurd. His first meeting with Lin Yu had been at a cooking competition. As soon as Lin Yu closed the door, someone outside shouted, He's out. Lin Yu's out. He finally showed up. I heard he has a fight with He Wu in 20 days. He Wu is one of the top 20 geniuses in our academy. How can a cook like him win? Let Wu Chong teach him a lesson. Query. Chapter 69 Getting Arrogant. Chapter 69 Getting Arrogant. Translator. Crookedest Lin Yu was momentarily confused. Why did so many people have a problem with him? Had Chen Shuishan already publicized his goal, sparking widespread anger? No, Chen Shuishan wouldn't do something so foolish. Lin Yu stood in front of the building, stunned for a moment before asking politely, Are you all students? Is there something you need? He acted as if he knew nothing, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. They stared at him, baffled. Is he pretending not to know? He's definitely here to cause trouble. Even if they wanted a young vice pavilion master, why him? In my opinion, he's just a thug Chen Shuishan brought in. And he's so arrogant, challenging He Wu right off the bat. Hey, Chen Shuishan only cares about talented students. Lin Yu finally understood. It seemed Chen Shuishan's reputation in the academy wasn't great either. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he realized the situation. Calmly, he looked at the crowd and asked softly, So, are you all here to cause trouble? You're the one causing trouble. You're just a cook. What gives you the right to challenge He Wu? People were shouting loudly. Many of them were connected to the 7 great families and had already formed a mindset. Lin Yu was Chen Shuishan's man. And Chen Shuishan was opposed to the 7 great families. Therefore, Lin Yu was their enemy. Even if they didn't fully understand the logic, it didn't matter. They just wanted to crush Lin Yu. Someone in the crowd yelled, Wu Chong! Wu Chong! Weren't you going to teach this guy a lesson? Come out already. Beat this guy up. Heavenly Cloud Academy isn't a place just anyone can waltz into. Lin Yu finally realized, this Wu Chong was the one stirring up trouble. He had heard the name before. The old woman surnamed Lu had mentioned that Lin Linger had many suitors, but Han Ya had discreetly fended them off. Most had given up after a few attempts, but this Wu Chong had been relentless. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Relentless pursuit could be seen as devotion, but if Lin Linger found it annoying, it was harassment. Lin Yu tightened his grip on the broadsword. I didn't go looking for you, yet you dare come to me. Meanwhile, Wu Chong, seeing the commotion and noticing that Chen Shuishan still hadn't intervened, assumed Chen Shuishan wouldn't interfere. He pushed his way through the crowd and stood proudly in front of Lin Yu. So, you're Lin Yu? Linger's brother? Shut up, Lin Yu said coldly. You have no right to call her Linger. Either use her full name or call her Miss Lin. That nickname isn't for you." Wu Chong was stunned, then furious. Was Lin Yu insulting him? Whether Lin Yu intended it or not, Wu Chong took it as a personal affront. He had planned to assert his dominance, expecting Lin Yu to kneel and beg for mercy, then help him pursue Lin Linger. Ideally, Lin Yu would use his status as her brother to deliver Lin Linger directly to him. But Lin Yu didn't follow the script. Instead, he spoke so dismissively that Wu Chong felt his anger boiling over. It reminded him of the time he saw Lin Yu patting Lin Linger's head on the school path, utterly infuriating. Wu Chong's chi and blood energy surged. At first rank, 6th stage, his cultivation wasn't exceptional among students, but his movements carried the ferocity of a descending tiger. Wu Chong, not even in the top 100 of the Outer Academy rankings. Lin Yu said disdainfully, "Even if I defeat you, I won't gain any resources. You think I can't make the top 100? Wu Chong's anger exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Then I'll show you the power of the Wu family's fierce Eiger fist." Lin Yu, however, seemed lost in thought. As Wu Chong lunged at him, Lin Yu remained motionless. The onlookers burst into laughter. "I heard Lin Yu's just a cook. He only started cultivating recently. He probably hasn't even solidified his foundation. Wu Chong's a prodigy among the lower-ranked students. His combat strength far exceeds his cultivation level. Sure, he's not in the top 100 academy-wide, but saying it outright, Lin Yu's going to be crippled today. Let's just watch Lin Yu get destroyed." Before their laughter could fade, it turned into stunned silence. Lin Yu still stood in place, holding a sheathed broadsword. Wu Chong, however, was sent flying. He crashed several meters away, howling in pain. "Ah, it hurts so much." Wu Chong felt as if his entire body was falling apart. One moment, Lin Yu was in front of him, the next, he seemed to vanish. By the time Wu Chong realized what had happened, Lin Yu's palm had struck his abdomen, sending him flying. Though Wu Chong wasn't the brightest, he wasn't completely clueless. He instantly understood that Lin Yu's cultivation wasn't non-existent, as rumors claimed. Instead, Lin Yu was stronger than him. Wu Chong didn't know Lin Yu's exact level, but he was filled with regret, coming to pick a fight with Lin Yu. What was he thinking? Now he was getting beaten up. The more Wu Chong thought about it, the angrier he became. He even fantasized about having Lin Yu's strength so he could retaliate. Who told him Lin Yu had no cultivation? He wanted to deal with. His thoughts were cut short as Lin Yu walked over, looking down at him with a faint smile. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Why are you lying down? Come on, young Master Wu, get up and teach me." Wu Chong felt like he was facing a demon. His eyes filled with terror as he squirmed like a worm. No, don't come any closer. I surrender, stay away." He screamed louder and louder. Lin Yu didn't even move, yet Wu Chong scrambled several meters back before passing out. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel disappointed. This is it? This is what Heavenly Cloud Academy's students are like? He didn't keep the thought to himself but voiced it aloud. Inside the building, Chen Shuishan, with his keen hearing, caught the disdain in Lin Yu's tone and smiled. "This kid, he's getting arrogant." Query. Chapter 70 Arcane Martialist arrives. Chapter 70 Arcane Martialist arrives. Translator. Crocus Nolan Zian watched the gathering crowd from the window. Unlike Chen Shuishan, she couldn't hear their words or see their actions clearly. All she knew was that the students seemed to have a problem with Lin Yu. Puzzled, she asked, "Lin Yu's only been in the academy for a few days. How has he already angered so many people?" Chen Shuishan chuckled. "That's my fault. I placed him in the position of Vice Pavilion Master of the Dining Pavilion. Naturally, the 7 great families aren't happy. Nearly half of the Academy's 1,000 students are connected to the 7 great families. Their elders know Lin Yu is my man, so of course they'll have their juniors target him." Nolan Zian smiled mischievously. "That's fine. Once Lin Yu gets humiliated, he'll have to ask for help. I wonder if he'll come begging to me." "Do you think Lin Yu will be humiliated?" Chen Shuishan asked. His tone was serious. Nolan Zian didn't think much of it and replied, "Of course. Lin Yu may have talent, but the 7 great families have many second-ranked disciples in the academy. Lin Yu is someone you've chosen, teacher. He'll never bow to others. She didn't know whether she was praising Chen Shuishan or Lin Yu's arrogance. If he doesn't bow, he'll definitely face humiliation one day. Chen Shuishan, however, smiled. If the higher-ranked students directly intervened, Lin Yu might indeed be humiliated. But they're from noble families, after all. Their noble backgrounds have given them abundant cultivation resources, but it's also filled them with an undeserved sense of pride. Lin Yu hasn't grown to the point of threatening them, so they won't act. And by the time Lin Yu reaches that level, I can confidently say that, at the same cultivation stage, even you might not be his match. Nolan Xian looked at Chen Shuishan in shock. This was the first time she'd heard him give someone such high praise, especially using her as a benchmark. Teacher thinks highly of Lin Yu, but he was just a cook at first. Nolan Xian didn't say more, silently pondering what Lin Yu's future might hold. At this moment, her strongest memory of Lin Yu was still the aroma of braised chicken with mushrooms she'd smelled one afternoon when she was starving and decided to walk home. Lin Yu's words reignited the crowd's anger. You arrogant fool. You've only defeated a weakling like Wu Chong. How dare you act so cocky? Wu Chong's only first rank, 7th stage. He's only been here for 2 years. He's not a strong opponent. What's there to be proud of? Lin Yu, you're just asking for a beating. Don't think being vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion gives you the right to be so arrogant. So full of yourself. I'll report this to my senior from the Chen family and have him come suppress you. If the real experts from the 7 great families were here, you'd be in trouble today. Hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at the one spouting threats and smiled. Since you want to teach me a lesson, why don't you step forward and try? If I can't knock you out with one punch, I'll admit defeat. Lin Yu tilted his head, his smile innocent. What do you think? You, the man felt as if he were facing a demon. Pointing at Lin Yu, he instinctively backed away. Lin Yu didn't press further, instead, he announced loudly. Wu Chong's already been defeated. If anyone else wants to challenge me, anyone below first rank, 8th stage is welcome. He grinned honestly. I'm currently at first rank, 7th stage. I can handle 8th stage, but anything higher is beyond me. If there's anyone above first rank, 8th stage who wants to cause trouble or avenge Wu Chong, feel free to come in 20 days. By then, I'll have a surprise for you. Lin Yu was brimming with confidence. He just realized that most of Heavenly Cloud Academy's students were no match for him. And he'd only been cultivating for 10 days. After restoring his 7 meridians and 8 vessels to 5, Lin Yu had gained immense confidence. Now, he was starting to show a hint of arrogance. Then I'll take you on. A clear voice rang out. A young man in an arcane martialist's robe, with a crescent moon and 8 stars on his sleeve, walked toward Lin Yu with a faint smile. I'm Wang Hesheng of the Wang family. Since the Vice Pavilion Master has made such bold claims, why not spar with me? But I'm the arcane martialist, and I'm at first rank, 8th stage. If the Vice Pavilion Master admits he's no match, I'll leave. His words were measured, but they piled pressure onto Lin Yu. Lin Yu had said he'd accept challenges from first rank, 8th stage cultivators. Wang Hesheng was indeed first rank, 8th stage, but as an arcane martialist, he was widely regarded as superior to body forging cultivators. Would Lin Yu dare accept his challenge? If Lin Yu said no, it would mean he was backing down. The label of coward would stick to him, and the humiliation he'd inflicted on the crowd would be returned tenfold. But if Lin Yu accepted, Wang Hesheng was confident he could easily defeat a first rank, 7th stage body forging spiritual adept. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Since it's first rank, 8th stage, whether it's a body forging spiritual adept or arcane martialist, I think I can handle it. Let's clear a space. We'll fight here. The crowd immediately made room, glaring at Lin Yu, eager to see him lose. Someone cheered for Wang Hesheng. Young Master Wang, you must win. Not only win, but step on Lin Yu's face with your boot. HMPH, how dare he speak so arrogantly? Today, he'll learn what respect means. Young Master Wang, you must win. Make him regret ever being born. Wang Hesheng simply nodded. Don't worry, everyone. Since Vice Pavilion Master Lin has accepted my challenge, I'll make sure he regrets it. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lowered his head and pulled out a scroll from his robe, seemingly searching for something. This made Wang Hesheng raise an eyebrow. Does this guy have some trump card? To his surprise, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Found it! You're Wang Hesheng, ranked 72nd, right?" 72nd? What ranking? Who made it? Why had he never heard of it before? Wang Hesheng's mind was flooded with questions. Query. Chapter 71 So you really are a fool. Chapter 71 So you really are a fool. Translator. Cruckist Wang Hesheng didn't dwell on Lin Yu's cryptic remark. Instead, he focused on how to thoroughly crush Lin Yu with his arcane spells. He couldn't use anything too flashy. People might think he was overexerting himself against someone like Lin Yu, which would be embarrassing. But he also couldn't use anything too simple. People might not realize how powerful he was. Although Wang Hesheng only knew a handful of arcane spells, he was now caught in a dilemma. In a guaranteed win, he had to ensure he looked impressive. Lin Yu, however, didn't care about any of this. After assuming his stance, he asked, "Are you ready?" His eyes burned with fighting spirit. After all, he wanted to test himself against a first-rank arcane martialist. He still remembered how ruthlessly Nolan Xian had beaten him. Wang Hesheng looked up and smiled faintly. "Come at me whenever you're ready." Before he could finish, Lin Yu's broadsword was already unsheathed, slicing through the air toward Wang Hesheng's forehead. Wang Hesheng was momentarily stunned. This guy's speed is incredible. He doesn't seem like an ordinary first-rank, 7th-stage body forging spiritual adept. He began to take Lin Yu more seriously. With a slight shift of his feet, a grayish-blue light rose and spread around him. His figure seemed to leave an afterimage as his speed increased dramatically. Then, with a flick of his hand, a wind blade shot toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. When Nolan Xian had used her spells, even though she had deliberately reduced their power, the sheer force behind them far surpassed Wang Hesheng's current display. So Lin Yu remained calm. With a swing of his broadsword, the wind blade dissipated. However, Wang Hesheng seemed to realize that a single wind blade wouldn't be enough and immediately launched several more. Lin Yu's expression darkened slightly. After all, Wang Hesheng was at first rank, 8th stage, and arcane martialists were inherently stronger than body-forging cultivators. Lin Yu had managed to deflect the first wind blade thanks to his superior swordsmanship, but even so, his hands were slightly numb. Now, facing 7 or 8 wind blades in quick succession, trying to block them head-on would be unwise. Haha, my chain wind blades are among the top-tier basic spells. Wang Hesheng, noticing Lin Yu's furrowed brow, laughed triumphantly. I admit, your strength is impressive. Especially your swordsmanship. But I'm still at first rank, 8th stage. Defeating you will still be effortless. As he spoke, Wang Hesheng waved his hand, sending out another volley of wind blades. However, his face paled slightly. Clearly, casting chain wind blades twice in a row took a toll on him. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. After all, no one had said he couldn't use pills during the fight. Besides, using pills now was just to maintain his dignity. Wang Hesheng didn't believe Lin Yu could survive the barrage of wind blades unscathed. At best, Lin Yu would be severely injured. The onlookers, seeing Wang Hesheng's confidence, felt the battle was already won and began taunting Lin Yu. HMPH, I told you. Wu Chong was just an ordinary student. Someone like young Master Wang can easily crush you. Lin Yu, let's see if you can still act so arrogant after this. Go ahead and boast now. Amid the flurry of wind blades, Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Young Master Wang, is this all you've got? A cold light flashed. Lin Yu's broadsword seemed to grow infinitely larger, like a massive blade sweeping through the air. The countless wind blades vanished in an instant. Lin Yu began walking toward Wang Hesheng. The crowd fell silent. Those who had been so confident of Wang Hesheng's victory now scattered, some even fleeing the scene entirely, afraid of incurring Lin Yu's wrath. The aura Lin Yu exuded was terrifying, almost invincible. Wang Hesheng's face changed. Seeing the massive sword shadow, he felt the urge to retreat, but with so many eyes on him. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, I still have a trump card, Lin Yu, just wait, don't come any closer. Though Wang Hesheng tried to sound confident, his feet betrayed him as he stepped back. The crowd, seeing this, felt as if a drum were pounding in their hearts. Holy junk! Even Wang Hesheng can't beat Lin Yu. He really is the elite Chen Shuishan handpicked. Who said Lin Yu never cultivated before? If that's true, does that mean he reached this level in just a few days? If that's the case, he's not just a genius, he's a monster. Amid the commotion, even though the students viewed Lin Yu as an enemy, they couldn't help but be impressed by his performance. Wang Hesheng's chain wind blades could even defeat weaker first rank, 9th stage cultivators. First rank, 9th stage was already considered upper tier among Heavenly Cloud Academy's students. Yet Lin Yu had dismantled the attack so effortlessly. And that massive sword shadow, it added an air of mystery to Lin Yu. Even though his cultivation was solidly at first rank, 7th stage, no one dared to underestimate him now. Wait, you want me to wait while you pull out your trump card? Lin Yu paused, looking at Wang Hesheng as if he were an idiot. The cold light of Lin Yu's broadsword gleamed as he said, "Don't think that just because you're a fool, everyone else is too." Young Master Wang, amid defeat, Lin Yu's smile didn't reach his eyes as he waved his empty left hand. "If you surrender now and shout, 'I'm a fool,' 3 times, I'll let you go." Wang Hesheng's face turned pale, then red with anger. "Even if you've won, if you think you can humiliate me like this, I'll never agree to it." Suddenly, Wang Hesheng seemed to remember something and raised his head proudly. "I'm a direct descendant of the Wang family. If you dare bully me, I guarantee you'll regret it. The Wang family has second-rank disciples in seclusion. Once they emerge, they'll make you pay." Lin Yu's lips twitched. "So you really are a fool?" Query. Chapter 72 The Grand Elder of the Mystic Institute. Chapter 72 The Grand Elder of the Mystic Institute. Translator. Cruckest, this was the second time Lin Yu had outright called Wang Hesheng a fool. In Lin Yu's eyes, the guy really was no different from an idiot. At the start of the fight, Wang Hesheng had chosen to test the waters instead of using his strongest moves, giving Lin Yu ample opportunity to counterattack. If Lin Yu had more experience fighting arcane martialists, he could have crushed Wang Hesheng the moment the first wind blade was launched. Reflecting on the battle, Lin Yu realized it had lasted less than half a minute. While he had his own shortcomings, Wang Hesheng's flaws were far more glaring. Lin Yu smiled. "Someone earlier said you could defeat me, but now they've run away. You said someone from the Wang family would come teach me a lesson." He shrugged. "Well, let them come. The sooner, the better. As long as they're below first rank, 8th stage and can actually teach me a lesson, I'll admit defeat today," Lin Yu said as he stepped forward. Wang Hesheng, seeing Lin Yu still talking, was secretly preparing his so-called trump card, a human-tier low-grade spell. But before he could act, Lin Yu was already in front of him, the sharp edge of his broadsword resting against Wang Hesheng's neck. Thud. Wang Hesheng fell to the ground, scrambling backward on his rear, his voice trembling. "Lin Yu, don't do anything reckless. The academy has rules. Private fights are allowed, but you can't kill anyone." Lin Yu's broadsword followed Wang Hesheng's movements, the cold blade never leaving his neck. Wang Hesheng gulped, the chill on his skin making his entire body shake. "Where's your dignity now? Why are you begging me? The academy does have rules, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. I'm the vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion." Lin Yu's smile didn't reach his eyes as a flicker of disdain passed through them. "And you? You're just a student. You dared to provoke me. If I defend myself and kill you in the process, is that a problem? Vice Pavilion Master Lin, please, spare me this time, I won't dare do it again. And I'm not the one who started this. If you're angry, take it out on Wu Chong. I'm just a fool, I'm a fool, woo-woo, I'm a fool." Wang Hesheng had never been in such a situation. His words became increasingly incoherent until he finally broke down in tears, his sobs echoing in the ears of the onlookers. It was only then that the crowd realized just how domineering Lin Yu was. Wang Hesheng, he's from the Wang family, how can Lin Yu not be afraid? Why should he be afraid? He's Chen Shuishan's man. Chen Shuishan and the 7 great families have been at odds for years. Even with Chen Shuishan backing him, he can't just hold a blade to Wang Hesheng's neck, can he? What if he goes too far? A calm voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Vice Pavilion Master, name your price. This time, the 7 great families admit defeat. Spare Wu Chong and Wang Hesheng, and I, on behalf of the 7 great families, will give you 10,000 mystic coins. Lin Yu's gaze followed the voice to a middle-aged man in a long robe. He had a square face, narrow eyes, and a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. The man stepped forward slowly. Lin Yu didn't recognize him, but from his words, it was clear he was connected to the 7 great families. Lin Yu leisurely withdrew his broadsword and said indifferently, I envy you noble family disciples. When you cause trouble, someone always cleans up after you. 10,000 mystic coins for 2 lives. I wonder if I'm making a profit or a loss. After muttering to himself, Lin Yu turned to leave, tossing back a final remark. Send the mystic coins to Vice Director Chen's building. The middle-aged man, however, watched Lin Yu's retreating figure with a meaningful gaze. No need. We can transfer the funds now. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, I haven't even introduced myself. Why leave in such a hurry? Lin Yu sighed inwardly, knowing this matter was far from over. He was starting to regret not leaving earlier. Once you got involved with these noble family disciples, things always became messy. With that thought, Lin Yu turned to face the middle-aged man. His eyes were sharp, seemingly able to pierce through one's soul. Even Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous under that gaze. It reminded him of his high school teacher from his past life. But Lin Yu quickly regained his composure and smiled. Since you're from the 7 great families, I doubt you have any goodwill toward me. You're an elder, so you won't attack me, but we're still enemies. Knowing your name isn't necessary. The middle-aged man chuckled. Vice Pavilion Master Lin speaks so directly, quite the opposite of Vice Director Chen. If I didn't know better, I'd find it hard to believe that someone Vice Director Chen brought back could be like this. The onlookers, watching the verbal sparring between Lin Yu and the middle-aged man, whispered among themselves. Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Mystic Institute? Yes, he's from the Chen family. Even though Vice Director Chen has done everything to remove the influence of the 7 great families from the Academy's core management, many of the elders and deans in the affiliated institutes are still from the Chen family. I've heard that this elder Chen Qingyu was once in line to become a vice director, but Vice Director Chen opposed it. So Elder Chen Qingyu hates Vice Director Chen? They're both Chens. Chen Qingyu, the middle-aged man, seemed to hear these whispers. With a wave of his hand, he said calmly, Why are you still here? Take Wu Chong and Wang Hesheng away. Do you want to continue embarrassing yourselves? Or do you need me to step in and discipline you as well? His voice carried no anger, as if he were discussing the most mundane matter, but everyone could sense Chen Qingyu's impatience. The onlookers, all connected to the 7 great families, quickly dispersed at his words. Soon, only Lin Yu and Chen Qingyu remained in front of Chen Shuishan's building. Lin Yu smiled. So it's Elder Chen. Chen Qingyu looked at Lin Yu with interest. Oh? From your tone, Vice Pavilion Master, it seems you've heard of me before? I heard you've only been at the academy for a few days. Could it be that I'm somewhat famous among the common folk? Query. Chapter 73 The Hidden Truth Behind the Rankings. Chapter 73 The Hidden Truth Behind the Rankings. Translator. Cruckist. I think Elder Chen is overthinking it, Lin Yu said flatly. I've never heard of your name before. I was just being polite. Chen Qingyu was momentarily stunned. Accustomed to flattery, he found Lin Yu's bluntness both amusing and frustrating. His gaze lingered on Lin Yu. It seems I've been presumptuous, but you really aren't one for pleasantries, are you? Lin Yu smiled. I'm a very polite and courteous person. Unfortunately, most people aren't like that. Chen Qingyu's expression turned serious. Are you saying the disciples of these noble families lack manners? If anyone else had heard Chen Qingyu's question and tone, they might have immediately apologized. But Lin Yu simply smiled and countered, Don't you think so, Elder? If they were properly educated, they wouldn't be blocking someone's door or hurling insults. I don't think this is a matter of manners or education, Chen Qingyu said, his robe fluttering as if a breeze had swept through. Young people are supposed to be spirited. Without that spirit, Can they even be called young? But in my eyes, this is just rudeness. The world is unfair, but that doesn't mean those born with silver spoons can bully the poor. Just as nobles shouldn't oppress commoners. Lin Yu's expression hardened. He had always despised these so-called nobles who looked down on others. While there were good people among them, like Han Ya and Nalan Xian, Lin Yu's impression was dominated by figures like Situ Chong, Situ Deng, and Nalan Zan. People who treated commoners as if they were beneath them. This attitude disgusted Lin Yu. Chen Qingyu stared at him intently, the air between them growing tense. Lin Yu noticed something unusual. The hem of Chen Qingyu's robe began to glow with fiery red patterns. Chen Qingyu said calmly, "The world is unfair, thus our lives are inherently more valuable than those of commoners. That's why not just anyone can enter Heavenly Cloud Academy. Lin Yu, your talent is exceptional. You've already risen above the lower class. I don't know what you've experienced to develop such absurd ideas of equality. The strong prey on the weak. The weak are meant to be dominated." Lin Yu lowered his gaze, but his aura fluctuated as Chen Qingyu's overwhelming pressure bore down on him like a mountain. Chen Qingyu continued, "You have 20 days until your fight with Yi Wu. I know you won't stay idle during that time, but I don't want to see any deaths in Heavenly Cloud Academy." Chen Shuishan's voice drifted over. "If you don't want to see such problems, you shouldn't be talking to Lin Yu. You should be talking to your noble family disciples. As Lin Yu said, they're the ones causing trouble. Chen Qingyu, keep your 7 great families' disciples in line. Otherwise." Chen Shuishan slowly opened the door and stood behind Lin Yu, looking past him at Chen Qingyu. "I wouldn't mind reminding you what failure feels like." Whoosh. Lin Yu exhaled deeply as the oppressive pressure vanished. He knew Chen Shuishan had intervened and turned to him with a warm smile. "Thank you, senior brother Chen." Chen Shuishan responded with equal enthusiasm. "We're fellow disciples. No need to be so formal. Besides, as your senior brother, it's my duty to stand up for you when our master isn't around." Chen Qingyu, hearing this exchange, looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He stared at Chen Shuishan in disbelief. "You're saying Lin Yu is your junior brother?" Chen Shuishan laughed heartily. "That's right, he's my junior brother." Chen Qingyu's face darkened. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave, tossing back a final remark. "Then I'll be watching. When Yi Wu crushes Lin Yu in 20 days, let's see if Yunzhen shows up." Lin Yu caught a crucial detail. His supposed master was called Yunzhen. He muttered curiously. Such a domineering name, he must be someone incredibly powerful. At the very least, he's not weaker than Chen Shuishan, although a disciple isn't necessarily inferior to their master. Chen Qingyu's reaction suggests my master's identity is extraordinary. After Chen Qingyu left, Chen Shuishan turned to Lin Yu, looking both amused and exasperated. "I was wondering how you'd stir up trouble. But I didn't expect you'd barely step outside before someone came looking for you. I was right about you. You're a magnet for trouble. At this rate, you'll fight your way through the entire Outer Academy rankings in no time." Lin Yu smiled. "If someone like Wang Hesheng is ranked 72nd, the others shouldn't be a problem for me." Chen Qingyu gave Lin Yu a mysterious look. "I'll keep the 10,000 mystic coins Chen Qingyu promised you." Lin Yu knew Chen Shuishan wouldn't cheat him out of the mystic coins and replied with a smile, "Do as you see fit, senior brother." To his surprise, Chen Shuishan said, "I'll get you a spirit weapon, a longsword. The broadsword you brought from the royal training ground is impressive, but it's still an ordinary weapon. I'll prepare a human-tier spirit weapon for you. It'll serve you well until you reach 3rd rank. Consider it a gift from your senior brother." Lin Yu nodded, then hesitated before saying, "If it's a gift, could I have the 10,000 mystic coins back? The more I think about it, the more it hurts. That's 10,000 mystic coins." Chen Shuishan's expression twisted. This darn Lin Yu. A human-tier spirit weapon was worth over 100,000 mystic coins. He was already making a huge sacrifice, and now Lin Yu wanted the 10,000 mystic coins back? How shameless could he be? Chen Shuishan spat out a single word, "Scram." "Got it." Lin Yu turned and ran, afraid of angering Chen Shuishan further, but before he could get far, Chen Shuishan's exasperated voice called out, "Get back. Here and cook." You can scram after that. After a satisfying meal, Chen Shuishan returned to his room, opened a cabinet, and took out another scroll. He chuckled. This kid, does he really think the rankings are based purely on strength and combat ability? If that were the case, how could Lin Linger be ranked 80th? Query. Chapter 74 Sweeping Through the Outer Academy in Half a Year. Chapter 74 Sweeping Through the Outer Academy in Half a Year. Translator. Crocus Chen Shuishan couldn't help but smile as he imagined Lin Yu following the names on the scroll, climbing the ranks, only to hit a wall. Even a true genius can't have everything go smoothly, right? After all, within Heavenly Cloud Academy, no one could harm Lin Yu without his knowledge. Chen Shuishan was confident of that. He closed the scroll and took out a jade pendant, infusing it with spiritual energy. Soon, Nolan Xian knocked and entered his room. Teacher, what do you need? Nolan Xian glanced at the scroll on Chen Shuishan's desk and immediately understood it was related to Lin Yu. Lin Yu will challenge the people on this scroll within the next 20 days, Chen Shuishan said, handing it to her. If I'm not mistaken, he'll go after every spiritual adept below second rank. Take my jade pendant and help me set things up. Nolan Xian took the pendant but was confused. Set things up? Do you want Lin Yu to keep winning? Lin Yu's victories depend on his own abilities. I just want you to clean up any loose ends, Xian. You're the only daughter of the Southwestern Marquis. You'll face many challenges in the future. Chen Shuishan paused before continuing. Even if your cultivation reaches the pinnacle, some things can only be resolved through other means. This is a test for you. If you can handle all the hidden troubles and ensure they don't target Lin Yu, you'll have succeeded. Nolan Xian frowned. She glanced at the hundreds of names on the scroll, most of whom were from noble families. If Lin Yu really planned to climb over them, the resulting turmoil wouldn't be easy to manage. Nolan Xian smiled wryly. Teacher, I'm afraid I can't do this. It's fine. Just give it a try. I'm still here in the academy, aren't I? I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, Chen Shuishan said with a gentle smile. I have many eyes and ears in the academy, they'll help you. Nolan Xian hesitated. If this matter didn't involve Lin Yu, she might have agreed, but with Lin Yu in the picture, things were different. If she made even a small mistake, Lin Yu could become the target of a collective attack. If Chen Shuishan were handling this, Nolan Xian would have no doubts, but now, she was the one in charge. Nolan Xian had learned more than just cultivation techniques from Chen Shuishan. As a renowned polymath, Chen Shuishan had also taught her strategy and planning. But to go head-to-head with the 7 great families right out of the gate, even with Chen Shuishan's reassurance, Nolan Xian lacked confidence. Chen Shuishan seemed to have anticipated this. Xian, if you're too afraid to try even with me here, what will you do when I'm gone? Nolan Xian looked up in shock. Only now did she realize why Chen Shuishan was in such a hurry to pass on his legacy. He had long planned to leave. Chen Shuishan finally revealed the truth. Your senior brother left to explore beyond Heavenly Cloud, seeking his own path to greatness. But I've been trapped in Heavenly Cloud Academy for 20 years. In that time, I've poured my heart into shaping the academy into what it is today. I can't stay here forever. But you, Xian, need to stay. You're the daughter of the Southwestern Marquis and my true successor. A look of realization crossed Nolan Xian's eyes. She finally understood why Chen Shuishan had taken Lin Yu as a junior brother on behalf of their master. Beyond their master's instructions, it was also preparation for her future. Nolan Xian could only take the scroll and nod silently. Chen Shuishan had laid everything out so clearly. If she refused now, wouldn't it mean she wasn't ready to grow up? I'm not a child anymore, Nolan Xian told herself. Then, she couldn't help but think of the determination in Lin Yu's eyes. Though Lin Yu was only a year or two older than her, he seemed fearless, his gaze always steady and resolute. Nolan Xian had read much about Lin Yu's past. She knew he had been labeled as unfit for cultivation since childhood, enduring countless hardships. As he grew older, his father disappeared in the savage peaks outside the city. Even his closest relatives, his uncle and aunt, mistreated him while scheming to take his inheritance. Nolan Xian wondered if she could have endured such a life. But Lin Yu had not only endured, he had turned his fate around. If Lin Yu were also teacher's disciple, I might sincerely call him senior brother, Nolan Xian thought. Then, she couldn't help but pout. But calling him uncle, that's out of the question. In Lin Yu's room, he sat cross-legged. As he unrolled the scroll, he suddenly remembered. Chen Shuishan still owed him 2 spirit crystals. Chen Shuishan had promised 2 spirit crystals for every name Lin Yu defeated on the list. Though Lin Yu hadn't used much effort to defeat Wang Hesheng, he hadn't even used the mountain-splitting blade. If he had, Wang Hesheng would have been knocked out instantly. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Forget it. Since he's preparing a spirit weapon for me, I'll let those 2 spirit crystals slide, for now. Lin Yu wasn't lacking in energy at the moment. Over the next month, Chen Shuishan would provide him with spirit crystals as resources. Why spirit crystals instead of mystic coins? Naturally, because Lin Yu's spirit-devouring physique could absorb spirit crystals directly. There was no need to use mystic coins, which were better kept as currency. With that thought, Lin Yu turned his attention to the scroll on the table. For some reason, he felt the rankings were a bit off. Lin Linger, who hadn't even officially started cultivating, was on the list. Chen Shuishan has no reason to deceive me. He said this is the top 100 in the Outer Academy, but he didn't specify whether it's based on cultivation level, combat strength, or talent. If it's talent, Linger's is undoubtedly exceptional. She was accepted as a personal disciple by Han Ya, who has royal connections. That's incredibly rare, so if it's not based on talent, what is it? Lin Yu silently studied the rankings. He Wu's name was at 20th place. The top 20 were all at 2nd rank or higher. With Lin Yu's current strength, defeating them was impossible. But Lin Yu's goal was to sweep through the Outer Academy within half a year. Query. Chapter 75 Strange Heavenly Cloud Academy. Chapter 75 Strange Heavenly Cloud Academy. Translator, Cruckist. Lin Yu examined the scroll repeatedly before finally rolling it up. He placed it in a corner basin and burned it to ashes. Chen Shuishan had called it the top 100 of the Outer Academy, yet in reality, the list contained 101 names. Whether intentional or not, besides Lin Linger, whom Lin Yu would never challenge, there were exactly 100 others. Looking at the night gradually rising outside, Lin Yu pondered, it's strange. Though they say the most difficult part of cultivation is forging one's foundation. Only with a solid foundation can one have better prospects. That's why most students spend their first year or 2 at the academy building their foundation. By the time they truly become cultivators, they're approaching graduation. So among the top 100 in the Outer Academy, most are first-rank cultivators, with only about 20 at 2nd rank, and just a handful at 3rd rank. Lin Yu's fingers unconsciously drummed on the table as his brows furrowed. Meanwhile, academy instructors are generally 3rd-rank masters, with a few at 4th rank. The elders in charge of subsidiary institutions are typically 4th rank. Of course, there are exceptions like Chen Qingyu, whose reputation echoes throughout the kingdom as a 5th-rank powerhouse. The structure of this academy seems rather peculiar. Lin Yu thought to himself, then couldn't help but show a self-mocking smile. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and silently cursed himself. Why think about all this? Right now, he was just a weakling. If he truly wanted to know more, he should focus on becoming stronger. Once his strength surpassed Chen Shuishan's level, wouldn't the truth be within reach? That night, Lin Yu again went without sleep. Instead, he immersed his consciousness in the blade intent of the mountain-splitting blade. The strike he delivered earlier that day was his first formal execution of the technique. He completely submerged himself in the emotions of that moment. Early the next morning, Lin Yu left his room. He hadn't gone far when Nolan Xian caught up with him. Upon seeing Lin Yu, her eyes revealed a hint of admiration. You didn't sleep again last night. Nolan Xian's room was right next to Lin Yu's. Before sleeping last night, she could sense the sharp intent emanating from his room. Lin Yu gave her a meaningful look, then said with a smile, "You know that? Are you spying on me? So young and already learning bad habits, how did you start peeping?" By now, Lin Yu had become somewhat familiar with Nolan Xian, and could joke about trivial matters. Nolan Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Yu, full of charm. "Why would I spy on someone like you? I just think you're pushing yourself too hard." I know you might have some spirit medicine to restore your energy, but using these medicines too frequently not only creates dependency. It can even exhaust your body. If you're not at full strength during your battle with Yiwu in 20 days, that would be troublesome. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. This was the first he'd heard of such effects. Though he rarely used spirit medicine to recover, usually relying on arcane machine repairs for his body. Nevertheless, Lin Yu looked at Nolan Xian with gratitude and smiled. I wasn't actually aware of that. Thank you. When I have time in a few days, I'll prepare a special dish for you. Nolan Xian giggled. I'll hold you to that. But I don't want chicken again. It's delicious, but I'm getting tired of it. Lin Yu nodded, then, thinking of something, revealed a mysterious smile. I'll prepare something absolutely delicious for you. It's a promise then. With that, Nolan Xian left, passing by Lin Yu. She seemed to have urgent business, moving swiftly away. Lin Yu watched her retreating figure for a moment, then thought no more of it. He continued walking along the blue brick path of Heavenly Cloud Academy. Along the way, some people recognized Lin Yu. Though they didn't approach, Lin Yu could hear timid whispers. Is that the Vice Pavilion Master of the Dining Pavilion? He's so young. They say he's a helper that Chen Puya trained for years outside, specifically to deal with the noble families. I heard that both Wu Chong and Wang Hesheng were defeated yesterday. He doesn't look that old, yet his cultivation is already so formidable. Comparable to the prodigies from the noble families. Well, he's Chen Pai's man after all. Chen Puya must be helping him cultivate, right? Some voices carried heavy tones of envy, because for commoner disciples like them, the conditions for obtaining cultivation resources were very strict. Like Lin Linger before, they could only receive rewards by ranking at the top in the monthly assessments. But in the entire Heavenly Cloud Academy, talents like Lin Linger were 1 in 100. If there were truly that many, Han Ya wouldn't have valued Lin Linger so highly, even personally standing up for Lin Yu at the Southwestern Marquee Manor based on a single word from Lin Linger. Thinking of this, Lin Yu silently noted this favor in his heart. He now understood that there was no such thing as unconditional help among cultivators. Since Han Ya had helped him before, Lin Yu would certainly repay this favor one day. He hadn't thought about this before because his perspective hadn't been broad enough to consider such matters. But after agreeing to sweep through Heavenly Cloud Academy at Chen Shuishan's request, the things Lin Yu needed to consider naturally increased. For instance, his current walk through Heavenly Cloud Academy. On the surface, it was just a simple stroll, yet Chen Shuishan would clearly recognize that Lin Yu was making a statement. He was telling the noble family disciples, I, Lin Yu, have arrived. Are you ready? Less than 10 days to advance from first rank, second stage to first rank, 7th stage, what terrifying talent. Chen Qingyu sat upon a high seat, looking down at those below. There were 2 rows of seats, all occupied by elders and stewards from noble families in the Mystic Institute. The only one not from the Mystic Institute was an old acquaintance of Lin Yu's. Situ Chong sat at the far end. Chen Qingyu held Lin Yu's profile in his hand, unable to suppress a slight smile. He shook his head and muttered, interesting, truly interesting. I've been at odds with Chen Shuishan for 20 years, yet I never expected him to make such a move. Chen Qingyu's gaze fell on Situ Chong, and he said flatly, Situ Chong, you used Yiwu to block Lin Yu from becoming Vice Pavilion Master of the Dining Pavilion. If Lin Yu's talent weren't so monstrous, that would have been a good move. Query. Chapter 76. No one will fight. Chapter 76. No one will fight. Translator. Cruckist Situ Chang's expression was neither sad nor happy, but there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. How could Lin Yu, who was just a chef competing with his nephew, now become an essential pawn for Chen Puya? Situ Chong said lightly, it's my fault. I should have known that Lin Yu being chosen by Chen Shuitian already indicated that there was something special about him. Chen Qingyu seemed to find this the funniest joke in the world, suddenly breaking into laughter. Lin Yu has a problem. How could Lin Yu possibly have a problem? Situ Chong appeared to be used to Chen Qingyu's dramatic ups and downs and said nothing. Alas. Chen Qingyu sighed softly. Even if he really has a problem, it lies in his extraordinary talent. That's not a problem. In my opinion, the biggest issue is the people behind He Wu. Situ Chong said calmly, the one behind He Wu is He Puya. Do we still need to think about this? Among the three great Puya, the only one who can rival Chen Shui-Tien is He Puya. When Chen Shui-Tien held the reins, he drove away the pawns of the noble families. Although we must admit that it improved the academic atmosphere of Heavenly Cloud Academy. However, without the support of the 7 noble families, He Pai's experiments. Chen Qingyu was not surprised by Situ Chang's answer and chuckled. Since we know it's He Puya, then why not invite him over? If He Puya is willing to stand by our side, even if Chen Shuishan is the personal disciple of Yun Zun, what do we have to fear? Only then did Situ Chong slowly raise his head and glance at Chen Qingyu. That glance contained rich information, both light and dark, as if stars were flickering in his eyes. Chen Qingyu sighed again. Forget it, can't even make a joke? His tone suddenly turned cold. Since He Wu is with He Puya, we can't just sit back and watch Lin Yu grow. Where is He Wu now? Situ Chong replied indifferently, I've already sent him to where he needs to be. By the time he comes out, he will definitely be able to defeat Lin Yu. Even if Lin Yu manages to break through and become a second-tier body forging master within these 20 days, he won't be He Wu's opponent in 20 days. Everyone present turned to Situ Chong, puzzled as to why he had such confidence. Some who had been silent couldn't help but speak up. Situ Chong, are you serious? You must know that Lin Yu has the support of Chen Shuishan. It is said that there are allies of Chen Shuishan within the royal family. Exactly, and Chen Shui-Tien has consistently been able to teach his disciples well. Nalan Xian is a prime example. Situ Chong, you can't be arrogant. If the pavilion completely falls into the hands of Chen Shuishan, then the situation will truly become dire. Situ Chong couldn't help but smile faintly and said, I'm willing to stake my Situ family's interests on this guarantee. If He Wu cannot win. He scanned the room, silence so thick it felt as if a pin could be heard dropping. I will withdraw from Heavenly Cloud Academy from now on. After saying this, Situ Chong turned and left that controversial place. It wasn't until he stepped out of the Great Hall, the starlight falling on his face, that he couldn't help but reveal a gloomy expression. A bunch of old fools, truly. Foolish. Chen Shuishan, the Southwestern Marquis. Soon I will see your downfall. My name is Lin Yu. As Lin Yu walked, he proclaimed proudly, I am the deputy head of the Dinning Pavilion of Heavenly Cloud Academy, personally appointed by Chen Puya. I may be a bit older than you, but I am already the deputy head. I know that people like you, who are so proud, don't want to see this scene. Lin Yu originally didn't intend to be so high profile, but after strolling for a long time in Heavenly Cloud Academy, he found that his fellow students, upon seeing him, would intentionally avoid him, even turning their gaze away. Lin Yu felt quite helpless. His intention was to show off, but not a single person was brave enough to challenge him. How could he bolster his might like this? Left with no choice, Lin Yu could only walk by the artificial lake in Heavenly Cloud Academy and loudly assert his challenge. All first tier, 8th stage and below students, including those at first tier 8th stage. Feel free to challenge me. I won't ask about victory or defeat. It can be a matter of life or death. As long as you can defeat me, I will leave Heavenly Cloud Academy for good and never return. I won't even be the deputy head of the dining pavilion anymore. Don't run away, come on, let's have a match. I see you, young man, you look quite spirited. The young man with a rebellious tuft of hair on his head, when caught in Lin Yu's gentle gaze, immediately let his rebellious hair drop. He fled Lin Yu's sight as if escaping. Lin Yu felt a bit helpless. These people clearly wanted to watch a show, but when it came to fighting him, they were so timid. Lin Yu had initially thought that after making his appearance, someone would naturally come to challenge him. Just like yesterday. Even without stepping out, someone had come, and after Wu Chong fell, another Wang Yisheng arrived. Little did Lin Yu know that Chen Qingyu had already given orders among the disciples of the noble families. Even if Lin Yu humiliated them, they were not allowed to retaliate. Those of second and third tier could not act, let alone the first tier disciples. Chen Qingyu had already concluded that Lin Yu's combat power was basically at the first tier, 9th stage. But why was Lin Yu only challenging those below the 8th stage? Chen Qingyu's initial guess was that Lin Yu was cunning, knowing that fighting someone at first tier, 9th stage could be risky. After all, Lin Yu's cultivation level was only first tier, 7th stage. Generally speaking, fighting one's superior tier is considered powerful. Lin Yu's challenge to first tier 8th stage was not only a perfect chance for victory, but also a way to gain fame. Don't underestimate Lin Yu. Though he is young, he's someone who emerged from the common folk. He is already strong enough yet remains so prudent. Although we have enmity with him, we still need to learn from his steadiness. These were the exact words that Chen Qingyu spread among the noble family disciples. So this time Lin Yu went out. Despite being sufficiently high profile, no one actually dared to challenge him. And it seemed Chen Shuishan was also aware of this matter, appearing on a long stone bench not far from Lin Yu, wving at him. Query. Chapter 77. Spirit Weapon Long Saber. Chapter 77. Spirit Weapon Long Saber. Translator. Cruckist, is this how you provoke others? Chen Shuishan looked at Lin Yu with some helplessness, feeling that his little junior brother's brain didn't seem as sharp as he had imagined. Lin Yu was being so obvious, wasn't he clearly telling Chen Qingyu and the others? I, Lin Yu, just want to rely on defeating your noble clan disciples to build up my momentum. If you're bold enough, send someone to fight me. If Lin Yu hadn't specified the cultivation level, perhaps Chen Qingyu and the others might have really sent cultivators that Lin Yu couldn't defeat, such as those at the second grade realm, to challenge him. But Lin Yu insisted on only accepting challenges from cultivators at or below first grade tier 8. Wasn't that just handing out free victories? Especially since Chen Qingyu had been present yesterday when Lin Yu defeated Wang Hesheng. Even if Chen Shuishan used a pig's brain to think, he felt the 7 noble clans wouldn't allow Lin Yu to achieve his goal. If Lin Yu kept shouting like this, not only would he end up with a bad reputation, but even some disciples from humble backgrounds would resent Lin Yu. This was not something Chen Shuishan wanted to see. Sigh. Chen Shuishan sighed, reached out to have Lin Yu sit beside him, and said with a smile, "Could it be that the requirements I set for you were too low?" That's right. Defeating Wang Hesheng in a single strike, those below 50th place on the scroll are indeed no match for you. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately understood that Chen Shuishan was about to raise the stakes. Originally, as long as he defeated someone on the list, he would receive 2 spirit crystals. But now, it seemed that wouldn't do. However, Lin Yu was helpless about it. Seeing the long saber placed beside Chen Shuishan, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Lin Yu's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Is this a spirit weapon? Even within noble clans, spirit weapons were rare. According to the information Lin Yu had gathered, it seemed only those in the top 10 on that list possessed spirit weapons. Besides them, perhaps some exceptionally wealthy disciples might have them. However, among the thousands of disciples at Heavenly Cloud Academy, the number of people who owned spirit weapons definitely didn't exceed 20. Because spirit weapons were expensive, exceptionally expensive. Even a human tier spirit weapon, already the most common type, started at a price of 100,000 mystic coins. Lin Yu stared intently at the long saber beside Chen Shuishan's knee. He could faintly sense it already, the sharp aura emanating from that long saber. If I use this saber, I should be able to contend with first grade tier 9 cultivators, right? Lin Yu thought to himself. In truth, he didn't have much of a concept of the different power levels. He had never actually fought against a first grade tier 9 spiritual adept. Lin Yu could only rely on guesswork to estimate how strong a certain realm was, but this often led to errors, just like he had never imagined before that first grade tier 8 arcane martialist Wang Hesheng wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. Chen Shuishan saw Lin Yu like this and couldn't help but chuckle. The rules have to be changed. Otherwise, if you keep going at this pace, you'll defeat everyone on the list before Yu Wu even finishes his closed door. Cultivation. 200 spirit crystals, that's not a small amount. Lin Yu was still a bit unwilling. 200 spirit crystals, it's really just 2 tier 3 spirit crystals. With your strength, how could you possibly not have them? Chen Shuishan was rendered speechless. Just as Lin Yu said, 2 tier 3 spirit crystals were not a difficult thing for him. As strength grew, one's resources also deepened. This was an unalterable truth. Even though, in others' eyes, the current Lin Yu was a bottomless money pit, having already consumed so many resources in such a short time of cultivation, in Chen Shuishan's view, it was nothing much. Raising him wasn't beyond his means, and once Lin Yu became powerful enough, he would be free of pressure. However, seeing Lin Yu trying to exploit loopholes, he still felt uncomfortable. It felt like this kid was taking advantage of him. So, Chen Shuishan glared, "Then you can choose yourself. If we don't change the rules, you don't get the spirit weapon. If you're willing to change the rules, the spirit weapon is yours." The spirit weapon was still his, and the reward was also being offered by him. Although Lin Yu felt a bit upset that the loophole was being fixed so quickly, he was even a bit angry that those cowardly wretches didn't dare to come out and fight him. Otherwise, he might have been able to earn a few more spirit crystals before Chen Shuishan stepped in to patch the loophole. Lin Yu nodded directly, saying, "I want the spirit weapon, I want the spirit weapon. You can decide how you want to change the rules, Mr. Chen." "No, senior brother Chen, can you give me the saber first?" Chen Shuishan watched Lin Yu's impatient eagerness and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The young man who had negotiated terms with him in the backyard of the southwestern Marquis Manor was now, in front of him, actually so obsessed with cultivation. Was it because Lin Yu hadn't officially embarked on the path of cultivation back then, that he hadn't felt it so strongly? Or was it that the current Lin Yu had indeed undergone a significant change? Chen Shuishan shook his head, tossed the spirit weapon long saber over, and then said casually, "You can continue to challenge people on that list. However, for those below 50th place, even if you win, I will convert the 2 spirit crystals into resources of equivalent value and have Han Ya give them to Lin Linger. For those above 50th place, it's 5 spirit crystals per person." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then understood that everyone above 50th place was at least a first-grade Tier 9 spiritual adept. And most of them came from noble and powerful clans, all equipped with entry-tier arcane spells or martial techniques. Even with the spirit weapon long saber, defeating them would not be an easy task, but Lin Yu still nodded. On one hand, it was because he had confidence in himself. Moreover, as long as the opportunity arose, he could advance to first-grade Tier 8. At that time, Lin Yu believed he would absolutely be able to defeat any first-grade Tier 9 opponent. On the other hand, he was satisfied with Chen Shuishan's first rule. Even if Lin Yu only defeated some clueless newbies, Chen Shuishan would still give the resources to Lin Linger to aid her cultivation. For those above 20th place, for every person you defeat, I'll have a special reward. Chen Shuishan said with a hearty laugh, "If you can defeat that little brat from the Chen family, I might even give you a human tier peak spirit weapon to use." The little brat from the Chen family, he mentioned, Lin Yu didn't need to guess to know, was likely the guy occupying the top spot on that list, Chen Tianhe, a third-grade arcane martialist. Although he didn't know why Chen Tianhe, already a third-grade expert, hadn't entered the inner academy yet, Lin Yu wasn't thinking about defeating him in the short term. However, since Chen Shuishan had said so, Lin Yu grinned. "Then you better keep your eyes peeled. That day will come." Query. Chapter 78. Unrivaled in the First-Grade Realm, Part 1. Chapter 78. Unrivaled in the First-Grade Realm, Part 1. Translator. Cruckist. "I'll be waiting." A smile flickered across Chen Shuishan's face. He then looked around at the empty surroundings, somewhat speechlessly saying, "But speaking of which, this is indeed a bit outrageous. Do you intend to use verbal provocation to lure others to target you? Your idea, I must say, is really quite peculiar." Hearing even the usually composed Chen Shuishan make such a comment, Lin Yu's first reaction was to doubt if his earlier shouting until his throat was hoarse had been effective. Although not a single challenger had appeared in the end, how could this be described as peculiar of him? Lin Yu retorted resentfully, "You mentioning it makes me realize it even more. The students at Heavenly Cloud Academy are indeed quite outrageous. I've provoked them to such an extent, yet not a single person dares to formally challenge me? These noble clan disciples are simply a bunch of cowards." Chen Shuishan shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. Although Lin Yu's words were a personal opinion, even Chen Shuishan himself wondered if those people were being a bit too cowardly. If they were ordinary disciples, Chen Shuishan might worry if there was something wrong with his advocated education, but since they were all noble clan disciples, then the problem must lie with the noble clans themselves. Chen Shuishan chuckled and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the steadfastness of noble clans. If they weren't so steadfast, how could they become noble clans?" Lin Yu said dismissively, "If they keep being this steadfast and missing opportunities they should seize, these noble clans will sooner or later face destruction." Doo-doo. Chen Shuishan tapped the stone stool beside him, creating a series of soft sounds. Although Lin Yu's words pleased him from the bottom of his heart, Heavenly Cloud Academy was, after all, a place with many eyes and ears, with complex and intertwined forces. These words might be all right in his own ears, but if they reached others, Lin Yu might end up offending all 7 noble clans to the death. While it was already almost at that point, if absolutely necessary, there was still room for maneuver. But if Lin Yu's previous remarks were to spread outside, Chen Shuishan murmured, "Perhaps Master would be pleased that I helped him recruit a good disciple. No, that's not right. If Master knew about his methods of provocation, he might even beat me for recruiting such a disgrace to our lineage." The night had deepened, and above them was a brilliant night sky. Lin Yu had wandered around the academy for an entire day without encountering a single opponent. It had to be said, for someone like Lin Yu who treasured time immensely, it was a terrible waste. However, what gratified Chen Shuishan was, although Lin Yu had been wandering aimlessly, and no one had paid him any attention, he had been simultaneously roaming and sorting through the meridians in his body. Lin Yu's 7 meridians and 8 vessels had not yet been fully repaired. Of course, Chen Shuishan was unaware of this fact, but he could discern that the flow of spiritual energy within Lin Yu's body was extremely strange. If Lin Yu's cultivation level wasn't so low and his physique sufficiently strong, Lin Yu might even be burdened by his own meridians. And Lin Yu seemed to be aware of this as well, so whenever he had time, even fragmented moments, he would use them to sort out his meridians. Such a hard-working person is destined for success. Chen Shuishan's eyes gleamed. Initially, letting Lin Yu sweep through Heavenly Cloud Academy was just bait to lure Lin Yu into the fold. Chen Shuishan knew very well, not to mention his own disciples, even Han Ya, beneath her seemingly gentle surface, was incredibly powerful. For Lin Yu to defeat her, even if Lin Yu possessed the spirit-devouring physique, in Chen Shuishan's view, it was something he wouldn't be able to accomplish within a few years. But now, Chen Shuishan absurdly felt, perhaps he wouldn't need to watch over Lin Yu for so long after all. Lin Yu would grow to a level that even made him feel astonished. Hope it is so. The next day, Lin Yu did not continue to wander aimlessly around the academy. Yesterday's experience had shown Lin Yu that these so-called noble clan disciples would only be arrogant when bullying the weak, and once he showed up, they would lose their arrogance. After all, most of them couldn't defeat Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu didn't simply ignore them. Instead, he had Chen Shuishan spread the word that any spiritual adept at the first-grade realm was welcome to challenge him. Even those who were only a step away from the second-grade realm were acceptable. These words were spoken during mealtime. When he first said them, Chen Shuishan hadn't reacted much, but Nalan Xian stared at Lin Yu in shock. In her beautiful eyes was a clearly written sentence, "Are you courting death?" Lin Yu naturally valued his life. He stroked the spirit weapon long saber at his waist, explaining to Nalan Xian, "I am already confident." Nalan Xian, of course, found it unbelievable. Someone who could be effortlessly defeated by her with a single hand a few days ago, now claimed to be unrivaled in the first-grade realm. Although she was not a first-grade spiritual adept herself, she had not achieved such a feat back in her own first-grade days. Nalan Xian hesitated, then glanced at Chen Shuishan before slowly saying, "I don't know if teacher instructed you to do this or not. But teacher also said this to me back then, that if I could cultivate an aura of being unrivaled in the first-grade realm before entering the second-grade realm, my combat power would be even stronger. I also once challenged everyone in Heavenly Cloud Academy one by one like you are doing now, but in the end, I failed." Speaking of this, Nalan Xian seemed afraid Lin Yu would misunderstand, and raised her head slightly, saying, "Of course, I'm not saying anyone is stronger than me. Actually, The person who defeated me back then wasn't very famous in the outer academy. In fact, almost no one could recognize him. He diligently cultivated for over 3 years before reaching first grade tier 9. His talent was truly ordinary, but in the end, he still defeated me. Lin Yu was somewhat confused by what Nolan Xian meant. Although Nolan Xian's talent was similar to his own, in reality, Nolan Xian was already considered a senior Heavenly Cloud Academy disciple from the previous cohort. This had to be mentioned. Except for a few exceptional students, Heavenly Cloud Academy only recruited students once every 3 years, so previous cohort meant Nolan Xian had already been cultivating for 4 or 5 years. However, Nolan Xian's strength was indeed worthy of her efforts. Don't look down on her current realm, but just like how Han Ya advised Lin Linger not to break through too early, only by cultivating each realm to its extreme limit could one see a more distant and beautiful landscape. In fact, Nolan Xian's combat power was already capable of sweeping through the 2nd grade realm. If that was the case, then Nolan Xian's dominance in the 1st grade realm should have been even more terrifying. How could she have lost to an unknown nobody? Query. Chapter 79. The lesson in the story. Chapter 79. The lesson in the story. Translator. Crocus. Nolan Xian seemed to sense Lin Yu's confusion and gently bit her lip. Clearly, the events of that year had left a considerable impact on her. Chen Shuishan chuckled softly and said, "The principle is very simple. No one is perfect. Even if Xian's talent is very good, so good that it's almost unimaginable. But she still can't achieve perfection in every aspect. There will be loopholes. With loopholes, naturally, she will be defeated." A stack of white paper suddenly appeared in Chen Shuishan's hand. As the spiritual energy in the air rippled, the white paper flew into the air, transforming into small paper figures. One of the paper figures had the words, Xian, written on it. It stood out from the crowd of paper figures, sweeping away everything in its path, but then it encountered the most ordinary paper figure and was defeated. Nolan Xian seemed to feel that Chen Shuishan's method was not very friendly to her. After all, having to watch her own embarrassing history replayed in front of her eyes, she glared at Chen Shuishan. "Teacher is really, it's enough to just whip the corpse, but you even have to use this method of reenactment." She turned her head to look at Lin Yu. "Do you understand now?" Lin Yu's eyes flickered, and he stared intently at the small paper figure that had defeated Nolan Xian, saying, "You mean, although I seem strong enough now, it's still inevitable that someone will be able to defeat me, and it's very likely that this person is not outstanding in themselves. And the reason they can defeat me is that their strengths just happen to overcome my weaknesses." Chen Shuishan responded with a smile, "There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Behind the mountains, there are even bigger mountains blocking your path. This is a common idea, and of course, it's correct. But in reality, the mountain blocking your path may not be magnificent and majestic. It might just be a small hill, but it is already enough to obstruct the direction of your Tao heart." He waved his hand. The scene before Lin Yu's eyes changed. He saw a spirited young man debating officials in the imperial court, fighting heroes in the martial world. For a time, he was unparalleled in fame and known throughout the world. However, in the end, due to a single sentence from a young child, his Tao heart collapsed and he turned to ashes. The young child said, "Not seeking the great Tao, not striving for longevity, what's the use of cultivation?" Lin Yu was shocked and looked up blankly at Chen Shuishan, who had a smile on his lips. "Don't look at me like that. This is just a story." Of course, Lin Yu understood that it was just a story, but what Lin Yu wanted to know was, why did that young man turn to ashes because of a single sentence? Was it exaggeration in the story, or the terror of obsession? That young child was obviously not an ordinary child. An ordinary child couldn't say such words. This was a premeditated conspiracy. After listening to his doubts, Chen Shuishan was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, saying, "You actually thought of these things? Shouldn't you have learned from this that you shouldn't be blindly arrogant? Forget it. Maybe it's precisely because you thought of these things immediately that you can be so mature for your age." The young child in this story is indeed not an ordinary person. It is said that he was a reincarnation of an immortal from the immortal realm, who came to test this young man. But these are not the point. Lin Yu, you should know what I want to express. Chen Shuishan felt a little tired at this moment. He originally thought that after Lin Yu had seen so much, he should understand his meaning, but Lin Yu had seen through the conspiracy at a glance. This was different from others. Back then, when he taught his disciples, whether it was Nolan Xian or the other disciples, they all gained an understanding of the so-called sweeping all. Understanding the true meaning of invincible in the current realm. Only this Lin Yu actually thought about whether this young man was conspired against. Where no one could see, Chen Shuishan silently sighed. This guy, is he just here to annoy people? At this moment, Lin Yu respectfully nodded and said, I understand what senior brother Chen and Miss Nolan mean. I will correct my attitude. Lin Yu suddenly smiled softly. Besides, I never thought about sweeping all the first-rank cultivators anyway. I just think I can beat them. A strange light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Yu finally understood why Chen Shuishan wanted him to sweep Heavenly Cloud Academy. Was it because Heavenly Cloud Academy needed someone to blunt their arrogance? That was one reason, but Lin Yu, who had already been accepted as a disciple by Chen Shuishan on behalf of his master, was, in another sense, also a student of Heavenly Cloud Academy. Perhaps this guy Chen Shuishan had already set his sights on his talent long ago. Lin Yu's memories flashed through his mind, and he suddenly thought of Chen Shuishan on the day he was mistakenly identified as a spirit-devouring body. It might have been from that time onwards that Chen Shuishan had already made up his mind to accept a disciple on behalf of his master and take Lin Yu as his junior brother. And Lin Yu had also stepped into his trap, step by step. And why make Lin Yu sweep Heavenly Cloud Academy? Because only by achieving invincibility in the current realm can one break through to become even stronger. Only then will the future path be smoother. This was a method Chen Shuishan used to teach his disciples. Lin Yu bowed to the two of them and then returned to his room holding his spirit weapon long knife, while Chen Shuishan chuckled softly. This kid, he probably already knows something. Nolan Xian muttered somewhat discontentedly, Teacher, what are you thinking? Lin Yu's talent is indeed strong. But there's no need to drag out my embarrassing history to whip the corpse, right? Chen Shuishan's originally calm expression suddenly turned ashen, and he stared at Nolan Xian and said, You little girl still have the nerve to say that? Do you know that it was because of your one failure back then that your teacher lost hundreds of thousands of mystic coins? I really thought you could win. Nolan Xian's expression didn't change at all. Didn't teacher say it yourself? Even the smallest hill may block your progress. Losing once is not scary. What's scary is not being able to face defeat directly. Chen Shuishan's expression became even more ashen. These words were indeed what he had said to comfort Nolan Xian back then, but he never expected that she would use them to refute him now. Chen Shuishan glanced at Nolan Xian, and his mood suddenly calmed down, saying, Your accumulation is not enough yet. Don't think about entering the third rank. Nolan Xian bowed and said, Student understands. Chen Shuishan thought for a moment and then said, You can spread the word and let people below the second rank challenge Lin Yu. Those aristocratic families won't be able to hold back anymore. If they let Lin Yu cultivate peacefully any longer, He Wu will definitely lose. Query. Chapter 80. Stepping Out with a Blade. Chapter 80. Stepping Out with a Blade. Translator. Crocus. Chen Shuishan's words were not wrong. The noble families were indeed growing restless. If it weren't for Chen Qingyu's decree forbidding cultivators above first rank, 8th tier from challenging Lin Yu, those young masters from the great families would have already swarmed in to provoke him. As for those above first rank, 8th tier, they were frustrated. Lin Yu had explicitly stated that only those below first rank, 8th tier could challenge him. Thus, despite their eagerness, they had no opportunity to confront Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu was the vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion, one of the 4 main pavilions. His status was comparable to that of the elders of the various institutes. They dared not provoke him recklessly. What if Lin Yu solidified his position as vice pavilion master, or worse, if Chen Shuishan took note of their actions? Their future at Heavenly Cloud Academy would be bleak. Although they were scions of noble families and prioritized their family's interests over the academy's, they were still students at Heavenly Cloud Academy. If Chen Shuishan marked them, their prospects would be ruined. Chen Shuishan was a legend. He had single-handedly overturned the rule of the 7 great families over the academy. While commoners might only see his brilliance, the aristocratic disciples understood the deeper implications. So, despite their anger, they could only suppress it. But then, news spread like wildfire. Lin Yu was accepting challenges from all first-rank cultivators. First came shock, then joy, and finally rage. Accepting challenges from all first-rank cultivators? Is Lin Yu aiming for an invincible path? Even invincibility within a single realm is incredibly difficult. And Lin Yu is only at first rank, 7th tier. Does he think he can achieve this? Is he confident, or is he looking down on us? The aristocratic disciples were particularly incensed. Due to Lin Yu's association with Chen Puya, their initial impression of him was already poor. Now, Lin Yu was attempting to walk this arduous path. Moreover, he was doing so at Heavenly Cloud Academy. It wasn't hard to guess that Lin Yu arrogantly believed no one in the academy could rival him. He Wu hasn't even emerged from seclusion, yet Lin Yu is already this arrogant. Since Lin Yu has issued such a challenge, we can't just stand by and watch. Chen Shuishan has monopolized all authority. The benefits for our 7 great families have dwindled, and we're even being targeted. Now, Lin Yu wants to crush our spirit. I can't tolerate this. Wang Heling, will be the first to challenge Lin Yu. Soon after these angry words were spoken, a burly figure rushed down the corridor, heading straight for Chen Shuishan's residence. Previously, no one dared to go there for fear of Chen Shuishan's retaliation. Even Wu Chang, who had gathered so many people, would have faced consequences if Chen Qingyu hadn't intervened. But now that Chen Shuishan had made his stance clear, Lin Yu was walking the path of invincibility. The restless aristocratic disciples couldn't wait to see Lin Yu defeated. Lin Yu, come out. Lin Yu, aren't you coming out? You made the challenge. Are you going to be a coward now? Haha. Hiding in your residence. Is this your so-called path of invincibility? How laughable. Contrary to others' assumptions, Lin Yu was the last to know about this news. It wasn't until breakfast, when Nolan Zian casually mentioned it, that he learned of the situation. By the time Lin Yu understood what was happening, the taunts outside had already begun. Lin Yu glanced outside, trying to gauge the strength of the challengers, but Chen Shuishan beat him to it. 8 at first rank, 9th tier, and 2 at the peak of first rank, Chen Shuishan said, stroking his short beard. I told you yesterday that even small hills can become the greatest obstacles. So, how do you find your weaknesses? Through battle. Lin Yu, this is your stage now. The list of 100 names I compiled for Heavenly Cloud Academy. They may not be the strongest in strength or talent. But based on my observations, among the Academy's 1,000 disciples, these 100 are the ones most likely to go far. There's something I should mention. Lin Yu smiled, knowing what Chen Shuishan was about to say. Linger's ranking was meant to mislead me into thinking the list was based on strength, right? Indeed, it was a flaw I left for you to discover. I thought you'd only see the truth after hitting a wall. Chen Shuishan chuckled. But I never expected the 7 great families to be so cowardly. The moment your edge showed, they backed off. I had no choice but to force you into the fray this way. You have less than half a month left. Originally, I had prepared a detailed training plan for you based on your condition. Chen Shuishan sighed. He had initially planned to keep Lin Yu busy for these 20 days. But after receiving a letter from Cao Tong, he abandoned that idea. Chen Shuishan wanted Lin Yu to walk the path of invincibility. Even if it was only invincibility within the first rank, it would suffice. However, this oversight had left Lin Yu idle for the past few days. With no other choice, Chen Shuishan had resorted to this drastic measure. Lin Yu didn't wait for Chen Shuishan to finish. Instead, he looked out the window at the challengers. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Nolan Zian reminded him, although your combat strength rivals first rank, 9th tier, you're only a first rank, 7th tier body forging spiritual adept. So, if you encounter an unbeatable opponent, it's normal. But at this moment, Lin Yu seemed like a different person. The gentle and humble spirit chef Lin Yu had vanished. In his arms, he held a spirit weapon, a long saber. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting his elongated shadow on the floor. Lin Yu grinned. If I defeat all 10, will you call me Uncle? Nolan Zian was momentarily stunned, Then her cheeks flushed. This guy still remembered the day she returned to Heavenly Cloud Academy. She had wanted a junior martial brother. Instead, she got a junior martial uncle. Although she had never addressed him as such, and Lin Yu hadn't brought it up, it was clear he hadn't forgotten. This little girl wanted to be my senior sister, huh? Nolan Zian sighed, then said indignantly, if you win, I'll call you that. Call me what? Nolan Zian gritted her teeth. Martial uncle, hey. Lin Yu stepped out, blade in hand. Query. Chapter 81. Overwhelming superiority in combat experience. Chapter 81. Overwhelming superiority in combat experience. Translator. Cruckist. We wouldn't resort to this either. But you insist on walking the path of invincibility at the first grade. Are you courting death? A burly young man wielding a long staff strode out from the crowd. His round face and broad eyes radiated an intimidating aura. Raising his staff, he shouted, Lin Yu. If you dare shout, I am a coward. 3 times into the sky, we'll spare your life today. Lin Yu is out. As soon as Lin Yu stepped outside, voices erupted. Lin Yu, Vice Pavilion Master Chen claims you've chosen the path of invincibility at the first grade. Do you know how perilous this path is? By walking it, you make enemies of us all. The path of invincibility means crushing every first-grade spiritual adept. Underfoot. Another voice jeered. Lin Yu, you were brought here by Vice Pavilion Master Chen, but I am a disciple of the 7 great families. Our conflict was inevitable. Yet, had you remained humble, we might have spared you. The young man's long staff, forged from refined iron, gleamed silver under the sun. Paired with his imposing stature, his aura was unmatched. This was Wang Heling, a direct descendant of the Wang family. Despite Lin Yu's slender frame, seeming fragile next to Wang Heling, he wore a faint smile. Repeat that. What did you call me? I am a coward. Wang Heling blurted, unaware he'd fallen into a trap. Only after the words echoed did he realize his mistake. His face flushed crimson as his chi and blood energy surged, nearing the 2nd tier. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Chen Shuishan had warned of 2 first-grade peak cultivators in the crowd, but Wang Heling was only first-grade 9th tier. His combat strength, however, rivaled a peak spiritual adept. As disciples of aristocrat families, both Wang Heling and the hidden peak cultivators likely possessed trump cards. If unleashed, they might even mimic 2nd-tier power, a realm far beyond first grade. Though uneasy, Lin Yu met Wang Heling's gaze calmly. All brawn, no wit, since I've declared the path of invincibility. In truth, Chen Shuishan had pushed him onto this path, but retreat was impossible. While wary of the peak cultivators, Lin Yu faced Wang Heling fearlessly. If I walk this path, I'll defeat every challenger, Lin Yu declared. Since you volunteered to be first, I'll oblige. Strike with your staff. After such insults, where is your pride? His tone feigned encouragement, but disdain dripped from every word. Lin Yu still dares provoke Wang Heling? He's digging his grave. Calling Wang Heling brainless? He'll explode? Lin Yu won't survive 10 strikes. 3 strikes would be a miracle. The crowd's whispers mirrored Wang Heling's fury. He glared at Lin Yu, envisioning his demise. Then I'll strike first, Vice Pavilion Master Lin. Though Wang Heling seemed brute, his jab at Lin Yu's title was sharp. Yet Li Yu remained unfazed, eyes locked on his opponent's movements. Lin Yu, hailed as a combat genius by Cao Tong, could track even Cao Tong's moves unaided. Wang Heling's first-grade 9th-tier strength paled against Lin Yu's honed experience, forged through 7 days of grueling training. Noble family disciples like Wang Heling lacked real combat exposure. They trained in academies or estates, while commoner disciples frequented the martial hall. Gripping his staff, Wang Heling lunged like a winged tiger. The staff arced down, a deceptively simple strike hiding lethal intent. Dodging would invite a follow-up, a surge of energy coiled beneath the staff, ready to erupt on impact. A decent move, Lin Yu mused. Had he missed the trap, retreat would have doomed him. Wang Heling grinned savagely, but Lin Yu snorted. You strike to kill in a spar? Before Vice Pavilion Master Chen's residence? Then I'll teach you how to restrain. Lin Yu's figure blurred, reminiscent of his first duel with Cao Tong. Shifting trajectories, he appeared behind Wang Helling. Woodcutter's blade technique. Today, I'll chop down this rotten timber. Lin Yu's long saber flashed like lightning, weaving around Wang Helling's bulk. He spun, his staff raised to block, but Lin Yu's strikes defied. Prediction. Wang Helling's energy scattered, his footing faltering as he staggered back. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed. Now he understood Chen Shuishan's emphasis on combat experience. Against Wang Helling's raw power, Lin Yu's skill reigned supreme. Query. Chapter 82. Nurture the blade with the blade. Chapter 82. Nurture the blade with the blade. Translator. Cruckist. Wang Helling's energy faltered, and he staggered back as if struck by lightning. He stared at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief. I lost? In less than one exchange? I didn't even get to use my trump card, yet Lin Yu shattered my energy. What kind of monster is he? Wang Helling's cultivation level far surpassed Lin Yu's, and his years of training exceeded Lin Yu's as well. Though he hadn't practiced like Lin Yu to push a basic martial skill to near perfection, he had mastered 2 basic staff techniques to a high level. This mastery gave him the aura of a thunderous storm, and he had even touched the threshold of the 2nd rank. He also possessed a human-tier martial skill. Yet, despite all this, Wang Helling couldn't withstand a single exchange with Lin Yu. Lin Yu's combat experience was simply too vast. During those 7 days, he had sparred with Cao Tong hundreds of times, especially in critical battles. Lin Yu often replayed the recordings in his mind, analyzing his mistakes and areas for improvement. Moreover, Lin Yu's body possessed extraordinary combat talent, especially after repairing his 7 meridians and 8 vessels to 5. He felt an indescribable, profound connection to his techniques. Thus, even though Lin Yu's cultivation was inferior to Wang Helling's and his martial skills were at best comparable, he still won effortlessly. In fact, the ease of his victory left Lin Yu momentarily bewildered. He looked at Wang Helling, who had retreated, and asked, "What are you doing? The fight's not over. Why are you running?" Wang Helling's face turned pale, then flushed with anger. He had sensed the insurmountable gap between them and knew continuing the fight would only lead to his defeat. Yet, Lin Yu's taunt stung deeply. HMPH. Wang Helling snorted, his gaze icy. If looks could kill, Lin Yu would have been decapitated on the spot. Clenching his staff, Wang Helling growled, "Don't get cocky, Lin Yu. I admit, in pure combat skill, I'm no match for you." Despite his burly appearance, Wang Helling was rational. The onlookers gasped. Did Lin Yu just gain the upper hand? I can't believe Wang Helling was defeated so quickly. Not defeated, he realized the gap and retreated, but now. Running from a fight wasn't shameful. After all, life was precious. Though the crowd mocked him, they understood. If Lin Yu weren't exceptionally strong, their family elders wouldn't have sent them to ambush him. A group of 1st rank, 9th tier cultivators, all from noble families, ganging up on a 1st rank, 7th tier commoner. Even with Chen Shuishan backing him, Lin Yu's humble origins made this a scandal. Yet, they trusted their elders' judgment. While Lin Yu's swift dominance over Wang Helling surprised them, it didn't shock them. Survival came first. What they didn't expect was Wang Helling's sudden return to the fight. Wang Helling charged like a ferocious spirit beast, his blood energy almost materializing. The veins on his arms bulged, and a bloody aura enveloped him. His eyes were bloodshot, locked onto Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression grew serious as he drew his spirit weapon, a long saber. Only then did the crowd realize Lin Yu had been fighting with his blade sheathed. Lin Yu said coldly, "I warned you. If you dare harbor killing intent, I'll teach you a lesson. You retreated earlier, and my fighting spirit waned. But since you're determined to persist, don't blame me for being ruthless." Whoosh! Lin Yu's blade sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound. The crowd was stunned. Lin Yu was a body-forging spiritual adept, yet he wielded elemental power like an arcane martialist. Wang Helling, however, seemed oblivious. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Helling advanced, his steps quickening until he became a blur. Yet, to Lin Yu, his movements were crystal clear. "This is my Wang family's ancestral martial skill, Thunderstaff. Technique." Wang Helling roared. "Let's see how you, a newcomer, handle this." Lin Yu, today I will defeat you and humiliate you. Lin Yu only chuckled. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. His body twisted almost a full circle as he declared, then let me show you my move. Mountain-splitting blade. No variations, just the purest form of the mountain-splitting blade. Cao Tong had spent half his life condensing this technique into 4 moves, but Lin Yu's insights had refined it into 1. On the screen in his mind, the mountain-splitting blade, previously at 10 download progress, surged. The 100+ energy points Lin Yu had reserved for emergencies were rapidly depleted. In an instant, the download progress reached 33 before stopping. Why had Cao Tong advised Lin Yu not to overuse this blade technique? Because each use generated profound insights, revealing room for improvement until perfection was achieved. Cao Tong had realized that with Lin Yu's combat talent, reaching entry tier or even mastery wouldn't be difficult. The true challenge was perfection. Using the blade sparingly meant leaving room for growth. Only by lacking could one improve continuously, reaching perfection without stagnation. Cao Tong had carefully planned this, though he hadn't explained his reasoning to Lin Yu. He had simply instructed, use the blade sparingly, nurture the blade with the blade, and you will achieve perfection. Whoosh! Lin Yu's blade cleaved through the air as if splitting it in 2. Query. Chapter 83. The Power of a Spirit Weapon. Chapter 83. The Power of a Spirit Weapon. Translator, Cruckist. It was common knowledge that first-rank cultivators, especially body-forging cultivators, had a clear limitation. No matter how high their combat strength, they could not influence the external world beyond their own bodies. Even arcane martialists, who could summon elemental forces, would fail if they defied the natural laws of the world. For example, when Wang Hesheng unleashed wind blades against Lin Yu, the attack seemed powerful, but it relied on the natural wind direction that day. If the wind had been blowing the opposite way, Wang Hesheng would have needed at least second-rank cultivation to achieve the same effect. Thus, when Lin Yu defied the wind and the air crackled with energy, everyone's expressions changed. What kind of monster is this? This was the only thought in their minds. Only second-rank cultivators and above could achieve such feats, yet Lin Yu, at first rank, 7th tier, had done it. Previously, they had thought Lin Yu's goal of challenging He Wu within a month was delusional. Now, they couldn't help but feel he might actually succeed. No, he would succeed. If He Wu from 10 days ago were here, even he might not have withstood this strike. He Wu's talent was exceptional, especially after being taken as a personal disciple by Situ Chong. With ample resources, He Wu's cultivation had soared to first rank, 9th tier, and his combat strength had touched the ceiling of the first rank. But Lin Yu wasn't just touching the ceiling, he was about to break through it. What terrified everyone was that Lin Yu was only at first rank, 7th tier. By normal standards, first rank, 9th tier cultivators should be at least twice as strong as him. Yet, Lin Yu's combat strength filled them with dread. They couldn't help but imagine. If Lin Yu reached first rank, 9th tier, could he crush them instantly? 2 first-rank peak cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness. If no one stepped up after Wang Helling's defeat, they would have to fight Lin Yu, no matter the cost. If Lin Yu steps over us to walk the path of invincibility, then in a few years, no one will be able to stop him. Unlike us, he'll eventually leave Heavenly Cloud Academy. As the Vice Pavilion Master of the Dining Pavilion, if he grows unchecked, he'll become Chen Shuishan's right-hand man. By then, our 7 great families might be wiped out. One Chen Shuishan is enough. We can't let another Lin Yu rise. Even if we're just young students now, we can't stand by and do nothing. We must defeat Lin Yu. We can't let him succeed on the path of invincibility. Not even invincibility within the first rank. They had made up their minds. Even if it meant resorting to underhanded tactics, they would ensure Lin Yu's downfall. Even with Chen Shuishan nearby, they had to make Lin Yu taste defeat and prevent him from advancing too smoothly. With this resolve, they turned their attention to the battlefield. Wang Helling had initially charged at Lin Yu with overwhelming force, his thunderstaff technique gathering energy once more. Though his face paled and his foundation trembled, forcing an entry-tier technique always damaged one's foundation. Lin Yu's blade strike changed everything. In an instant, Wang Heling switched from offense to defense. The moment Lin Yu's blade descended, Wang Heling's vision was filled with its overwhelming intent. Switching to defense cost him the pace and advantage but saved his life. With a loud crash, followed by a faint splat, Wang Heling vomited blood. Blood sprayed everywhere as his hands trembled uncontrollably, his entire being shaken to the core. Lin Yu's spirit weapon, a long saber, had struck Wang Heling's staff, leaving spiderweb-like cracks across its surface. Everyone realized one thing. That's a spirit weapon. Lin Yu actually owns a spirit weapon. Heavens! A first-rank spiritual adept with a suitable spirit weapon? Even we, the direct descendants of the 7 great families, can't achieve that. Only by breaking through to second rank in the academy can one receive a spirit weapon. Branch family disciples need to reach second rank. Peak. But Lin Yu's from a humble background, how does he? Don't forget, he's backed by Chen Puya. Chen Pai's personal resources might rival an entire family's. Envy filled their eyes, and they momentarily ignored Wang Heling, who was retreating with his staff held defensively, his face drained of color. Spirit weapons were simply too precious, and seeing one in the hands of a first-rank commoner was astonishing. Only the 2 first-rank peak cultivators rushed to Wang Heling's side. They could feel his life force flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. No wonder Lin Yu has such terrifying combat strength, he actually possesses a spirit weapon, said Situ Yu, in a bitter voice. Darn it, I already lacked the confidence to face him. With a spirit weapon, I stand no chance. As he spoke, he pulled out a bottle of spiritual medicine for internal injuries and carefully fed 3 pills to Wang Heling. The other spiritual adept, Wu Jia, from the Wu family and a close cousin of Wu Chong, frowned. No, it's precisely because he has a spirit weapon that we have a chance. If he could rival second-rank combat strength without a spirit weapon, we'd have no hope. But if he's relying on the spirit weapon, we just need to separate him from it to defeat him. Wu Jia's hands glowed as intricate spirit patterns appeared. He was a first-rank peak arcane martialist. I'll go first and drain his stamina. I'll also find a way to disarm him. The rest will be up to you. Query. Chapter 84. Wu Jia's direct confrontation. Chapter 84. Wu Jia's direct confrontation. Translator. Cruckist. After taking the spiritual medicine, Wang Heling finally regained some clarity. His internal organs felt as though they had been shattered into pieces, leaving him unable to speak. However, as he watched Wu Jia's retreating figure, he instinctively grabbed Situ Yu's arm. Situ Yu, puzzled, looked down. Wang Heling spat out another mouthful of dark blood, which seemed to ease his breathing slightly. He managed to whisper, "Don't underestimate Lin Yu. That blade strike was too powerful." No kidding. Anyone could see that, Situ Yu thought to himself, but given Wang Heling's condition, he suppressed his irritation and reassured him, "Don't worry. After Wu Jia, it's my turn. We'll make sure he loses today." Wang Heling clenched his teeth. He knew all too well that even without the spirit weapon, he couldn't have withstood Lin Yu's blade strike. While Wu Jia was strong, he was only slightly stronger than Wang Heling. But with Situ Yu's confidence, there was nothing Wang Heling could do. Though he wanted to warn them against throwing themselves into a hopeless fight, the pain of speaking made it impossible. Meanwhile, after delivering his strike, Lin Yu stood quietly, his eyes slightly closed. He savored the insights gained from that single blade strike. And the surge of renewed power that followed, as if he had ascended to a new level. Lin Yu speculated inwardly, "My mountain-splitting blade download. Progress has reached 99. One more strike, and it should reach perfection. But each strike of the mountain-splitting blade should be stronger than the last." His mind was crystal clear, and he finally understood why Cao Tong had emphasized this point. At that moment, Wu Jia stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Vice Pavilion Master Lin, do you know my name?" Lin Yu shook his head, amused by Wu Jia's childish question. Still, he replied politely, "No, I don't. If you want to fight, hurry up. Don't waste my time." After this polite response, Lin Yu glanced around. Only 10 people remained in front of Chen Shuishan's residence. 8 at first rank, 9th tier and 2 at first rank peak. Among the 8, Wang Heling wasn't the strongest, but he was decent. Yet, Lin Yu had defeated him with a single strike, leaving the other 7 too intimidated to challenge him. Thus, only Wu Jia, who had teamed up with Situ Yu, stepped forward as the second challenger. His goal wasn't to defeat Lin Yu but to drain his stamina and separate him from his spirit weapon, paving the way for Situ Yu's final attempt. Wu Jia's task wasn't the most daunting, but it was far from easy. With 2 objectives, failing either could lead to defeat. Taking a deep breath, Wu Jia forced another smile as he watched Lin Yu scanning the area. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, there's nothing left to see. Wang Heling has already been defeated. I'm the second to step forward. Please guide me. He bowed slightly, his hands glowing as ripples formed in the air. A spell was quietly brewing, and to avoid close combat with Lin Yu, Wu Jia kept moving, darting around unpredictably. Lin Yu could track his movements but couldn't predict his next direction, because even Wu Jia didn't know. He simply didn't want Lin Yu to close the distance, so he used a basic wind element spell. This strategy was physically taxing, but as a first-rank arcane martialist, Wu Jia had no choice. He didn't yet have a personal guard, though he was preparing one, and even if he did, using one in an academy duel against a academy leader was out of the question, especially with Chen Shuishan watching. Realizing he couldn't predict Wu Jia's movements, Lin Yu gave up and stood still, staring straight ahead. Even when Wu Jia appeared behind him, Lin Yu remained motionless, like a wooden dummy. Wu Jia hesitated, unsure whether to strike from behind. On one hand, his spell wasn't fully prepared. On the other, Lin Yu's apparent relaxation made him wary. Attacking from behind might backfire. And he was right. Lin Yu held his spirit weapon, a long saber, in reverse grip. If Wu Jia attempted a sneak attack, Lin Yu would pierce him with the blade. Spells had a long range, but the saber wasn't short either. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed ahead, but he was actually observing a fan-shaped area in front of him. If Wu Jia attacked from any point within this zone, Lin Yu could counter in one fluid motion. If Wu Jia chose to strike from behind, Lin Yu was ready. Of course, as a first-rank, 7th-tier spiritual adept, Lin Yu wasn't flawless. His blind spots were on his sides. If Wu Jia attacked from there, he could maximize his advantage. But Lin Yu was betting that Wu Jia would choose to attack from behind rather than the sides. Because Wu Jia didn't know where Lin Yu's blind spots were. This was the advantage of combat experience. My cultivation level is still a bit lacking, Lin Yu sighed. His speed couldn't match Wu Jia's, so he had to rely on stillness to counter movement. If he were at first rank, 9th tier, this wouldn't be an issue. A first rank, 9th tier spiritual adept's combat strength was generally twice that of a first rank, 7th tier spiritual adept. At that level, Lin Yu could have roughly controlled his spirit weapon instead of relying on the mountain-splitting blade to barely unleash its power. If Lin Yu were at first rank, 9th tier, he could have taken on all 10 first-rank cultivators at once, even if they were the best in Heavenly Cloud Academy. Ha! Wu Jia suddenly exhaled, a ball of thunder and fire energy forming in his hands. His face paled as he followed the wind's direction, landing in front of Lin Yu. The moment he touched the ground, he launched the energy ball. To harness the wind, Wu Jia chose to confront Lin Yu head-on. The wind amplified the attack, transforming it into a thunderous fire serpent that lunged at Lin Yu. Simultaneously, Wu Jia charged forward, his fist engulfed in flames, aiming a fiery punch at Lin Yu's right hand, the one holding the saber. Query. Chapter 85. Unafraid of Defeat. Chapter 85. Unafraid of Defeat. Translator. Crukist Wu Jia was an unconventional thinker. Most people, when facing an opponent 2 tiers below them, would still harbor thoughts of victory, no matter how extraordinary the opponent seemed. But Wu Jia was different. As long as I drain his stamina and make him drop his spirit weapon, we'll win. This was Wu Jia's true mindset. He wasn't thinking about winning himself but about setting up Situ Yu to defeat Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes flickered as he shifted his stance slightly. In an instant, he understood Wu Jia's plan. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he said, "You're paving the way for the next person. It seems you're determined to make me lose here." Wu Jia remained silent. His fiery fist was inches from Lin Yu's right hand, and the Thunderfire energy ball was hurtling through the air. No matter which attack Lin Yu chose to counter, as long as he left an opening, Wu Jia's goal would be achieved. It was a simple strategy, but in combat, simplicity often proved effective. However, Wu Jia made one critical mistake. He chose to attack Lin Yu head-on, and Lin Yu's blade was also pointed straight ahead. Lin Yu's gaze steadied. His eyes locked onto Wu Jia's two near-human-tier spell attacks, yet it seemed as if he saw nothing at all. Only when he slowly raised his blade did a glint of sharpness flash in his calm eyes. All his focus seemed to pour into this single strike. You think you've reached the second layer, believing I'm still on the first, never mind. This strike will be stronger than the last, Lin Yu murmured. His eyes widened, and the air seemed to crackle faintly. Whoosh! This time, the blade cut against the wind. Unlike before, there was no sound of air being torn apart, no loud noise. Lin Yu had concentrated all his power into the blade's edge, into a single line. A line, by nature, was stronger than a scattered blade intent. This was Lin Yu's realization after his first strike. The power of a line was always greater than that of a surface. This principle, rooted in basic physics, might not apply in this world, but Lin Yu assumed it wouldn't deviate too much. Thus, he focused all his strength into a single line. The blade struck. There was no visible ripple, but no one noticed the wind had shifted. The Thunderfire energy ball slowed. Lin Yu's blade began to glow. Wu Jia's face paled, and the spiritual flames on his hand flickered before extinguishing. The moment he made contact with Lin Yu, he was sent flying like a broken kite. Thud! He hit the ground with a heavy thump, but no one noticed, not even his 9 companions. All eyes were fixed on the Thunderfire energy ball in midair. It had been cleanly split in two by Lin Yu's blade, the cross-section smooth. The two halves exploded into dazzling flames, creating a spectacular display. Hey! Wang Heling let out a soft sound, his eyes wide as he stared at the sky. One hand gripped Situ Yu's arm tightly, all his strength condensed into a single sentence. This guy is a monster. He's gotten stronger. This strike is even more powerful than the last. By the time Situ Yu snapped out of his daze, Wang Heling had already passed out. He hurried to check on Wu Jia, who was lying on the ground. Surprisingly, Wu Jia didn't seem seriously injured, though his clothes were covered in dust. Situ Yu quickly approached, initially planning to administer spiritual medicine, but seeing Wu Jia's condition, he discreetly put it away. After all, spiritual medicine was expensive. If Wu Jia looked fine, there was no need to waste it. Wu Jia sat with his head down, his hands spread out as he stared at his palms. They trembled slightly, especially the one that had conjured the spiritual flames. The center of his palm was slightly blackened, likely from the heat. So strong, Wu Jia muttered, his eyes downcast. Situ Yu, don't bother. There's no chance of winning now. He's reached the point where he can cut against the wind. In terms of power, he's closer to second rank than we are. Situ Yu's eyes widened. Unlike Wang Heling and Wu Jia, he hadn't personally experienced the might of Lin Yu's mountain-splitting blade. Though it looked impressive, Situ Yu still believed. After 2 battles, Lin Yu's stamina must be draining. He had a chance. Hearing Wu Jia's words, Situ Yu's body trembled slightly, but he couldn't shake his reluctance. This was the strongest first-rank lineup the 7 great families could muster. Were they really going to admit defeat? They had even resorted to a war of attrition. Though outright ganging up on Lin Yu would only fuel his reputation. Situ Yu recalled the despondent look on one of his clan brothers' faces. Ever since Situ Deng lost to Lin Yu, he had been in a state of confusion. Even Situ Chong, who had doted on Situ Deng, hadn't spoken a word to him in days, seemingly leaving him to his fate. Situ Yu thought to himself. Even if I lose, I won't end up like Situ Deng. I'm not afraid of defeat, since I'm not afraid of losing, why not take the risk? I may not be stronger than Wu Jia, but that doesn't mean I can't beat Lin Yu. No spiritual adept is perfect. Even Nolan Xian once lost to a commoner. Why can't Lin Yu, after defeating Wang Heling and Wu Jia, lose to me? With this thought, Situ Yu's fighting spirit surged instead of waning. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, laughing. You're the last one. I thought you'd given up. Wu Jia, Sensing the change in his friend's aura, knew Situ Yu was now at his most determined. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "If you want to fight, then go and face Lin Yu. Even if you lose in the end, make sure he pays a price." Situ Yu laughed heartily. "You're right, Wu Jia. We're young. We're not afraid of losing. But even if we lose, we'll make him suffer." He stepped forward, his movements light but his fighting spirit surging high. Lin Yu, standing opposite him, showed no hint of underestimation. He extended a hand and said calmly, "Your mindset is commendable. You may make the first move." After 2 strikes, the woodcutter's blade technique had reached perfection. Lin Yu resolved not to use the mountain-splitting blade this time. Instead, he would rely on the woodcutter's blade technique to suppress Situ Yu, a first-rank peak body forging spiritual adept. Query. Chapter 86. Perfect Blade Technique. Chapter 86. Perfect Blade Technique. Translator. Cruckist, rustle, papers scattered across the table as Chen Shuishan leaned forward, listening intently. Beside him, Nolan Xian's face was filled with disbelief. Through the transparent window, they could clearly see the duel outside. Lin Yu's 2 blade strikes had effortlessly repelled Wang Heling and Wu Jia. In Nolan Xian's heart, shock rippled. How is this possible? Lin Yu is only at first rank, 7th tier. Where does he get such combat strength? Especially that last blade strike, it even gave me a faint sense of danger. If I weren't prepared, I might not have been able to withstand it. What kind of monster is Lin Yu? His growth is simply unbelievable. She took a deep breath. Just yesterday, she and Chen Shuishan had lectured Lin Yu, hoping to dissuade him from blindly pursuing the path of invincibility, even if he reached first rank, 9th tier. Chen Shuishan had even allowed cultivators below 2nd rank to challenge Lin Yu. In Nolan Xian's view, those first-rank peak cultivators, backed by their aristocratic families, far surpassed Lin Yu in combat strength. Chen Shuishan's move was meant to humble Lin Yu. Only through setbacks could one truly understand themselves. On the surface, this seemed like forcing Lin Yu onto the path of invincibility, but in reality, it was meant to discourage him. Yet now, Nolan Xian glanced at Chen Shuishan. He remained composed, a faint smile on his lips, as if everything had gone according to plan. But as his disciple, Nolan Xian knew better. The calmer Chen Shuishan appeared, the more shocked he truly was. Hiding one's emotions is just the most basic skill. I once wondered if Master acted too hastily in accepting Lin Yu as a junior brother on behalf of our Grandmaster. After all, our Grandmaster hasn't appeared in years. But now, this decision feels absolutely right. Lin Yu's talent far surpasses mine, perhaps even Master's. Even the proud Nolan Xian had to admit this. Less than half a month into cultivation, Lin Yu's combat strength had already touched the threshold of 2nd rank. If this were made public, the entire Heavenly Sun continent would be shaken. Chen Shuishan, however, spoke calmly. Lin Yu performed well. He didn't disappoint me. Nolan Xian's eyes widened. She had clearly seen Chen Shuishan's hands tremble with excitement, yet he remained so composed. "There's no one else here, Master. Can't you be a little more genuine?" Before she could voice her thoughts, Chen Shuishan added softly, "That student, Situ Yu, is quite promising. Xian, you should note his name and consider reaching out to him." Nolan Xian was momentarily stunned, then understood Chen Shuishan's intent. However, the mention of Situ made her frown, not because of Situ Deng, but for other reasons. Contacting someone from the Situ family might not be wise. If Situ Chong finds out, he'll be furious. Chen Shuishan smiled faintly. A student with such a pure heart would be a valuable addition to our cause. Even if Chen Qingyu comes to scold me, it's worth it. Nolan Xian silently noted Situ Yu's name, her expression complex. Is Master finally making a move on the noble family's disciples? The plan wasn't supposed to progress this quickly. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Situ Yu shouted, "Please forgive my rudeness," and drew his sword. A sharp, metallic aura spread, accompanied by razor-sharp sword intent that swirled around him. Lin Yu chuckled. "Such potent sword intent. It seems you've touched the threshold of 2nd rank?" Before Situ Yu could respond, Wu Jia, sitting nearby, laughed loudly. C2U is the strongest swordsman among the 7 great families at first rank. His sword techniques are unparalleled. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, you'd better be careful. Though he had lost to Lin Yu, Wu Jia was genuinely impressed and spoke without a hint of mockery. Lin Yu laughed in return. Then let's see if his sharp sword outshines my mountain-splitting blade. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu's blade was already in motion. C2U's eyes flickered with confusion. Lin Yu isn't using that terrifying blade. Strike. But he didn't let his guard down. Sword intent surged as he lunged forward, meeting Lin Yu mid-air. The clashing of blades echoed as the two exchanged several moves in rapid succession. Lin Yu retreated slightly, his smile widening. Impressive. I didn't expect you to specialize so deeply in a single technique. Your sword technique, though basic, is nearing perfection. If my woodcutter's blade technique weren't already perfected, your higher cultivation might have overwhelmed me. C2U, not defeated in a single move, felt his fighting spirit burn even brighter. He was inwardly amazed. His basic martial skill has reached perfection. I thought my dedication to a single technique was remarkable, but Lin Yu, did he master this skill before even formally beginning cultivation? He dismissed the absurd thought. As a member of the C2 family, C2U had heard rumors that Lin Yu had been an ordinary person just over 10 days ago. If Lin Yu had truly mastered a basic martial skill to perfection in such a short time, his talent was beyond comprehension. Even if C2U could accept Lin Yu breaking through 5 tiers in half a month, this level of talent was unimaginable. If such talent exists, what does that make the rest of us? Ants crawling in the dirt. As Lin Yu swung his blade and charged again, C2U pushed aside his doubts and continued the fierce exchange. Within moments, C2U was shocked once more. In just a dozen breaths, Lin Yu's combat strength had grown even stronger. Monstrous comprehension. C2U roared, his sword techniques shifting. Brilliant light emanated from his blade, and the air around it crackled with energy. He had abandoned his basic techniques and was now using his trump card. Lin Yu retreated slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After dozens of exchanges with C2U, he had fully mastered the perfected woodcutter's blade technique. Even a basic martial skill, when perfected, could unleash terrifying power. Query. Chapter 87. The First Friend, Chapter 87, The First Friend. Translator. Cruckist. Even though C2U's basic sword technique had reached a high level, impressive enough in the eyes of onlookers, he had dedicated himself to a single technique, refusing to give up on it. While others practiced multiple basic techniques to find the most suitable one, C2U had stubbornly focused on this one sword technique, bringing it to its current level. If Lin Yu's mental arcane machine were to quantify it, C2U's basic sword technique would be at around 95 completion. Without a special breakthrough, this was the highest standard achievable. If not for Lin Yu, C2U would have been unparalleled in the realm of basic martial techniques. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Yu. Despite being 2 tiers lower in cultivation, Lin Yu's perfected woodcutter's blade technique and combat experience allowed him to completely suppress C2U. Even forcing C2U to resort to his trump card early was a sign of inferiority. Lin Yu gripped his blade with both hands, a faint smile on his lips. The third strike. After this strike, the download progress of the mountain-splitting blade would likely reach 70. Lin Yu couldn't wait to see what kind of combat strength the mountain-splitting blade would unleash at 100 perfection. Would it grant him the combat strength of a second-rank spiritual adept? Not just a fleeting touch. As it was now, the gap between first rank and second rank was vast. Even with Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities, he had only barely touched the threshold of second rank combat strength. Now, Lin Yu was filled with anticipation for the perfected mountain-splitting blade. What kind of scenery would he see then? C2U's trump card, a sword strike from above, descended like a brilliant lightning bolt, aiming straight for Lin Yu's center. Lin Yu stood motionless, his hands gripping his blade, his eyes fixed solely on C2U's sword light. After this strike, even if I lose, it will be worth it, C2U shouted. His upbringing had always emphasized the family's interests above all else. If a battle was unwinnable, it was better not to fight, as it would tarnish the family's reputation. This was the same for the other 6 great families. That's why, when Lin Yu had initially accepted challenges from first rank, 8th tier cultivators, no one had stepped forward. They had been bullied to their doorstep. Everyone knew Lin Yu was targeting the noble disciples, while the commoner students watched from the sidelines. Yet, even after waiting so long, no one had come forward, because their elders had restrained them. This was the spirit of youth. The 7 great families had sacrificed their disciples' spirit for the sake of their own survival. No wonder Chen Shuishan couldn't stand it. If the 7 great families truly controlled Heavenly Cloud Academy, what kind of talent could such a stifling environment produce? Situ Yu had always questioned his elders' teachings. Though he was a direct descendant, even Situ Deng didn't dare defy the elders, let alone him. So, he had followed the rules diligently. But today was different. Lin Yu's extraordinary performance had inspired him to attempt the impossible. Though he knew his full power sword strike still couldn't match Lin Yu's blade, he had gained something invaluable. The light of dawn had arrived. Situ Yu's sword strike drained all his energy, but his face was filled with joy. His sword heart had become clear, and his cultivation level wavered, on the verge of breaking through to 2nd rank. Whoosh! A single line of blade light, stronger than the previous 2 strikes, effortlessly blocked Situ Yu's sword. But Lin Yu didn't counterattack. Instead, he calmly watched Situ Yu, whose face was filled with delight. Though Lin Yu didn't know what Situ Yu was thinking, he could see that Situ Yu's fighting spirit had faded. Moreover, Situ Yu had never mocked or belittled Lin Yu throughout the duel. Lin Yu hadn't even harmed Wu Jia, let alone Situ Yu. Though Lin Yu had some grievances with the Situ family, he hadn't gone out of his way to make things difficult for even Situ Deng. Coming from Earth, Lin Yu didn't view human life as cheap. Lin Yu sheathed his blade. Despite his extraordinary stamina and spiritual energy reserves, his face was slightly pale after the day's battles. Lin Yu laughed heartily. I used to think all noble disciples were either fools like Wu Chong and Wang Hesheng or cowards too afraid to step forward. But it seems there are some decent ones after all. Situ Yu, right? Speaking of which, I have some history with the Situ family. Situ Yu's face paled further, thinking Lin Yu was about to mock the Situ family. He was aware of the conflicts between Lin Yu and his family, including how Situ Chong had pressured Lin Yu to ensure Situ Deng's victory, only to be thwarted by Chen Shuishan. But Lin Yu's next words stunned him. However, my grievances with the Situ family are personal. Situ Yu, though you're from the Situ family, I admire your character. If you're willing, I'd like to be your friend. Lin Yu held his blade in his left hand and extended his right, offering a bright smile. If Brother Situ doesn't mind, let's shake on it. Situ Yu was stunned for a long moment, unmoving. Lin Yu frowned, wondering if he should withdraw his hand. Just then, Situ Yu grasped it firmly. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, we're friends. His voice was hoarse. Their original goal had been to stop Lin Yu from walking the path of invincibility, but not only had they failed, he had ended up becoming Lin Yu's friend. If word got out, Situ Yu didn't care much. He felt honored to be friends with someone of Lin Yu's martial spirit. But the thought of his family elders' grim faces made his head ache. Still, he couldn't help but smile. If I can spar with Lin Yu often, it'll be a great boon to my cultivation. As for the family elders, well, being scolded wouldn't kill him. Wu Jia was dumbfounded. What kind of plot twist is this? The other 8 first-rank, 9th-tier cultivators were equally baffled. How had Lin Yu, with just a few words, managed to win over one of their own? In Chen Shuishan's residence, even Chen Shuishan was visibly shocked, finally unable to maintain his usual composure. Nolan Zian stared in disbelief, muttering, Junior Grand Uncle truly is Junior Grand Uncle. He's even faster at making moves than I am. Meanwhile, the sun rose higher, its light growing brighter. Lin Yu smiled. At least I've made my first friend. Query. Chapter 88. Running as Cultivation. Chapter 88. Running as Cultivation. Translator. Cruckist. Though Lin Yu had forcefully made a friend, he genuinely admired Situ Yu's character. Situ Yu was straightforward, willing to stand up for friends without fear of difficulty. Moreover, Situ Yu had a good temperament. He accepted defeat without fear or resentment, unlike Wang Heling and Wu Jia, who had lost their fighting spirit after being defeated. Such cultivators had limited futures. Though young, with proper guidance, they could still shine, but that wasn't Lin Yu's concern. He simply felt Situ Yu could be his friend. Nodding at Situ Yu, Lin Yu added, "Don't doubt yourself. There's nothing to fear. If you shy away from every challenge, what's the point of living?" Situ Yu's body trembled slightly. By the time he regained his composure, Lin Yu was already walking away. Situ Yu's lips moved, but no words came out. Instead, he bowed slightly toward Lin Yu. Wu Jia stood up, dusting off his pants, and watched his friend's strange behavior. "What's gotten into you? You're not seriously considering Lin Yu a friend, are you? He's Chen Pai's man." Situ Yu glanced at him, smiling faintly. "Let's all disperse. We're no match for Lin Yu." He then spoke earnestly to Wu Jia, "Don't worry. Lin Yu hasn't fully walked the path of invincibility. Though his momentum seems sufficient to us, he's not satisfied yet." Wu Jia snorted. "HMPH. He thinks we're unworthy opponents. Even after defeating us all, he's only building momentum." The true path of invincibility required both cultivation and momentum to near perfection. Each battle should bring one closer to the goal. In their view, if Lin Yu had truly achieved this, defeating them all would have elevated him to at least first rank, 9th tier. Yet Lin Yu remained at first rank, 7th tier, not even reaching 8th tier. This meant Lin Yu was deliberately holding back, seeking a greater limit. Situ Yu watched Lin Yu's retreating figure with envy. To sweep through us at first rank, 7th tier, that's what a true man should aspire to. Even Wu Jia couldn't argue. Who wouldn't want to be invincible within first rank at such a low tier? By the time Lin Yu reached first rank, 9th tier, he might even challenge higher ranks. Wu Jia grew anxious. Lin Yu is a monster. At this rate, he won't stand a chance when the time comes. Situ Yu remained silent, his lips pressed together. He considered whether to inform Lin Yu about Wu's training, not to ensure Wu's defeat, but because Wu's regimen, designed by Situ Chong, was terrifying. If Lin Yu wasn't careful, he might die. Though unsure why he'd shaken Lin Yu's hand, Situ Yu felt a duty as a friend to warn him. Yet, after some hesitation, he dismissed the thought, smiling faintly. As friends, he should face challenges head-on. Even if Wu trains through barbaric methods, cultivation is cultivation. Bound by rules. I can't break them. After defeating the three, Lin Yu's momentum peaked. A thin barrier separated him from first rank, 8th tier, but he chose not to break through immediately. Instead, he began jogging around Heavenly Cloud Academy, a faint smile on his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation. The midday sun blazed, and running under such conditions would have drawn ridicule, even for cultivators. But Lin Yu continued, his breathing erratic. Despite being at first rank, 7th tier, he began panting and sweating after just half a lap. Beads of sweat formed, only to evaporate from his body's heat, creating a trail of steam around him. From above, it looked like a cloud of smoke racing along the path. Lin Yu paid no mind. His aura fluctuated, but the spiritual energy in his meridians surged like a river. With only 5 of his 7 meridians and 8 vessels repaired, most areas remained inaccessible to spiritual energy, complicating its flow and leaving behind impurities. The sweat was a manifestation of these impurities. By running and regulating his breathing, Lin Yu avoided absorbing external spiritual energy, allowing him to expel useless energy and impurities from his body. He also had another goal, waiting for someone. The 9 he defeated were the strongest first-rank cultivators among the noble families, but among the commoners, there was one exceptional individual ranked above Wu Jia and Situ Yu in Chen Shuishan's list. Lin Yu was waiting for him. He believed news of his victories would prompt this person to challenge him, to defend their title as the strongest first-rank spiritual adept in the Outer Academy. Thus, Lin Yu ran around the academy. But by afternoon, there was still no sign of the challenger. As night fell, Lin Yu finally gave up, his momentum gradually subsiding, not from exhaustion, but from deliberate restraint. Though on the verge of first rank, 8th tier, Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to fully explore first rank, 7th tier before advancing, aiming to become the strongest first rank, 8th tier spiritual adept upon breakthrough. In the following days, Lin Yu continued running. The more he ran, the steadier his aura became, and the closer he got to first rank, 8th tier. Meanwhile, rumors about Lin Yu began circulating. Many, seeing him run day and night, started calling him a fool. Query. Chapter 89. The Short-Haired Girl. Chapter 89. The Short-Haired Girl. Translator. Cruckist. Lin Yu. Yes, that vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion, the one Chen Puya brought back, who hasn't visited the dining pavilion even once since arriving. What about him? Well, he's a weirdo. Rumor has it he swept through all the first-rank noble disciples in less than 2 weeks. Isn't that a super genius? But to me, he seems more like a fool. After defeating Situ Yu and Wu Jia, he started running around the academy. Running around? Oh, you mean that guy who circles the academy several times a day? That's Lin Yu? He does seem like a fool. I have no idea what he's trying to achieve. How did someone like that manage to sweep through the first rank? Heaven is fair. It gave Lin Yu incredible cultivation talent but not a good brain. Tisk tisk. Truly, Lin Yu paid no attention to the gossip. He was waiting for the person Chen Shuishan had called the true top first-rank spiritual adept in the outer academy. But he didn't want to challenge them directly. He had learned something. That person's name was Shang Feiyu, a rare mystic martialist, someone who cultivated both arcane spells and body forging. This dual path made their techniques more versatile and their combat strength greater, but it also made breakthroughs far more difficult. Many who had talent in both areas chose to specialize in one, like Nalan Zian. But Shang Feiyu pursued both, and thanks to his exceptional talent, his progress wasn't slowed. In fact, his overwhelming combat strength earned him a spot on Chen Shuishan's list of 10 people Lin Yu must defeat. However, Shang Feiyu had another identity, one that made Lin Yu reluctant to challenge him directly. Russell. After running several laps around Heavenly Cloud Academy, Lin Yu returned to Chen Shuishan's residence, drenched in sweat. He quickly took a hot shower and emerged to find Nalan Zian waving at him. Lin Yu, come here. Lin Yu approached and saw Nalan Zian holding a massive beast leg, nearly half her height. Her eyes sparkled as she said, Lin Yu, I just got this from the hunter group. How about cooking a spirit beast feast today? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. He knew Nalan Zian only sought him out for food and drink. Still, he carefully examined the spirit beast meat, even giving it a squeeze. It felt no different from pork. After a moment's thought, he nodded, about to agree, when an unfamiliar voice interrupted. Teacher, I'm here. Where are you? A voice, playful yet steady, reached Lin Yu's ears. He turned to see a man in his 30s and a short-haired girl with a determined expression standing at the open door. Lin Yu's eyes flickered. From the man's words, it was clear he was one of Chen Shuishan's disciples. Chen Shuishan had 5 disciples. Aside from the second disciple, who was traveling, and the fourth, whose whereabouts were unknown, only Nalan Zian and the dean of the Mystic Martialist Institute, Shang Wu, remained at the academy. Shang Wu was the master of Shang Feiyu, Lin Yu's final first-rank opponent. This was why Lin Yu waited for Shang Feiyu to challenge him rather than seeking him out. After all, Shang Feiyu would have to call him Junior Grand Uncle. The title made Lin Yu feel ancient. Lin Yu, why are you spacing out? Who's here? That voice sounds familiar. Nalan Zian peeked out from behind Lin Yu and spotted the man and the short-haired girl entering the hall. Oh, it's third brother and little Yu. Shang Wu and Lin Yu locked eyes, both feeling awkward. Seeing Lin Yu frozen like a statue, Shang Wu gritted his teeth, clasped his hands, and bowed slightly. So it's Junior Uncle. I'm Shang Wu, the third disciple of our master. Lin Yu felt goosebumps rise at the title, Junior Uncle. It created an invisible distance between him and everyone else. He forced an awkward smile. No need to be so formal. Just call me Lin Yu. Shang Wu nodded, but behind him, the short-haired girl tightened her grip on her short sword, her cold eyes glinting. Strangely, Shang Wu didn't introduce the girl, and Lin Yu didn't notice. Seeing that Shang Wu had only brought the girl, Lin Yu assumed Shang Feiyu wasn't coming and relaxed. He smiled and said, since third, he paused, unsure how to address Shang Wu, then continued, I'll cook. After all, I'm the vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion. My cooking is excellent. Shang Wu forced a smile. BT before he could respond, a voice cut in. Cultivators should focus on cultivation. Without achievements, how can one indulge in external pursuits? Spirit chefs are fine, but cultivation itself is paramount. The short-haired girl stepped forward, her fiery gaze fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu was baffled. He was certain he'd never offended her. With her striking looks, he would have remembered if they'd met. In terms of appearance, she rivaled Lin Linger and Nolan Xian, ranking among the most beautiful people Lin Yu had ever seen. Her short hair and icy demeanor only added to her unique charm. Someone like her was unforgettable. So Lin Yu was sure this was their first meeting. Where was all this hostility coming from? But he wasn't a fool. After a moment's thought, he understood why Shang Wu looked so awkward. Lin Yu pointed at the short-haired girl, stunned. You're not telling me you're Shang Feiyu, are you? Query. Chapter 90. The strongest first rank at Heavenly Cloud Academy. Chapter 90. The strongest first rank at Heavenly Cloud Academy. Translator. Cruckest Shang Feiyu's brows furrowed as she glared at Lin Yu. I am Shang Feiyu. Do you have a problem with that? Shang Wu gently tugged at her sleeve, his face filled with an awkward smile. Feiyu, how can you speak to Junior Grand Uncle like that? He hasn't done anything to offend you. Didn't you promise me to respect your elders? Hearing Shang Wu's tone, which sounded like he was coaxing a child, Shang Feiyu's expression softened slightly. She turned to him and said, Master, I want to fight Lin Yu. Shang Wu nodded, about to say something, when Chen Shuishan, who had just descended from the second-floor study, leaned against the staircase. A book in hand, he smiled and said, a fight was inevitable. If you want to do it now, that's fine too. His gaze shifted to Lin Yu. You've been running around outside for days, waiting for little Yu to show up, haven't you? Little Yu. Lin Yu washed his hands, having just handled the spirit beast meat Nolan Xian had brought. Bloodstains still lingered on his fingers. He ruffled his hair, making it even messier. That nickname, it doesn't sound like something you'd come up with. Shang Feiyu's anger flared at Lin Yu's casual attitude. Fight or don't fight. Do you have a problem with my name too? Chen Shuishan burst into laughter. It's been so long since I've seen Lil Yu, and her temper is still as fiery as ever. Xian, this is your fault. If you hadn't taken her out for training back then, she'd still be gentle. Nolan Xian's eyes flickered with embarrassment. She had led Shang Feiyu on her first training mission. Back then, Shang Feiyu had been a long-haired, delicate beauty. But when she returned, her hair was cropped short, and her demeanor had become bold and spirited. Lin Yu, hearing Shang Feiyu's growing anger, realized he had been disrespectful. With Chen Shuishan and Nolan Xian present, he had let his guard down and cracked a joke. He quickly composed himself and pointed to the open space outside. If Miss Shang wants to fight, then let's fight. I apologize for my earlier words. Seeing Lin Yu's improved attitude, Shang Feiyu's anger subsided slightly. She bowed to Chen Shuishan and Nolan Xian. Grandmaster, little aunt, I'll take my leave now. Don't worry, I'll go easy on him since he's one of us. As she bowed, she deliberately ignored Lin Yu, clearly rejecting his status. Her voice paused before she added, but I will never call him Junior Grand Uncle. He's not worthy. Lin Yu's smile froze. Shang Wu barked, Feiyu, what's wrong with you? Junior Grand Uncle is Junior Grand Uncle. You can't disrespect him like this. Lin Yu waved his hand. It's fine. Kids her age can be a bit immature, but she'll understand soon enough. I'll make her call me Junior Grand Uncle. Willingly. Now that Shang Feiyu had made her stance clear, Lin Yu was eager to see just how strong the so-called strongest first rank in the Outer Academy was. Moreover, as a mystic martialist, Shang Feiyu was said to be stronger than both arcane martialists and body-forging cultivators of the same rank. What kind of offensive and defensive techniques would she use? Everything was shrouded in mystery, fueling Lin Yu's curiosity. He picked up his spirit weapon, a long saber, and glanced at the short sword in Shang Feiyu's hand. The sword was about 50 to 60 centimeters long, slender and delicate, with a faint glow. It was also a spirit weapon. Lin Yu felt relieved. If Shang Feiyu hadn't had a spirit weapon, defeating her would have felt unfair. But now that they were on equal footing, it was time to show her what true skill looked like. Kids who don't respect their elders deserve a lesson, Lin Yu thought. He reminded himself not to go easy on her just because she was pretty. After all, he aimed to become invincible within the first rank. Well, maybe he could go a little easy. Chen Shuishan and Shang Wu exchanged glances. Despite their similar appearances in age, Chen Shuishan looked young due to his high cultivation, while Shang Wu looked older. They shared a deep bond. Chen Shuishan sighed. I knew you wouldn't come unless something was up. Bringing your disciple to fight your junior granduncle? What kind of disciple have I raised? Shang Wu stepped aside, letting Lin Yu and Shang Feiyu walk out of the house. He finally let out his frustration. Do you think I wanted this? It's all because of the rumors you spread? Did you really think Feiyu would tolerate a first-rank, 7th-tier spiritual adept surpassing her? Xian, stop laughing. Feiyu's like this because of you. Nalan Xian straightened her posture, her expression serious. How is it my fault? You should be thanking me. I helped Feiyu find her true self. Chen Shuishan chuckled, seemingly unbothered. I did spread the rumors, and Feiyu was part of my plan. But I didn't expect you to bring her here to challenge him. Are you asking for a beating? Shang Wu grimaced, not wanting to argue. Over the years, Chen Shuishan had always been like this. If he wasn't happy, he'd make sure you weren't either. Shang Wu rubbed the palm of his right hand, remembering the days when Chen Shuishan had disciplined him with a wooden stick. So much time had passed. He had gone from a clueless child to the dean of one of Heavenly Cloud Academy's institutes. Chen Shuishan had successfully freed the academy from the control of the 7 great families. Yet, Shang Wu still missed the simpler days of his youth. Chen Shuishan spoke softly. Since they've decided to fight, why are we still here? We don't know how to cook. Let's go watch. I'm curious. Who will truly walk the path of invincibility? The strongest first-rank mystic martialist, or the first-rank, 7th-tier body-forging spiritual adept who swept through the noble disciples? Query. Chapter 91. Short Sword vs. Long Saber. Chapter 91. Short Sword vs. Long Saber. Translator. Crocus Nalan Xian's eyes filled with a hint of resentment as she spoke. I was the first to walk the path of invincibility in the first rank, but you never told me about the flaws in my combat style, Master. Now I want to walk the path of invincibility in the second rank, but where in Heavenly Cloud Academy can I find a worthy opponent? Chen Shuishan gave her a deep look. He admitted he had deliberately kept her flaws hidden back then, but as for her latter statement, he chuckled inwardly. How do you know I haven't made arrangements for you? Shang Wu, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but interject. Nalan, you're not seriously still trusting Master, are you? Master's a scammer. Our achievements are all thanks to our own efforts. If it weren't for saving face, I'd say he's just. Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his forehead. Ouch! I'm telling the truth. Why'd you hit me? Che Shuishan, who had just delivered the blow, glared at him with a dark expression before walking out the door. Nalan Xian looked at Shang Wu like he was an idiot. Even as the dean of the Mystic Martialist Institute, how can he still be this clueless? You don't badmouth someone right in front of them. As the three of them stepped outside, they arrived at an open space near Chen Shuishan's residence, a place where Lin Yu had fought before. The first time, he had defeated Wu Chong and Wang Hesheng, earning his reputation. The second time, he had swept through the noble disciples at first rank, defeating Situ Yu and the others. This was the third battle. If Lin Yu succeeded, he would directly advance to first rank, 9th tier, skipping first rank, 8th tier entirely. His accumulation had already peaked. All he needed was to resolve his lingering doubts. If Lin Yu could defeat Shang Feiyu at first rank, 7th tier, then advancing to first rank, 8th tier or first rank, 9th tier would make no difference. He would be invincible within the first rank. Defeating He Wu would begin today. Lin Yu exhaled slowly, silently counting. 15 more days until I face He Wu. Rustle. Shang Feiyu stood opposite Lin Yu, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit, even more intense than Situ Yu's. She had no personal grudge against Lin Yu. Her attitude stemmed from one thing. Lin Yu was only at first rank, 7th tier. She wanted to fight Lin Yu at first rank, 9th tier. Only by defeating him at the same level could she truly complete her path of invincibility. Shang Feiyu was also walking the path of invincibility, but unlike Lin Yu and most cultivators, she didn't need constant battles to build momentum. She only needed a single opponent she deemed worthy. But neither Wu Jia nor Situ Yu fit the bill. Among the commoners, she was unrivaled. Then Lin Yu appeared out of nowhere. At this thought, Shang Feiyu's body trembled slightly. Her petite frame made the movement even more noticeable. She was excited, a smile spreading across her face. After today, I'll advance to 2nd rank. If you lose, Lin Yu, you'll no longer be invincible in the 1st rank. Because there won't be another opponent who can match you. But if I lose, I'll lack the invincible momentum, yet I'll have no regrets, because I've already felt the sharpness of your blade. Lin Yu was puzzled. The fight hadn't even started, yet Shang Feiyu was already smiling. Perhaps the atmosphere wasn't right for them to begin. There were still formalities to observe, especially with Chen Shuishan and Shang Wu watching. They couldn't just start brawling like children, pushing each other down and sitting on one another. Well, if it were Shang Feiyu, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. So Lin Yu didn't make the first move. He simply stared at Shang Feiyu, but even after dozens of seconds, she remained smiling, neither attacking nor speaking. Lin Yu assumed she was showing respect to her elder, letting him, the junior granduncle, make the first move. He couldn't afford to lose face. But what could he say? Lin Yu felt awkward. He hadn't expected Shang Feiyu to be a girl, and such a pretty one at that. Though he had no romantic experience in his past life, he wasn't a complete blockhead, though he was a bit dense. But he wasn't at the level of, oh no, you're so pretty, if I punch you, will you cry for a long time? Asking Lin Yu to make the first move was too much for him. Maybe once the fight started, he could ignore her gender, but for now, it was impossible. Though Shang Feiyu's name sounded masculine, and if you ignored her face and legs, her chest also seemed, well, never mind. Lin Yu just couldn't bring himself to strike first. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, the weather's nice, huh? As soon as the words left his mouth, a light drizzle began to fall from the overcast sky. Lin Yu realized it had been cloudy all along. Shang Feiyu looked at him like he was an idiot, but for some reason, she also didn't want to make the first move. It felt embarrassing. She watched as Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly awkward until he finally blurted out, rainy days and fights go well together, don't they? Go well with your head. Shang Feiyu sighed inwardly. Gripping her short sword, she took a step forward. The blade was soon enveloped in a faint green wind. The rain around her seemed to follow the wind's lead, swirling around her figure. From Lin Yu's perspective, Shang Feiyu looked majestic. A figure shrouded in mist and rain, yet radiating a sharp aura that pierced through the elements. Lin Yu's heart stirred, not from fear but excitement. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Since neither of us wants to make the first move, let's attack together. Let's see who truly deserves the title of invincible. He raised his long saber, his gaze steady. Let's see who is truly unmatched. Fine by me. The moment Shang Feiyu's voice rang out, both figures lunged toward each other. The long saber and short sword sliced through the air, sparks flying as the blades clashed for the first time with a resounding clang. Query. Chapter 92. The Wind Flame Blade. Chapter 92. The Wind Flame Blade. Translator. Crocus. The first clash of short sword and long saber saw faces pressed close, eyes meeting in intense competition, each recognizing the other's surging battle intent. Then, they swiftly separated, the dust at their feet stirred as if by wind, rising and scattering into the distance. Excellent swordsmanship. Shang Wu was the first to exclaim in admiration. He was Shang Feiyu's instructor and also her foster father. He understood Shang Feiyu incredibly well and knew just how powerful she was. Yet this full-force strike had merely met with a draw against Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu faintly displayed the bearing of a first-grade realm champion, it was common knowledge that he possessed only first-rank 7th-tier combat power. Shang Feiyu had reached the first-rank 9th tier, standing at the very peak of that tier. If she hadn't been deliberately suppressing herself, she would probably have already broken through. Why was Shang Feiyu delaying her breakthrough? It was because she had stood at the pinnacle of the first rank for so long without encountering an opponent worthy of her. And today, this opponent had finally emerged. Moreover, whoever won this battle could be declared unrivaled in the first rank. Don't even mention the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom. Even among the academies of the four kingdoms, where could one find another first rank spiritual adept comparable to these two? Shang Wu's eyes shone as he turned involuntarily towards Chen Shuishan. Master is truly a powerful figure to have found such raw talent. Chen Shuishan stroked his short beard, his face filled with amazement. Even after just their first exchange, the combat power of the two in the arena was extraordinary. Nolan Xian lowered her brows in some dejection. Although I also walked the path of invincibility, I did not succeed. My combat power at first rank peak was far inferior to theirs. Chen Shuishan reached out and comfortingly patted Nolan Xian's head, softly saying, "Your path of invincibility at first rank was originally half-hearted. What you need to walk now is the path of invincibility at second rank." But, Nolan Xian hesitated, then she saw Chen Shuishan smile mysteriously. "I understand what you're worried about, but I will arrange things for you properly." After that, he placed his hands behind his back and said no more. Nolan Xian felt relieved and attentively watched the battle between the two. Although it was just a first-rank battle, as Shang Wu had said, one could not find such monstrous disciples in the academies of the four kingdoms. It was just like the lesson that Chen Shuishan and Nolan Xian had given to Lin Yu last time. In this world, there were no perfect cultivators. Everyone had their weaknesses, but if looking solely within the first-rank realm, these two had elite achieved perfection. Without weaknesses, both were aggressive, resulting in a battle between two of the strongest blades. In the arena, the two took a few steps back. After their initial probing move, they had gained some understanding of each other's capabilities. Lin Yu's expression was impassive, but he secretly tightened his grip on the long saber, thinking to himself, clearly a mystic martialist, yet her swordsmanship is already on par with Situ Yu's. If I haven't guessed wrongly, her arcane spells probably aren't weak either, he concluded, concerned. The most troublesome thing is still the legendary mystic combat disciplines. Shang Changyu steadied her stance and glanced back at Lin Yu, a trace of shock flashing across her eyes. Then she stomped on the ground. Flames ignited in the air half an inch away from her body. Shang Changyu was planning to use arcane spells, but how could Lin Yu give her a chance to prepare? The moment the long saber sliced through the air, a sharp sound echoed. Lin Yu's figure instantly appeared before Shang Changyu, descending from above. However, on Shang Changyu's pretty face, which was lowered to face the ground, a smile blossomed. The short sword in her hand flicked upwards, and as light scattered, extreme sharpness surged forth. Lin Yu sidestepped, but that sharp aura relentlessly pursued him. He calmly performed an extreme lateral movement and turned mid-air, finally landing behind Shang Changyu. But Shang Changyu's left elbow, as if it had its own awareness, changed from a fist to a palm, striking towards Lin Yu without hesitation. Her body turned along with it, drawing a semicircle under her feet, flames beginning to blaze brightly around her. Lin Yu laughed heartily. "Your combat experience is truly rich." He genuinely felt admiration now. He had originally thought the combat experience he acquired through cheating from Cao Tong was unmatched among the academy's students, yet Shang Changyu impressed him. As expected of Shang Wu's only personal disciple, even her name sounded valiant. Just as that thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, a small palm struck, carrying the howling sound of wind. If he were hit by this palm, Lin Yu might directly lose his combat ability. But he hadn't been studying with Cao Tong for so long just for show. Path of invincibility in the first rank, I am truly set on walking it, whir. Lin Yu raised his saber upwards, slashing horizontally. Only a faint cracking sound reverberated in the surroundings. In an instant, Lin Yu's eyes turned crimson. The fourth blade. This time, he comprehended a new level it represented. The blade of dawn in a desperate situation. Compared to the previous three blades from a few days ago, it was even more powerful. The system in his mindscape emitted a fluorescent glow. The progress of the mountain-splitting blade had reached 87. If there were no accidents, Lin Yu would reach perfection with just one more blade. but each blade strike required a rare insight. The previous 3 blades had resulted from his accumulation of the woodcutter's blade technique, while this sword struck thanks to his change in state of mind after being pushed to desperation by Shang Chongyu. This blade already possessed true second-rank power. Hey! Shang Chongyu's expression shifted slightly as she drew back, but how could Lin Yu allow her that? Stepping forward, he seemed to merge with the long saber. No matter how many steps Shang Chongyu retreated, Lin Yu remained right in front of her. Moreover, his speed increased rapidly, as if he had truly become a ray of light, a flash of lightning. Then, a cold glint flashed in Shang Chongyu's eyes. Spirit patterns suddenly appeared on her hand, spirit patterns that only second-rank arcane martialists possessed. Yet they had manifested on her. Shang Chongyu was only 1 step away from the true second-rank realm. Pale cyan and crimson light streaked across her hand, which she poured entirely into the short sword. Subsequently, the short sword was thrown like a throwing knife by Shang Chongyu. But it wasn't aimed at Lin Yu, instead, it was directed at his back, spinning. The whirling short sword rubbed against the air in mid-flight and eventually transformed into a visible wind flame blade. Query. Chapter 93. Victory or Defeat? Chapter 93. Victory or Defeat? Translator. Crocust Lin Yu spun around abruptly, his long saber shifting from offense to defense, crossing it in front of his chest. Shang Chongyu could attack so recklessly because she wasn't afraid of mutual destruction. She wasn't just a body-forging spiritual adept but also an arcane martialist. Even if her body was injured, as long as spiritual energy flowed within her, she could keep fighting. But Lin Yu couldn't. He had to block Shang Chongyu's attack, though he didn't neglect his rear. With his senses fully alert, if she tried to backstab him, she'd pay a heavy price. The outcome was still uncertain. However, Shang Chongyu seemed uninterested in such tactics. She gracefully stepped back, watching calmly as Lin Yu dealt with her strike. Though their exchange had been brief, Shang Chongyu hadn't hesitated to use her trump card against Lin Yu's blade. If he could withstand this attack, her momentum would be severely diminished. Yet, Shang Chongyu wasn't disheartened. She tilted her head slightly, observing Lin Yu's next move. The battle, though just begun, was nearing its end. The outcome hinged on this single clash. Shang Chongyu held the advantage. Her final attack had drained her stamina but left her unharmed. Lin Yu, as a body-forging spiritual adept, would likely sustain significant injuries even if he survived the strike. Shang Chongyu's lips curled into a faint smile, as if victory was within reach. Yet, she felt a pang of regret. What a shame. If he were at first rank, 8th tier, I might not be his match. How annoying. For days, Lin Yu had been running around the academy, and Shang Chongyu had struggled to suppress her competitive spirit. She wanted to fight a Lin Yu at first rank, 8th tier or higher, not this version. In fact, she had left her seclusion the day Lin Yu defeated Wu Jia and Situ Yu, thinking he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Little did she know, she'd have to wait until now. Eventually, she realized, she was merely a stepping stone for Lin Yu to break through first rank, 7th tier. I saw him as my ultimate rival on the path of invincibility, but he only saw me as a means to advance. This realization infuriated her. She had Shang Wu bring her here to challenge Lin Yu directly. But the battle had been eye-opening. If Lin Yu's cultivation were higher, Shang Chongyu couldn't help but marvel. Even as a mystic martialist, with both arcane spells and martial techniques, including her windblade flame, she still couldn't overpower Lin Yu. And Lin Yu was only at first rank, 7th tier. Shang Chongyu's eyes lowered. At first rank, 7th tier, she had already shone brightly, even earning Chen Shuishan's approval to walk the path of invincibility. Yet, compared to Lin Yu, the gap was staggering. Lin Yu was truly a monster. But if he dared to challenge her at first rank, 7th tier, he'd have to pay the price. A flicker of worry crossed Shang Chongyu's eyes. What if losing shatters his spirit? That would be a pity. I'd lose a worthy opponent for my second-rank path of invincibility. But since Chen Shuishan had taken Lin Yu as a junior brother, surely that wouldn't happen. As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly looked up, her eyes widening. How is this possible? Lin Yu's blade flashed. His stance shifted slightly, but his feet remained planted. Instead of defending, he attacked. He was striking at Shang Chongyu's windblade flame. Someone like me can't afford to defend. When I wield my blade, it's for the ultimate offense. Lin Yu had instinctively chosen to defend, but the moment his saber crossed his chest, he changed his mind. His fourth strike was relentless. Even if I won't lose my spirit. Today, I only attack. My cultivation is all about offense, which is the strongest defense. This wind blade flame is powerful, but if I split it into elements, into spiritual energy, into nothingness, how can it remain strong? So Lin Yu struck. His blade sliced through the air, spiritual energy surging as it cleaved through the wind blade flame. The fiery wind began to dissipate. Chen Shuishan and the others were stunned. Chen Shuishan muttered, "What kind of person have I brought into our midst? Is this the mindset of a spirit chef? Even a gambler might not have such a breakthrough mentality." Nolan Zian was speechless, while Shang Wu immediately looked at Shang Chongyu, worried about her mental state. Shang Chongyu, however, tilted her head back, watching her windblade flame turn to ash and scatter as light. Its sharpness was gone. The light rain fell on her face, the coolness snapping her out of her thoughts. She touched her cheek, then smiled and bowed slightly to Lin Yu. Junior Grand Uncle. Lin Yu still held his blade, though blood seeped from the tiger's mouth of his grip. He turned, his face red with embarrassment at her words. No. Lin Yu opened his mouth to say something, but exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. Nolan Zian stared at Shang Chongyu. Lin Yu's down, he lost. But Shang Chongyu shook her head softly. I lost. Her aura surged. Though defeated, she had reached second rank. She looked at Nolan Zian with determination. Little ant, I've reached second rank. In 3 months, we'll have our battle on the path of invincibility. Nolan Zian was momentarily stunned, her aura fluctuating. She hadn't expected Shang Chongyu to say such a thing. Then it hit her. Though Shang Chongyu had lost the battle, her fighting spirit remained intact. That's why she was seizing the moment to continue her path of invincibility. But Nolan Zian smiled. What a shame, little Yu. I'd love to wait for you, but... Query. Chapter 94. The Former Glory of the Situ Family. Chapter 94. The Former Glory of the Situ Family. Translator. Cruckist. Chen Shuishan seemed to realize something and quickly turned to Nolan Zian, frowning. Zian, now's not the time. But Nolan Zian waved her hand dismissively. Master, there's no better time. Since no one can challenge me now, I might as well take the final step and see what the peak of second rank looks like. Before anyone could react, her aura surged, reaching second rank, 9th tier. Her eyes gleamed with determination. Shang Chongyu chuckled. Little Yu, your little ant is feeling the pressure. Like Lin Yu, she walked the path of invincibility through constant battles. But now that she's unmatched in second rank at Heavenly Cloud Academy, she has no one left to fuel her momentum. So she's stopped suppressing her cultivation and reached second rank, 9th tier. But to break through, she'll need a second rank spiritual adept who can match her strength. Tisk, that's even harder. Nolan Zian, however, remained calm. If no one in second rank can challenge me, I'll fight third rank cultivators. If I lose, I'll try again until I win. She smiled at Shang Feiyu. Little Yu, do you think I'll need 3 months? Shang Feiyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled as well, glancing at the unconscious Lin Yu. In that case, I'll wait for him. Junior Grand Uncle, haha, this battle was truly exhilarating. Shang Feiyu laughed. Though Lin Yu had collapsed, she knew he was the true victor. She had lost something in the process, but in the end, she had regained it. And Lin Yu had solidified his momentum. Chen Shuishan hoisted Lin Yu onto his back and headed toward the house. Since you're here, let's have a meal together. It's a shame this kid passed out, his cooking is top-notch. We'd like to join too. A clear voice rang out as Han Ya and Lin Linger approached. Chen Shuishan paused, then nodded. You're welcome. But I should mention, let Elder Lu in as well. Otherwise, having a guardian deity outside might make people think I'm up to no good. Elder Lu suddenly appeared, her eyes filled with shock as she glanced at Lin Yu. She didn't respond to Chen Shuishan's joke but instead murmured, to grow to such a level. Truly, monstrous. She had heard Shang Feiyu call Lin Yu junior granduncle, which deepened her astonishment. Chen Shuishan accepted him as a junior brother on behalf of their master? Initially, Elder Lu had thought Cao Tong's letter exaggerated Lin Yu's abilities, but now, she realized the truth. However, no matter how strong Lin Yu became, it didn't concern her. Her gaze shifted to Lin Linger, standing beside Han Ya. A warm smile spread across her wrinkled face. This girl will shine too. Lin Linger, meanwhile, looked worriedly at her brother. She had planned to enter seclusion today. Han Ya said her cultivation had reached a breakthrough point. But then she decided to visit Lin Yu. Arriving at Chen Shuishan's residence, she witnessed the astonishing battle between first-rank cultivators, leaving her in awe. She wasn't unfamiliar with the power of first-rank cultivators, but to see her brother, who a month ago hadn't even practiced the heavenly cloud body forging art, now standing as the invincible first-rank spiritual adept. It was terrifying. But he was her brother. Pride sparkled in Lin Linger's eyes, while Han Ya worried whether witnessing such a battle would damage her confidence. Han Ya leaned down and whispered, "Linger, don't worry. You'll grow strong too, even stronger than your brother." Lin Linger nodded, then shook her head. "I'll never be stronger than brother. I just want to be as strong as that big sister over there." Han Ya was initially concerned but smiled upon hearing the latter part. Being as strong as Shang Feiyu was more than enough. At the Situ family, Situ Chong sat expressionlessly in the ancestral hall, his eyes clouded as if veiled by mist. He occupied the lowest seat among the elders. Situ Deng stood in the center, facing the elders who had once smiled at him. Now, their faces were cold. Thud. Without hesitation, Situ Deng knelt, his head bowed. "I was wrong. I'm ready to accept punishment." "You weren't wrong. You just lost a match you shouldn't have. You abandoned the path of arcane spells for a woman, then gave up on being a spirit chef after one loss. You even pushed Lin Yu into Chen Shuishan's hands. Do you know what a disaster Lin Yu has become under Chen Shuishan's guidance?" Criticism poured from all sides, but the elders showed little emotion. They had once been willing to sacrifice everything for Situ Deng. But now, with no future prospects, Situ Deng wasn't even worth their anger. Situ Deng felt as though his life had turned upside down. All the glory was gone, and even his parents had grown distant. The flattery and praise had vanished. The Situ family's brilliance had faded, leaving behind what felt like a useless shell. It was almost laughable. After that match, Situ Deng had become the most pitiful person in the Situ family, worse than a dog. At least a dog only needed to be obedient. But the more obedient Situ Deng was now, the more he was beaten. He had returned to Heavenly Cloud Academy, but no elder or instructor in the Mystic Institute was willing to take him as a disciple. He was too old, having missed the optimal age for foundation building. Tears welled in his eyes, but he thought of the humiliating 2,000 mystic coins and took a deep breath. He looked up at the elders. "Give me one more chance. I'll defeat him. I'll defeat Lin Yu, defeat Nalan Xian, I'll reclaim the dignity I lost." Only then did Situ Chong look up. He bowed to the elders, then walked past Situ Deng. Situ Deng's expression didn't change until Situ Chong spoke. "If you want to turn things around, follow me." Situ Deng was stunned, then overjoyed. The final opportunity had finally arrived. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Lin Yu, you'll pay for this." Query. Chapter 95. While Lin Yu sleeps. Chapter 95. While Lin Yu sleeps. Translator, Cruckist. Master, Junior Uncle. Lin Yu has been sleeping for quite a long time, hasn't he? It's already the third day. He won't sleep until He Wu comes out, will he? Nalan Xian held a small vial of herbal medicine in her hand, her face wrinkled in a bitter expression. During these days of Lin Yu's deep slumber, the household's provisions had been completely depleted. She couldn't eat the meals prepared by others, not even the dishes made by some other stewards in the dining pavilion, as the sight of them made her want to vomit. Thus, to maintain her health, she had no choice but to revert to her old habit of consuming herbal medicine. However, after indulging in Lin Yu's earthly flavors for so long, returning to the herbal medicine made Nalan Xian feel as if the world had turned dark. If it weren't for Chen Shuishan's earlier statement that Lin Yu's current state was quite peculiar and should not be disturbed, Nolan Zian would have forcibly woken Lin Yu to cook. Meanwhile, Chen Shuishan sat in the living room, holding a bamboo slip with a furrowed brow. It seemed that the ancient bamboo slip in his hands was causing him considerable distress. After listening to Nolan Zian's complaints, Chen Shuishan did not look up and said, "Stop complaining, you just miss Lin Yu's cooking. Rest assured, he will wake up within 5 days. It's already been 2 days, so you only need to endure 2 more days of herbal medicine." Besides, Chen Shuishan's gaze shifted slightly, looking at the latter part of the bamboo slip, and he said faintly, "I anticipated this situation long ago and have improved the taste of the herbal medicine. At the very least, it won't be as bitter as it used to be." Nolan Zian sighed and said, "That's true, but you must understand, I have grown accustomed to Lin Yu's cooking. Not to mention the tasteless herbal medicine. Even if I could eat the dishes prepared by other spirit chefs, they probably wouldn't compare to Lin Yu's." Chen Shuishan was momentarily taken aback, but he had to admit that this was the truth. Lin Yu's dishes were indeed exceptional in flavor. Unless one employed techniques in spiritual cuisine to enhance taste, it was rare to find anyone who could match Lin Yu in flavor. The more Nolan Zian spoke, the more dejected she became. "When I was younger, I would eat anything, but I had never eaten pork. Even when I heard about it outside, I only knew it was a meaty and smelly thing, so I had no interest. I never expected that I would now crave the taste of pork." "Hee, are you really craving pork?" Chen Shuishan cut to the chase, mocking her directly. "If another spirit chef were to cook pork for you, wouldn't you criticize him to death?" Nolan Zian was furious. Her teacher's sharp tongue was undermining her. Alas, she could only endure, respecting him as her teacher. She couldn't help but feel a bit sad. She originally thought Lin Yu would become her junior martial brother, someone she could bully in the future. But now he had turned into her junior martial uncle. Not to mention bullying Lin Yu. It was already good enough that he didn't bully her. "Lin Yu. There are only a few days left. You must win," Nolan Zian said, her eyes glimmering with concern. Meanwhile, in Han Ya's building, Lin Linger sat cross-legged, her heart open to the heavens. The elderly Lu and Han Ya sat opposite Lin Linger, radiating a faint blue-purple light from their bodies, which did not spread out but instead rose from above their heads like a wisp of smoke, finally gathering in the air. Above Lin Linger's head, it seemed that there was a layer of clouds or mist floating above Lin Linger's head, pregnant with something. Han Ya opened her eyes, exhaling a breath scented with orchids, and sighed softly. "What kind of family background produces 2 monsters? When I displayed my cultivation talent back then, both my sister and brother-in-law said I was an extraordinary genius. But compared to the Lin siblings, I am still nothing." The elderly Lu focused on the cloud above Lin Linger's head and rasped, "Everyone's perception of elements is varied and complex. Some arcane martialist can use both lightning and fire elements, but that is not an advantage. Rather, it is a disadvantage. After all, one cannot excel in many things. Only by specializing can one unleash greater power and master the extremely difficult techniques. However, I never believed that there truly existed someone with the ability to only perceive one element. This girl, not yet a true arcane martialist, is already able to use basic techniques and has mastered all 370 basic lightning element techniques. If she continues to grow, her potential might be on par with Lin Yu." At this point, the elderly Lu couldn't help but curl her lips slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. "They say Heavenly Cloud Academy gathers 80% of the kingdom's talents, yet they overlooked Lin Yu. If it weren't for our chance encounter during the entrance exam. If other arcane martialists were to teach her, she probably wouldn't have such a foundation. Who can believe that someone truly only has perception of one element? To others, that seems like a sign of poor talent." Han Ya smiled lightly, speaking calmly, "We can cultivate Linger, but one day, Linger will also cultivate us." The elderly Lu nodded. Although they treated Lin Linger well, their kindness came with expectations. They were not benevolent and kind-hearted individuals. The fact that Lin Linger could be treated this way indicated her worth. Even Lin Linger herself understood that if her cultivation and talent were poor, Han Ya and the elderly Lu probably wouldn't have appeared in her life. Therefore, to repay them and to prove herself, Lin Linger had been working hard in her cultivation, especially after witnessing Lin Yu's battle with Shang Changyu. She had made a vow. "I want to be as strong as my brother." Thus, she had made tremendous progress these past few days. Han Ya previously felt that Linger lacked something to reach the legendary perfect foundation, but in the past few days, that gap had been filled. After filling that gap, of course, a breakthrough followed. However, even though it was just a transition from foundation building to first rank, neither Han Ya nor the elderly Lu dared to relax. They decided to personally guard her path, watching Lin Linger grow. It wasn't that they were overly cautious, rather, they were worried. The skies of Heavenly Cloud Academy had become increasingly unpredictable in recent days. There were 7 days until the official battle. He Wu finally appeared. His previous sharp and unyielding aura had only intensified, but strangely, he remained at the first rank, 9th stage, seemingly having made no progress during his absence. Upon returning to Heavenly Cloud Academy, he heard the rumors surrounding Lin Yu and learned that Lin Yu had swept through the first rank, becoming invincible at that level. Had it been the He Wu of before, he would have been terrified. Query. Chapter 96. The Awakening of Lin Yu. Chapter 96. The Awakening of Lin Yu. Translator. Crux. This time, after returning, He Wu seemed to have changed significantly. Even though his aura remained at the first rank, 9th tier, everyone felt that they might lose this time. However, He Wu showed no fear. He pushed aside the crowd and walked alone to the dining pavilion, where Situ Chong was waiting for him. He Wu met his gaze, but Situ Chong simply waved his hand, signaling him to leave. He Wu then walked toward another luxurious building. The grand doors stood open, with a single lamp burning inside. He Wu was slightly taken aback and looked up. So, it's already night. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes before fading away, leaving his gaze half white. Incredibly, He Wu had become half blind. Lin Yu awoke, sitting up in bed. He gazed to the clouds drifting in the night sky and reached out, summoning the longsword resting by his bedside. His aura was steady, without the slightest fluctuation. For a brief moment, Lin Yu was stunned. He had already broken through. He knew the reason. By the end, he had admitted defeat to Chong Yu, and in doing so, the flaw in his momentum had been mended. Now, with every movement, an unstoppable sharpness seemed to radiate from him. Yet, Lin Yu felt uncertain. He raised his fist above his head. So, this is what it means to be invincible at the first rank? Did I progress too fast? The past half-month had been nothing short of miraculous. Even though Lin Yu had experienced transmigration, he still found it all hard to process. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Since you're awake, come down. I have a martial technique to teach you. It was Chen Shuishan. Lin Yu stepped out of his room and immediately spotted Nolan Xian in her combat attire, preparing to leave. He glanced at her and smiled. Little Xian, since your junior martial uncle wasn't around these days, did you manage to get used to drinking the medicinal broth? Nolan Xian's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Lin Yu to dare address her like that. Her delicate brows furrowed as she forced a cold smile. Lin Yu, change the way you address me. Lin Yu, looking weak and weary, slumped down beside Chen Shuishan, sighing dramatically. Ah, senior brother, you haven't taught your disciple properly. She actually dares to threaten me. Chen Shuishan ignored their little squabble but was inwardly surprised. It's only been a few days, and Lin Yu is already bold enough to banter with Nolan Xian? Wasn't he the same cautious young spirit chef who always planned his every move? Still, this change pleased Chen Shuishan. After all, they were from the same sect. If Lin Yu couldn't even speak casually with his martial niece, how could he cultivate an invincible heart? Chen Shuishan spoke lightly. Xian, you have your tasks to handle. Go now, don't delay your journey. Nolan Xian nodded but shot Lin Yu a mischievous look full of smugness. Her meaning was clear. You're in for a tough time. Lin Yu felt a sense of unease. Something big was coming. But then, he relaxed. If it was about learning martial techniques, he had nothing to fear. Others needed to comprehend techniques to grasp their essence. They had to push through bottlenecks to succeed. But Lin Yu? He only needed to take a spirit crystal, confirm the download, and it was his. Thinking of this, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He reached out toward Chen Shuishan. As if expecting this, Chen Shuishan handed him a pouch. Lin Yu opened it and saw 10 spirit crystals inside. Chen Shuishan smiled. These are your final resources for the last 7 days. Over the past month, I've made a great sacrifice for you. But the real sacrifice wasn't just the spirit crystals or medicinal herbs. It was the longsword in Lin Yu's hands. Even a low-grade human-tier spiritual weapon cost at least 100,000 mystic coins. And this was Chen Shuishan's personal gift to Lin Yu. It was no ordinary sword. Lin Yu chuckled. In that case, I definitely won't disappoint you. Hearing this, Chen Shuishan smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the scenery outside. This lesson will be your final one before becoming the Vice Pavilion Master of the Dining Pavilion. In the mortal world, the relationship between teacher and student is simple. Teachers only need to answer questions, and students merely inherit their teachings. But in the world of cultivation, it's different. Even if I only teach you one martial technique and never answer a single question, you could still call yourself my disciple. Chen Shuishan smirked. Of course, I suggest you don't do that. After all, you are my junior brother. You still don't understand what kind of person our master is. Lin Yu bowed slightly, speaking with righteous sincerity. For a master who could train someone as incredible as senior brother Chen, he must be a great and noble person. Chen Shuishan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. If our master heard you say that, he'd be absolutely delighted, but... He narrowed his sharp, blade-like eyes and asked. Who told you I was trained by our master? Our master only gave me one cultivation method. His name is Yun Chongkong, and including you and me, he has a total of 9 disciples. 9. The limit of numbers. Our master strives for perfection in all things. So, anyone qualified to be his disciple must be the best. Chen Shuishan suddenly grinned. Now, do you understand why I took you in as my junior brother? The spirit-devouring physique is one of the greatest constitutions for cultivation. But that alone is not enough. Fortunately, your will is strong, and your talent for battle is extraordinary. That is why I accepted you as my junior brother in master's stead. But remember, while you now have a master, if I hadn't led you into our sect, you wouldn't have received any of this training. Chen Shuishan's expression became conflicted. He knew he had manipulated Lin Yu's path in secret, steering him toward this outcome. In doing so, he had betrayed the promise he made upon entering the sect, to allow each disciple to find their own way. But Lin Yu was the perfect breaker of fate, and Chen Shuishan had no choice. His decisions were bound by time itself. Lin Yu, however, simply smiled and shook his head. He had already guessed what Chen Shuishan was thinking. Senior brother, let's talk about something more important. How do I defeat He Wu? Query. Chapter 97. After Lin Yu awakens. Chapter 97. After Lin Yu awakens. Translator. Cruckist. Ha ha ha. You brat, why are you so impatient? Chen Shuishan extended his hand, placing it on Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu did not dodge, instead, he smiled lightly at him. A trace of pride flashed across Chen Shuishan's face. It's just He Wu, nothing more. Capturing him is as easy as turning over my hand. Chen Shuishan's voice was light, almost floating in the air. Lin Yu responded, Senior brother, you know I'm always cautious. A month isn't much time, and with the 7 great families backing He Wu, even with my path of invincibility nearing completion, I'm not confident I can defeat him. Your heavenly cloud body forging art. Chen Shuishan paused mid-sentence. Are you planning to continue suppressing your cultivation and perfect the heavenly cloud body forging art? Though they had known each other for less than a month, so much had happened. Lin Yu had gone from a boy who only knew the basics of cultivation to the invincible first-rank spiritual adept he was now. Chen Shuishan knew he had played a part in this transformation. So, Chen Shuishan was pleased, but he also understood Lin Yu better. If Lin Yu had a goal, he would lay the groundwork meticulously. With a single thought, Chen Shuishan realized that Lin Yu wanted to perfect his foundational technique. But even for a basic level technique, achieving perfection was nearly impossible. Unlike martial skills or arcane spells, most cultivators replaced their foundational techniques upon reaching second rank, opting for higher tier techniques whenever possible. Almost no one perfected a basic technique. Lin Yu smiled softly. I have confidence. Besides, how can I abandon a path just because there's a staircase ahead? Chen Shuishan gave Lin Yu a meaningful look. This young man was truly unpredictable. At times, he seemed ambitious, yet when they talked, Lin Yu came across as laid back. But if you thought Lin Yu lacked ambition, you'd be wrong. The woodcutter's blade technique had reached perfection, and its derivative, the mountain-splitting blade, was nearing perfection. At first rank, 7th tier, Lin Yu had become invincible within the first rank. And now, he wanted to perfect the heavenly cloud body forging art? His eyes showed no lack of confidence, as if he could achieve anything he set his mind to. Chen Shuishan was momentarily stunned. That look in Lin Yu's eyes, it bore a faint resemblance to his master's. I made the right choice, Chen Shuishan thought smugly. Lin Yu is indeed the best candidate to be my junior brother. Seeing Chen Shuishan's silence, Lin Yu considered that with only 7 days left, his words might sound arrogant. Perfecting a foundational technique was far more challenging than perfecting a martial skill. But I can succeed. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with determination. He was ready to use spirit crystals to push the heavenly cloud body forging art to 95 completion. With his recent insights, he had a real chance of comprehending the legendary heavenly cloud intent. Just as martial skills transformed upon reaching perfection, foundational techniques also produced something akin to intent, aura, or domain, when perfected. Generally, human tier techniques could only produce intent, earth tier techniques could produce aura, and heaven tier techniques could create a domain. Though the heavenly cloud body forging art was a basic technique, its true value surpassed many human tier techniques. It was different from ordinary body forging techniques, having been created by the founder of Heavenly Cloud Academy with a lifetime of wisdom. The reason it wasn't classified as a human tier technique was that it was designed for ordinary people, not cultivators. It was an introductory technique, hence its lack of a tier classification. If perfected, it could grant the heavenly cloud intent, significantly boosting combat strength. However, in all his years, even Chen Shuishan, who had seen countless prodigies, had never witnessed the heavenly cloud intent. Upon hearing this term, Chen Shuishan's eyes flickered as if deep in thought. He soon understood and looked at Lin Yu with an indescribable expression, somewhere between a wry smile and a faint grin. You really are a madman. When I first met you at the Southwestern Marquis Manor, I thought you were gentle and scholarly, a humble gentleman. Now I see I was wrong. Chen Shuishan sighed softly. I understand your plan. You want to maximize the benefits of the heavenly cloud body forging art, compressing your cultivation so that once you break through, you'll dominate the second rank. Lin Yu nodded. He had thought things through. Previously, his obsession with breaking through stemmed from fear for his safety. He needed strength to protect himself. But now that he had chosen to trust Chen Shuishan and the others, Lin Yu wanted to fulfill Chen Shuishan's expectations. Sweeping through the outer academy was just the beginning. He would also defeat Han Ya and the others in the inner academy, as he had promised. The reason he now trusted Chen Shuishan was that, as he grew stronger, he realized just how unfathomable Chen Shuishan's cultivation was. His aura was as deep as an abyss. Even as the invincible first-rank spiritual adept, Lin Yu knew Chen Shuishan could crush him with a single palm strike. It would take a long time for Lin Yu to surpass him, so, for now, trusting Chen Shuishan was the best choice. On one hand, it made life easier. On the other, Chen Shuishan had treated him well these past days. This choice maximized his benefits. At the very least, Lin Yu could continue accepting Chen Shuishan's resources without guilt. After all, he was one of Chen Shuishan's chess pieces. As the saying goes, for adults, interests are the best bonds. Lin Yu understood that Chen Shuishan valued him because of his potential. He Wu is like that. I get it, Lin Yu reiterated. I think he's been sent outside Heavenly Cloud Academy by the 7 great families to train, but he definitely hasn't broken through to second rank. Chen Shuishan smiled. Knowing Lin Yu had been unconscious for days and couldn't know He Wu had returned to the academy. What are you thinking? Chen Shuishan asked lightly. Query. Chapter 98. Heavenly Cloud Intent. Part 1. Chapter 98. Heavenly Cloud Intent. Part 1. Translator. Cruckist. I have made myself a center of attention throughout the academy. He Wu cannot possibly be unaware. Even the 7 great families cannot keep me hidden from him. Though He Wu originally harbored no grudge against me, as long as the 7 great families continuously mention my name to him, that grudge will inevitably form. I know full well that He Wu is under He Puya, Lin Yu said. At that moment, he glanced up at Chen Shuishan, whose expression remained unchanged. Although, in a sense, Chen Shuishan had once been a disciple of He Puya, the two did not share a master-disciple relationship. Later, when Chen Shuishan rose to prominence, he even addressed He Puya publicly as Master He. Chen Shuishan shot Lin Yu a look, silently urging him to continue. Then, with a sudden wave of his hand and in a cold tone, he said, He Qingkong has always shown great interest in the freestyle approach to learning that I advocate, yet he himself was nurtured by the 7 great families. Thus, although he is our enemy, he is also our friend. But your tone has changed. Can he really be considered a friend? Listening to you, it sounds as though you intend to kill He Puya. Lin Yu silently grumbled in his heart for a moment before nodding and asking, Can He Puya protect He Wu? Of course, Chen Shuishan replied with a smile. Even I would be useless if He Qingkong truly wished to safeguard He Wu. He Qingkong's cultivation is comparable to mine, but if a real fight were to break out, he would not be my match. But back when I was nominally affiliated with Heavenly Cloud Academy, I was under his wing. Engaging in armed conflict was only a last resort. If a life-and-death duel were absolutely necessary, it wouldn't have come to that. Chen Shuishan's implication was clear. If Lin Yu ever had the opportunity to kill He Wu and He Qingkong were to intervene, then Lin Yu should be even more cautious. After all, he might not be able to withstand the onslaught. Lin Yu nodded and then, with a smile, said, Senior Brother Chen, do you really think He Wu could know about this? Although his surname is he has no relation to He Puya. Do you honestly believe he is aware that He Puya possesses such power? I had even asked Nolan Xian about it. I understand, Chen Shuishan replied with a smile. He Qingkong is not one to speak much. Although he chose to oppose me in this matter and support He Wu, he would never explicitly tell He Wu that he is capable of safeguarding his life. Thus, even though He Wu has He Qingkong as a backer, in his eyes, it is still the power of the 7 great families that fills him with dread. Lin Yu's smile deepened. Although he had seemed merely to be jogging earlier, his many conversations with Nolan Xian had revealed the undercurrents within the academy. Beneath its blazing prosperity, many hidden forces were at work. Lin Yu continued, That is why He Wu must defeat me. If he fails to do so, his spirit will be damaged by the fear of the 7 great families. He may even worry about losing his life. In order to overcome me, He Wu is willing to sacrifice everything. He thus regards me as his greatest enemy, and with the 7 great families constantly whispering in his ear, his grudge against me will only intensify. Even though we have met only once so far, he probably now longs for me to die by his sword, and to prove himself before the taciturn He Puya. He Wu will surely be determined to kill me with his own hands. Chen Shuishan smiled and asked softly, Since you have thought so much about this, what does it have to do with suppressing the realm against He Wu? He was sincerely seeking Lin Yu's insight. Although Lin Yu was his junior martial brother, someone he had watched grow, Chen Shuishan remained ever respectful when faced with doubts. Lin Yu looked momentarily shocked before nodding in respect. With such character, it was no wonder that when he first met Chen Shuishan, the latter had declared that identity is the least valuable thing. Senior brother, there's no need for such deference, this is only my speculation. Lin Yu quickly replied with a bow, then smiled and added, Because I have already achieved invincibility in 1st rank, and I was trained by you, and He Wu surely lacks the confidence to defeat me at this level. Chen Shuishan chuckled, You are indeed flattering me. Lin Yu shook his head. Chen Shuishan's reputation at Heavenly Cloud Academy was immense, surpassing even the other 2 Puya. And as an academy practitioner, one could not only see his extraordinary combat prowess but also his exceptional teaching abilities. Though He Wu may lack the confidence to defeat me at the 1st rank, he will never choose to break through. On the day of our duel, he will choose to break through, using the cheers of the crowd as his momentum and his fighting intent as his weapon. Thus, He Wu will only use one move against me. Chen Shuishan, slightly astonished, asked, Have you read a lot of books these past few days? Lin Yu shook his head and replied softly, the Situ family and the southwestern marquis are connected. I inquired with Xian and learned that He Wu was arranged by Situ Chong to cultivate at the border. Where there is no life or death, only victory or defeat. So He Wu will abandon all conventional means. In a decisive battle, he will not hesitate, he will rely on but one move. If I survive that single move, then he loses. That one strike will encapsulate all of his cultivation, covering not only the first rank but even reaching into the second rank. I even suspect that if He Wu were to break through to the second rank, he might become the best match for Xian at this moment. Chen Shuishan first nodded, then shook his head. As for a match for Xian, I originally thought it would be either you or Little Fish, but I never expected that your fighting intent would push her to choose an even more arduous path. Little Fish takes 3 months to achieve second rank invincibility. She is not like you. If you choose that path, you will likely reach the third rank in 3 months. Lin Yu burst into hearty laughter and declared, whether at the first rank or second rank, after this battle with He Wu, my momentum will be at its peak. Who says that walking the path of invincibility must involve 7-tier, 8-tier, or 9-tier levels? Once I enter the second rank, I will challenge Xian. If I fail once, I will try again. Before she even enters the third rank, I will surely defeat her. Chen Shuishan remained unfazed. As their conversation continued, Lin Yu's tone shifted, and he laughed even more. If you can achieve that, then for her it is also an opportunity. She will no longer be walking the path of invincibility but the path of perfection. Correcting every flaw, pursuing only perfection rather than mere invincibility, for perfection is the invincibility. This is the true path suited for Nalan Xian. After his hearty laughter, Chen Shuishan said lightly, for these 7 days, Xian and I will be away. I shall return on the day of your decisive battle. He paused before adding, I originally intended to impart our cultivation techniques to you, but since you have chosen another path, I wish to witness the heavenly cloud intent on the day of the decisive battle. Query. Chapter 99. Heavenly Cloud Intent. Part 2. Chapter 99. Heavenly Cloud Intent, Part 2. Translator. Cruckist. I'll leave you with a stack of transmission spirit talismans. As long as you use your spiritual power to write on them, I will receive your messages. If you lack any resources, just let me know, Chen Shuishan said. If it's within my ability, I'll send them to you. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. After receiving the talismans, he found there were roughly 10 of them, each one a sheet of yellowed parchment resembling old declaration paper. Chen Shuishan then rose, as if to add something more, but after some muttering, he said, I won't say much more. The envoy from the Crimson Flame Kingdom has arrived again. The royal family has summoned me to the palace. They say an envoy surnamed Yu wishes to hold a hand-to-hand discussion with me. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Back when Chen Shuishan first entered Heavenly Cloud Academy, he had taught a batch of students, not as direct disciples, but with wholehearted dedication. The current king was one of that very batch. It is said that the royal family of Heavenly Cloud Kingdom follows a peculiar rule. Every prince must conceal his identity and cultivate at Heavenly Cloud Academy for several years. Their identities vary. Some appear as commoner disciples, while others enter under the guise of noble family disciples. However, their true identities remain highly concealed. Not even the heads of the 7 great families or the Academy's 3 grand ministers know them. Only those within the royal family who aspire to high status are privy to the truth. But the current king is still young, only in his 30s, and his eldest son is merely 9, far too young for cultivation. Thus, when Lin Yu swept through the outer court, he had no fear of becoming entangled with royal influence. Watching Chen Shuishan grumbling as he departed, Lin Yu suddenly raised his voice, Senior Brother Chen, rest assured. When you return, I will have defeated He Wu. Not only He Wu, in 1 month, I will achieve invincibility at the second rank. Will that satisfy you? Chen Shuishan's body trembled slightly, but he did not turn back. He merely murmured to himself, this kid, he has sensed it, after all. Although Chen Shuishan was one of the Academy's 3 grand ministers and had his own 3 separate residences, he was still a man at the center of attention. Countless hidden surveillance devices surrounded his buildings. Clearly, Lin Yu's words were deliberately designed to provoke the 7 great families. I'm speaking boldly. What objections do you have? I no longer regard Wu as a threat. I have walked the path of invincibility in the first rank, and now I will do so in the second rank. If you have any objections, come at me. Chen Shuishan twisted his neck as soon as he stepped onto the corridor. Outside his residence, a luxuriously decorated carriage blocked his path. The carriage was drawn by a snow-white stallion with gleaming eyes, and strangely, a pair of wings resembling those of a celestial bird sprouted from its back. Chen Shuishan scolded in a low voice, "At Heavenly Cloud Academy, discipline and tradition are upheld above all. Even if you are of royal blood, how can you be so ostentatious?" Seated in the carriage was an elderly man with all white hair and a slightly androgynous visage. He forced a smile and said, "Grand Minister Chen, the matter is urgent. Please grant us this exception." Chen Shuishan's sword-like brows furrowed, and his usual languid aura vanished in an instant. Lin Yu noticed that the ordinarily disheveled Chen Shuishan was today dressed in formal robes, his long hair neatly combed. The riffraff from the Crimson Flame Kingdom are truly this arrogant? Do they think I, Chen Shuishan, am absent? Chen Shuishan roared. At that moment, the winged white stallion trembled, overwhelmed by immense pressure. It seemed as though Chen Shuishan was not merely human but a true dragon. Even the elderly driver, who had spent half his life cultivating in the palace, felt his heart quiver. Truly, Grand Minister Chen was extraordinary. After Lin Yu finished his call, he watched Chen Shuishan's retreating figure. With no sound coming from around him, he couldn't help but sneer, "Not a bit of courage? You spies of the 7 great families. You're just like your masters, turtle-hearted. You won't come out until you're provoked." After Chen Shuishan departed, Lin Yu immediately absorbed the 10 spirit crystals and returned to his cultivation chamber on the 3rd floor, advancing the progress of the heavenly cloud body forging art to 95. Perhaps because Lin Yu's cultivation had reached the 9th tier of Te first rank, even though the download progress surged, his aura remained largely unchanged. Though his chi and blood were still being frantically converted into spiritual essence, Lin Yu had long been prepared. He had obtained some blood chi pills from Chen Shuishan long ago. Lin Yu understood that downloading the heavenly cloud body forging art enhanced his cultivation because the art's advancement forcibly consumed chi and blood to boost his spiritual essence. In this world, replenishing chi and blood energy is not difficult. Even though the blood chi pills provided by Chen Shuishan were merely the lowest grade of spiritual medicine, they still worked. Later, Lin Yu even experimented with modifying a recipe, transforming fried chicken legs into a spirit feast dish, which could restore chi and blood with effects no weaker than blood chi pills. Moreover, the modification consumed nearly 100 energy points, equivalent to the energy from 1,000 mystic coins or that provided by a single spirit crystal. This cost Lin Yu immense heartache. However, when he thought that all his current energy was supplied by Chen Shuishan, and that as long as he could defeat Wu, he would feel no guilt, his resolve only hardened further. Lin Yu's mind was deeply immersed in the sea of knowledge. The arcane machine booted up, and the document editor opened. Lin Yu directly accessed the heavenly cloud body forging art. Now possessing a full 1,000 energy points, he intended to modify the art to enhance its effects. "I have long had this idea," he mused. "Since I have a document editor, why shouldn't I improve the effect of the heavenly cloud body forging art? Although this will consume a vast amount of energy, even to the point of being cost ineffective, if I can bring the art to perfection, its impact on my future cultivation will be immeasurable. One must not merely consider the immediate gains. Moreover, with senior brother Chen's support, I will never be lacking in energy." With that thought, Lin Yu became even more determined. "In that case, I shall do it. I will modify the effect of the heavenly cloud body forging art to perfect Tao foundation." Lin Yu knew full well that his greatest shortcoming was that his foundation building was not solid. His foundation relied entirely on the heavenly cloud body forging art converting his chi and blood into spiritual power for breakthroughs. It was only because the arcane machine helped him grasp some of the art's essence that his foundation building did not reveal too many flaws. Yet compared to Lin Linger, Nalan Xian, and even Shang Changyu, those who have achieved perfect Tao foundations, Lin Yu still had deficiencies. Therefore, he must modify the heavenly cloud body forging art. While Lin Yu modified the art, he did not idle, he continued to cultivate. The greatest essence of the heavenly cloud body forging art is not in offense, but in defense, he declared. The founder, grievously wounded, returned to Heavenly Cloud Kingdom to establish the academy. At that time, he harbored no desire for conquest, nor did he exhibit any cutting aggression. He only wished to protect, using Heavenly Cloud Academy to safeguard Heavenly Cloud Kingdom. For the one who founded Heavenly Cloud Academy was once the king of Heavenly Cloud Kingdom. Query. Chapter 100. The Great Battle is about to begin. Chapter 100. The Great Battle is about to begin. Translator. Crukist. Because he was once the greatest guardian of the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom, even when grievously injured and near death, he still took the time to return to the kingdom, establish Heavenly Cloud Academy, gather the kingdom's elite talents, and impart all his learned knowledge, ultimately leaving behind the Heavenly Cloud body forging art. Such a hero harbored little desire for conquest or battle, he only wished to protect. To protect the entirety of this kingdom. If Lin Yu were an indigenous inhabitant of this world, he might not understand it all. After all, in everyone's eyes, the strong are expected to possess the spirit to conquer everything. But that is not the core philosophy of the Heavenly Cloud body forging art. Lin Yu's vision plunged into darkness as he groped forward along a narrow path with no light around. He silently recited the general outline of the Heavenly Cloud body forging art as he advanced. The path seemed endless. Lin Yu didn't know how long he had walked, only that the further he went, the heavier his qi and blood became, until eventually, they even forced him to stop. It was as if from his 7 meridians and 8 vessels, from every major acupoint in his body, arms were reaching out to pull at him. Yet Lin Yu did not hesitate. He pressed onward, shouting, "Do not obstruct me! Do not obstruct me! I have a road ahead, a path I must follow. I will tread my long journey. I will protect my sister, and protect everything I hold dear." With a sudden clamor, light burst forth in Lin Yu's eyes. Beside him, a thin figure appeared. As Lin Yu stared intently, his nostrils tingled with emotion. The figure stood there with a look of quiet satisfaction. It was Lin Chaodong, the father of this body. Since Lin Yu had accepted this body, he had naturally embraced its memories and emotions. Seeing the long-missing Lin Chaodong stirred Lin Yu's heart, filling him with overwhelming emotion, yet Lin Chaodong said nothing, only watching him silently. An illusion, merely an illusion. Father wishes to see me forge ahead. With that resolve, Lin Yu regained his composure and ceased to look at Lin Chaodong. Immediately, beside him, a graceful figure emerged with softly parted lips. "Brother, brother," though Lin Yu had passed them, the sound of Lin Linger's voice nearly made him turn back. But his heart surged with determination, and his eyes blazed like fire. "Do not turn back, do not turn back. Once you embark on this path, you must not turn back. To turn back is to be defeated." All of these visions occurred within Lin Yu's mind, while in reality he sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber on the 3rd floor of Chen Shuishan's building. Around him, spiritual energy surged, and although Chen Shuishan had long prepared arrays throughout the building, arrays meant both to gather spiritual energy and to conceal Lin Yu's aura from enemies. The disturbance Lin Yu created was immense. Almost simultaneously, those lurking around craned their heads, watching as spiritual energy flowed like water toward Lin Yu, exclaiming in astonishment. In one corner of Heavenly Cloud Academy, atop a turret, an old man clad in coarse cloth suddenly opened his eyes wide, paused in slight astonishment, then murmured, "Heavenly Cloud intent. Could it be that someone has truly cultivated the Heavenly Cloud body forging art to perfection?" In the grand residence of Hipuya, the elderly Hichinkong straightened his posture and looked toward the direction of Chen Shuishan's building. Meanwhile, the 3 pavilion masters of the other 3 pavilions also raised their heads to look. This disturbance, good heavens, what kind of aberration has Chen Shuishan brought back? Tisk tisk, as expected of Chen Shuishan, everyone he values is truly extraordinary. I really want to see what secret that kid holds, but never mind. Chen Shuishan has already entered the palace. If it were ordinary times, we might dare to provoke him. But now, if Chen Shuishan learns that chaos has erupted in the backyard, I doubt we'd even be able to scrape our skins off. I just wonder, what is Hipuya thinking? The 3 pavilion masters each had their own building, not far apart, allowing them to converse from a distance, yet Hichinkong could not hear their murmurs. Instead, He frowned and pondered. Lin Yu, that name, it seems that He Wu cannot defeat him? Hey, perhaps so. But he certainly won't let you win easily. Chen Shuishan, that man, I truly do not wish to speak of him. He Qingkong paused after every half-sentence, reflecting before beginning another thought. On the second floor of his building was a cultivation chamber, where He Wu resided. Surrounded by crimson hue of spiritual energy, his face twisted in ferocity, his upper body bare, his bones protruding as if nearly bursting through his skin. If a master of medicine were to see him, they would surely be horrified. For He Wu's skeleton was unlike that of ordinary humans, too dense, too numerous, as if additional bones had been inserted into the gaps of his original skeleton. This would strengthen his physique, yet also cause problems. In He Wu's mind, his greatest issue was his inability to defeat Lin Yu, so even knowing it might cause problems, He Wu remained maddened by his obsession. Win, win, win. I must defeat Lin Yu. I must prove that I am the true genius. Low murmurs burst from He Wu's lips, while on the first floor, He Qingkong, frowning in thought, remained unmoved. Over in Han Ya's building, Han Ya and an elderly woman surnamed Lu simultaneously looked up, then smiled bitterly and said, I thought Lin Linger was the true daughter of fate. I never expected that this Lin Yu would actually be able to comprehend the heavenly cloud intent. This is no longer something that can be solved by a mere spirit-devouring physique. The elderly woman Lu remained calm, saying, as long as he is our friend, no matter how formidable his talent, it benefits us. Lin Linger is your direct disciple. Lin Yu will not stand against us, especially since Lin Yu was personally supported by Chen Shuishan, and Chen Shuishan is on our side. Han Ya sighed softly, indeed, we are Chen Shuishan's people. The elderly woman Lu fell silent. Lin Yu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, and a cool sensation permeated his body. A slight smile curved his lips as he said, I truly am a genius. What is this heavenly cloud intent? It has already been achieved. In the arcane machine within the Sea of Knowledge, the download progress bar for the heavenly cloud body forging art showed 100. A sight that filled Lin Yu with immense satisfaction. Over the next few days, Lin Yu did not remain idle. He resolved to seek out Shang Changyu, who had already reached the second grade, for he was now Lin Yu's best whetstone. After honing his skills with Shang Changyu, time unknowingly arrived at the final day. The great battle was about to begin. Query. Chapter 101. Before the curtain rises. Chapter 101. Before the curtain rises. Translator. Cruckest boom. A thunderous sound erupted on the central platform of Heavenly Cloud Academy. With his hair silvered, He Qingkong stood at the center, surveying the surroundings. The young students, filled with excitement, crowded the platform so completely that no gap remained. This was the match they had awaited for an entire month. He Wu. Having cultivated at Heavenly Cloud Academy for 2 or 3 years, He Wu had many friends and a good reputation. At this moment, cheers of encouragement filled the air, while He Wu stood quietly behind He Qingkong, not uttering a word, his lips slightly pursed and his eyes blazing red. Judging by his aura, he was still at the 9th stage of the first grade and had not yet reached his peak. Yet, on closer inspection, one could see that in the half-inch of space surrounding him, blood energy diffusely mingled. Not far away, there was a viewing platform where the pavilion masters of the 3 pavilions, several deans of the affiliated institutes, and some specially ranked elders were seated. Shang Wu and Situ Chang happened to sit next to each other, chatting and laughing as if no grudges existed. Yet, both had flames burning in their eyes as if in a fierce blaze. Situ Chang chuckled and said, Dean Shang, I lost to you once. It was my lifelong inner demon. Today, let's see if my junior brother will also lose to Lin Yu. Shang Wu, known for his ruthless methods, was momentarily taken aback in a slightly affected manner, then suddenly realized. So Elder Situ and I have another round. Apologies, if the fight isn't too difficult, I hardly remember it. In other words, he implied that his victory back then was so easy he barely remembered it. Gritting his teeth and trembling with anger, Situ Chang said nothing further, only snorting coldly while inwardly thinking, Chen Shuishan's 3rd disciple. I'd really like to see if you can continue to be so arrogant when Lin Yu loses. At that moment, Shang Changyu suddenly appeared, standing beside Shang Wu and gazing into the distance, saying, Master, I believe that our junior grand uncle will win. Shang Wu nodded. He will definitely win. He is one of us. Our people only lose to themselves, not to outsiders. Han Ya, whose status was unique, also had a seat on the viewing platform. Even the elderly woman surnamed Lu and Lin Linger were seated to her left and right, respectively. Lin Linger asked with concern, Teacher Han, why hasn't my brother appeared yet? Han Ya smiled and replied, perhaps he is still preparing? The elderly Lu smiled warmly, adding, Lin Yu has always been exceptionally steady. Even for crucial matters, he prepares thoroughly. Lin Linger then asked, Teacher Han, Elder Lu, do you think my brother will win? I noticed that the aura on He Wu seems rather unusual. Elder Lu snorted, it's merely a mediocre approach to chi and blood. In my view, since Lin Yu has grasped the heavenly cloud intent, he's already secured a 3-point advantage. Han Ya laughed, I believe He Wu intends to break into the second grade on the momentum soon. But even if he does, he still won't be a match for Lin Yu. Elder Lu burst into laughter, I even think he couldn't withstand 100 rounds against Lin Yu. Lin Linger was puzzled. Why did Han Ya and Elder Lu have so much confidence in Lin Yu? Even though she was his sister, she couldn't be sure he would win, especially when He Wu's aura was so mysterious and fearsome. Looking around, Lin Linger raised her eyebrows and asked, why haven't Chen Puya and Miss Nolan shown up? They seem to have been absent from the academy lately. Linger. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Lin Linger's ears. Startled, she turned around in delight to see Lin Yu slowly approaching the viewing platform, having navigated through the crowd. Lin Yu looked at Lin Linger, a flash of surprise in his eyes. When they had met a few days ago, she was not yet a true spiritual adept. But today she had reached the 4th stage of the 1st grade, and after Lin Yu grasped the heavenly cloud intent, his sensitivity to aura had become extraordinarily sharp. He could sense that her aura was continuously growing, seemingly without end. Lin Yu pondered, could it be that even breathing can enhance cultivation? He couldn't help but smile softly. Although he knew Lin Linger's talent was exceptional, hence the high regard from Han Ya and Elder Lu, he hadn't expected her to reach such a level, truly extraordinary. It's almost like she's on cheat mode, Lin Yu muttered to himself. At that moment, the observing students on the platform noticed Lin Yu. After a brief moment of surprise, they began shouting. Lin Yu, why did you come up here? Are you here to fight today? Didn't you see that He Wu is waiting for you? Are you scared? Afraid that He Wu, a mere student, might defeat you, the vice pavilion master of the dining pavilion? Indeed, it is funny when school leaders are defeated by their own students. The louder these voices grew, Lin Yu remained unfazed. Instead, most of the elders from the 7 great families on the platform wore expressions of deep indignation. The more these fools mocked, the harder it would be for them when Lin Yu eventually defeated He Wu. Their faces would be beaten severely. Yet, they couldn't force them to be silent. They could only hope that He Wu would not disappoint their expectations and would decisively defeat Lin Yu. At that moment, He Wu also watched Lin Yu from afar, his expression rather comical. It was only their second encounter, yet they had already become sworn enemies. He Wu did not join in the mockery. Instead, he locked eyes with Lin Yu. From his blazing red eyes, Lin Yu saw hatred, and couldn't help but find it laughable. Clearly, He Wu had been driven to his current state, yet he harbored immense hatred toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu had a keen understanding of He Wu's mindset. In his previous life, having frequented various online forums, he had seen countless eccentrics. Lin Linger asked nervously, Brother, will you be able to win? Lin Yu smiled and replied, It's just a minor He Wu, nothing worth noting. He looked around and noticed that the audience surrounding the platform mostly consisted of 1st grade cultivators, though some 2nd grade ones were present as well. With a smile, he added, This time, not only will I defeat He Wu, but I will also trample the 7 great families under my feet. Upon hearing this, Lin Linger was puzzled, while Han Ya and Elder Lu were taken aback and silently thought, this isn't good, and were about to caution Lin Yu when he had already slowly begun descending. He ascended the platform and, smiling, declared, Disciple He, I'm here. Today, we are playing for keeps. Victory and life are both on the line. I have already walked the path of invincibility in the first grade. Now, starting with you, I will embark on the path of invincibility in the second grade. Query.